On my 18th birthday, I realized I was going to screw up my life and become a loser. Not metaphorically, but literally, turning into a dull, tired, miserable man who just exists. No joy, no goals, no future. My name is Jung Jinli. I had just turned 18. The room was cozy, candles, cake, my parents smiling, my sister beside me. I made a simple, naive wish, to get into university and find love. I blew out the candles. And right at that moment, a flashing red screen appeared in front of my eyes. It blinked like an emergency alert, and in my head, it was as if a siren had gone off. And in the middle of the screen was a message. You are in the late stage of a midlife crisis. I thought it was nonsense. Or a mistake. Maybe it was meant for one of my parents? But they were acting completely normal. No one else saw the screen, only me. And then, it started showing me my life. First, I failed the college entrance exam. I refused to retake it. I end up in some average college, just to keep up appearances. At 19, I fall in love. I think I've found the one. But after 2.5 years, we break up. After graduation, work. No career, no growth. Just a boring job for peanuts. At 26, a so-called breakthrough. I start earning just over $10,000 a month. But even with that, I can't save up for a house. Everything goes to rent and food. At 27, I buy my first car. Used, paid for with all my savings. It feels like a victory. At 28, the first signs of balding. Pressure from everyone, get married already, don't embarrass the family. Meanwhile, I'm still in a rented apartment, eating instant noodles, clinging to the lie of career growth. At 30, marriage. Not out of love. Just because it's expected. My parents help with the down payment. My sister gives me money for renovations. At 31, my son is born. And right away, the diagnosis, congenital heart disease. At 34, the marriage starts falling apart. My wife complains I'm never home, always working. I bring home money, I'm exhausted, I'm trying. And in return, accusations, distrust, constant suspicion of cheating. At 36, I get demoted. They say it's cost-cutting, restructuring, less pay, more responsibility. At 38, I get laid off. I'm no longer young, flexible, or marketable. They replace me with someone younger and cheaper. At 43, betrayal. My wife cheats. With a fitness trainer. Young, smiling. She paid him, with my salary. At 45, divorce. She leaves. Takes half of everything. The son stays with me. But he doesn't respect me. Doesn't listen. Doesn't love me. At 47, everything collapses. My son gets into fights, ends up in trouble with the police. And then, after a heated argument with me, he steps out onto the balcony and jumps. At 48, the end. I'm alone, bald, unemployed, lonely, with the feeling that I wasted my entire life, that not a single day was truly mine, that I simply followed a pre-written path and never once stepped off it. And just then, at the lowest point of despair, a message appeared. And that's when the late bloomer system activated. It offered me a chance to change my fate. Not someday in the future, but right now, at 18. I accepted. Without hesitation. The first task was almost laughable, just make tea every day. For that, I got 100 yuan a day. If I did the task 10 days in a row, the reward doubled. After 100 days, multiplied by 10. And if I didn't miss a single day for a whole year, I could earn over 3 million. But it wasn't about the tea or the money. The system wouldn't stop there. Every day, it would give me a new task, a small step to improve my health, habits, willpower, and mindset. It was literally teaching me how to live right, so I wouldn't become the tired, broken man I saw in my future, lost, bitter, aimless. This was the beginning of a new life, from zero. Not to become a loser who just endures and drifts along, but someone who decides for himself who he wants to be. I got a second chance. And I'm not going to waste it. Looking at the system's introduction of the tragic experiences from age 18 to 48, although Jung Jinli felt a chill and trembled inside, he didn't get too caught up in it. After all, the future Jung Jinli had nothing to do with his current self. What's more, the future could still be changed, especially now that the system had arrived 30 years early. So his mindset remained quite optimistic. He decided to first brew a cup of goji berry tea and see whether the system really had the power to give him 100 yuan. Taking the thermos cup he used for drinking water at school in winter, Jung Jinli sneaked into the kitchen while hiding from his parents and younger sister who were watching TV in the living room. He rummaged out some goji berries and poured in boiling water to soak them. After waiting a few minutes, seeing the goji berries had swelled and the water had turned yellow, he braced himself and drank all the goji berry tea in the thermos, which didn't taste very good. Ding! Daily task, Soak goji berries in a thermos. 1 of 1 completed. Reward of 100 yuan has been issued. Host, Jiang Jinli. Age, 48. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Health value, 29 out of 100. Charm value, 16 out of 100. Marital status, divorced. Personal status, near death. Comeback transformation fund, 100 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. Looking at these attributes, Jiang Jinli became even more certain the system had arrived 30 years early. Because, apart from the height, the rest of the data didn't match his current state, especially the age of 48, the extremely low health and charm values, the divorced marital status, and the personal status of being near death. Thinking about the character's life experiences introduced by the system, thinking about his 48-year-old self going through all kinds of midlife crises, then divorce and losing his son, turning white overnight, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but feel sympathetic and sigh. Bro really had it rough. But thinking about how even with such a miserable life, he still had a charm value of 16, it at least proved he was somewhat naturally blessed in terms of looks and appeal. Alright, stop it now. I can't keep immersing myself in this. My future self definitely won't be this unlucky and miserable. Jiang Jinli ignored the personal attributes and silently clicked withdraw to see how the system would transfer the 100 yuan to him. The next second, a text message arrived. The postal card really did receive a 100 yuan transfer. Right after that, the daily task refreshed. 100 steps after meals keeps you alive till 99. From now on, pick yourself up again, face the world, and embrace life. Daily task, take a 30-minute walk after meals 0/1. Task reward, +1 health point. This task reward is great. If health value is maxed out, does that mean I won't get sick in the future? Jiang Jinli put on his trench coat and walked out of the room. Mom, I ate too much tonight, I'm going out for a walk to help digestion. Jiang Jinli said as he changed into sneakers. Okay, don't stay out too late. His mom clearly misunderstood, thinking he was using it as an excuse to hang out with classmates. After all, it was her son's 18th birthday today, and it was normal to go sing karaoke with friends. Jiang Jinli knew his mom misunderstood but didn't explain much, going downstairs alone to start his walk. They lived in an employee-subsidized welfare housing unit. His father was an electrical construction worker who had worked for 20 years in the county's electric construction unit. His mother worked at the telecom service center. Although salaries in county-level units weren't high, the benefits were decent, and these were iron rice bowl jobs. When his parents retired, they could still get 2,000 or 3,000 yuan in pensions each month. Jiang Jinli's family lived on the 3rd floor. Too lazy to take the elevator, he went straight down the stairs for his walk. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was already quite dark. In the south, March wasn't too cold. The basketball court opposite the neighborhood was once again occupied by aunties. From a distance, you could hear that infamous square dance anthem by Phoenix Legend, which he was already sick of. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Jiang Jinli took it out and saw that his mom had transferred 500 yuan and earnestly reminded him to come back early and not to drink. Jiang Jinli felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, realizing just how badly he had done in life. He had grown up, yet besides his parents and sister, not a single classmate or friend knew it was his birthday and gave him a birthday wish. I admit I'm not interested in celebrating birthdays. I've never invited classmates or friends to celebrate. But as classmates and friends, couldn't you at least check my birthday and prepare a surprise for me? As he walked, Jiang Jinli muttered to himself, so much so that he didn't realize someone had been walking behind him. Today's your birthday? A girl's voice suddenly came from beside him. At some point, a figure had appeared to his right. Under the dim yellow streetlight, Jiang Jinli saw a familiar and delicate face. Their eyes met. She stared curiously at him with big watery eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly in the wind, as if scattering a sky full of stars. Jiang Jinli felt both embarrassed and annoyed, and had to complain, Tong Jiaying, are you a ghost? Walking without a sound. Tong Jiaying pursed her lips, her tone just as annoyed. Clearly it's you who had a guilty conscience, talking to yourself, so you didn't notice me walking right beside you. Oomph, women. Right now, Jiang Jinli was kind of afraid of women and didn't want to talk to them. Tong Jiaying's father was also an electrical construction worker. They had grown up together. In kindergarten and elementary school, they were classmates and often walked to and from school together. Later in middle and high school, they went to the same school but were in different classes, so they saw each other less and drifted apart. Seeing that Jiang Jinli didn't want to talk and seemed preoccupied, Tong Jiaying quickly caught up. Hey, Jiang Jinli, happy birthday. Oh. Jiang Jinli quickened his pace, replying as if escaping. Tong Jiaying, being a straightforward and unromantic girl, also sped up and asked directly, "What birthday gift do you want? I'll use my allowance to buy you one." Jiang Jinli refused. "I was just ranting earlier, you don't need to take it seriously. I'm really not interested in birthdays, and I dislike the back and forth gift giving of these boring, complicated holiday customs." Oh. Tong Jiaying didn't press further, just slowed down, took out her phone, and searched on Baidu, "What's a good birthday gift for an 18-year-old boy? Can't afford a phone or computer. He already has a watch. A game console is no good. In 3 months it'll be the college entrance exam. Giving him a console now is like sabotaging him. A fountain pen doesn't work. Jian Jili definitely wouldn't like it. I also hate how messy and troublesome fountain pens are. A scarf sounds nice, but winter's already over. So annoying, picking a birthday gift feels harder than a math test." Tong Jiaying had never given a boy a birthday gift before. She complained in her heart that boys were really hard to please. If it were a girl, she could just get a plush toy and be done with it. A short while later, Tong Jiaying arrived at the county pedestrian street. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinli completed his walk task. Daily task, 30-minute post-meal walk 1/1 completed. Reward, +1 health point. Jiang Jinli suddenly felt a warm flow rise inside him, and his body felt inexplicably light and comfortable. When he got home, his mom was surprised. "Back so soon?" Jiang Jili helplessly explained, "Mom, you're overthinking. I really just ate too much and went out for a walk, so I gave him 500 yuan for nothing? Forget it. Since it's his 18th birthday today, I won't ask for it back." After a short rest, Jiang Jili went to take a shower. At that moment, the doorbell rang. John's mom went to open the door in confusion and was surprised. Tong, you came to see Jinli?" Tong Jiaying hadn't visited Jiang Jinli's home in a long time. She explained shyly, "It's his birthday today. I came to give him a birthday gift." Oh, he's in the shower. "Come in and sit," Jiang's mom said, then shouted, "Son, Tong is here." Tong Jiaying, both awkward and shy, handed over the gift and said, I have to go home now. Auntie, just help me give this to him." John's mom warmly tried to make her stay, but couldn't. Still, she was very happy, her face lit up with a big anti-smile. After his shower, Jiang Jinli suddenly had a bad feeling. Curious, he asked, "Why did Tong Jiaying come looking for me?" As the saying goes, rabbits don't eat the grass by their own burrow, but I think it's better for a rabbit to eat the grass near its own burrow than to eat some wild grass of unknown origin outside. Old Jiang, don't you agree? Jiang Jinli felt extremely awkward at his mother's sudden hint, like sitting on pins and needles, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, like thorns on his back. His dad immediately understood and nodded, saying, "What my wife said is absolutely right. Tong is a good girl, she has good grades and looks good too." "Stop. Don't overthink it. There's nothing between me and Tong Jiaying. It's not what you think." Jiang Jili rolled his eyes. In his mind, Tong Jiaying had always been like a bro. Even if she was now looking more and more like a girl, it didn't change the brotherly bond he felt toward her. Jiang's mom scolded with annoyance, "You blockhead. A girl especially came over late at night to give you a birthday gift, and you still don't get what that means?" Jiang Jili helplessly explained, "Tong Jiaying happened to hear during our walk that today's my birthday. Then she probably felt a bit embarrassed for not doing anything, so she went to buy a gift. Don't start randomly shipping people." John's mom instantly pulled a long face, but she still didn't give up. "I still think Tong likes you. You should interact with her more and invite her over more often." Yeah. Jiang Jinli didn't want to hear his mom nag anymore and could only respond perfunctorily, then started unwrapping the beautifully packed gift box, curious what gift Tong Jiaying had actually bought him. Once he opened it, he couldn't help but complain, "No way, she's nuts, right? Who gives high school exam practice papers as a birthday gift?" "Pa!" John's mom slapped the back of his head and scolded, "You're the one who's nuts. Tong giving you those practice papers is for your own good. Did you forget the mock exam results that came out 2 days ago? Your math was a disaster, your English was only 62, and your total score was just 457. I heard Tong's score was 546, so she bought those practice sets as a birthday gift clearly because she wants you to improve and go to the same university as her. This isn't a hint anymore, she's clearly showing she likes you, dummy." Lived for 18 years and only now realized his mom is a romance brain. John's dad joked, "Tong's quite an interesting girl. This also shows she's practical and not materialistic. If you marry her, she'll definitely be a good wife and mother. You guys really have some imagination. It's a pity you're not writing romance novels on Chidian." There's also a music box underneath. John's mom took it out, opened the lid, and a soothing and lovely melody played instantly. In the center, a pair of figurines twirled around as the music played. On the lid of the music box, the words top scores in exams were printed. Zhang's mom went into romance mode again. See, Tong is confessing to you. As the old saying goes, top scores in exams and the wedding night. She gave you the practice sets in this music box because she hopes you'll catch up to her grades, go to the same university, and then get married after graduation. If you weren't my mom, I'd really want to throw out your romance brain. Off to the side, his sister chimed in too. Sis Jiaying is so romantic. Just as Zhang Jili couldn't take any more of his parents' and sister's overactive imaginations, the system prompt popped up. Years later, you never expected that the most painful and desperate birthday of your life would include receiving a birthday gift from Tong Jiaying. You burst into tears and remembered all the moments from childhood spent with your childhood sweetheart. You suddenly wonder if you hadn't failed the college entrance exam, if you had gotten into the same university as Tong Jiaying, if you had pursued her and married her, would life have been this bad? Time-limited mission triggered, reunite with your childhood sweetheart. Mission requirement, within 24 hours, sort out your feelings and ask Tong Jiaying to have a meal and chat, so she no longer worries about you. Mission reward, 10x cashback on all expenses for the date with Tong Jiaying. What the hell, burst into tears after receiving a gift from Tong Jiaying? System, are you nuts too? Okay fine, this damn system really is nuts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shown up 30 years early. Considering the 10x cashback reward, Zhang Jili decided not to complain. From this, he discovered one thing: when a person is truly speechless, they really are speechless. I'm going back to my room to do practice questions. Zhang Jili didn't burst into tears, he held back tears and returned to his room helplessly, carrying the 3 high school exam books from Tong Jiaying. Zhang's mom cheered him on. Go for it, son. Don't let Tong down. Zhang Jili. Thanks, Tong Jiaying. Back in his room, door locked, Zhang Jili picked up his phone and opened his WeChat chat with Tong Jiaying. The latest message was from over a month ago, on New Year's Day. She had sent him a New Year's greeting, and he replied, Happy New Year, and that was it. Tong Jiaying, are you nuts? Zhang Jili typed, then thought it wasn't right and deleted it. Tong Jiaying, those practice books fried your brain? Still didn't feel right, deleted again. Thanks, Tong Jiaying. Not good either. If she read that with sarcasm and refused to meet up, he couldn't complete the 10x cashback task. Got your gift, thank you. You're thoughtful, I really liked it. Zhang Jili sent the message, lying through his teeth. Very quickly, Tong Jiaying replied, Glad you liked it. I didn't know what to get you, and then heard your mock exam didn't go so well a few days ago, so I got you these 3 practice books. I did them during the winter break. A lot of questions in the mock exam were similar. If you work through them carefully, they'll really help for the next mock exam and the college entrance exam. Tong Jiaying, you're amazing. Zhang Jili mentally gave her a thumbs up, then got to the point. You spent money on me, so tomorrow I'll treat you to a meal. Tong Jiaying replied, No need, I didn't spend much. It's not about the money, it's about friendship. Zhang Jili continued, It's my 18th birthday. Other than my parents and sister, you're the only one who gave me a gift. I was really touched. I must treat you to a meal to say thanks. If you don't agree, that means you're looking down on me and don't see me as a friend. Tong Jiaying was convinced. Okay, I'll go. But I have makeup classes tomorrow morning, and I plan to go back to school early in the afternoon to study. Can we eat lunch instead? Sure. Tomorrow at noon, I'll let you know when it's time. Okay. After doing practice questions for over an hour, Zhang Jili got sleepy, went out to brush his teeth and pee, then went back to bed. In the middle of the night, Zhang Jili seemed to dream of Tong Jiaying and murmured in his sleep, No way. Tong Jiaying, you're really nuts. The plan of the day lies in the morning. People don't stop exercising because they age because they stop exercising. New daily task added, morning run 0/1. Task reward, 100 yuan for every 1 kilometer of morning run. Morning run time limited to 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Zhang Jili was woken up by the sudden notification of the new morning run task. He was originally a bit grumpy from being woken up, but once he found out that running 1 kilometer in the morning would reward him with 100 yuan, his mood instantly improved. He jumped out of bed like a cart flip. In the daily taskbar, soak goji berries in thermos had already been refreshed, and the 30-minute walk after dinner task would reset automatically based on the end time of dinner. Zhang Jili quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then snuck into the kitchen to steal another handful of goji berries to soak. Finally, holding the thermos, wearing sneakers, he quietly opened the door and headed out for a morning run. At 5:11 a.m., it was still a bit dark outside. His parents and sister were still fast asleep. Zhang Jili walked out of the stairwell, a slight chill mixed with fresh air greeted him. The sky was a deep blue, with the morning star particularly eye-catching among the stars. The eastern sky was already turning pale, and a few streaks of dawn painted a gentle red blush on the horizon like a shy girl. The neighborhood in front of him was very quiet, with streetlights still on both sides. Light and shadow intertwined, repeatedly stretching and shrinking Jiang Jinli's passing shadow. Occasionally, early birds flew overhead, chirping lively, adding a touch of vitality to the morning stillness. 8 yuan, 9 yuan, 10 yuan. Watching the real-time updating cash reward increase in proportion to distance, Jiang Jinli felt full of motivation while running. 100 yuan per kilometer of morning run isn't that tempting to a sickly middle-aged man, but to a healthy and energetic 18-year-old like me, it's simply irresistible. Jiang Jinli decided to run 10 kilometers and earn 1,000 yuan to treat Tong Jiaying to a good meal at noon, and with the 10x cashback, he could make 10,000. Just the thought of it got his heart racing. This isn't the late bloomer system, it's the young and promising system. But Jiang Jinli overestimated himself. After running just 1 kilometer, his speed started to drop. At 2 kilometers, he began to feel a dull pain under his ribs and had to slow down to a walk. Only 2 kilometers and I'm already spent. I was dreaming too big thinking I could run 10 kilometers and make 1,000 yuan. Jiang Jinli suddenly regretted not exercising more, but it wasn't really his fault. With the college entrance exam approaching, he spent all his time studying and doing practice papers, with no time for physical training. With such low exercise volume, it was only natural that his body couldn't handle a sudden 2 kilometers run. Luckily, even walking could earn money. Jiang Jinli sipped goji berry tea from his thermos while strolling leisurely through the park. 6:30 a.m. The sky gradually brightened, and the first ray of sunlight stretched over the horizon like a golden ribbon. The leaves on the roadside sycamore trees were rimmed with gold. As the breeze blew, the leaves rustled softly. Outside the park, more and more vehicles began moving on the road. The hum of engines and occasional honks completely awakened the sleeping city. Jiang Jinli walked a full lap around People's Park and unexpectedly ran into Tong Jiaying and her father, who were also out for a morning run. Jiang Jinli? Tong Jiaying wondered if she was still dreaming when she saw Jiang Jinli at the park entrance, something almost unthinkable. Every time she was home on break, her father would take her out for a morning run to stay healthy. This habit had lasted 2 or 3 years, but in all that time, she'd never once seen Jiang Jinli out running. "Ha, Uncle Tong, you guys also have a habit of morning runs?" When Jiang Jinli saw Tong Jiaying running toward him, he instinctively straightened his back, puffed his chest, pulled in his stomach, and brushed off his half-dead, exhausted look to portray himself as someone who runs every morning. Sure enough, Tong Jiaying's father believed it. "Oh, it's Xiaoli. You're out for a morning run this early?" Jiang Jinli had come out from the left side of the park's main gate, which meant he had run a full lap around the park. Since his home was about 1 kilometer from the park, that meant he must have started his run around 5:30 a.m., while the Tong family usually started at 6 a.m. Jiang Jinli boasted, "I'm used to it. I wake up at 5 a.m. every day to run. The park is quieter at this time and the air is fresher." Tong Jiaying's dad gave him a thumbs up, praising, "Not many young people these days can get up this early to run." Then he turned to Tong Jiaying and said, "You should learn from Xiaoli. Only through discipline can you become a better version of yourself. The same goes for both studying and exercising." Tong Jiaying responded with an "Oh." Jiang Jinli, having finished pretending, was ready to leave and waved, "I ran over 10 kilometers today and I'm exhausted. I'm heading back, you guys keep running." "Okay." Both Tong Jiaying and her father looked at him with admiration, not realizing he was bragging. After they ran off, Jiang Jinli immediately dropped the act, dragging his sore and exhausted body slowly back the way he came. The morning run task showed he had completed a total of 3.2 kilometers, of which about 2 kilometers could barely count as actual running, while the remaining 1.2 kilometers was done limping with pain under his ribs and trudging with heavy legs. That's why it took him an hour to cover just 3.2 kilometers. If he told the truth, even the old grandpas who run daily would laugh their dentures out. But claiming to have run over 10 kilometers would leave them shocked. Half an hour later, Jiang Jinli returned home. His parents had just gotten up and were cooking porridge and steaming buns. Both were stunned as if they had seen a ghost upon learning their son had gone for a morning run. Then, his romance-brained mother started imagining things again inside. "This is the power of love. Forget it. Not worth explaining." After resting a bit, Jiang Jinli took a shower. Then after breakfast, he dragged his sore legs back to his room to catch up on sleep. Ding, time's up. Daily task, morning run January 1st completed. You ran a total of 4.21 kilometers today. Reward, 421 yuan. Adding the already completed soak goji berries in thermos task, Zhang Jinli happily withdrew 521 yuan and then immediately fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept until the phone rang. Zhang Jinli woke up and saw that it was a call from Tong Jiaying, and instantly, all his sleepiness disappeared. Afraid she might cancel the meetup, he quickly explained, "Sorry, I took a nap after my run and overslept." "Where are you? I'll come find you now." Tong Jiaying was understanding. "I already went home. If you're too tired today, we can do it next time. I just called because you hadn't replied on WeChat." "No, next time," Zhang Jinli said. "I'm heading out now, wait for me downstairs." After hanging up, Zhang Jinli pounded his sore calf muscles, hurriedly put on his shoes, and rushed out to meet her. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit." Just as Zhang Jinli stepped out, his parents sneakily followed right behind him like thieves. His younger sister, Zhang Jinyu, also peeked her head out stealthily, trying to follow them and gossip. But she was ruthlessly pushed back inside by her mother's big hand and was forced to stay home and study. Zhang Jinli was exhausted from the morning run, his legs ached with every step. So this time, instead of taking the stairs, he took the elevator downstairs. His parents watched through the peephole and, once they saw him enter the elevator, immediately opened the door and tiptoed down the stairs to tail him. Earlier, Zhang Jinli had answered a call from Tong Jiaying. Although he never mentioned her name, his imaginative parents picked up on the key phrases like "heading out now" and "waiting downstairs," and instantly concluded that the caller must be Tong Jiaying. Tong Jiaying's home was in the building diagonally across. As Zhang Jinli came down, he walked over, and at the same time, Tong Jiaying also came out of her building. The sneaky parents peeked out from the stairwell and broke into a gratified anti-smile when they saw the scene. "Just as I expected. I was wondering why Tong suddenly remembered his birthday and even came over at night to give him a gift. Turns out they're already secretly together." Zhang's dad also looked pleased and a bit jealous. Not only did his brat of a son have such an outstanding childhood friend, but now he was even dating her. From growing up together to growing old together, this kind of childhood sweetheart love, mutual and affectionate, would even make gods and immortals envious. "Wow, Dad, that was beautifully said." Unnoticed, Zhang Jinyu had snuck up behind them and peeked her head out too, gasping in admiration. "Wow, your big head." Zhang's mom smacked her daughter on the butt and scolded, "Getting itchy again, huh? I told you to stay home and study, and here you are sneaking down." Zhang's dad sensed danger for his daughter and warned, "Don't wow like that. Your brother's a guy. In today's society, it's hard for boys to find a girlfriend, so we won't stop him. But if you start dating before college, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Jinyu pouted, thinking she shouldn't have come down to witness her brother's drama. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinli had no idea that his parents and sister were secretly spying and assuming he had scored with his childhood sweetheart thanks to proximity. He looked at Tong Jiaying walking out of the elevator and accidentally auto-aimed with his eyes. Is it because her last name is Tong? So, eternal youth and we're bros. What am I even thinking? Tong Jiaying walked out quickly. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall. A high ponytail was casually tied behind her head, with a few loose strands brushing her forehead, adding a touch of coolness and liveliness. She wasn't the kind of girl who liked to dress up, but because of her good features and high looks, even with a bare face and plain clothes, she still looked stunning and refreshing. Zhang Jinli silently turned off his internal auto-aim and said calmly, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a good meal in the city." "Okay." Tong Jiaying didn't hold back, just like when they were kids, happily following behind Zhang Jinli. But as she looked at his now much taller back, he felt somewhat unfamiliar. Ever since they stopped being in the same class in middle and high school and became aware of gender differences, they rarely stuck together anymore. Then, she noticed that Zhang Jinli was walking a bit weirdly, like he had a cramp, and asked, "Did you pull a muscle during your run this morning?" Zhang Jinli, saving face, said, "I challenged my limit today, ran more than 10 kilometers in over an hour, so now my legs are trembling." Tong Jiaying asked, "Did you apply any medicine?" "I have some medicated wine at home for blood circulation and bruises. After I run 5 or 6 kilometers, my calves get sore too, but the wine helps a lot. Then after we eat, I'll stop by your place and get some." Zhang Jinli felt crushed. He lied about running over 10 kilometers, but Tong Jiaying's 5 to 6 kilometers was probably real. No wonder she used to be a chubby girl in elementary and middle school, and now she looked slim and refined like she'd had plastic surgery in Korea. "I'll call a Didi." The bus stop was a few hundred meters away. Unless Tong Jiaying carried or supported him there, he didn't want to take another step. Tong Jiaying said, "No need for all that trouble. It wastes time going to the city and money on a taxi." Zhang Jinli replied in a domineering CEO tone, "Even 1,000 gold coins can't buy my willingness." Just follow me. At the roadside near the community entrance, the two stood on opposite sides waiting for the car. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and quiet. It was Tong Jiaying who broke the silence. Do you have a university you want to get into? Zhang Jinli answered, yeah. Like Tsinghua or Peking University. Tong Jiaying pursed her lips in disdain and couldn't help but tease, with your grades, you might get into a first-tier university if you overperform. Normally, you're only good enough for a second-tier one. So what's your most realistic target school? Zhang Jinli got serious. I'll go all out for the University of Finance. If I do well in the essay, don't mess up math too bad, and guess 60 to 70 on English, I still have hope of scoring 550. Tong Jiaying said, your English is pretty bad. Except for elementary school, I don't think you've ever passed since middle school. Zhang Jinli was surprised. Tong Jiaying, we haven't been in the same class in middle or high school, how do you know I never passed English? Tong Jiaying looked up at the sky, I heard people say it. Zhang Jinli saw right through her nervous excuse and questioned, really? Why do I feel like you've been secretly keeping tabs on my grades? Tong Jiaying quickly denied it, flustered, no way, I just heard it from others. Then let's just say you heard it. Zhang Jinli didn't press further. Just then, their ride arrived. A moment later, the two arrived at Wanda Plaza downtown. Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m. Wanda Plaza was packed with people. Zhang Jinli had already planned it all. The task said all expenses during the date with Tong Jiaying would be refunded 10x. He had over 1,000 yuan on him. If he spent it all before the time limit, that would turn into over 10,000. Zhang Jinli led Tong Jiaying toward Wanda Plaza. At that moment, the taxi fare of 21.8 yuan was auto-deducted from his phone. Then a system prompt appeared. Time-limited task, reunite with your childhood friend in progress. Current total spending, 21.8 yuan. Zhang Jinli didn't expect even the cab fare with Tong Jiaying counted. With the system counting like this, he could really get creative with using Tong Jiaying to farm rewards. Just as he entered Wanda Plaza with her and was about to switch up his strategy, a new task popped up. Enemies meet on a narrow path. Just when you finally pulled yourself together and reunited with your childhood sweetheart, you ran into your buzzkill ex-wife. Temporary task triggered. Agitate your ex-wife. Ex-wife? What the hell? Zhang Jinli quickly looked around. Since the system's description of his future experience was all in text and didn't mention anything about the ex-wife, not even her name or surname, every girl of the same age in Zhang Jinli's line of sight was a potential suspect. So many girls around, who on earth is the ex-wife? Zhang Jinli was anxious. Because the reward for this task was actually a riverside view apartment. Compared to earlier daily tasks like drinking a cup of goji berry tea for 100 yuan or running 1 kilometer for 100 yuan, the sudden temporary task of stimulate your ex-wife came with an insane reward. No time to confirm the ex-wife's identity. If she slipped away and couldn't be provoked, that riverside view apartment would be gone. So, Zhang Jinli suddenly gave a heated look to Tong Jiaying beside him, which made her heart flutter in confusion. Do I have something on my face? Tong Jiaying asked softly, thinking something had gotten on her face. Zhang Jinli didn't avoid it and directly said a cringeworthy pickup line, just a bit of beauty. Tong Jiaying was stunned, and then her cool and pretty face slowly turned red, her ears flushing pink as well. Before, Zhang Jinli always called her snot bug or fat ing, because she used to cry a lot as a kid and was a bit chubby. So in her memory, Zhang Jinli never complimented her, only teased her. It even made her feel insecure as a kid, wondering if she was truly that ugly. But today, Zhang Jinli actually said she was good-looking, and he said it in the crowded Wanda Plaza, in front of all those people. Zhang Jinli then deliberately raised his voice and asked, Tong Jiaying, you girls all like claw machines, right? I'm in a good mood today, so I'm buying out all the claw machines in Wanda Plaza for you, go wild. In an instant, all the passers-by looked at Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying. Tong Jiaying felt all those stares and immediately wished she could crawl into the claw machine beside her to hide. Zhang Jinli, are you crazy? She quickly tugged on Zhang Jinli's trench coat, nervously and speechlessly saying, are you stupid? Didn't you say you were taking me to eat? We can eat later. Zhang Jinli had to take this chance while the mystery ex-wife was still nearby. He needed to provoke her now if he wanted to get that riverside view apartment reward. Boss, give me 500 yuan worth of tokens. Zhang Jinli shouted loudly, wanting every visitor in Wanda Plaza to hear how ridiculously rich he was. Are you crazy? Tong Jiaying saw he wasn't joking and quickly pulled his coat. Zhang Jinli directly grabbed her slender, fair wrist and pulled her to get tokens, saying, I told you, I'm going to let you eat well and have fun today. So don't talk to me about a mere 500 yuan. Even 5,000, I'd still be happy to spend it. Can't help it, you're my one and only childhood sweetheart. If I don't spoil you, who will? His voice was loud, intentionally so, aimed at the nearby ex-wife, hoping these words would provoke the girl, who was still a young lady full of romantic fantasies, and thus complete the task. Tong Jiaying, like a kite, was blankly led away by Jiang Jinli, her mind stuck on the last words he said that made her heart race for no reason. You're my one and only childhood sweetheart. If I don't spoil you, who will? The surrounding girls were also drawn to Jiang Jinli's words, watching with envy and jealousy. Who could understand? Just coming to Wanda Plaza on the weekend, and suddenly being force-fed dog food, and not just any dog food, but this super enviable childhood sweetheart brand. Boss, I just scanned 500. While Tong Jiaying was still in a daze, hit hard by that heart-throbbing phrase, Jiang Jinli had already scanned and paid, buying 500 yuan worth of game tokens. Watching the boss pour out a whole basket of tokens, the onlookers cast gossip-filled and admiring looks. The boys envied that Jiang Jinli had such a beautiful childhood friend, the girls envied that Tong Jiaying had such a rich and sweet boyfriend. If he wasn't afraid of Tong Jiaying misunderstanding and getting the wrong idea, Jiang Jinli really wanted to tell the boss to make it 520 yuan worth of tokens. After all, 520, meaning I love you in Chinese numerals, would have drawn even more attention and been more effective in provoking the nearby girls. Tong Jiaying, stop spacing out. Let's go catch some dolls. Strangely, when Jiang Jinli said this, in Tong Jiaying's ears it sounded like let's go make babies, making her face and ears even redder. Nearby young couples were all triggered, the boys cursing Jiang Jinli, the girls staring longingly and resentfully at their own unromantic boyfriends. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. Ding! Temporary task, stimulate the ex-wife. Completed. Reward, 1 Riverside View apartment. The property paperwork has been properly arranged for the host. Click to claim your title deed and keys. Jiang Jinli was overjoyed. Thank you, mysterious ex-wife I've never met, let me easily earn a Riverside View apartment. Jiang Jinli truly hadn't expected that his future ex-wife would also be in the same city, and even less that what started as a date with Tong Jiaying for a cashback reward would lead to unexpectedly running into the ex-wife and triggering such an insane task reward. For a moment, Jiang Jinli even felt a bit more fondly toward his ex-wife. Tong Jiaying, you're so dumb. That's not how you catch dolls, I'll teach you. Jiang Jinli was in a great mood. He shoved in more than a dozen game tokens, then held Tong Jiaying's hand to teach her how to use the machine. Although he'd never played claw machines before, he had watched many videos and knew you had to swing the claw before dropping it. Held from behind by Jiang Jinli, hand in hand, Tong Jiaying's already red face turned as ripe as a peach, making people want to take a bite. But Jiang Jinli clearly had no such thoughts, he was just annoyed that she was bad at it and kept missing the dolls. However, even after more than 20 tries, they still couldn't grab a single doll. Damn! This isn't about my skill, it's the claw. It's too loose, totally impossible to pick anything up. They switched machines and tried over 10 more times, still nothing. The claw was so weak that it couldn't lift anything. So Jiang Jinli went to confront the boss. Boss, this is such a scam. With a claw that loose, how are we supposed to win? The boss, of course, wouldn't admit it and said it was all about skill and angle. Jiang Jinli said, then you do it. If you can grab even one from these 2 machines, I'll admit it's our fault. Otherwise, give me a refund or 2 big teddy bears. The boss got nervous, afraid Jiang Jinli would cause a scene and ruin future business. So he tried to smooth things over and finally agreed to give them 2 1-meter-tall plush bears. Jiang Jinli wasn't after a refund anyway, he needed to spend money to get cash back. So getting 2 big teddy bears was a win. Otherwise, with their skills, 500 yuan in tokens might have only gotten them a few 10 yuan factory-made dolls at best. Tong Jiaying, if anyone asks where these bears came from, say I got them for you with my amazing claw machine skills, got it? Jiang Jinli held a 1-2-meter-tall brown teddy bear and seriously told the girl beside him, who was holding a big white bear. Oh. Tong Jiaying obediently responded. She had no choice, Jiang Jinli was her only childhood sweetheart. Of course, she'd indulge him. We're eating here for lunch. I heard the steak here tastes great. On the 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza, Jiang Jinli led Tong Jiaying to a Western restaurant. This restaurant was one of the most expensive in Wanda Plaza. Usually only well-paid white-collar workers or well-off couples would come to this kind of place where the average meal cost was 200 to 300 yuan per person. Tong Jiaying saw the tomahawk steak ad at the entrance priced at 188 yuan, and thinking about how Jiang Jinli had just impulsively spent 500 yuan on claw machine tokens earlier, she quickly said, let's just go eat at Caesarea. Caesarea was also a Western restaurant. Tong Jiaying had eaten there before, and compared to this place, the prices were simply cheap and affordable. It's not that Zhang Jinli looked down on Caesarea, but even if he splurged there, he could at most spend 200 to 300 yuan. His goal today was to spend all the 1,000 plus yuan he had during this date with Tong Jiaying and earn a sweet 10x cashback of over 10,000 yuan. So, there was no way he'd take her to a restaurant where the average price was only a few dozen yuan. Besides, he wanted to use this opportunity to finally experience what it felt like to get full on tomahawk steak. Bro's got money, so we're eating here. Zhang Jinli boldly walked in. The waiter warmly greeted them, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the giant teddy bears they were carrying, still in their packaging. After setting down the teddy bears, Zhang Jinli didn't give Tong Jiaying any chance to order cheap spaghetti. He said directly, "Is the 188 yuan tomahawk steak only 500 G? Then we'll take 4. Also 1 order of cheese-baked shrimp." Tong Jiaying quickly interrupted his order and said to the waiter, "Hello, we'll just have 2 beef and tomato spaghetti, thank you." Zhang Jinli turned to the male waiter next to him and said, "She doesn't make the call, go with my order. Also add a vegetable salad and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice." After the waiter left, Tong Jiaying couldn't hold it in anymore. She frowned and said worriedly, "Are you crazy? You already spent 500 on claw machine tokens, and now you're spending this much on food. I told you I'm in a good mood today, so I want to let you eat well and play well." For the first time in his life, Zhang Jinli was spending money like water, not treating money as money. It's a pity he only had a little over 1,000 on him. If he had tens of thousands, he'd take Tong Jiaying straight to a jewelry store, buy a gold necklace for tens of thousands, and make a fortune through 10x cashback. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Tong Jiaying frowned and said worriedly, "If your parents find out, they'll scold you to death." To ease her worries, Zhang Jinli had to lie. "I might as well tell you the truth now. The reason I'm being so generous today is because I worked on a programming project during the winter break and made 20,000 yuan. So, since you were kind enough yesterday to give me a birthday present, I decided to splurge and treat you to a great day out." As expected, Tong Jiaying was much less resistant after hearing that, and she looked at Zhang Jinli with more surprise and admiration. No wonder Zhang Jinli was acting crazy today, he had made that much money during the winter break. Zhang Jinli continued, "You're the only one I've told, so keep it a secret, or my mom will nag me to death." Tong Jiaying suddenly thought of something. "So you bombed your mock exam because of the part-time job and didn't study properly during winter break? Wait, even she's helping me make up excuses?" "That's right." Zhang Jinli went with the flow, shamelessly saying, "If I hadn't slacked off on studying because of the part-time job, I could have easily scored over 500 and beaten you." Tong Jiaying's face flushed unexpectedly, and her eyes darted away. Maybe she misheard the word beat as something else. But she still had a bit of pride, and said with disdain, "If I hadn't messed up my essay and only got 10 points, and if I hadn't gotten 2 math questions wrong, I could have easily scored 600. And your highest score in high school is just 545, you've never even hit 600 once." Tong Jiaying, how can such harsh words come out of a mouth at 36 degrees Celsius? "I regret it now, should have just taken you to West Lake to eat wind." Tong Jiaying smiled smugly, "The internet's right, lies don't hurt, the truth is the real knife." Zhang Jinli looked at her with disgust. This girl was still just as annoying as when they were kids, always clinging to him and always going against him. Out of her 90 pounds, at least 80 pounds were just rebelliousness. Just then, Zhang Jinli's phone buzzed. It was a message from his high school buddy, Lin Huaiwen. "Are you at Wanda Plaza?" Zhang Jinli suddenly felt a sense of dread and typed back, "Nope. I'm home studying." "Alright then. I just saw a video in a junior high classmates' moments. Some dumbass was showing off big time at Wanda, spent 500 yuan on claw machine tokens for his girlfriend and flaunted his love in public. I watched the video and thought that idiot looked a bit like you. But then I figured, nah, can't be you. Knowing your personality, if you had such a pretty childhood sweetheart, you'd show off even harder than that guy in the video. Friendship over, idiot Lin Huaiwen. Send me the video so I can critique it." Zhang Jinli silently cursed the guy who posted that video. May all his instant noodles come with only the seasoning packet. Soon, Lin Huaiwen forwarded the video. "Look, doesn't that idiot's profile and face shape look a lot like yours? And he's even wearing a similar black trench coat. His voice also sounds a lot like yours. I really thought it was you at first." Zhang Jinli replied, "How's that me? I'm clearly better looking than him, and my voice sounds way better." Luckily, the video only showed his side profile. Even his own mom might not recognize him. But if it went viral on Douyin and someone familiar saw and recognized him, he'd experience social death for real. But there was still a big problem. The video might have only captured his side profile, but Tong Jiaying's stunning face was shown from every angle without a single flaw. So even if his mom didn't recognize him, she definitely recognized Tong Jiaying. and then he'd be exposed anyway. At that moment, Lin Huaiwen commented, "Even if you are better looking and sound better than him, you don't have a pretty childhood sweetheart who grew up with you." Jiang Jinli looked up at Tong Jiaying sitting across from him, zoning out, and decided to stop pretending. He secretly took a photo of her and sent it to Lin Huaiwen, typing, "I'm face blind. Is she really that pretty?" Jiang Jinli played on his phone while grinning foolishly. Even though he was a dumbass in Lin Huaiwen's eyes, wasn't Lin Huaiwen a clown in his eyes too? Serves you right for bad-mouthing me. Now your mind's falling apart, huh? Tong Jiaying looked at Jiang Jinli, who was grinning for no reason, and curiously asked, "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Jinli turned off his phone screen and shamelessly said, "Someone posted a video of us at the claw machine online. The comments are all saying how handsome I am. A bunch of girls are jealous and asking why someone as average looking as you gets to have such a handsome and generous childhood friend." Ha! Tong Jiaying reached out and said, "I don't believe it unless you show me." "No way. I'm afraid you'll get mentally wrecked from the hate comments." Just then, the waiter brought over the orange juice and vegetable salad. Jiang Jinli took the chance to change the subject. He didn't really like salad, but girls seemed to, so he specifically ordered it for Tong Jiaying. "Do you want to take a picture?" Jiang Jinli didn't start eating right away and asked, "Take a picture of what?" Tong Jiaying asked, "Don't normal girls take pictures when they eat out to post on their moments?" After he said it, Jiang Jinli felt like he was talking nonsense, because Tong Jiaying was like a bro. She wasn't a normal girl at all. Normal girls would dress up nicely when going out, and even just going to a movie or drinking milk tea, they'd post it on their moments. But Tong Jiaying didn't bother dressing up, and she barely posted anything in her moments all year. It was like she was disconnected from society. Besides studying, nothing else seemed to interest her much. Maybe she was triggered by those words normal girl, so she immediately picked up her phone and said, "Then I'll post one on my moments too." Up to you. If you want to post, don't eat yet, wait until the tomahawk steak and cheese baked shrimp come, then take a group photo. Jiang Jinli didn't like posting to moments either. He barely had a few posts all year. But today, he planned to post one visible only to Lin Huaiwen, just to mess with him. Tong Jiaying sat properly and obediently across from him. She didn't touch the salad or the juice. Clearly, she had decided to post a moments update to prove she was a normal girl. Soon, the tomahawk steak and cheese baked shrimp arrived. Looking at the 4 large pieces, cooked medium well with an enticing color and aroma, Jiang Jinli quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tong Jiaying took her phone and seriously started taking pictures. Luckily, her phone camera was good, so even without filters, the food looked amazing. But she didn't get the 9-photo grid vibe normal girls used. She just took a wide shot and was done. Then she asked a question that made Jiang Jinli speechless. What kind of caption do normal girls use for this kind of post? Whatever. If you don't know what to write, just post the picture without a caption. Oh. Tong Jiaying thought about it and added a caption. "Thank you for the generous treat. Is this okay?" She turned her phone to show Jiang Jinli, asking for his opinion. Jiang Jinli was speechless and decided to give her a live lesson. "Watch me post to my moments, learn carefully." He first took a photo of the 2 glasses of orange juice together, then individual shots of the tomahawk steak, cheese baked shrimp, and salad. Next, a wide shot of the whole table spread, then had Tong Jiaying hold the knife and fork while he took a close-up of her cutting the steak. Then, he had her raise the orange juice for a clinking last shot. Finally, he took a photo of the restaurant and a front-facing picture of Tong Jiaying to complete the 9-photo grid. He uploaded all 9 pictures in order, added a caption, and set it to be visible to selected friends. Originally, he planned to let only Lin Huaiwen see it to tease him, but now, for teaching purposes, he also added Tong Jiaying to the view list. Posted. Now you learn. Tong Jiaying quickly refreshed her moments, saw the caption, blushed, and pretended to stay calm while praising. "Wow. You're so good at posting to moments. I'll just copy your post. Normal girls post like this. So next time you go out or eat something good, just use this format and you're set." Jiang Jinli started eating heartily. Tong Jiaying secretly snapped a photo of him ignoring the knife and fork, munching straight on the steak, and then used his photo set, replacing the restaurant shot with the one of him. She posted a 9-photo grid with the same caption. "Only food and love in this world are not to be let down." After setting it so her parents couldn't see it, Tong Jiaying posted it and happily picked up her knife and fork to eat. While they were enjoying their feast, on Jiang Jinli's moments, Lin Huaiwen's mental state collapsed. He replied with envy and hate, "Idiot." On Tong Jiaying's moments, many boys who had secret crushes on her also lost their minds. Normally, if Tong Jiaying posted something, they'd rush to like and comment. But this time was different. In the 9-photo grid she posted, the last photo was a guy. And paired with the caption "Only food and love in this world are not to be let down," the hearts of those secretly in love with her were shattered. Before they could experience the sweetness of love, they first felt the pain of heartbreak. Since the photo Tong Jiaying secretly took didn't show Zhang Jinli's face, girls who were close to her started gossiping in the comments, eager to know who the love in the caption was. Zhang Jinli didn't know he had just set fire to Tong Jiaying's moments and that it was already blowing up in her class. After they were full and satisfied, Tong Jiaying decided to go back to her school dorm to store the teddy bears first, since her mom was strict and might interrogate her if she took them home, and then forbid her from hanging out with Zhang Jinli. Zhang Jinli also didn't want her parents to misunderstand and have it get back to his own parents, leading to further complications. So he happily sent her back to her dorm first, planning to take a cab home together later. 3 p.m. The two of them returned to the neighborhood. Zhang Jinli, wait for me downstairs. I'll bring you a bottle of medicated wine. Tong Jiaying didn't invite Zhang Jinli up, she didn't want her mom to find out she had gone out with him. Okay. Zhang Jinli only waited a few minutes before Tong Jiaying came back down with a bottle of medicated wine in an old mineral water bottle. Thanks, I'm heading home then. Tong Jiaying watched Zhang Jinli walk away, and a sweet smile unknowingly spread across her cool and elegant face. Ding! Time-limited task, reunion with your childhood friend, completed. Total spending for this date, 1,528. 5 yuan. Reward, 10x cashback equals 15,285 yuan. Just over 10,000 yuan meant nothing to a middle-aged man who had lived half his life and already lost hope in life. But for 18-year-old Zhang Jinli, it was incredibly exciting. Overjoyed, he immediately withdrew all 15,285 yuan. At the same time, he received a message from Tong Jiaying on WeChat. She had actually transferred 1,000 yuan to him. If this had been before the system appeared, Zhang Jinli would have shamelessly groveled and begged to be sugar-babed. But now, a mere 1,000 yuan couldn't buy his body or soul. Tong Jiaying, who do you think you're looking down on? Zhang Jinli hit refund, then sent a screenshot of his balance over 15,000 yuan, replying, "Call me daddy and I'll transfer 10,000 to you." Based on what Zhang Jinli knew of Tong Jiaying, she definitely wouldn't call him daddy just for money. After all, she had always been a headstrong girl who'd rather die than yield. But the next second, Tong Jiaying slapped him in the face. "Daddy, I don't care who the hell you are, get out of Tong Jiaying's body right now." Luckily, Zhang Jinli had experience dealing with her and quickly came up with a counter. "Typing doesn't count, I want a voice message." Tong Jiaying, "Then I'll go outside and say it." Tong Jiaying, "Have you no shame? Giving up your dignity for 10,000 yuan. Not long after, Tong Jiaying sent a gentle, sweet voice message. "Daddy, send money." "Oh, you win, Tong Jiaying. It's just 10,000, right? I dare to send it, do you dare to take it?" Zhang Jinli directly transferred 10,000 yuan to her. He didn't believe she would actually accept it. On the other end, standing on her balcony after secretly calling someone daddy, Tong Jiaying felt a sudden sweetness in her heart. The corners of her eyes lifted, her eyes sparkled brightly, and her usual icy coolness melted away into pure warmth and joy. "He really did it, I'm crying." Tong Jiaying was genuinely moved. She hadn't expected Zhang Jinli to actually transfer such a large amount of money to her. She didn't accept it either, she hit refund. "Forget it, you spend money too recklessly. I'm afraid you'll run out and cry about it later." Zhang Jinli replied with a disdainful meme. "You flipping the roles now, Tong Jiaying? Want me to remind you how you used to cry your nose out all the time? I don't even know what you're talking about." Tong Jiaying sent an innocent panda sticker, trying to play cute and brush it off. Zhang Jinli replied with a heh and stopped responding to her, happily heading home. At that moment, a system prompt popped up. "Reunited after a long time, under Tong Jiaying's earnest persuasion, you finally walked out of your sadness. From now on, you decide to cherish the present and the people around you." Triggered immediate task. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. The child wants to care for the parents, but they are no longer there. Set out immediately to go home and accompany your parents. Task reward, health value family sharing mechanism. When the host's health value is full, any extra can be added to any family member. So, is this system broken, or did 48-year-old me in that parallel timeline actually get persuaded by Tong Jiaying? Zhang Jinli didn't overthink it. His attention turned to the new task. The stated reward was even more exciting than getting a 10x cashback. He hadn't expected the system to be so powerful, it could even modify family members' health. Once he maxed out his own health value, he could share the extra with his family to improve their health too. If full health meant no sickness or pain, then not only would he and his family enjoy a healthy life, but they also wouldn't need to worry about falling seriously ill one day and draining all their savings like a bottomless pit. So, this health value sharing reward was far more valuable than any material or monetary reward. After all, no amount of money could buy a lifetime of good health for the whole family. Excited, Jung Jinli took the elevator back home. "Mom, I'm back," he called out while taking off his shoes. The house was quiet. His parents weren't home, they were probably out at the market shopping for groceries. He heard some rustling from his room and instantly knew his little sister must have snuck into his room to play on the computer while he and their parents were out. "Bro, did you go on a date with Sis Jiaying?" His sister, Zhang Jinyu, blurted out a piece of gossip that caught him off guard. He wondered, is this what they call a girl's sixth sense? But the date she mentioned was the romantic kind. His outing with Tong Jiaying was purely to complete a task, an old friend meetup, not anything romantic. So Zhang Jinli felt no guilt and retorted, "Date my ass. Stop reading those trashy romance novels." Zhang Jinyu scoffed, too scared to admit it. "We all saw you go out with Sis Jiaying. You guys were spying on me?" Zhang Jinli narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing through them as if ready to sacrifice his sister to protect his path. Zhang Jinyu quickly passed the blame. "Not me, I didn't see anything. It was Mom who noticed something was off and went downstairs with Dad to spy on you. They said you and Sis Jiaying went on a date. Dad even said you two have this perfect childhood friend to lifelong partner love that would make even gods envious." Zhang Jinli sneered. "What love? I just didn't want to owe her a favor, so I treated her to lunch." "It's not what you think, scumbag," Zhang Jinyu said with contempt. "If I didn't have Sis Jiaying on WeChat, I might have actually believed your nonsense." Zhang Jinli was speechless. "Wait, how does that make me a scumbag?" Zhang Jinyu opened WeChat, scrolled down to a moment's post from an hour ago by Tong Jiaying, and read aloud with envy, "In this world, only food and love must not be let down." "How do you explain that post?" Zhang Jinli. "Sis, why are you friends with Tong Jiaying on WeChat?" "And Tong Jiaying, how shameless. She copied my moments caption that I posted just to mess with Lin Huaiwen, and now even my sister is misunderstanding everything. And she even posted that secret photo of me eating steak without asking. Now I've shot myself in the foot. There's no way to explain this cleanly. I'm telling you, it's all a misunderstanding. I just treated her to a meal, nothing romantic at all, believe it or not." "Scumbag. Fine. I can't explain this anymore. I'll transfer you 500 yuan, just don't let Mom and Dad see Tong Jiaying's post." Zhang Jinyu's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. "Nope, you're my own flesh and blood. I need more. I'll add 100. At least 300. 200, no more. Then I'll screenshot this and send it to Mom. Tell her you ate Western steak with Jiaying at lunch, and she'll skip cooking dinner for you." "Fine, you win." Zhang Jinli pretended to be heartbroken as he transferred 800 yuan to his sister and threatened, "I sent you the money, now you'd better keep it secret. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom you sneaked on the computer again and read those filthy, disgusting beastman romance novels." Zhang Jinyu quickly denied it 3 times. "I didn't. I would never read that stuff, don't frame me." Zhang Jinli scoffed. "Heh, dirty girl. You read it, but now you won't admit it? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never underestimate a once scummy older brother." After threatening his sister, Zhang Jinli went back to his room and clicked to claim the reward of the Riverside View apartment obtained from the Provoke Ex-Wife task. Claim complete. Host may go to the sales office below to pick up the property certificate and keys, or fill in a delivery address to have the sales office mail them. Seeing the address of the sales office provided by the system, Zhang Jinli was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the Riverside View apartment reward from the Provoke Ex-Wife task would actually be in the provincial capital. And it was in a pretty decent area too. Zhang Jinli searched online, and even with the recent slight dip in housing prices, this Riverside View apartment rewarded by the system still costs 30 to 40,000 per square meter. So the total value of this Provoke Ex-Wife reward was 4 to 5 million yuan. That meant he was now technically a millionaire. Once the college entrance exams were over, he could go check out the apartment. It was even conveniently close to the university town. Feeling pleased with himself, Zhang Jinli decided to reward himself with 2 rounds of gaming. Half an hour later, his parents returned from grocery shopping. As soon as she heard the keyboard clacking when walking in the door, his mom, while changing her shoes, shouted, "Zhang Jinyu, playing on the computer again, huh?" A voice came from inside the room. Zhang Jinyu's annoyed reply, "I didn't. It's my brother on the computer." "Oh, then I wronged you." Maybe because the college entrance exam was only 3 months away, and also because her son seemed to be dating Tong Jiaying, whom she liked a lot, their mother double-standard hard and didn't scold her son at all for playing games. After realizing his parents were back, Jung Jinli closed his game of PUBG, where cheating was rampant, exited completely, shut down the computer, and went out to complete the spend time with parents task. In the system described miserable future, his parents had worried themselves sick over him. Looking at his current 40-something-year-old parents, Jung Jinli could hardly imagine what they would be like at over 70. Nor could he imagine, if his future really developed as described, how sad and disappointed his parents would be in their old age. Especially since the wife he married, lazy, unfilial, and promiscuous, was someone they had urged him to marry via blind date. They'd definitely feel regret and guilt. Jung Jinli didn't understand what his future self was thinking, but he definitely understood what his parents would feel. "Mom, help me apply some medicine." Jung Jinli took out the bottle of medicinal wine given by Tong. His mom looked concerned and asked, "What happened?" "Lack of exercise. I ran a few kilometers this morning and my calves are sore. Help me apply some, this stuff smells too strong for me." Hearing this, his mom looked at him with disdain. "Do it yourself. I hate the smell too." "Mom, you've changed. Am I not still your most beloved eldest son?" "Sorry, I love your dad the most. You two siblings were both accidents." "System, can we renegotiate this? Change the spend time with parents task to run away from home?" In the end, his sister was more useful. Jung Jinli bargained and paid his sister 200 yuan to apply the medicine and massage him. Gotta say, the medicinal wine from Tong was pretty good. After a few rounds of rubbing it on his sore calves, his skin started to feel warm, and the muscle soreness turned into a warm, comfy sensation. Not long after, his mom's voice suddenly came from the kitchen. "That's weird, I haven't used goji berries in my soups lately. Why is the jar we bought for New Year almost empty?" Hearing that, lying on the sofa with his feet on a stool while enjoying the massage, Jung Jinli quickly blamed someone else. "They say, when people hit middle age, they put goji berries in their thermos." "No doubt, Dad used them." Dad quickly defended himself. "It wasn't me. I only brew tea in my thermos." Jung Jinli doubled down. "Come on, Dad, just admit it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. From now on, you can soak goji berries openly. No need to hide it." Dad protested. "It really wasn't me. Your mom must have misremembered." Jung Jinli, with a straight face, said, after careful judgment, "It seems Dad's telling the truth. Looks like Mom really did remember wrong. Otherwise, we've been robbed. Unless Jinyu here mistook the goji berries for snacks and secretly ate them? Did I really remember it wrong?" Mom mumbled and didn't dwell on it. The missing goji case was closed. Jung Jinli secretly sighed in relief. His first time soaking goji berries, he'd used too much and now Mom had noticed. Next time he'd have to buy more and stash them away. After all, soaking goji berries in a thermos not only improves health, it also makes you rich. 4:30 p.m. Mom finished cooking dinner. At 2 o'clock, Jung Jinli had eaten 2.5 tomahawk steaks. Half of one was what Tong Jiaying couldn't finish, and he helped her with the aftermath. So excluding the bones, he'd eaten about 2 pounds of beef, plus cheese-baked shrimp. He wasn't very hungry now. But to complete the spend time with parents task, he still sat down and ate with his parents and sister as usual. After dinner, Jung Jinli and his sister packed up and prepared to go back to school for evening study. Both were boarding students. His sister was in her final year of middle school, attending the county's experimental middle school. Jung Jinli studied at the city's #1 high school, the best in the area, and usually took the bus to school. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Tong Jiaying messaged, "What time are you heading to school?" Yesterday, when Jung Jinli invited her to lunch, she said she had tutoring in the morning and planned to go back to school early in the afternoon, so she was only free at noon. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Turns out, she couldn't go to school early today, so she messaged him, apparently wanting to take the bus with him. "Leaving now." Jung Jinli had just sent the message when Tong Jiaying replied instantly, "Then I'll go with you." "Oh no, did I mess up? Could it be that Tong Jiaying really has feelings for me?" Jung Jinli admitted that Tong Jiaying had really transformed into a cold, goddess-like beauty. But because they grew up together, he never had any inappropriate thoughts about her. At the very least, not once had he fantasized about her during any of his many solo activities. Even in his wet dreams, he had never dreamed of Tong Jiaying. It's like when an older sister is very pretty, but the younger brother just isn't attracted to her, in fact, thinks she's ugly. "Mom, Dad, I'm heading to school." Jung Jinli put on his shoes, grabbed his backpack, and headed out. His sister wasn't in a rush, her school was only 2 kilometers away, and Dad usually drove her on the electric scooter around 6 p.m. After saying goodbye to his parents and stepping out the door, the system finally popped up a notification. Ding! Immediate task. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. The child wants to care for the parents, but they are no longer there. Completed. Reward granted. New feature unlocked. Health value family sharing mechanism. Host, Jiang Jinli. Health value, 30. Health value family sharing, 3 people, captured from household registration data. Jiang Jinli opened the profiles for his parents and sister, and found that the system had pulled data from 30 years in the future. And 30 years from now, his parents' health values were only in the low 20s. Yesterday, after his post-dinner walk added 1 health point, he had clearly felt a warm, comfortable current flow through his body, proof that health points really worked. But since the system used future data, seeing those low health scores gave him a sudden chill, like the whole family was seriously ill. It was a little scary to look at. But recalling that in the system's future logs, his parents and sister were still alive 30 years later, he relaxed. After going downstairs, he hesitated for a moment, then sent a WeChat message to Tong Jiaying. "I'm heading out now." She instantly replied, "Then I'll head out too." Jiang Jinli suddenly thought of how Tong Jiaying used to follow him around like a little tail when they were kids, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake her off. So he couldn't help but reply with 3 words. Little tail follower. At dusk, the afterglow scattered. Jiang Jinli walked toward the entrance of the neighborhood, and Tong Jiaying happened to come out from the building diagonally opposite his home. She had clearly taken a shower, so she had already changed into the school uniform she needed to wear for tomorrow's flag-raising ceremony. The blue and white uniform of No. 1 high school had always been criticized by students, but the winter uniform that looked tacky and ugly in the students' eyes looked cool and pretty on Tong Jiaying, like a female lead walking out of a school-themed anime. She walked quickly, her high ponytail swinging in the air, with a few loose strands of hair brushing against her face, adding a touch of lazy charm. "Jiang Jinli, wait for me," Tong Jiaying called softly, and the familiar line suddenly gave Jiang Jinli the illusion of traveling back to childhood. He responded and looked over. The warm yellow halo of the setting sun was a bit dazzling, so he couldn't clearly see Tong Jiaying's face, but this backlit hazy feeling gave off a beauty that stunned the entire dusk. When Tong Jiaying caught up, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but complain. "Didn't you say you were going to school early this afternoon to review?" Tong Jiaying complained, "Isn't it because you messed up my schedule?" She used to go to school around 4 o'clock, because if she left half an hour or an hour later, the bus would be especially crowded. She didn't like the feeling of being squeezed in a bus, especially when there were unfamiliar boys standing next to her, and some of them were even perverts, deliberately getting close to her. But if she squeezed onto the bus with Jiang Jinli, she wouldn't have to worry about creepy guys coming near and taking advantage of her. "And that's my fault?" "It is your fault." Alright, a real man doesn't argue with a woman." Jiang Jinli knew that girls were often unreasonable, his sister was the same, so he didn't bother arguing. Tong Jiaying smiled sweetly, grabbing the backpack straps in front of her chest and asked, "Did you apply the medicated wine? Feeling any better?" Jiang Jinli replied while walking, "Gotta say, the medicated wine from your house works pretty well, but the smell is a bit strong. I offered my sister 100 yuan and she still didn't want to apply it for me. Only when I added another 100 did she reluctantly help. You should have asked me. I'd only charge 50 for that kind of small task." Tong Jiaying just said it casually, but Jiang Jinli said, "Okay, then after the morning run tomorrow, help me apply it." I brought the medicated wine. Among the daily tasks, morning running was the easiest way to make quick money, 1 kilometer for 100 yuan. It could train the body and earn good money. So Jiang Jinli brought the bottle of medicated wine Tong Jiaying gave him, deciding to keep up the morning runs during school too. If he could earn 100, he would. Tong Jiaying asked curiously, "You also do morning runs at school?" Jiang Jinli started bragging, "Whether at home or school, rain or shine, I get up at 5 every day to run." Tong Jiaying's cool, pretty eyes were suddenly full of admiration, instantly becoming a fangirl, and decided right then I'll start running in the mornings at school too. Jiang Jinli suddenly regretted showing off. Tong Jiaying was a freak who could run 5 or 6 kilometers at once, while he was already exhausted after running just 2 kilometers this morning. If she ran with him, wouldn't he be exposed? But since he had already bragged, he couldn't take it back. He could only play it by ear. Anyway, a man's mouth is full of lies. Fooling Tong Jiaying, Jiang Jinli was good at that. The two walked with their backs to the setting sun, looking at their long shadows stretched out by the light, heading to the bus stop a few hundred meters away. At the bus stop, more than a dozen students who lived nearby were waiting for the bus, mostly high schoolers from number 1 or number 2 high school. Some were even familiar faces, since they were peers living in the same area, so there was a high chance they went to the same school. A few had even been classmates in elementary or middle school. But if they weren't that close, they'd only nod or casually greet each other. While waiting for the bus, The daily task 30-minute walk after dinner showed as completed. As the task reward was given, health +1, Jang Jinli felt a comfortable warm flow in his body again. The sore leg muscles from the morning run seemed to ease a lot. Soon, the bus arrived. Everyone scrambled to get on. Jang Jinli took an unusual route, taking Tong Jiaying with him to the back door to grab the corner spot inside. "Give me the card." Jang Jinli took the bus card from Tong Jiaying, then asked, "Anyone else getting on from the back door want to swipe together?" Several people handed him their cards, and Jang Jinli gave them to a student sitting in the front, asking them to pass the cards one by one to be swiped. The student squeezed in the front helped swipe all the cards, then returned them one by one. Jang Jinli took his and Tong Jiaying's cards, then returned the rest to the nearby students. The bus started moving, shaking slightly. Tong Jiaying leaned against the corner. If she hadn't been with Jang Jinli, she would probably be squeezed at the front of the bus, next to who knows what kind of people. With Jang Jinli in front blocking, she didn't have to squeeze next to strangers, and didn't need to worry about some creepy guys deliberately brushing up against her. This made her feel especially at ease. Screech! Suddenly, the bus braked hard. Tong Jiaying fell straight into Jang Jinli's arms. The tip of his nose caught a whiff of jasmine scent. Who knows what shampoo she used, but it smelled really good. But Jang Jinli wasn't in the mood to enjoy the fragrance in her hair, because the soft curves she usually hid were now pressed tightly against him. Tong Jiaying is seducing me. She definitely did it on purpose. Jang Jinli quietly took a deep breath, his eyes looking out the window, trying to distract himself. But the more he tried to distract himself, the more he thought about Tong Jiaying, to the point where her soft curves made him react down below too. Shit. This can't be. I actually reacted to Tong Jiaying? Jang Jinli quickly reached out to press down on Tong Jiaying's head, pushing her away. Tong Jiaying, did you do that on purpose? Tong Jiaying's pretty face turned slightly red, explaining, I didn't hold on to the handrail just now. You must be taking revenge, deliberately crashing into me. No, it was an accident. Thud. Again, you really did do it on purpose. You just want to crash into me and inherit my ant credit pay. I didn't hold the handrail just now either. Ha, women. Jang Jinli put his right hand in his pocket, casually adjusting his little brother that had bounced up from the crash. Just like that, with ambiguous tension in the air, the bus reached the intersection near No. 1 high school. Like in childhood, Tong Jiaying followed behind Jang Jinli, heading toward the school gate. Jiaying, you just got to school too? Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, and a boy, a little nervous and excited, greeted Tong Jiaying. Jang Jinli turned his head in response, silently mocking, what kind of dumb question is that? Out of politeness, Tong Jiaying gave the male classmate a cold, expressionless smile. Then she hurried to catch up with Jang Jinli while shouting, Jang Jinli, wait for me. Jang Jinli was bad. He deliberately teased the lovesick fool who had a crush on Tong Jiaying. I don't want to wait for you. Who told you to crash into me so many times just now? Tong Jiaying said, it wasn't on purpose. It's the driver who kept braking suddenly, that's why I bumped into your arms. Jang Jinli scorned, excuses. If you had held onto the handrail properly, would you have bumped into me again and again? So you did it on purpose, taking the chance to take revenge on me and lust after my body, taking advantage of me. I did not. Watching the two flirting and bickering, the boy who just mustered the courage to talk to Tong Jiaying suddenly felt like a total clown. Wait, I forgot to buy goji berries. Tong Jiaying messed me up. Jang Jinli suddenly stopped, and Tong Jiaying, who was following right behind him, bumped into him again with a thud, but this time it was his back. Jang Jinli, you did that on purpose. Tong Jiaying complained. Jang Jinli said, I need to go out for a bit, I forgot to buy something. Seeing that Jang Jinli wasn't doing it on purpose, Tong Jiaying asked, what do you need to buy? Jang Jinli lied, stationery, and something to eat and drink. Tong Jiaying looked confused. Can't you buy those at the school store? The problem was the school store didn't sell goji berries. Jang Jinli casually came up with an excuse. The school store has limited options, and the prices are kind of high. Oh, then I'll go with you. As soon as Tong Jiaying said that, Jang Jinli immediately complained. Tong Jiaying, why are you becoming a tag-along again? It's already dark. I'm not letting you come with me. Just tell me what you want, I'll buy it for you. Okay. Tong Jiaying thought for a moment and said, then buy me a pack of gel pens. In exchange, I'll help you rub your legs and apply medicine tomorrow. Deal. Jang Jinli quickly walked out of the school. As she watched his back disappear, the gentleness on Tong Jiaying's face gradually turned into a cold look that warned strangers to stay away. The classmate who had tried to chat with her earlier now looked like an ugly duckling, and passed by her awkwardly and quickly. No wonder Tong Jiaying seemed so cold, so she already had someone, which was why she was so indifferent to the boys in class. Or maybe Tong Jiaying saved all her sweetness and gentleness for her boyfriend, so she came across as cold and unapproachable to others. At the school gate, some students, too lazy to squeeze into the bus, had taken taxis directly. So Jiang Jili also took a taxi to Wannan Mall, which wasn't far. Inside the mall, Jiang Jili went straight for the goji berries and bought a jar of high-grade ones that were relatively expensive. Then he went to the stationery section and bought 2 packs of gel pens. On his way out to pay, he saw all kinds of milk drinks on display. He thought of how he didn't like pure milk when he was little, but Tong Jiaying loved it, so he picked up a box of pure milk. At checkout, Jiang Jili suddenly regretted it. Wait, why did I suddenly want to buy her pure milk? Forget it, let's treat it as payment in advance for her helping me rub my legs and apply medicine. He took a taxi back to school. Jiang Jili messaged Tong Jiaying on WeChat, I'm downstairs at the girls' dorm, come get your stuff. From the 3rd floor balcony, Tong Jiaying received his message and quickly came out, tiptoeing and craning her neck to look down. Seeing that Jiang Jili seemed to be holding a box of milk, she immediately got excited and ran downstairs. Is this pure milk? Is it for me? She knew Jiang Jili didn't like drinking pure milk, but she did. So even though she knew he bought it for her on purpose, she still asked. Wanman Mall was having a milk sale. I got you a box. Consider it payment for helping me rub my legs and apply medicine after our morning run tomorrow. As he spoke, Jiang Jili handed the box of milk to Tong Jiaying, then took out a pack of gel pens and gave them to her. Then I'll wake up at 5 tomorrow morning and run with you, said Tong Jiaying. Jiang Jili reminded her, you don't need to get up that early just to follow me. Don't lose sleep and end up too tired to focus in class. Tong Jiaying said, I won't. I always wake up after 6 hours of sleep for morning runs at home. Then I stay alert all morning, nap for an hour or 2 at noon, and feel energetic in the afternoon too. Up to you. Just don't mess up your sleep and studies trying to compete with me. After handing her the milk and pens, Jiang Jili planned to return to the dorm, take a shower, and then go to evening study. Otherwise, if he showered after the evening study, he wouldn't be able to sleep early and wouldn't wake up at 5 for his money-earning morning run. As soon as he entered the dorm, his bunkmate on the top bed, Lin Huiwen, immediately said with envy, jealousy, and hate, the idiot is back. In the dorm, the other roommates had already heard from Lin Huiwen's gossip about how Jiang Jili showed off at Wanda Plaza today and had a Western meal date with Tong Jiaying, so they all started chiming in. Old Jiang, you really kept this well hidden. It's one thing that the class beauty from class 1 is your childhood friend, but to find out she's also your girlfriend and you didn't leak a single clue. I was wondering why the cold class beauty from class 1 always smiled at me. Turns out she was smiling at the dog next to me. And I thought she liked me. Jiang Jili, explain why the post where you showed off your relationship only let Lin Huiwen see it, and not the rest of us. Jiang Jili explained helplessly, you all misunderstood. Tong Jiaying is indeed my childhood friend, but we're not dating. And that post I made was only visible to Lin Huiwen on purpose. I was trying to mess with him because he called me an idiot earlier. So you and Tong Jiaying aren't a couple? Nope, I don't believe it. If you're not a couple, why did you spend 500 yuan for her to play the claw machine? And say that dumb line in public? Because I ran into a girl I really disliked at Wanda Plaza who was trying to hit on me, so I used Tong Jiaying to get rid of her. Hearing this, Lin Huiwen finally felt relieved. As long as you're still single, I'm at ease. But somehow, someone in the dorm spread what he said, and during the evening study, it ended up being passed around and eventually reached Tong Jiaying. All we can say is, the world is big. But sometimes, it's really small. Jiaying, is what they said true? That post you made, did you use him to make the guys who like you give up? Tong Jiaying answered calmly, but her heart was already filled with sadness and grievance. So all of this was just one-sided from me? He bought me milk tonight just because he used me and felt guilty. So he wanted to make up for it? Jiang Jili, I hate you. From now on, I'm never talking to you again. In class 3, grade 12, during the last evening study class, Jiang Jili was working on a practice exam, a birthday gift from Tong Jiaying. Suddenly, the system prompt popped up. Since being diagnosed with breast cancer during postgraduate entrance exam prep, Tong Jiaying became insecure and withdrawn after surgery. She never married. After reuniting with you today, she used up all the courage she had built over half a lifetime to send you a confession message. But you hadn't recovered from your failed marriage and the loss of your child. Fearing you'd drag her down, you turned her down. She thought you rejected her for her flaws, and left the country overnight, never to be heard from again. Instant task triggered, find Tong Jiaying, clear up the misunderstanding. No way, is the future Tong Jiaying this miserable too? Jiang Jinli stared blankly at the sudden task that appeared, and an inexplicable pain rose in his heart for Tong Jiaying, who had grown up with him. Diagnosed with breast cancer during graduate school entrance exam prep, according to the timeline, if Tong Jiaying takes the exam in her senior year, that means she'll be diagnosed in 4 years. Low self-esteem and withdrawal after surgery, never married in this lifetime. She thought I despised her flaws. Jiang Jinli seemed to understand something. According to the task information revealed by the system, after being diagnosed with breast cancer, Tong Jiaying must have had part of her breast removed during surgery. Thinking about how well developed and full she looked today while squeezing on the bus, and then suddenly getting sick and losing part of that, it was understandable that she'd feel self-conscious, not dare to fall in love, and even less dare to be honest. Jiang Jinli suddenly remembered the health point family sharing unlocked earlier. If I married Tong Jiaying and made her a part of my household registration, then once my health points were full, I could give the extra ones to her. If her health points were also full, maybe she wouldn't get breast cancer? Or maybe I could find a way to get her checked early, get early treatment, so the illness wouldn't worsen, and she wouldn't have to go through a large surgery that affects appearance and causes her to withdraw and feel inferior. Forget it, no need to think about that now. There's still plenty of time. He would definitely prevent this from happening to Tong Jiaying in the future. The priority now was to complete the task and get the reward. Find Tong Jiaying and clear up the misunderstanding. This task was based on what happened 30 years in the future. Back then, after her confession was rejected, Tong Jiaying left the country overnight and cut off contact. So for the 30 years later version of him, finding Tong Jiaying in a foreign country wouldn't be easy. But now, at age 18, he could find Tong Jiaying anytime. But there was a problem. There was no misunderstanding between them. So what was there to clear up? He couldn't just create a misunderstanding first and then fix it, right? If the misunderstanding got too big and made Tong Jiaying mad, she might bite. Just as Jiang Jinli was racking his brain on how to misalign the timeline and complete this misunderstanding task 30 years early, the bell rang, signaling the end of evening study. Jiang Jinli had come up with a plan. He walked out of the classroom and looked toward class 1 at the end of the hallway. Tong Jiaying was walking this way with a chubby-faced girl. Looking at Tong Jiaying's cold and serious face, Jiang Jinli suddenly had a bad feeling. Her expression didn't look right. Tong Jiaying, I need to talk to you. Jiang Jinli stopped her. But Tong Jiaying acted like she had swallowed a bomb. She pushed him aside and said coldly, I'm busy. I don't want to talk to you. Jiang Jinli? What the hell? Why did she suddenly change her attitude? She wasn't like this earlier when she followed me to school all cheerfully. Is there a misunderstanding somewhere? Wait, misunderstanding? No way it's that coincidental, right? Could it be that the things I said to Lin Huaiwen in the dorm got back to her, and now she's mad and ignoring me? Crap, that must be it. Otherwise, why would Tong Jiaying suddenly flip like that? Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli quickly pulled out his phone and opened her moments. The post she made at 2 p.m. in this world, only food and love cannot be let down, was indeed deleted. Looks like someone blabbed and passed on what I clarified to my roommates. That's why Tong Jiaying suddenly gave me the cold shoulder and didn't want to talk to me. Jiang Jinli felt helpless. Earlier he had wondered how to complete a task to clear up a misunderstanding when they had none. Well, now there was a misunderstanding. To finish the task, Jiang Jinli ignored all the gossiping eyes around him and quickly caught up with Tong Jiaying. He grabbed her left hand, pulling her as he explained. You suddenly giving me the cold shoulder means someone betrayed me. I admit I used you today at Wanda Plaza, so you have every right to be mad. Being dragged by the hand in front of everyone, Tong Jiaying was both embarrassed and angry. I didn't. Let me go. I won't. Even if you bite me like when we were kids, I'm not letting go. Jiang Jinli, like some overbearing CEO, ignored the strange stares and kept going. It was wrong of me to use you to mess with that girl at Wanda Plaza, but everything I said at the time was from the heart. What did you say? Tong Jiaying, unable to shake him off and hearing his mix of dominance and tenderness, had no choice but to follow him downstairs. Even if it wasn't for the task or the reward, Jiang Jinli still wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. Plus, after the system showed what Tong Jiaying would go through in the future and how faithful she remained to him, his just friend's lens completely shattered. He suddenly felt that Tong Jiaying really was great. No wonder his parents liked her so much. He said, you're my only childhood friend. If I don't spoil you, who else should I spoil? Or do you think I'm some rich idiot trying to show off by giving you 10,000 yuan? As soon as he finished speaking, the wall in Tong Jiaying's heart and her sadness began to fade. Her cold, serious, pretty face gradually turned soft and shy, making her look very lovable. Lin Huaiwen, who had been following and watching the drama, couldn't help but curse when he heard Zhang Jinli gave Tong Jiaying 10,000 yuan. Damn you, Zhang Jinli, turns out you're a damn rich kid. The boys in class 1 who had a crush on Tong Jiaying and were hoping to see Zhang Jinli embarrassed felt a pang in their hearts. Unless your family is super rich, what high schooler can throw out 10,000 yuan just to win over a girl? Now can you calm down and stop being mad at me? Zhang Jinli turned to look at Tong Jiaying's increasingly flushed and pretty face. Tong Jiaying's voice buzzed with frustration. No, who told you to use me as a shield without my permission? That answer actually meant she had already forgiven him. Zhang Jinli couldn't help teasing. Tong Jiaying, do you like me? Is that why you're angry? Tong Jiaying immediately denied it. No way. You always complain about me and bully me, how could I possibly like you? Zhang Jinli pulled his ultimate move. Guess I was overthinking it. I thought you also ahem, never mind, sorry for being rude. From now on, I'll keep my distance so people don't get the wrong idea. After saying that, Zhang Jinli let go of her right hand. A complete role reversal. Tong Jiaying froze, then hurried to catch up and explain. It's not like that. Zhang Jinli, wait for me. Ha. Now you're the one who needs to explain and clear up the misunderstanding. Little Tong Jiaying, gotcha. Jiaying, slow down. Her best friend had just warned her when Tong Jiaying, in her panic, took 2 steps in one, suddenly twisted her ankle and fell. If there hadn't been someone in front to block her, she would have crashed headfirst into the wall. Be careful. You bumped into me. The girl Tong Jiaying bumped into also stumbled, almost falling, and complained unhappily. Sorry, Tong Jiaying didn't expect this accident either. She didn't even know why she suddenly got so nervous and anxious, rushing after Zhang Jinli to explain herself. Tong Jiaying, are you stupid or what? Zhang Jinli didn't expect her to actually fall. He quickly came back to help her up and frowned. Did you twist your ankle? It's nothing. Tong Jiaying was both embarrassed and socially dead at that moment. Only Zhang Jinli ignored everything around them, squatted down, held her obviously sprained right ankle and twisted it slightly, making her grimace in pain. Zhang Jinli, it hurts. You're really something. My leg hasn't even healed yet, and you said you were going to help me rub and apply medicine, and now you twist your ankle yourself. The task hadn't been completed yet, which meant the misunderstanding between them hadn't been cleared. Zhang Jinli simply half-squatted and said, come on, get on, I'll carry you to the school infirmary. Okay. Tong Jiaying, embarrassed and shy, lay on his back, putting her hands on his shoulders, hugging around them. As Zhang Jinli carried her downstairs, he teased, Tong Jiaying, did you turn back into fatting? Why are you so heavy? Tong Jiaying shamefully protested, no way. I only weigh 87 jin. 87 kilograms maybe? As soon as Zhang Jinli said that, his right shoulder hurt a little. Tong Jiaying bit him in protest. Hiss. Tong Jiaying, are you a dog? You just bite when you disagree. Their flirty bickering made all the surrounding students envious. The boys in class 1, who had been secretly in love with Tong Jiaying because of her beauty, all now wanted to tear Zhang Jinli into pieces. What happened to childhood friends can't beat the new girl? Why do they look like an old married couple? Class 3 students were also jealous and envious, especially Zhang Jinli's dorm mates like Lin Huaiwen. Before evening study, Zhang Jinli had just said he and Tong Jiaying were only childhood friends, not a couple. And now, shamelessly, he was feeding them all a giant bowl of dog food right in front of everyone. At the school infirmary, Zhang Jinli carried Tong Jiaying in, briefly explained the ankle sprain, and the school doctor uncle opened a bottle of medicinal spray and suggested going to the hospital for an x-ray. I'll apply the medicine first. Bear with it. Zhang Jinli unwrapped the medicinal spray, sprayed it around Tong Jiaying's right ankle, and then, without minding the strong smell, started massaging her soft and pretty foot. Ow ow ow. Tong Jiaying patted Zhang Jinli's shoulder, eyes watery from the pain. Zhang Jinli said in disgust, serves you right for being this grown and still falling down the stairs. Tong Jiaying murmured in grievance, it's because of you. Zhang Jinli scoffed, don't throw mud at me, I'm not taking the blame. Tong Jiaying pouted, you left me behind all of a sudden. That's not fair. We're just childhood neighbors and friends. You don't belong to me. How can me not talking to you be called leaving you behind? By your logic, when I stopped you earlier and said I had something to say, and you ignored me and walked off, wasn't that also leaving me behind? Tong Jiaying endured the ankle pain and explained, I was just really mad then. Who told you to use me as a shield and deceive my feelings? Then are you still mad now? Zhang Jinli was puzzled, he thought the misunderstanding had been cleared, so why hadn't the task been completed? Tong Jiaying lowered her head slightly, her brows furrowed in pain. Her makeup-free, delicate face was like a budding pink lotus, and she whispered, since you carried me here to the infirmary, I forgive you. Ding. Instant task, find Tong Jiaying and clear the misunderstanding, completed. Reward, intimacy-based cashback unlocked. Automatically bound to Tong Jiaying. From now on, the host will receive 1 in 10x cashback on every expense she makes. Note, guiding Tong Jiaying to spend intentionally will count as violation and deactivate the function. Tong Jiaying, I declare you are my goddess. The goddess of wealth. Zhang Jinli immediately said, since it's still early, I'll ask the doctor to write a leave slip and take you to the hospital for an x-ray. Tong Jiaying refused, no need, it's just a sprain. It'll heal in a few days. What if it's a torn ligament or something? If you end up limping, you won't be able to marry. Zhang Jinli said while picking up her right shoe and squatting with his back to her. Tong Jiaying immediately lay on his back again and said, if I can't marry because I limp, I'll blame you and make you take responsibility. Tong Jiaying, have some shame. Nope, selling human organs is illegal. Zhang Jinli was speechless. He held her thighs from below and carried her out of the infirmary, reminding her, quit joking, call a cab to the hospital. Tong Jiaying quickly took her phone from her pocket. Normally, she didn't bring it to class, but today was an exception because of Zhang Jinli. Are we going to Runmin Hospital? Yeah. Done, I've called a car. Zhang Jinli waited at the school gate carrying her. Within a minute or two, the ride arrived. Runmin Hospital wasn't far, and they quickly reached the main entrance. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 12.6 yuan, triggered 5x intimacy cashback, received 63 yuan. 1 hour later, the test results were done. Tong Jiaying had a sprained ligament, nothing serious, and a few days of rest would heal it. Registration fee, 10 yuan, 3x cashback, 30 yuan. CT scan, 450 yuan, 7x cashback, 3,150 yuan. After insurance, the meds cost only 16.5 yuan, 6x cashback, 99 yuan. All in all, because of Tong Jiaying's accident, Zhang Jinli profited 3,342 yuan. Zhang Jinli, being sly, suddenly thought, what if Tong Jiaying twisted her ankle every day? Wouldn't that mean he could earn 100,000 a month doing nothing? At this moment, Tong Jiaying's regretful voice came, Zhang Jinli, I can't run with you tomorrow morning. It's already past 10:30. We won't get back to the dorm till 11. I won't wake up early to run either. Now that he'd made over 3,000 yuan, Zhang Jinli wasn't as excited about the 100 yuan per kilometer morning run task. Men are just quick to lose interest in old things. Just like Tong Jiaying, before, Zhang Jinli always disliked and avoided her, but now she was irresistible. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinli suddenly suggested, it's so late. How about we stay at a hotel tonight and go back to school tomorrow morning? Wouldn't that be moving too fast? Tong Jiaying wasn't mentally prepared. Zhang Jinli rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I just don't want to bother the dorm warden and roommates this late. I didn't mean anything inappropriate. Tong Jiaying shyly asked, then, 1 room or 2? If you're worried I'll misbehave, then 2 rooms. If not, just 1 room with 2 beds. Oh. But somehow, whether it was on purpose or not, when Zhang Jinli carried her into the hotel room and turned on the light, there was only 1 bed. Tong Jiaying immediately said, oh no. There's only 1 bed? I must have chosen the wrong room. Should I cancel and book another? You think I'll believe you made that kind of mistake? Tong Jiaying, I didn't expect you to be this kind of girl. Just admit it, you've wanted me for a long time, haven't you? Zhang Jinli could only complain in his heart. He didn't dare say it aloud, in case the mood got too suggestive. A man and woman alone in a room, one thing could lead to another. If it went that far, he'd be totally under her control, and once it got out, her parents would probably skin him alive. Forget it, you'll have to deal. Tonight you sleep on. Good night, Macapaka. Tong Jiaying gritted her teeth. Zhang Jinli, you really have the nerve to make me sleep on the sofa. Zhang Jinli responded righteously, you're the one who booked the wrong room. You have to pay for your own mistake. I'm tired and don't want to carry you down to change it. If you don't want the sofa, sleep on the floor. Or, if you're not afraid something might happen, you can come share the bed. But I'm a restless sleeper, I toss and turn. If you don't believe me, try it. Then I'll try. Tong Jiaying hopped over on 1 foot, looking like she feared nothing. What? You're really going to try? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be Tong Jiaying. She really does want my body. When Zhang Jinli was little, he often napped with Tong Jiaying, but sleeping together after growing up was a first. Zhang Jinli, move over. Zhang Jinli, if you don't behave while sleeping, I'll tell your parents. Zhang Jinli, I can't fall asleep. Tong Jiaying, you're so annoying. Can you shut up and sleep? You're yelling at me. I even feel like hitting you. If you hit me, I'll tell your parents. Childish. After bickering for a while, the two who were already sleepy gradually fell asleep. At 6 in the morning, the alarm rang. Tong Jiaying woke up before Jiang Jili. They had turned on the heater while sleeping, so at some point during the night, the blanket had been kicked off. Then at some unknown point, Jiang Jili had turned from sleeping on his back to sleeping on his side, with his right hand resting on Tong Jiaying's chest and his right leg draped over her legs. Totally misbehaving, Tong Jiaying grabbed his arm and bit him. Ow! Tong Jiaying, are you crazy? Jiang Jili was fully awake. His right forearm had 2 rows of deep bite marks, with the ones where her canines were being the deepest and most painful. That's for not behaving while sleeping. Tong Jiaying sat up, slapped his leg that was on her legs, then pressed the switch at the bedside to turn on all the lights. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, Jiang Jili supported Tong Jiaying to the hotel canteen for a free buffet breakfast. At 6:30, Tong Jiaying took a taxi back to school. Jiang Jili complained that walking with her was too slow. Seeing that the room booking and taxi ride had earned him several hundred yuan in cash back, Jiang Jili decided to tough it out and carried her to class. Along the way, many students' eyes were drawn to them, especially those from their class who knew them. I'm exhausted, walk in yourself. Jiang Jili put her down at the back door of class 1, patted his sore lower back, and returned to class 3. Feeling the strange looks from classmates, a blush of embarrassment spread across Tong Jiaying's cool and pretty face. Her closest friend in class, also her deskmate, quickly came to support her and quietly gossiped. You didn't come back to the dorm last night. Don't tell me you stayed overnight in the hospital? Tong Jiaying softly replied, after the checkup, it was almost 11, so I stayed overnight at a hotel. Chun Yuan's gossip fire instantly lit up. So you two spent the night together at a hotel? Tong Jiaying explained, we just stayed the night at a hotel. It's not what you think. Class 3. Lin Huaiwen was gossiping too. Holy crap. You didn't come back last night. Don't tell me you used the excuse of taking Tong Jiaying to the hospital to trick her into going to a hotel? Jiang Jili said disdainfully, trick what? It was already late when we left the hospital, the school and dorm were locked, so we had no choice but to stay at a hotel. Lin Huaiwen gossiped, so did you get 1 room or 2? Jiang Jili openly admitted, 1 single bedroom. I told Tong Jiaying to sleep on the couch or the floor, but she absolutely refused and insisted on squeezing into the bed with me. Beast. Lin Huaiwen couldn't imagine how great it must be to sleep next to a girl like Tong Jiaying. Jiang Jili kept bragging, and she didn't sleep well, her hands and feet kept moving all night. I didn't sleep well at all. Damn it. Lin Huaiwen instantly regretted asking. Jiang Jili, feeling pleased, cashed out the cash back from Tong Jiaying's spending. Last night's cab to the hospital, 12. 6 yuan to 5x cashback equals 63 yuan. Registration, 10 yuan to 3x equals 30 yuan. CT scan, 450 yuan to 7x equals 3,150 yuan. Medication, 16. 5 yuan to 6x equals 99 yuan. Hotel room, 180 yuan to 4x equals 720 yuan. Cab back to school, 13. 4 yuan to 2x equals 26. 8 yuan. So far, Tong Jiaying's cashback total reached 4088. 8 yuan. Tong Jiaying is amazing. Jiang Jili withdrew it all, 4088. 8 yuan was instantly deposited into his bank card. Before morning reading began, with no teacher present yet, Jiang Jili transferred 2,000 yuan to Tong Jiaying, hoping she'd keep spending so he could earn more. But Tong Jiaying rejected it and replied, I still have money, you don't need to send me any. Jiang Jili sent another 2,000, just take it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for sleeping with you. Tong Jiaying, don't say nonsense like that, people might misunderstand. Jiang Jili, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. Just say it, did we sleep together last night? Tong Jiaying, that was normal sleep, not that kind of sleep. Seeing she rejected the 2,000 again, Jiang Jili lowered the amount and sent her 1,314 yuan. Anyway, to others, it's the same thing. He typed, just take the money, or I won't care about you anymore. Tong Jiaying finally accepted it, then typed, Jiang Jili, are you trying to keep me? If anyone's getting kept, it's me. Jiang Jili didn't reply, put down his phone, and took out his English textbook to prep for morning reading. English was his weak subject. If he wanted to get into a top university, his English had to improve significantly. According to the system's future preview, he would fail the college entrance exam. His final score was around 400, only enough for a decent junior college. After morning reading, the whole school gathered on the square for the flag-raising ceremony. Because of her twisted ankle, Tong Jiaying didn't go downstairs. But she also didn't stay in the classroom. She supported herself on the corridor railing and hopped to the middle balcony of the teaching building, looking down at the students lining up for the flag raising. She quickly found Jiang Jinli in the crowd. Whether by coincidence or connection, Jiang Jinli looked up and happened to make eye contact with her. Tong Jiaying immediately raised her hand to wave. Jiang Jinli ignored her, not wanting to interact. Ignoring me. Tong Jiaying pouted and limped back to the classroom. Where is she? Did she get mad and leave because I didn't respond? Seeing that Tong Jiaying was no longer on the balcony, Jiang Jinli complained in his mind, women are so unreasonable. Monday morning, class 3 had 2 math and 2 English classes. Math teacher was their homeroom teacher, old Zhou, who was reviewing their first mock exam. This time your scores can only be described as terrible, especially Jiang Jinli. Being named suddenly, Jiang Jinli frowned. Many people did badly on the math exam, but old Zhou picked me as a negative example. Someone must have talked behind my back. Less than 3 months till the college entrance exam. I hope all of you will focus on your studies and not on puppy love. I knew it. Jiang Jinli was both speechless and wronged. If someone wants to accuse you, they'll always find a reason. Jiang Jinli didn't bother defending himself. No one would believe him anyway. Soon, it was 8 a.m. Ding! Time's up. Daily task, morning run January 1st completed. Today's run, 2 kilometers, reward, 102 yuan. Didn't expect that without even running, just from walking around, he could earn 102 yuan. At that moment, a new daily task popped up in the system. Daily task, live and learn, read for 1 hour every day. Reward, +1 memory. When memory reaches 100, gain photographic memory. Note, current memory equals 57. This really was a case of a pillow being delivered right when he needed to nap. Jiang Jinli, come carry me after school. After the 3rd class, Tong Jiaying suddenly sent a message. Jiang Jinli immediately refused. No. Let your bestie help you. Tong Jiaying, can you really bear to see me limp along supported by someone else? Totally can. Jiang Jinli replied, this morning the homeroom teacher even called me out, saying I failed the mock exam in math because I was in puppy love and didn't focus on my studies. But I don't think I'm in a relationship. So it must be because I carried you to the hospital, and then carried you to school this morning, and the homeroom teacher saw that and misunderstood us. So I need to keep my distance from you, or else everyone at school will think we're dating. Tong Jiaying didn't reply for a long time, probably thinking about whether they were now in a relationship, or just childhood friends. Calling it a friendship, yet they held hands, he carried her on his back, and they even slept together last night. Calling it a relationship, but they hadn't confessed their feelings, hadn't kissed, or done anything intimate like real couples. In short, the best phrase to describe their current relationship was more than friends, not yet lovers. After the 4th class. Sure enough, Jiang Jinli didn't go to class 1 to carry Tong Jiaying after school. When Chen Yuanyuan supported Tong Jiaying limping past the corridor of class 3, Tong Jiaying glanced at Jiang Jinli's seat and saw that he really left her and ran off, which made her feel a bit hurt. She thought Jiang Jinli was just joking, and would still come carry her after school, but she had overestimated him. Downstairs, Lin Huiwen gossiped curiously, you're not going to carry your childhood girlfriend? Don't tell me you're scared old Zhou will report to your parents? Jiang Jinli said, if old Zhou really reports to them, my parents will probably laugh in their sleep. Also, let me clarify again, Tong Jiaying and I are just pure childhood friends. We're not in a relationship. Heh, Lin Huiwen scoffed, if I still believe you, I'm a dog. Jiang Jinli lifted his right hand, slung his arm around Lin Huiwen's shoulder, and asked, Dogwan, do you know who ratted me out? Last night I only explained my relationship with Tong Jiaying in the dorm, but by evening study it had spread to class 1 and reached her ears. And this morning old Zhou called me out, must be someone badmouthing me behind my back. Lin Huiwen thought for a moment and said, I don't know who blabbed, but I suspect Yang Hong. Yang Hong was the class monitor, math rep, and dorm leader. Because of his bossy bureaucratic style, most people found him annoying. So his popularity in class and in the dorm was pretty bad. You could even say that aside from the teachers, almost no one liked him. Forget it, not worth digging into. I'll amaze the whole class with the 2nd mock exam next month. Let's see what old Zhou says then. Based on reading 1 hour a day and earning 1 memory point, by next month Jiang Jinli's memory would increase from 57 to over 80. Even if he didn't reach photographic memory, he'd still have a huge advantage over others. Then with massive practice and memorization, he didn't believe his score in the 2nd mock could still be bad. After eating lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Jinli suddenly received cashback from one of Tong Jiaying's intimacy-based purchases. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 12 yuan, triggered 10x cashback,
120 yuan credited. Tong Jiaying is amazing. Mom will never have to worry again that I'm not eating or sleeping while at school. Goji berries in the thermos, morning runs, and cash back from Tong Jiaying's spending. Now Jiang Jinli was earning at least a few hundred yuan daily. If he pushed himself harder with morning runs, earning 1,000 a day wasn't impossible. This system is simply too awesome. Speaking of goji berries, he hadn't had any today, and hadn't completed that daily task. After returning to the dorm after lunch, Jiang Jinli secretly opened his locker, grabbed a handful of goji berries from his bag, tossed them into his thermos, and went out to fill it with hot water. For the next 3 days, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying didn't have any more public displays of affection, just a few occasional WeChat chats. Jiang Jinli started getting used to waking up early, getting up at 5 every morning, running for an hour, and returning to the dorm to wash up. Tong Jiaying's sprained right ankle was mostly healed. If Jiang Jinli hadn't stopped her, she would have joined him for a morning run today. Ding! Time's up. Daily task, morning run January 1st completed. Total distance today, 13 kilometers. Reward, 313 yuan. Can't even spend it all, there's just too much money. Jiang Jinli never imagined that one day he'd suffer the pain of having too much money to spend. Now his bank card balance had already passed 20,000 yuan, and was still increasing by hundreds each day. And during the past 3 days, no new tasks had appeared in the system. Currently, there were only 4 daily tasks that refreshed. Goji berries in thermos. 30-minute walk after meals. Morning run. Live and learn, read an hour daily. Evening. After eating dinner in the school cafeteria, Jiang Jinli walked to the track field to complete the 30-minute walk after meals task. It seemed like Tong Jiaying had secretly figured out his school routine. After dinner, she also headed to the track, catching up with Jiang Jinli walking under the sunset. Are you still running tomorrow morning? Tong Jiaying asked. Jiang Jinli, afraid he'd lose to her freshly healed ankle, said, injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Your foot's not fully recovered, so don't move or run too much. Tong Jiaying explained, I'm already fine, it doesn't even hurt when I run. That's just your illusion. Anyway, until the weekend, don't use your foot unless necessary. I don't want to carry you home again on Friday when we have break. Hearing this, Tong Jiaying's eyes lit up, like she was actually planning to do that. Jiang Jinli gave her a speechless look. Tong Jiaying, are you sick? You're not seriously thinking of making yourself limp just so I'll carry you home on Friday, right? Tong Jiaying said, no way. How could I? Do I look that dumb? Your eyes just now totally gave you away. Jiang Jinli said in disdain, I'm warning you. If you really do that, I won't care whether you live or die. Tong Jiaying gave up on the self-injury idea and backed off. Then on Friday after school, wait for me so we can go back together. I don't want to squeeze the bus alone. Fine. Jiang Jinli had no choice but to agree. Tong Jiaying pushed further. Also, I want to go to your house this weekend to review. Stop right there. My parents and sister already think we're dating. If you come to my house on the weekend, won't they totally believe it? Jiang Jinli flatly refused. No. Studying with you will only distract me. You don't want me to get distracted and fail to get into my dream college, right? All right. Tong Jiaying looked a bit disappointed, but she understood. Because if she studied with Jiang Jinli, she'd probably get distracted too. Then, are you going to Wanda Plaza this weekend? Not sure. If I want to go to Wanda to buy things, can you go with me? Shopping? Of course I have to go. Jiang Jinli instantly agreed, sure. The glow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long and far. Tong Jiaying, smiling brightly, became the most beautiful sight on the evening track. Even Jiang Jinli, who used to bicker and complain about her constantly, felt his heart flutter a little as he looked at her sweet, genuine smile. Tong Jiaying is seducing me. Thursday morning. Aside from the dorm auntie who opens early and the uncles and aunties working in the cafeteria, 99% of students and teachers at number 1 high school have never seen the campus at 5 a.m. Jiang Jinli was so disciplined, he scared himself. Waking up at 5, he headed straight to the track. Morning run was the most direct and effective daily task to earn money. After 5 consecutive days of morning runs, Jiang Jinli was no longer the weakling who would collapse after running just 1 or 2 kilometers. Now, he could run 3 to 4 kilometers non-stop, and if he pushed himself, 5 or 6 kilometers wasn't impossible. He had barely reached Tong Jiaying's basic level for morning runs. After running for half an hour, the dark blue sky gradually became brighter, and in the distance, a blurry figure walked toward the track. Jiang Jinli didn't even need to look to know it was Tong Jiaying coming for him. Even though Tong Jiaying had agreed yesterday not to run with him this week, she still used the excuse of having taken his money and needing to help him massage and apply medicine to show up. After another half hour, Zhang Jinli managed to run 5 kilometers in total, getting close to Tong Jiaying's usual 5 to 6 kilometers per hour pace. Zhang Jinli, it's 6 o'clock. I'll go get porridge for you at the cafeteria, then help you with your feet in medicine. Oh. Zhang Jinli couldn't run anymore either and headed back to the dorm. 6:10 a.m.
His roommates were still asleep. Since morning reading starts at 7, many students sleep until 6:30, then rush to grab breakfast and barely make it to class on time. Back at the dorm, Zhang Jinli brushed his teeth, washed his face, wiped off the sweat, changed into clean clothes, and went to the cafeteria. Tong Jiaying had already gotten breakfast for him, and he earned another 100 plus yuan in intimacy cashback. When he got there, he ran into a boy walking over to Tong Jiaying with breakfast, trying to chat her up.
Hi, I'm Zhong Maonan from class 7, grade 11. Are you in the same grade, or are you a senior or junior? Zhong Maonan was quite well known at school.
He had performed magic at the last 2 New Year's Eve parties, so as number 1 high's famous magician, and being decent looking, he was liked by many girls. But it wasn't until he woke up early to get breakfast today that he saw a beautiful girl he'd never noticed before.
Sorry, this seat is taken, Tong Jiaying said coldly.
Zhong Maonan suddenly sitting in Zhang Jinli's spot annoyed her, and her already cool face instantly became icy and full of disdain.
Zhong Maonan got up and said, sorry. Then the seat next to you should be empty, right? Can I sit beside you? No. Tong Jiaying rejected him bluntly. Her slightly furrowed brows clearly showed how annoyed she was.
But Zhong Maonan still shamelessly sat down next to her. Don't get me wrong. I just think your look and vibe match the assistant image I had in mind. I have a magic show at the Youth Palace soon, and I want to invite you to be my assistant. He thought Tong Jiaying didn't recognize him, otherwise, she wouldn't be so cold. He was already tired of the girls who chased after him. He wanted to try winning over a more difficult, cool beauty, but Tong Jiaying was still full of disgust. Sorry, I'm not interested in magic, especially the kind that relies entirely on props.
Anyone can perform that kind of magic. Now Zhong Maonan was upset too.
Just as he was about to argue, Zhang Jinli arrived and sat right across from them.
He said, that's not right. The most important thing in magic isn't the props. Saying anyone can perform it is the biggest insult to a magician. A kindred spirit, bro. Zhong Maonan replied, exactly. This classmate is right. Props are just tools. What matters most is the magician's sleight of hand. Zhang Jinli shook his head, you're wrong too. What's most important for a magician isn't props or skills, it's a thick skin. But Tong Jiaying knew Zhang Jinli wouldn't say anything decent. Zhang Jinli said with disgust, Tong Jiaying, did you laugh on purpose so I'd eat your saliva? I think you want to eat my saliva, that's why you're trying to make me laugh.
Tong Jiaying said, while pushing the breakfast she got for him toward him.
Zhong Maonan's face looked terrible at this point.
He thought Zhang Jinli was helping him out, but he turned around and called him thick-skinned.
He also thought Tong Jiaying got 2 breakfasts for her dorm friend, not for her boyfriend.
No wonder she was so cold to him earlier, turns out she had a boyfriend, and now they were mocking him together.
Ha, the more you slander me, the more it proves that my brilliance makes you feel inferior. That's why you envy me and insult me. Zhong Maonan said coldly, stood up with his tray, and walked away. Zhang Jinli asked, Tong Jiaying, do you know him? Is he really that famous at school? Tong Jiaying shook her head, nope. He said he's Zhong Maonan from class 7, grade 11. Have you heard of that name? Zhang Jinli shook his head too, never heard of him. Seems like he's so desperate for fame that he thinks he's really popular. Tong Jiaying said, that's what I thought too. That's why he had the confidence to chat me up and invite me to be his magic show assistant at the Youth Palace. Youth Palace? That's nothing. I've got a speech coming up at the United Nations. Wow. Really? If he's serious, then I am too.
The two kept bantering, while Zhong Maonan gritted his teeth, wishing he could smash his tray over their heads. Too bad it was still early and the cafeteria wasn't crowded, otherwise, him getting shut down and mocked would have become the school's hottest gossip.
With the annoying fly gone, Zhang Jinli started digging into his breakfast.
Tong Jiaying had gotten him 2 tea eggs, a bowl of lean pork porridge, and 2 leek buns. She only got herself 1 tea egg and a bowl of porridge, maybe because Zhang Jinli had teased her the other day about turning back into fat ing, so now she didn't dare eat too much. As the saying goes, if a girl weighs less than 100 jin, she's either flat-chested or short. Tong Jiaying, you're only 87 jin and at most 6 meters tall. If you don't eat more to grow, you'll just stay short and flat.
Tong Jiaying huffed, I'm 64 meters. I'm not short, and I'm not flat. Zhang Jinli said, I don't believe it. Unless you let me see for myself. Pay. Shameless.
Tong Jiaying shot him a disgusted look, just like the one she gave Zhong Maonan earlier. Only this time, her eyes also carried a touch of flirtation.
In the blink of an eye, a week had passed.
Before, senior students in grade 3 had to attend makeup classes on Saturdays, but due to strong opposition from many students, and with many parents also against it, the Ministry of Education issued a rule that Saturdays, Sundays, and national holidays must be given back to students as rest time. Schools are not allowed to use tight study schedules as a reason to organize extra classes. Friday afternoon after school, Tong Jiaying, carrying her pink and white backpack, ran happily toward class 3. Her high ponytail swayed in the air, and the obvious bounce of her full chest caught the attention of many boys and made many girls jealous and envious. They genuinely felt that God was unfair. Why would he give Tong Jiaying not only beauty, but also a devil-like figure, and even the talent of a top student? So, which window exactly did God close for Tong Jiaying? Class 3. The physics teacher, Old Deng, was still dragging the class after the bell, continuing to explain the problem on the board.
Tong Jiaying was waiting outside for Zhang Jili to finish school.
In the classroom, Lin Huaiwen, sitting at the front left, quietly reminded Zhang Jili, "Your wife is waiting for you." Your wife. Zhang Jili instinctively wanted to deny it, but then he thought Lin Huaiwen would never be able to marry such a beautiful wife in his life anyway, so he might as well let it be. Alright, she's my wife, my wife. Even if he said Tong Jiaying wasn't his girlfriend now, no one would believe him. No choice. This past week, Tong Jiaying had been so close to him that anyone could tell they were like a couple, even more intimate than most actual couples.
Tong Jiaying waited outside for 2 minutes before class 3 was finally dismissed.
Zhang Jili quickly packed up his books, picked up his bag, placed his chair on top of the desk, and walked out the back door.
Old Deng is so annoying, always dragging class.
Now we'll have to wait for at least 2 or 3 buses before we can squeeze on one at the station. Zhang Jili was hinting to Tong Jiaying, don't take the bus, just take a taxi. A bus ride costs only 2 yuan, but a taxi ride home costs at least 20.
If lucky enough to trigger 10 times cashback, that's a 200 yuan profit.
But Tong Jiaying just wanted to squeeze the bus with him. Being able to squeeze on after 2 or 3 buses is already good. I used to stay and study in the classroom for half an hour after school, then waited for 3 or 4 buses to pass until it wasn't so crowded before heading home. No wonder I never saw you on the bus after school. I thought your dad came to pick you up. Seeing that Tong Jiaying had no intention of taking a taxi, Zhang Jili stopped hinting. He didn't want the system to judge him for deliberately guiding her spending, which would cancel the intimacy cashback. Outside the school gate, Zhong Maonan deliberately parked the second-hand MG convertible he bought during winter break at the school gate to show off and impress girls. Among the many parents waiting in their private cars to pick up kids, Zhong Maonan, still a high schooler, stood out with his red convertible, drawing lots of attention. "Away, over here!" Zhong Maonan shouted loudly. Students walking out of the school gate or waiting for their parents all turned to look, once again getting a dose of his show-off act. He really enjoyed this feeling of showing off. Even though the second-hand MG convertible cost him only 120,000 yuan, to students who didn't know much about cars, especially girls, he looked like he was flaunting a million yuan ride. Just then, Zhang Jili and Tong Jiaying walked out the school gate and saw Zhong Maonan soaking in the pleasure of showing off.
Zhong Maonan saw them too and deliberately drove over, intending to show off and humiliate them.
True loyalty shows in hard times. When you're down and out, some stay with you, others step on your face to show off.
Ding! Face slap mission triggered. Expose the poser and slap them in public.
Complete the task, rewarded with a random luxury car worth over 1 million. Holy crap! Thanks to Master Zhong the magician for showing off in my face. Zhang Jili walked over excitedly. Zhong classmate, you're awesome. You're just in 11th grade and already driving a convertible sports car. That makes us seniors who still take the bus look real bad. TSK, I really liked the way you mocked me in the cafeteria yesterday. Zhong Maonan felt smug and proud. I've got over 500,000 followers on Douyin. I don't even bother replying to people who offer thousands for a performance. You think I'm joking with you? A bumpkin like you has the nerve to look down on me? You even said my performance at the Youth Palace was crap. Well, you're crap. Zhang Jili said, yesterday morning, I didn't recognize a great figure. If I had known you were so amazing, I definitely wouldn't have said those things and offended you. Tong Jiaying looked at Zhang Jili suspiciously, not knowing what scheming thoughts he was cooking up this time. Zhong Maonan thought Zhang Jili had backed down and regretted it. His vanity was satisfied. He glanced at Tong Jiaying, still cold-faced, thinking, this icy senior really knows how to pretend. She must regret it now, must be dying to sit in my front seat, just pretending to be aloof and noble. Zhang Jili then asked, by the way, you're only in 11th grade.
Don't tell me you're underage and driving without a license? Jong Maonan replied, I just turned 18 during winter break. So I got my license then and immediately bought this car. Jiang Jinli admired, impressive. This car looks super expensive. Must have cost a lot, right? Zhong Manan said coolly, not that much. It's a domestic convertible, not that pricey. Fully paid, it was under 400,000. The system required exposing and slapping him in public, so all this showing off was fake. Jiang Jinli leaned in. When he saw the odometer read over 30,000 kilometers, he immediately knew how to expose and embarrass Zhong Manan. He feigned surprise. You can get a convertible sports car for 400,000? Don't tell me this is second-hand? Zhong Manan sneered, bumpkin. This is the MG Cyberster. A new high-end model can be registered for under 400,000. Jiang Jinli chuckled. I thought you wouldn't dare admit it was a beat-up MG. And you call it a new high-end car for 400,000? Next time before bragging, at least spend some money to roll back the mileage. It's already got over 30,000 kilometers on it, who knows how many hands it's passed through. And you still have the nerve to call it new and show off? Or did you buy this over winter break and drive 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers every day without eating or sleeping? Zhong Manan's face changed instantly. Then Lin Huaiwen came over too. I was already roasting this guy last Friday. He drives a second-hand junk MG and still dares to show off like it's a million yuan supercar. Other car-savvy boys joined in. MG with over 30,000 kilometers, second-hand market price is barely over 100k. Down payment of just 10 to 20k and you dare to flex at the school gate? Lin Huaiwen added, he's the biggest poser in number 1 high. Calls himself the school's magician, the Lu Qian of number 1 high. But to us, he's just a clown. After getting exposed in public for driving a second-hand car, Zhong Maonan completely broke down. His face looked like he'd eaten poop. He was so mad his molars almost cracked. Even if I bought a second-hand car, it's still better than you broke losers who can't even afford one. Ding! Face slap mission, expose the poser, slap them in public, completed, hashtag. Reward, Yang Wanyu 9 times 1, hashtag. Jiang Jinli's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the random million-level luxury car to be the flashy sports car with insane presence and the ability to dance. Now it was Jiang Jinli's turn to show off. I just turned 18 a few days ago and haven't taken the driving test yet. Otherwise, I'd instantly buy a million yuan supercar and teach you a lesson. Zhong Maonan laughed mockingly. You, a broke loser, think you can just buy a million yuan supercar? What if I really can? Jiang Jinli took out his phone to record it as evidence. Without thinking, Zhong Maonan replied, if you can buy a million yuan supercar, I'll live stream myself eating sh*t. Alright, it's on video now. Don't worry, I'll give you at most 2 months. You'll be eating well by then. Jiang Jinli's confident tone made Zhong Maonan inexplicably uneasy. His right eyelid started twitching non-stop. Even Lin Huaiwen was stunned by Jiang Jinli's confidence. He wondered, could Jiang Jinli secretly be a super rich second gen? Could he actually afford a million yuan supercar? The rewarded Yangwan Yu9 from the task had already been legally and properly purchased under Jiang Jinli's name by the system. He could pick up the car at the 4S dealership in 20 days. And to make Jiang Jinli's ownership of a house, car, and other cash rewards legitimate, the system also specifically completed Jiang Jinli's identity profile. In addition to the identity of a programmer, Jiang Jinli now also had the title of a stock god. However, the programmer title was earned by Jiang Jinli in the future through self-learning. At just 18 years old now, he hadn't studied programming at all. So if someone really grilled him for details, he wouldn't be able to explain, and the system would be exposed. Zhong Maonan is annoying, but being able to drive a convertible to and from school at 18, and earning money through magic shows, already puts him ahead of 99.9% of high schoolers. After exposing and slapping Zhong Maonan's face, Jiang Jinli gave an objective evaluation of how impressive he actually was at a young age. If the system hadn't come 30 years early, and if Jiang Jinli had followed his original life path, he wouldn't have been able to afford his first car, even a cheap second-hand one, until after graduating from college, working for a year or two, and reaching the age of 25 or 26. Compared like that, it was clear that even at the same age of 18, Zhong Maonan was indeed way ahead of them. No wonder he was always showing off. He was the type that made people want to punch him. Lin Huaiwen was also secretly jealous of Zhong Maonan and said sourly, he was just born into a good family. His parents were willing to spend money to support his interest in magic. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, if his parents only forced him to study and didn't support him, he wouldn't be where he is today. That's true. Jiang Jinli agreed. If my parents had sent me to become a trainee idol back then, I'd already be famous across the country.
Then the manure boys and chicken brother would have to step aside when they saw me, saying the waves behind push the ones ahead die on the beach.
Tong Jiaying rolled her eyes, thinking, don't you know whether you even have what it takes to be an idol?
Lin Huaiwen asked curiously, Zhang Jinli, were you serious when you made that bet with Zhong Maonan?
Are you secretly some rich second generation?
Zhang Jinli replied, when you're out in the world, your identity is what you say it is, your bragging is what you do yourself, your flexing is all self-performed. So just listen, don't take it seriously.
Lin Huaiwen said gloomily, it's not like I want to take it seriously. But damn, nothing you say is ever true.
You kept saying you and Tong Jiaying are just childhood friends, but a few days ago you guys even got a room talk. Bye.
My bus 17 is here.
He forgot Tong Jiaying was right behind him and quickly stopped his dirty words, then ran toward the bus stop.
Zhang Jinli glared at Lin Huaiwen's back and said disdainfully, you're slandering me. What do you mean nothing I say is true? Then he turned and asked, Tong Jiaying, do you believe him or me?
Tong Jiaying answered objectively, emotionally, I'll believe you.
But logically, I believe him. Friendship over. Tong Jiaying, go squeeze the bus home by yourself. Zhang Jinli was disappointed. The consequences were serious. But Tong Jiaying was grinning happily. Friendship over? Great. I never thought of you as just a friend anyway.
Even so, when bus 13 came to take them home, Zhang Jinli still reminded her, Tong Jiaying, the bus is here.
Let's go.
At the bus stop, a crowd of students swayed like zombies, already rushing toward the door before the bus had fully stopped.
Tong Jiaying, take the back door.
Zhang Jinli didn't want to waste time waiting for the next bus. He ran up to the back door and squeezed in, becoming the backdoor gatekeeper. A bunch of students were packed around like dumplings. Zhang Jinli shouted for the students inside to move deeper, while making space for Tong Jiaying to squeeze in front of him.
Normally, Tong Jiaying wouldn't get on a bus this crowded.
But with Zhang Jinli there, she didn't hesitate to squeeze right into his arms. The bus doors closed, and there was barely any standing space left. The overcrowded bus slowly pulled out toward the next stop. The driver reminded them over the speaker, students who boarded from the back, please pass your cards forward to scan, don't lean on the doors.
Zhang Jinli pulled his bus card from his pocket.
Tong Jiaying also handed him hers, which she'd taken out of her phone case.
Tong Jiaying, why are you tugging on my sleeve? I can't reach the handrail above.
Tong Jiaying let go of his left sleeve.
Then I won't pull you anymore, I'll just hold on to you.
Saying that, she wrapped her arms around Zhang Jinli's waist and hugged him.
The ambiguous embrace made the nearby boys green with envy.
Zhang Jinli suspected she did it on purpose, she definitely just wanted to touch him. Feeling her soft body in his arms, and the faint fragrance from her smooth black hair under his nose, Zhang Jinli kept repeating in his mind,
don't look, she's just a buddy, just a buddy.
Even though he tried to control himself, his body still reacted instinctively with rising heat. Tong Jiaying was trying to make him lose control, trying to blur the line between childhood friends and lovers.
Zhang Jinli stuffed his right hand in his pocket and discreetly adjusted his little buddy,
who seemed to be getting motion sick and about to throw up. Fortunately, after 2 stops, some passengers got off, and the bus wasn't so packed anymore. Tong Jiaying, now embarrassed, let go of him and grabbed a vertical pole nearby. The pole Zhang Jinli had been holding suddenly wasn't under so much pressure and slowly sagged down.
20 minutes later, they arrived at their stop. Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying got off and walked back to their neighborhood. Zhang Jinli, are you going out for a walk after dinner? Will you still run in the park tomorrow morning? Still getting up at 5 to run?
Zhang
Jinli, can't you say more than one word to me?
Tong Jiaying gave him a side eye. She told him to say one more word, and he literally just said one more.
They parted ways and went home separately.
When Zhang Jinli got home, his parents weren't back from work yet, they would be back at 6. His sister had gotten home half an hour earlier and had already cooked rice and washed the vegetables.
Bro! Seeing him return, Zhang Jinyu immediately asked gossipingly, did you insist Jiaying break up? She deleted that post on her moments.
Zhang Jinli said helplessly, I already told you, we're not dating, so how could we have broken up?
Zhang Jinyu reasoned, I don't believe it.
You must have been a scumbag and hurt her feelings. That's why she deleted the post.
You're full of crap.
Keep talking nonsense and I'll stab you like Nanny Rome. Zhang Jinli walked away in annoyance to wash his hands, then began cooking with the veggies his sister had washed. When his parents came home from work, during dinner Zhang Jinli said, Dad, Mom, I have something important to tell you.
His mom's eyes lit up instantly. Are you and Tong together now?
Forget it.
I suddenly don't want to tell you anymore. I'm really not dating Tong Jiaying. If you don't believe me, you can ask her.
Jiang Jinli wasn't lying, because their current relationship was still in the more than friends, not yet lovers stage. Even though he could feel that Tong Jiaying did have feelings for him, she hadn't confessed yet, and their ambiguous closeness was similar to how they got along when they were younger.
Holding hands, hugging, sleeping together. They used to do that a lot when they were kids. Now, they only did it occasionally. So unless Tong Jiaying confessed and admitted she liked him and wanted to date, he wasn't in a hurry to break the ambiguous tension. And Tong Jiaying had strict family rules, especially her mom, who was extremely controlling. So even if she really was in a relationship, she wouldn't dare reveal it before the college entrance exam. Otherwise, her mom would definitely break them up. Seeing her son speak so seriously, John's mom looked at him with disgust. So this is the important thing you wanted to say? Of course not, Jiang Jili said. What I wanted to say is that during winter break I worked on a programming project and made tens of thousands of yuan. So you don't need to give me living expenses anymore. Also, I plan to sign up for a driver's license tomorrow. John's mom was shocked. Wait, what did you just say? You worked on what during winter break? Earned how much?
His father and younger sister also looked over in shock, completely distracted from eating. Jiang Jinli followed the persona refined by the system and explained, it was a programming project. I've already made a bit over 10,000, and if it gets bought out for a flat price, I could make at least 1 million. I didn't do well on the first mock exam because I spent winter break secretly working on this big thing, so I didn't have time to review. John's mom was both shocked and couldn't help scolding him. It's not like our family doesn't have money to send you to college.
What's most important right now is to focus on studying and get into a good university.
John's dad felt a little ashamed. His son hadn't said anything, then suddenly made tens of thousands in under 2 months, while his own 2-month salary only added up to about 14,000 or 15,000. He couldn't help but envy his son. So that's why your mock math exam score was so bad. Now it makes sense.
But your mom is right. It's not like we're too poor to pay your tuition. You don't need to be focused on making money right now.
Once you're in college, with this skill, you can apply for entrepreneurship support there. As for the driver's license, there's no rush.
The college entrance exam is less than 3 months away. Getting a license takes a month or two. Better to wait until after the exam so it doesn't affect your studies.
His younger sister Jiang Jinyu finally understood why her brother had spent 800 yuan last Sunday to bribe her into keeping quiet about his date with Tong Jiaying at Wanda Plaza. Thinking about how he made 20,000 yuan and only gave her 800, Jiang Jinyu felt totally shortchanged and decided to blackmail her brother for at least another 1,000 yuan later, or she wouldn't feel satisfied.
Jiang Jili said, the project's done now. I don't need to spend much time on it anymore. As for the driver's license, I'm doing it to balance work and rest to give my brain a break. Otherwise, if I only focus on studying, I'll burn out. Anyway, I promise you that my second and third mock exams will definitely improve, and I'll at least make it into a second-tier university, probably even a top-tier one.
John's mom still disagreed. No driving license for now.
Wait until after the entrance exam or until college. That won't be too late. Getting a license now means spending time learning to drive and studying for the written test. How could that not interfere with your exam prep? Besides, even if you get the license now, you don't have a car to drive. It's pointless to waste time on this at such a critical time.
Zhang's dad nodded. Exactly, what your mom said is what I was going to say. Zhang Jili knew his parents wouldn't be so easy to fool, so he pulled out the trump card. The thing is, the programming project I did is related to a car company. If I have a license, they might even send me a car. If I'm thick-skinned enough, I might even get a 1,000,000 yuan luxury car. Upon hearing this, John's mom immediately changed her tune. Old Jiang, hurry up and call Old Li to sign our son up for driving lessons.
Huh? Oh, okay.
John's dad hadn't expected his wife to switch sides so fast. He grabbed his phone and scrolled through contacts while asking, son, you're not just bragging, right? You, a high school student, actually made a programming project that a car company is interested in? And not just any company, but one that sells 1,000,000 yuan cars?
Jiang Jinli vaguely replied, I can't tell you the details.
I can only say it's a smart driving related project.
As for the car company, Dad, you've heard of BYD's Yangwang series, right?
The Yangwang U8 and U9 are both 1,000,000 yuan luxury cars.
If I get my license, I could definitely snag one.
John's dad was dumbfounded. You sure you're not messing with us?
Look, I've got nearly 30,000 yuan in my account now.
I wasn't going to tell you guys because I was afraid you'd say I wasn't focusing on school.
But if I don't say anything, I feel really stuffy inside, so I might as well come clean.
Jiang Jinli almost believed his own lies.
As for whether his parents believed them or not, well, once he pulled up in a young Wang Yu9 blasting music, they'd have no choice but to believe it. John's dad found old Lee's number and asked, "Honey, are you sure we're really letting him get a license now? A test is a test, no harm in taking one more." John's mom said, then picked up her phone and posted in the happy loving family group chat, "Sigh, this kid Jinli just won't listen. His mock exam scores dropped so much, and now he won't even study properly, just busy with all kinds of nonsense." Last Saturday was her son's birthday. She posted a video in that group chat. Except for one aunt who sent a 500 yuan red envelope, none of the other relatives responded, despite all the favors she'd done for them at the telecom office with exclusive deals. Now that she was complaining in the group, the aunts suddenly came out one by one. "Are you being too strict? Maybe Geely is rebelling? I told you before not to buy him a computer. Look what happened, lost all motivation. Luckily my Zihan is obedient, scored 507 on the mock exam. With a bit more effort, maybe he'll get into a top-tier university." John's mom sent a voice message and sighed, "Yeah, I really shouldn't have bought him that computer. Now look, he secretly worked on a programming project during winter break. If I hadn't found tens of thousands suddenly showing up in his bank card, I wouldn't have even known his score drop was because of that." Suddenly, the group chat went quiet. The aunts instantly shut up. John's mom was extremely pleased and picked up her chopsticks again, ignoring the eye rolls from her husband and kids. "Why are you all staring at me? Look at your food. Eat up." Jiang Jinli, 666. When it comes to bragging, mom beats Zhong Maonan by a mile. After dinner, Jiang Jinli went downstairs to complete the 30-minute walk after dinner task. Tong Jiaying's family ate dinner relatively late, so by the time Jiang Jinli finished his walk and came home, Tong Jiaying had just finished eating. She sent him a WeChat message asking if he wanted to go out for a walk. Jiang Jinli complained, "I already finished dinner and took a walk. I'm back home getting ready to shower and study." "Oh, okay." Tong Jiaying had no choice but to go out and walk by herself to get some air. When Jiang Jinli got home, his dad immediately said, "I checked for you. Old Lee's son from the building next door runs a driving school with someone else. If you sign up with him, it's only 4,500 yuan, and 5,200 for automatic transmission." Jiang Jinli asked, "What's the fastest I can get the license?" His dad replied, "Depends on the person. If you pass every test the first time, you can get it in as little as a month. Then I'll go sign up tomorrow and take a look." Jiang Jinli felt he could definitely pass in one go, since he was really good at karting and already had decent driving experience. He figured he'd learn quickly. After showering, Jiang Jinli took the initiative to study English vocabulary. Ever since the lifelong learning daily task came out, he'd completed it 5 days in a row and gained 5 points in memory. He could really feel his memory improving. Now he was much more efficient at memorizing words. He was confident that he could break his personal record in the next 2 mock exams. Before the college entrance exam, he was sure his memory would reach full marks. By then, with photographic memory, he believed he could finally break the curse of always failing English. In that case, scoring over 500 wouldn't be a problem. Maybe even 600. After memorizing English words for 2 hours, Jiang Jinli got ready for bed. The morning run task still had to be done. It wasn't just for money, it was about discipline and health. He used to be a shut-in who only studied or played games. His physical condition and athletic ability were as bad as an old man's. But ever since the system appeared, and since he started morning runs for 6 straight days, he'd never felt this physically comfortable and energetic. Even his mental state was much better than before. So, Jiang Jinli decided to take his sister for a morning run tomorrow to encourage her to start exercising too. "Go to bed early, don't secretly stay up reading novels. Tomorrow morning I'm waking you up for a run." Jiang Jinyu was addicted to reading and said, "No, I don't want to run, I want to sleep in." Jiang Jinli said, "I'll give you 5 yuan for every 100 meters, 50 yuan for 1,000 meters. A normal person can easily run 5 to 6 kilometers in a morning. If you can do that, you can easily earn 200 to 300 yuan. So, do you want to earn money or not?" "Really?" When it came to money, Jiang Jinyu was interested. "So if I run 10,000 meters, do I get 500 yuan? Jiang Jinli said, "It's 5 yuan per 100 meters. However far you run, you get paid for it, no limit." Jiang Jinyu immediately closed her novel app. "Dear Big Brother, please turn off the lights for me. I want to sleep early and run early, thank you." The next day, it was still dark. Jiang Jinyu was sleeping like a log when her brother suddenly pulled her out of bed. She looked at her phone and grumbled, "Bro, are you crazy? It's only 5 a.m. and it's still dark outside. The morning is the best time." This is when running feels the best, the air is the freshest. For the sake of money, Jiang Jinyu got up rubbing her sleepy eyes, washed up, changed into sportswear, put on sneakers, and followed her brother down for a run. She didn't have a clear sense of 1,000 or 10,000 meters, just knew 1,000 meters was 1 kilometer and 10,000 was 10 kilometers. She felt she should be able to run several kilometers on her first try, but not long after leaving the complex, before even reaching the front gate of People's Park, she was already half dead. "Bro, my stomach hurts, I can't run anymore," Jiang Jili complained. "You only ran 900 meters and you're already done? Jiang Jinyu, you're seriously useless." "What?" Jiang Jinyu felt the sky collapse. "I ran so far and it's only 900 meters? Jiang Jinli said, "It's about 1 kilometer from home to the front gate of People's Park. I'm counting it as 900 meters for you, if anything, I'm being generous." This was too hard. Jiang Jinyu complained. "Didn't you say normal people can run 5 or 6 kilometers easily? That's why I said, you're too useless. You can't even do half of what a normal person can, shows how weak you are." Jiang Jinli could now run 5 to 6 kilometers non-stop, so he spoke confidently. Jiang Jinyu didn't care how far she could run now, she just hoped walking back home would count as a kilometer too, so she could at least say she ran 2 kilometers and earn 100 yuan. Otherwise, she'd be so frustrated. At the park gate, Jiang Jinli told his sister to walk around nearby while he ran laps inside. Not long after, while strolling and enjoying the flowers and fresh air, Jiang Jinyu bumped into Tong Jiaying and her dad, who were there for a morning run. "Jiaying sis." Jiang Jinyu thought Tong Jiaying came to meet her brother secretly, but when she saw her dad running beside her, she dropped that thought and said, "Hi Uncle Tong." Tong Jiaying was a bit surprised too. She looked around and asked, "Where's your brother? Did he leave you and run off on his own?" Jiang Jinyu tattled, "Yeah. He said I'm useless, just ran from home to the park gate and couldn't keep going. Then he ditched me here to walk around alone." Tong Jiaying asked, "How long has your brother been running in the park?" Jiang Jinyu guessed, "Probably about 20 minutes. Then he should be finishing a lap soon. Let's run in the opposite direction and meet him halfway." Tong Jiaying seized the perfect opportunity to ditch her dad and took Jiang Jinyu to run the other way. "Jiaying sis, can I ask you something?" Now walking through the park with Tong Jiaying, Jiang Jinyu couldn't hold back her curiosity. Tong Jiaying asked, "What is it?" Jiang Jinyu asked, "Are you and my brother dating, and then had a fight and broke up?" Tong Jiaying nearly tripped and sprained her foot again. She asked back, "Did your brother tell you that?" Jiang Jinyu shook her head. "I asked him, but he kept denying it. That's why I wanted to ask you." Tong Jiaying asked again, "Then why do you think we're dating and broke up?" Jiang Jinyu said, "Last Sunday, I saw my brother waiting for you downstairs at your building, then you went to Wanda Plaza to eat Western food. You even posted on your moments saying something about only food and love can't be let down. So I was sure my brother was dating you. But then you deleted that post, so I thought maybe you two had a fight and broke up?" Tong Jiaying was embarrassed. "When did you add me on WeChat? How come I didn't know?" Jiang Jinyu replied, "I added you from a group chat. It's been half a year." Tong Jiaying was confused. "Group chat? What group?" Jiang Jinyu got embarrassed and mumbled, "It was the reader group for the book Beloved Pet of the Beast World." In an instant, Tong Jiaying felt like the sky had collapsed. She didn't expect her secret of loving female-targeted spicy romance novels to be discovered by Jiang Jinli's little sister. Little Goldfish, did you remember wrong? I usually don't like reading novels, and I've never joined a novel readers group. Tong Jiaying tried to argue. Jiang Jinyu was also straightforward. "I didn't remember wrong. Back then, the author suddenly wrote a harem, and you joined the group to scold the author, saying a good Beast World farming pure romance story suddenly turned into a Beast World hybrid stud novel, and then the author kicked you out in anger. That's when I added you on WeChat. At the time, I even asked if you had any good pure romance novels to recommend. You remember now, right?" Jiang Jinyu had added Tong Jiaying on WeChat, and later discovered through browsing her moments that this book friend was actually the neighbor's sister who used to stick to her brother and often played with her as a child. Tong Jiaying selectively lost her memory. No impression at all. You must be mistaken. Thinking about it, she simply let her cousin take the blame. "Alright, my phone used to be played with a lot by my cousin, and she especially likes reading novels, so it must have been her secretly using my WeChat to join the reader group and scold the author." Jiang Jinyu saw her obviously guilty and avoiding eye contact, and knew she was lying. Jiang Jinyu didn't expose her on the spot and chose to return to the main topic. "So did you and my brother date, then break up?" Tong Jiaying, "No." Jiang Jinyu kept gossiping. "You didn't date, or you didn't break up?" Tong Jiaying answered, "Neither. Your brother just treats me as a close childhood friend, so we don't count as dating." Even if we have a fight and ignore each other, it's not considered a breakup. I see. Jung Jinyu said, so you two are childhood sweethearts, grew up together, and are too familiar with each other, so even if you like each other, you're too embarrassed to say it. At that moment, Jung Jinli had almost finished a lap around the park and ran into Tong Jiaying and his sister. How did you two end up together? Jung Jinli still didn't know his sister had already gone to gossip with Tong Jiaying about their relationship, and even less that Tong Jiaying also liked reading those silly smutty romance novels like his sister. I happened to meet Little Fish Sister at the park entrance and brought her from the opposite direction to meet up with you. As she spoke, Tong Jiaying waved her hand and continued jogging in the opposite direction, planning to meet up with her father and then run back the same way. Seeing Tong Jiaying acting clearly odd and unnatural, Zhang Jinli couldn't help asking his sister, "Did you say something to Tong Jiaying?" Zhang Jinyu didn't hide it. "I just asked Sister Jiaying if she dated you and then broke up." "What did she say?" Zhang Jinli asked curiously. Zhang Jinyu decided to play matchmaker and answered, "Sister Jiaying admitted she dated you and admitted you had a fight, so she deleted that moment's post, but she didn't admit breaking up with you." "Are you sure that's what she said and not just you making stuff up?" Zhang Jinyu acted all serious. "If you don't believe me, you can catch up and ask her." Zhang Jinli thought for a bit and decided to drop it. Even if Tong Jiaying did say that, as long as she didn't confess, and they didn't officially confirm their relationship, then they couldn't be considered a couple. On the other side, Tong Jiaying took out her phone from her pocket, scrolled through the contacts, found the one marked book friend Fish Bubble, and resisted the urge to delete and block it, changing the note to Little Goldfish. Goldfish is a homophonic nickname for Zhang Jinyu. She used to call her Little Goldfish Sister. 7 in the morning. Zhang Jinli brought his half-dead sister back home. This morning jog lasted exactly 100 minutes. Zhang Jinli ran 4 kilometers in total, while his sister only actually jogged about 1 kilometer, plus another kilometer walking back from the park. "Let's just say you ran 2 kilometers this time. Do you want to continue tomorrow?" Zhang Jinli asked. His sister immediately reacted, "No more. I suddenly realized I'm not interested in money anymore. Waking up early to jog so hard, almost lost half her life, and only earned 100 yuan. Might as well stay up reading novels during the holiday and sleep in naturally. Giving up already? Not planning to stick with it? You could earn 200 or 300 a day jogging. Unless it's 2,000 or 3,000, I'd rather die than go jogging with you again." Loser. Zhang Jili didn't push her. After breakfast, their dad took him downstairs to meet Old Li's son. Zhang Jinli knew Old Li's son from the next building. After all, they lived in the same community and ran into each other often. "I've already transferred the driving school fee to Old Li's son. You'll go with him to the driving school to handle the formalities, and he'll arrange a coach for you." "Okay." Zhang Jinli originally planned to pay for driving lessons himself, even thinking he wouldn't mind spending a few extra thousand as long as he could get the license faster. After all, the one thing he had most now was money. Old Li's son was named Li Yongsheng, 26 years old, 8 years older than Zhang Jinli. It's said that Xianxing Driving School was co-founded by him and others with money from Old Li 2 years ago. At that moment, Li Yongsheng was standing in front of a black Mercedes E300, smoking a cigarette and exuding pressure. That Mercedes E300 was bought just before this past Chinese New Year, proving that the driving school's business was decent. It took just 3 years to afford a Mercedes. Though it was only a 400 to 500k Mercedes, in this neighborhood, it was already the flashiest car. "Greet him," Zhang's dad reminded. Zhang Jinli gave a perfunctory Uncle Li and Brother Shang. Li Yongsheng grunted, threw away his half-smoked cigarette, got into the driver's seat, and signaled Zhang Jinli to get in. Zhang Jinli opened the back door and sat in the back. Li Yongsheng slowly drove the Mercedes out of the neighborhood. Old Li asked, "Isn't Xiaoli taking the college entrance exam in June? Why is he suddenly learning to drive now? Isn't he afraid it'll affect his studying?" Zhang's dad didn't brag, replying, "Studying intensely all the time isn't good either, so I let him learn to drive to balance work and rest." "That's true." Old Li started bragging, "These days the college entrance exam doesn't change your fate anymore. There are college grads everywhere. Many can't even make decent money after graduating. So it was actually a good thing that Ah Sheng didn't go to college. Otherwise, it would have cost over 100,000 for 4 years, and in the end, even after 2 or 3 years of working, you'd just earn that back. Might as well invest that money directly into a business. That's what I thought back then, so I used the money for Ah Sheng's college to help him start the driving school. This kid made it work. 3 years in, not only made the money back, but also made some profit and bought a Mercedes." Old Li started bragging again about his son's Mercedes. John's dad suddenly realized why his wife told him to call Old Li to enroll their son in driving school. It was to show off. He thought for a bit and said, Shelly also made some money during winter break from part-time work, so he wants to learn to drive, maybe buy a BYD. When he gets into college, he can drive himself to school. The Yang Wang series is BYD's luxury brand, so saying BYD isn't wrong. Then Shelly's got promise, already saved enough for a BYD down payment while still in high school. In old Lee's mind, Jiang Jinli had maybe made a few thousand from a part-time job, added to New Year red envelopes from family, saved 10 to 20,000, enough for a cheap BYD's down payment. Yeah. Shelly's really promising. Jiang's dad smiled proudly, suddenly imagining his son driving home a million-yuan BYD Yangwang after getting his license. Old Lee and his son's expressions would definitely be priceless, probably wouldn't dare to brag about their Mercedes anymore. I heard your grades are pretty good. You're guaranteed for second-tier university and might even get into a first-tier one. On the way to the driving school, Li Yongsheng was driving the Mercedes with one hand while asking. Jiang Jinli was sitting in the back seat, scrolling through subject 1 questions on his phone, and said, seeing is believing, hearing is unreliable. My grades at best can only get me into a second-tier university, most likely just a vocational college. So all those people saying I have excellent grades are just spreading rumors and setting me up to fall. Li Yongsheng said, getting into a second-tier university is already pretty good. Back when I took the college entrance exam, I couldn't even score 300 points, so I started working early. But I'm kind of glad my grades weren't good and I didn't get into college. Otherwise, I'd have wasted so much money to suffer through 4 years of university, and in the end, couldn't even find a job that pays 5,000 yuan a month. Nowadays, there are so many college students. What's the point of a bachelor's degree? Can't even find a decent paying job. In the end, they're forced into factories, forced to do food delivery. Jiang Jinli agreed, true. More and more families can afford to send their kids to college, so there are more graduates, and the job market gets tougher. Li Yongsheng had a smug look, his tone full of sarcasm. Look at this, my driving school was hiring a front desk clerk for 3,000 yuan a month, and so many college students were scrambling to apply. Just think about it, 4 years of college, tuition plus living expenses, that's at least 100,000 yuan, right? Then you graduate and find a job that pays 3,000 a month. Even working hard for 3 years might not make up for the money spent on college. So it's better not to go to college at all, don't you think? Jiang Jili said, that depends on what kind of university and what major. If it's a regular school and you're just there for a diploma without learning much, then yeah, it's not worth it. Li Yongsheng started showing off, that's what I thought back then. So I didn't bother repeating the exam or going to college. I just went out to work early. See, college graduates come out at 22 or 23, but I was already a boss running a business at 23. Now I'm 26. I don't make a ton, but making 100,000 to 200,000 a year is easy. How many college grads earn over 10,000 a month right out of school? If your dad didn't have money and connections to give you cash and help you start a driving school with others, with just a high school diploma, you wouldn't even meet the interview requirements at most companies. Where does your sense of superiority even come from? Jiang Jili really wanted to snap back at Li Yongsheng in his mind, but thinking he still needed this driving school to get his license, he held back the urge. He was too lazy to listen to more bragging, so he changed the topic directly and asked, by the way, Brother Shang, I want to get my license as fast as possible. If I pass all the tests on the first try, what's the fastest I can get it? Li Yongsheng replied, you have to book appointments for the tests. After passing subject 1, the earliest you can book subject 2 is 7 days later, and even then it takes a few days to get a slot. So if you pass all 4 subjects on the first try, the fastest would still be about 2 months. If you want it faster, you'll have to cut the line. Like, we can get you booked for subject 1 tomorrow, then cut the line for subject 2 a week later, and then do subject 3 and 4 together in half a month. That way, if you pass all at once, it'll take just over 20 days to get your license. But cutting the line costs money to pull strings. Your dad signed you up for the regular class. The fast-track class costs 2 or 3,000 more. Jiang Jili said directly, then I'll pay the difference. Switch me to the fast-track class. Li Yongsheng didn't care much. Better call your parents and talk it over. Don't want them saying I'm ripping off a neighbor. Jiang Jili said, no need. I've got plenty of money. My parents won't care. Looks like you got a lot of red envelopes during the new year. Li Yongsheng teased, since you want to switch to the fast-track class, just pay the extra 2,000 when we get to the school. 4,500 plus 2,000, getting a license will cost 6,500 yuan. If the system wasn't giving him free money every day, Jiang Jili really wouldn't want to spend that much. He opened AMAP on his phone and searched for driving schools, and found that the cheapest ones near the county only charged 3,800, and most were around 4,000. So clearly, Li Yongsheng didn't give him any neighbor discount. Soon, Li Yongsheng, still acting all high and mighty, drove the Mercedes E300 to Qiangqing driving school with one hand. He had rented a plot of land at the national highway entrance leading to the city to start the school with others, so the site was pretty basic. The office was a metal prefab building, and the student rest area was just a metal shed. Under the shed were 4 training cars. Outside, 2 were slowly driving along the Subject 2 simulation route, and another was practicing reverse and side parking. Hard to imagine such a basic setup, looking like an amateur driving school, could break even in 3 years and still make enough profit to buy a 400 to 500k Mercedes? Zhang Jinli and Li Yongsheng entered the metal office. Maybe Li Yongsheng noticed the look in Zhang Jinli's eyes, or maybe his pride couldn't take it, so he explained on his own. This is our branch school. The site lease can only go for 5 years max, so there's no point wasting money building up a fancy branch, in case the lease expires and they jack up the rent. A branch school? If I hadn't checked the map and seen there's no second Qiangqing driving school location, I might have believed your nonsense. Zhang Jinli saw through it but didn't say anything. The site doesn't matter, what's important is that the school has connections with the traffic police testing center so students can cut in line. Exactly. Because of those connections, our students can get their licenses in as fast as a month, or normally in 2. So even if this place looks shabby, our reputation and student numbers are solid. If you have any classmates who want a license, you can refer them. I'll give you commission, 200 yuan per person. As he spoke, Li Yongsheng led Zhang Jinli into the prefab office. Inside sat a man around 30. Li Yongsheng greeted him, then pulled a camera from the desk drawer and said, "Take off your jacket and stand by the wall. I'll take your ID photo here so you don't have to go out and pay for it." Zhang Jinli had forgotten he had ID photos at home and hadn't brought them, so he followed the instructions, took off his jacket, and stood by the wall for the picture. As the shutter clicked, a system notification popped up. Time is a butcher's knife. Looking at the photo you took abroad with Tong, the 48-year-old you now looks like an old man in his 60s or 70s, hair already turning white, expression worn and weathered. Ding! Triggered transformation mission, old man's comeback, starting with a makeover. Mission complete, reward plus 10 charm points, makeover fund 100,000. What the hell, an old man makeover comeback mission? And how come the character situation introduced in this mission is related to Tong Jiaying again? If the timeline speed is the same, then based on the last task find Tong Jiaying and clear the misunderstanding, it means that 30 years later I found the overseas Tong Jiaying and cleared up the misunderstanding, and we even traveled abroad together and took pictures, all in just 5 days. Take a look at the photo. If it's okay, I'll use this one to set up your file. This photo will be the ID photo on your driver's license. Zhang Jinli looked at the photo where his hair was a bit messy and not beautified or edited, and said, "My hair's a bit messy because it's long. Let me fix it and take another one." Li Yongsheng had to take another photo for him, and then used that photo to create his file. He said, "Tomorrow there are 3 students taking the Subject 1 test. If you've gone through the practice questions and are confident, you can go directly and cut in line for Subject 1 tomorrow." Is this the speed of the fast track class? Zhang Jinli said, "Then I'll take Subject 1 tomorrow. Many Subject 1 questions are common sense. The hardest part is traffic police gestures." Compared to college entrance exam questions, Zhang Jinli felt these multiple choice questions could be passed easily with 1 round of practice. Alright, fill out the info. After setting up your file, I'll arrange for a fast track coach to teach you. A moment later, Zhang Jinli officially started driving lessons. Even though Li Yongsheng's driving school looked shabby, the coaches were all young people in their 20s or 30s, so there was no generation gap in communication, which was a plus. Zhang Jinli had a lot of go-kart driving experience, so he quickly picked up basic operations like turning the steering wheel, pressing the clutch, and braking. He didn't need to sit under the shed practicing turning like other beginners, he was directly arranged for in-car training. He sat in the back seat watching another fast-track student practice. After that student finished 1 round, it was his turn. Watching Zhang Jinli get into the driver's seat, adjust the seat backward, then adjust the mirrors smoothly, Coach Yang couldn't help but ask, "Have you learned to drive before?" Zhang Jinli replied, "No, I learned from watching videos." Since Zhang Jinli said he hadn't learned before, Coach Yang immediately began nagging, explaining the basic driving techniques. Zhang Jinli humbly responded the entire time, "Alright, just drive around to get a feel for it." After Coach Yang said that, Zhang Jinli turned on the ignition, started the engine, slowly released the clutch while gently pressing the gas, and smoothly started moving. "Not bad, good control of your foot pressure," Coach Yang praised. Most beginners either release the clutch too fast or hit the gas too hard.
causing the car to stall on their first try. But what surprised the coach more was that Jung Jinli didn't just drive around for the feel. He drove along the lane and directly tried parallel parking, successfully completing it in one go. No way, you already know how to parallel park, and you say you've never learned to drive? Coach Young didn't believe it at all. Jung Jinli, annoyed by how slow the training cars were flooring the gas pedal, couldn't even brake 20 miles per hour, said, I really haven't learned before, but I've driven go-karts many times. So driving a car now feels like a bigger go-kart. From the passenger seat, Coach Young peeked at the textbook perfect parallel parking and said, looks like you don't even need lessons, just drive a few rounds to get familiar with the road test process, and you're ready to take the test. Jung Jinli thought the same. He had a great sense of direction, and even his first reverse parking attempt succeeded. He also passed right-angle turns and S-curves without touching any lines. The only thing he failed once was stopping and starting on a hill. He stalled the car once. But on the second try, there was no stall. Clearly, he had talent for driving. Coach Young didn't even follow in the car anymore. He let him drive on his own and returned to the tin roof office to drink water, saying to Li Yongsheng, your neighbor is a naturally gifted driver. He said he played with go-karts before, never learned cars, and after getting in, I didn't even have to teach him, he passed all of Subject 2's items in one go. I feel like he could take the Subject 2 test right now and pass. Li Yongsheng was surprised and said, maybe that's the talent of a top student. That kid goes to know. One high school, has pretty good grades, and is considered one of those model kids in the neighborhood. Coach Yang sighed, if all the students were like him, our job would be so much easier. But Li Yongsheng didn't think so. If all the students learned this easily, they'd feel like it's not worth spending this much money on driving school. True. Coach Yang nodded, then I'll let your neighbor kid drive a car by himself and go teach the other students. Li Yongsheng nodded, since he doesn't even need lessons for Subject 2, just give him a car to practice with freely. Otherwise, he might go home saying I'm stingy with gas, paid 6,500 yuan but didn't even get to learn properly. Before he realized it, an hour had passed. Jung Jinli reverse parked perfectly into the spot under the shed. His talent made the other students who had been learning for days grin with envy. If only the speed could be faster. Jung Jinli got out of the car to take a break. Just then, Tong Jiaying messaged on WeChat, are you home? Jung Jinli recorded a quick video on site and typed, I'm at the driving school. Tong Jiaying immediately replied with a question mark emoji, the college entrance exam is in just over 2 months. Aren't you afraid this will affect your prep? Are you secretly taking driving lessons behind your parents' backs? Jung Jinli replied, I'm only doing this because my parents agreed, so I signed up for driving school. Tong Jiaying couldn't understand. Why would they agree? It's a long story. Anyway, I'm not doing this behind their backs. Then Jung Jinli typed, you looking for me because you want to go to Wanda at noon? Perfect, I was going to eat lunch there, maybe buy some clothes and get a haircut. And also finish the old man makeover comeback mission and claim that 100,000 yuan reward. Just thinking about it was exciting. Even though the earlier rewards were a Riverview house worth over 1 million and a Yangwang U9, those were still just items. This mission gives a solid 100,000 in cash as a reward, just the thought made his heart race. Tong Jiaying replied right away, then I'll take a cab to the driving school to pick you up? Okay, I'll wait for you. Jung Jinli sent his location to Tong Jiaying. So half an hour later, just after 11 o'clock, Tong Jiaying couldn't wait and came rushing over. A white BYD Chin pulled into the driving school, and out came a youthful and pretty girl. At this time, there were already many students at the school. Just under the shed, 5 students were lined up for lessons, and they were all guys. They all looked at the girl getting out of the car. One guy in his 20s sighed, finally a female student, and such a young and pretty one at that. But the next second, the young and pretty female student happily waved and shouted, Jung Jinli. Who's Jung Jinli? The male students instantly felt disappointed. They thought this beauty had come to learn to drive, but she was here to find someone. Jung Jinli had just gotten out of the parked car. He hadn't expected Tong Jiaying to be so eager and show up so soon, so he quickly jogged over. And then those male students got hit with another blow. Not only was the new guy a fast learner, his girlfriend was also so damn pretty, it was just unfair. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 18.6 yuan, triggered 7x cashback on intimate spending, 130. 2 yuan credited. At Wanda Plaza, Tong Jiaying once again exploded a bunch of gold coins for Jung Jinli. Tong Jiaying cheerfully said, this time it's my treat. What do you want to eat? Jung Jinli couldn't ask for more. The more Tong Jiaying spent, the more cashback money he got. Unfortunately, Tong Jiaying wasn't a rich woman, and her usual spending was pretty average. Basically, she only exploded a few hundred yuan worth of gold coins each day. So lately, Jiang Jinli had been seriously thinking about how to turn Tong Jiaying into a rich girl who spends money like water. If he directly transferred money to her, Tong Jiaying wouldn't accept it. Even if they were dating, and he transferred money under the name of supporting her, she wouldn't easily take it. Maybe a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, under persistent persuasion, she might reluctantly accept it, but with her personality, after taking the money, she would always try to repay it in other ways. For example, after their morning run, she'd give Jiang Jinli massages, rub his legs, and apply medicated wine. Or like today, treating him to a meal. It's still early, I plan to get a haircut first. Jiang Jinli asked, what hairstyle do you think looks good on me? Tong Jiaying said, you're good looking, any hairstyle would look good. Nice, you've got taste. Jiang Jinli gained a wave of emotional value. Near Wanda Plaza, there was a well-reviewed hair salon, so Jiang Jinli decided to go there for a cut and style. Before, whenever he got a haircut, he was very casual, he let the barber do whatever, just told them not to cut too short. This time, he planned to get a side-parted layered cut. He felt his looks paired with that style would definitely level up his handsomeness. Upon entering the salon, the front desk girl immediately asked, handsome guy, haircut? Do you have an appointment or know any stylists here? Jiang Jinli answered, no, first time here. Nowadays, even slightly bigger hair salons played class games, different stylists charged different rates, and the top stylist was the most expensive. Even in this small county, the top stylist here charged 180 yuan just for a cut. Now that Jiang Jinli was rich and confident, he just picked the most expensive top stylist for his haircut, and asked, Tong Jiaying, do you want to change your hairstyle? My treat. Tong Jiaying shook her head, no, I want to let it grow longer. Jiang Jinli asked again, then how about washing your hair? Tong Jiaying still shook her head, I washed it last night. Jiang Jinli, then dye it? Tong Jiaying, isn't long black straight hair nice? Besides, school doesn't allow hair dyeing. Alright then. Jiang Jinli went to wash his hair, then sat at the top stylist's station, looking at the handsome guy in the mirror, feeling amazed, how could a man be this good looking? The stylist asked, handsome, do you have a hairstyle in mind? Jiang Jinli answered, I'm planning to get a side-parted layered cut. While combing his hair, the stylist said, your hair is pretty soft. For this style, a perm is needed to fluff it up a bit, then it'll look good. How much does the perm cost? You're a student, right? For students, I'll give you a deal altogether, it's 350 yuan. If the system hadn't appeared before, Jiang Jinli definitely wouldn't have wasted this much on a hairstyle. Alright, go ahead. The stylist got started immediately and soon finished cutting the hair, then started the perm. Maybe because Jiang Jinli looked like a student and was wearing normal clothes, didn't look like a rich second generation at all, the stylist didn't even bother trying to upsell a membership. When the perm was done and the styling completed, a cashback notification popped up in front of Jiang Jinli. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 350 yuan, triggered 9x cashback on intimate spending, 3,150 yuan credited. Tong Jiaying had secretly paid. Jiang Jinli pretended not to notice. Looking at his super handsome self in the mirror after getting the perm and layered style, he left the chair satisfied and walked over pretending to pay. The front desk girl saw him take out his phone to scan and quickly said, handsome, your girlfriend already paid. Girlfriend? Oh, got it. Jiang Jinli looked at Tong Jiaying walking over and said, not again next time. Or people will think I'm some kept man living off a woman. Tong Jiaying replied, then when you spent 500 yuan on game tokens for me to catch dolls last week, and treated me to nearly 1,000 yuan of Western food, wouldn't others think I'm being kept by you? Hearing that, the stylist finally realized he misjudged. He tried to catch up and persuade Jiang Jinli to buy a membership, but Jiang Jinli had already walked out with Tong Jiaying. Leaving the salon, Jiang Jinli decided to eat lunch with Tong Jiaying first, then go buy clothes. Now the old man makeover comeback mission was halfway done, the hairstyle makeover was complete. Next was to buy new clothes to upgrade his broke student vibe. This Korean barbecue place looks busy, wanna try it? Jiang Jinli asked. Sure. Tong Jiaying listened to whatever he said. But compared to the Western restaurant from last week, this Korean barbecue was clearly much cheaper. Even though Tong Jiaying tried ordering a lot, the total bill was only 248 yuan. Jiang Jinli had transferred her 1,314 yuan that day, and now she hadn't even spent half of it, leaving her no real chance to use her own stash to treat him. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 248 yuan, triggered 3x cashback on intimate spending, 744 yuan credited. There are a lot of men's clothing stores on the third floor. Whatever you want to buy today, it's on me, just don't go over 8,000 yuan.
Tong Jiaying's tone suddenly had the vibe of a little rich woman. Zhang Jinli got the hint. Seems like Tong Jiaying's private savings totaled 8,000 yuan. Then I won't hold back. Come on, it's just us. Tong Jiaying was really generous. She thought about how Zhang Jinli earned 20,000 during winter break and had willingly sent her 10,000, even though he did it after she called him daddy. Seeing that 10,000 yuan transfer really moved her. So she was also willing to spend all her savings on Zhang Jinli. Thinking there were only 2 months left until graduation, Zhang Jinli decided to buy a stylish suit. After browsing in the store, Zhang Jinli finally thought a charcoal gray suit looked the best. He went into the changing room, put on the charcoal gray suit, and when he came out, Tong Jiaying's eyes clearly lit up. In her mind, Zhang Jinli used to be the rogue handsome type. Now in his suit, he looked tall and dashing, like a young, handsome, overbearing CEO. The suit fit especially well, outlining Zhang Jinli's fairly slender figure. The slightly open collar of the white shirt underneath added a touch of casualness. Zhang Jinli looked at his deep-featured self in the mirror and was amazed. He didn't expect his makeover version to look this handsome, and this was without makeup. If he put on makeup, he truly felt he could debut as an idol. Zhang Jinli smugly said, "Damn, I'm handsome. This one it is." Tong Jiaying was stunned by his looks too, dazed for a while before rushing to pay. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 3,599 yuan, triggered 6x cashback on intimate spending, 21,594 yuan credited. Ding! Makeover mission, old man's comeback, starting with style, completed. Reward, plus 10 charm, 100,000 makeover fund. Two good news popped up back to back, and Zhang Jinli was so excited inside, he decided to properly treat Tong Jiaying in return. Host, Zhang Jinli. Age, 48. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Health value, 37. Charm value, 26. Marital status, divorced. Makeover funds, 125,618. 2 yuan. Withdraw all. Today Tong Jiaying triggered a lot of gold coins, plus the 100,000 yuan reward from the old man makeover comeback mission, and now Zhang Jinli had a total of 150,000 yuan in his account. Tong Jiaying, I'm taking you to buy a few outfits. Zhang Jinli turned around, face full of excitement and joy. However, Tong Jiaying seemed frozen, staring at him blankly, with even a bit of glistening liquid at the corner of her mouth. Hey, Tong Jiaying, are you dumb or what? Zhang Jinli secretly rejoiced. Could it be that because the system rewarded 10 charm points, he became even more handsome and stunned Tong Jiaying with his looks? Tong Jiaying suddenly snapped back to her senses, her cheeks instantly flushing red. She awkwardly swallowed, heart pounding like a drum, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Maybe it was the new hairstyle, but the more she looked at Zhang Jinli, the more she felt he looked even more handsome. So handsome that she almost drooled. Why you, what did you just say? Tong Jiaying lowered her head, her voice soft as a mosquito, her fingers nervously twisting her clothes. Zhang Jinli said, I said I'm taking you to buy a few outfits. Tong Jiaying immediately shook her head. No need, I still have lots of clothes I haven't worn. Zhang Jinli retorted, the clothes you usually wear are too plain, wasting your good looks and figure. And if you don't have a prettier outfit for the graduation photo, I won't even want to take a picture with you. As his voice fell, a system notification popped up again. Enemies meet on a narrow road. You didn't expect that just after returning from abroad with Tong Jiaying, while shopping with her, you'd run into your ex-wife's toxic bestie. Ding! Instant mission triggered, slap the ex-wife's bestie in the face. Mission reward, 10x cashback on face-slapping spending. Well now. Zhang Jinli raised his eyebrows, secretly delighted. Last week he and Tong Jiaying came to Wana Plaza and ran into the so-called ex-wife. This time they ran into the ex-wife's bestie? The point is, he still didn't know who the ex-wife was or what she looked like. Originally, Zhang Jinli was ready to splurge, planning to treat Tong Jiaying well by buying her some high-end pretty dresses, and also get a couple outfits for his sister. But with this mission, not only did he not have to splurge in vain, he could even make money off it. Just as Zhang Jinli walked out of the men's clothing store to see who the ex-wife's bestie was, a familiar figure came into view. Zhong Manan had one hand in his pocket, and next to him was a girl dressed flamboyantly. She wore a tight blue and white dress, with exquisite makeup that gave off a mature and seductive vibe, a strong slutty and fake feel. Zhang Jinli had a thought, could this be the so-called ex-wife's bestie? Well, isn't it the great magician Zhong? Here with your girlfriend for some shopping? Zhang Jinli greeted him on his own, his tone carrying a trace of mockery. Zhong Manan, upon hearing Zhang Jinli's voice and seeing Tong Jiaying beside him, finally recognized him. He frowned,
Confused as to why just a change in hairstyle made Jiang Jinli look like he had plastic surgery, suddenly so handsome it made him jealous. He didn't want to respond to Jiang Jinli, but upon seeing Tong Jiaying, and thinking of how she had rejected and ridiculed him the other day, he came up with a plan and said, "She's my junior high classmate. I have a magic show next week at the Cultural Palace, and she's my assistant. So I brought her here to buy a formal dress and a Gucci bag as a gift." What a coincidence! Jiang Jinli smiled slightly. "I also plan to buy a formal dress for Tong Jiaying. Why don't we go together?" "Sure." Zhong Maonan didn't refuse. A few days ago, Jiang Jinli embarrassed him in the cafeteria with Tong Jiaying, and then exposed his MG convertible as a second-hand car, humiliating him. Now he wanted to use this chance to show off and slap Jiang Jinli in the face. Originally, he planned to buy the junior high classmate a dress and bag worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. But now he didn't mind spending 10 or 20,000 to show off. After all, spending that much would likely get her to become his girlfriend, and then there'd be a first time, second, third, even hundreds of times, so spending 1 or 2 grand to get the girl was worth it. As for Jiang Jinli, seeing how cheaply he was dressed, Zhong Maonan didn't believe at all that he was some rich kid. So this time, he was going to show off big time, win the girl, and slap Jiang Jinli in the face. The four of them entered a high-end women's boutique focused on dresses. The store was lavishly decorated, and the dresses displayed on mannequins in the window were all worth tens of thousands. Wow, these dresses aren't cheap. Jiang Jinli had his eye on a purple gown, thinking it would look amazing on Tong Jiaying. He checked the tag, 12,888 yuan. Tong Jiaying was also startled by the price, tugged Jiang Jinli's sleeve, and whispered, "These are too expensive. Let's go to another store." Zhong Maonan immediately mocked, "If you can't afford it, get lost. Don't accidentally stain something and not have the money to pay." Then he picked up a white gown priced at 3,588 yuan and bragged, "Black and white match well. This white dress goes with my tuxedo. Ying, try it on. If it fits, I'll buy it." Jiang Jinli leaned over for a glance and scoffed, "Only 3,588? Doesn't suit your great magician vibe?" Zhong Maonan chuckled coldly, "Pity you can't even buy her a 1,000 yuan dress. Or rather, you don't even have the money." "I don't have money?" Jiang Jinli acted like he'd heard the world's biggest joke. "She only has 8,000 yuan and was willing to spend 3,599 to buy me a suit. Why wouldn't I be willing to spend a few thousand, or tens of thousands, on her?" He picked up the purple gown he had just looked at and handed it to Tong Jiaying to try on. Tong Jiaying quickly waved her hands. "It's too expensive. Don't waste that much money just to compete with him." "I'm not competing with him, he's a clown. I don't take him seriously." Jiang Jinli continued, "This dress suits your image and temperament. I liked it the moment I saw it. Whether it costs thousands or tens of thousands, I'm buying it for you." He pushed the reluctant Tong Jiaying toward the fitting room. The saleswoman was happy. She loved watching young men fight over girls and show off. Zhong Maonan sneered, "Fake it till you make it. Let's see if you can actually pay for that dress." Soon, the suspected ex-wife's bestie came out wearing the white dress. She looked a bit like Meng Zi, who once joked about herself having a fake bitch look, and this girl had an even more intense vibe, with an overtly provocative feel. To be fair, the white dress did make her look better. She went from a 7 out of 10 to an August 10th. "Maonan, do I look good?" Ren Ying asked coyly. Zhong Maonan's eyes lit up. "Looks great. This one it is." But just as he finished speaking, another fitting room door opened, and Tong Jiaying stepped out in the purple gown, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Her aura was cold yet elegant. The dress outlined her perfect figure beautifully. As Su Song once said, "Purple is full of charm." Tong Jiaying looked like she could freeze time. Even Ren Ying was stunned, feeling like a duckling in comparison to a swan. Jiang Jinli was stunned too. He didn't expect her to look this breathtaking in the dress. And she wasn't even wearing makeup or had her hair done. Comparison kills. "Tong Jiaying, this is too much. That girl standing next to you looks like an ugly duckling next to a swan." Jiang Jinli's words were brutal. Ren Ying clenched her teeth but had no comeback. Zhong Maonan had nothing to say either. Jiang Jinli swallowed and said, "All right, Tong Jiaying, go change back before Zhong Maonan starts drooling." "Drool my ass." Zhong Maonan was ready to buy the dress for Ren Ying to show off, but now suddenly it seemed ugly, or rather, Ren Ying seemed ugly compared to Tong Jiaying. So he didn't want to spend the money anymore. Jiang Jinli mocked, "Didn't you say you'd buy it? Why aren't you paying yet? Don't tell me you're too cheap for 3,588 yuan. Zhong Maonan snorted, "What's 3,588 yuan? Let's see if you can afford the 12,888 yuan dress." Soon, Tong Jiaying changed back. Zhang Jinli didn't give her a chance to object and said directly, "Miss, we'll take that gown. Also, please match her with a pair of heels."
Hearing this, Zhong Maonan's face darkened. This guy really seemed to have money and was really willing to spend big to get the girl.
Ren Yingying looked at Zhang Jinli, then at Zhong Maonan, and suddenly lost interest in Zhong Maonan. Tong Jiaying was still hesitant. She'd never bought anything over 1,000 yuan in her life, let alone something over 10,000. But Zhang Jinli, in full CEO mode, firmly had her try on the heels.
Then he picked another 10,000 yuan dress and asked, "Tong Jiaying, do you think this dress would suit my sister?" Tong Jiaying nodded, her heart was in chaos. She could tell Zhang Jinli was serious, really planning to spend this much on her. Zhong Maonan frowned even more. He could also tell Zhang Jinli wasn't faking it, he really had money.
"Sir, these heels go really well with your girlfriend's outfit, but they're a bit pricey, 3,999 yuan.
Is that okay?"
"Sure."
Zhang Jinli didn't even bother correcting that Tong Jiaying wasn't his girlfriend and said boldly, "We'll take the 2 dresses and the heels. Please total it up. 12,888 plus 3,999 plus 15,888. Total comes to 32,775 yuan.
Alright, scan the code." Zhang Jinli pulled out his phone to pay, then looked at the speechless Zhong Maonan and Ren Yingying and said smugly, "What's wrong, great magician Zhong?
Cat got your tongue? Heh, you can only feel proud for now.
After all, that money of yours is either borrowed or stolen from your parents, but definitely not earned by yourself." Zhong Maonan, whose wallet wasn't strong enough, could only rely on his words, trying to regain some dignity with talk.
Zhang Jinli clicked his tongue in amazement, as expected of someone studying magic.
"Your improvisation skills are quick, your skin is thick, and your mouth is tough."
Zhong Maonan let out a contemptuous snort. "What? Did I say anything wrong?"
"Oh, yes. Zhang Jinli deliberately went along and provoked him. "My money is all borrowed or stolen from my parents, unlike you, who earns everything with your own ability.
So don't tell me you're hesitating to buy a 3,588 yuan dress as a gift?" Sure enough, Zhong Maonan was provoked. "You think I'm like you?
I have over 500,000 followers on Douyin. Just one live stream earns me 3 to 4,000. Saving face, he ended up spending 3,588 yuan to buy that white dress for Ren Yingying.
Zhang Jinli smirked and continued provoking. "Next, is great magician Zhong heading to Gucci to buy a bag too? Perfect timing, I was planning the same."
Zhong Maonan's face turned uglier, but he still forced himself to say, "Since you're so desperate to show off, I'll go along with it. Let's see how you wrap things up later." After speaking, he took Ren Yingying and walked out of the dress store, heading toward the Gucci boutique. Tong Jiaying furrowed her brows and, looking worried, tugged on Zhang Jinli. "Don't spend recklessly just to compete with him, it's not good."
"Don't worry, I know what you're worried about."
Zhang Jinli smiled, leaned toward her ear and whispered, "Let me tell you a little secret. I earned a 1 million cut from my programming project, so this windfall must be celebrated with some luxury."
"Really?" Tong Jiaying's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Jinli chuckled and teased, "Sweet daughter, when have I ever lied to you?" Tong Jiaying's face instantly flushed red, and she pinched him. "Ow! Tong Jiaying, why are you pinching me?" Zhang Jinli complained, "Did you forget how you called me daddy the other day?" His dirty words made Zhong Maonan, walking ahead, grit his teeth.
He cursed in his heart, these 2 shameless dogs are really playing wild. He decided that once he got Ren Yingying, he'd also make her call him daddy. But thinking about how Tong Jiaying looked better and had a better figure than Ren Yingying made him feel very bitter. Tong Jiaying pinched Zhang Jinli and then said seriously, "Even if what you said is true, you can't just waste money like this." Zhang Jinli patted her shoulder. "Relax, I know what I'm doing. And besides, a fortune teller once told me that when unexpected wealth comes, I must spend some of it or I'll end up losing both wealth and luck. I don't really believe in superstition, but just to be safe, I think it's better to spend a bit. So don't feel guilty." Even without Zhong Maonan trying to show off, I would have still spent some today buying luxuries for you and my family. Now Tong Jiaying believed him, and her worries faded. She gave up the idea of returning or refunding anything, but the gifts were too extravagant, and she felt overwhelmed, thinking the only way to repay Zhang Jinli's affection was to give herself to him. She thought about it and blushed uncontrollably, blaming those smutty romance novels for corrupting her once pure and innocent self. At the entrance of the Gucci store, Zhong Maonan stopped, staring coldly at Zhang Jinli, trying to pressure him with reverse psychology. "There's still time to regret it. Gucci is a well-known luxury brand. Don't blow all the money your parents worked their whole lives to save. You'll regret it when they tie you up and beat you for pretending to be rich. You think I'm you? Driving a 100,000 yuan second-hand convertible, bragging that you bought it new for over 400,000.
You weren't born rich, but you love pretending to be. In the end, you just end up looking stupid while trying to act rich. While mocking, Jung Jinli deliberately bumped Zhong Manan's shoulder as he passed, then walked into the Gucci store, determined to spend a few more tens of thousands before completing the task. Zhong Manan's face turned darker, his fists clenched tight, knuckles turning white. Ran Ying, standing beside him, frowned. Looking at Zhong Manan's increasingly bitter expression, she became convinced that what Jiang Jinli said was true. Because lies don't hurt, only the truth cuts like a knife. She didn't expect that convertible, which looked expensive, to be a second-hand car worth just 100,000 yuan. Thinking about how she proudly rode in it, took selfies, and posted on Douyin to show off, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Tong Jiaying, do you think this shoulder bag would suit my mom? Jiang Jinli picked up a brown shoulder bag priced at 25,888 yuan and asked. Tong Jiaying wasn't sure. I don't know much about these things. Why don't you send a video to ask auntie? Forget it. If I ask my mom and she finds out this thing costs over 20,000, she definitely won't let me buy it. Not wanting to waste time, Jiang Jinli said, let's just get it. If my mom doesn't like it, it can sit at home and collect dust. Then he asked, see any bags you like? I'll get one for you too. No need. Tong Jiaying quickly waved her hands. He had just spent over 10,000 yuan on a dress and heels for her, which already made her feel overwhelmed and in debt. If he bought her a designer bag too, she'd have to give him a bunch of fat sons just to repay him. The thought made her feel so shy, her cheeks turned red. She silently blamed all those steamy female-targeted novels for corrupting her. I think this black one suits you. Jiang Jinli made the decision on the spot. Hello, I'll take both of these bags. The store manager had never seen a customer like Jiang Jinli so fast. She wondered where this rich kid came from. He looked so ordinary, wore no brand names, but spent faster than any second-gen rich kids. Buying over 50,000 yuan worth of bags just like that, clearly his pocket money was in the six figures. Hello, that's 51,776 yuan in total. Both bags cost 25,888 yuan. Seeing that Zhong Maonan and Ren Ying hadn't left yet, Jiang Jinli quickly paid before they ran off and the face-slapping mission ended. After successfully paying, Jiang Jinli finally relaxed and looked at Zhong Maonan and Ren Ying with amusement, as if they had just eaten shit. Why's your face so sour, great magician Zhong? No money to show off for the girl? Want me to lend you some so you can flirt properly? Idiot, I can't be bothered with you. Zhong Maonan snorted coldly and turned to leave. He regretted everything. He had planned to spend 10 or 20,000 to flex and humiliate Jiang Jinli, but Jiang Jinli, with his shameless wealth, pressed his face into the dirt and rubbed it raw. As he walked away, Jiang Jinli kept taunting, hey, don't go. Great magician Zhong, weren't you going to buy a Gucci bag for your classmate? Why are you leaving before buying? Ren Ying stood there awkwardly, unsure if she should follow Zhong Maonan. Then Jiang Jinli looked at her and sincerely said, seems like Zhong Maonan isn't willing to buy you a bag. That's kind of my fault, so to apologize, pick any bag, I'll get it for you. Ah, really? Ren Ying's eyes lit up. She had figured it out. Zhong Maonan was just a fake rich kid who bragged all day, while this guy was the real deal. And he was taller and better looking than Zhong Maonan. If only Tong Jiaying wasn't so beautiful and intimidating, she might have tried flirting with Jiang Jinli herself. But she wasn't happy for more than 3 seconds before Jiang Jinli suddenly mocked, just kidding. Only a fool would spend money on a gold digger. Ding. Instant mission, slap the ex-wife's bestie. Completed. Total face-slapping spending, 84,551 yuan. 10x cashback reward, 845,510 yuan. Jiang Jinli looked at the mission reward, and a smile unconsciously lifted the corners of his mouth. He cheered silently in his heart, awesome. At the same time, Ren Ying, who had been hurt and humiliated, ran out with a red face and teary eyes, looking utterly wronged. Tong Jiaying gently tugged at Jiang Jinli's sleeve, her tone carrying some blame, and she softly said, you went too far with your words, you made her cry. Jiang Jinli shrugged and replied calmly, I was just telling the truth. If she weren't a gold digger, how could she have gotten close to Zhong Maonan? How could she have seen money and gotten greedy, thinking I'd really let her pick any bag she wanted? His tone carried clear contempt, especially after learning from the system mission that Ren Ying was the toxic bestie of his future ex-wife. His impression of her hit rock bottom. Tong Jiaying heard what Jiang Jinli said and thoughtfully nodded. She no longer felt sympathy for Ren Ying, who had cried from the insult, because she wasn't that kind of gold digger. So that morning, even though she knew who Zhong Maonan was, she had been completely averse and disgusted by his attempt to hit on her. But what she didn't expect was that the childhood friend she had grown up with, Jiang Jinli, had silently made a fortune,
and even bought her a designer dress and bag worth tens of thousands. In Rening's eyes, she might also seem like a gold digger.
Jiang Jinli, they both left after being humiliated. Why don't we return the stuff? Tong Jiaying truly felt overwhelmed by the gifts.
She was also worried that if she brought such expensive dresses and Gucci bags home, her mom would see them, question where they came from, and then interfere in her personal life. Jiang Jinli wasn't the stingy type, especially after earning more than 800,000 from this mission. He casually scoffed, "Return what? It's only natural for a father to buy clothes and bags for his daughter." Tong Jiaying was holding so many shopping bags with both hands that she couldn't even free them, otherwise, she definitely would have pinched Jiang Jinli again to stop him from saying such embarrassing things in public that could easily be misunderstood. She also wanted to see how long Jiang Jinli could keep up this tough guy act. She believed Jiang Jinli liked her. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat her so well or buy her such expensive things. But Jiang Jinli didn't confess directly. Instead, he kept teasing her as a daughter, using fatherly love as a cover for the romantic tension between them.
Seeing that Tong Jiaying didn't speak, Jiang Jinli added, "The dress is for your graduation photo and prom. Later I'll buy you a couple of everyday outfits too."
"No, that's already enough." Tong Jiaying spoke in a pleading tone, "If you keep doing this, I'll feel too pressured. I don't even know how to accept such expensive gifts." Jiang Jinli knew Tong Jiaying wasn't materialistic and didn't care much about material things. That's why, even though she was so beautiful and had a great figure, she didn't dress up like typical girls or buy lots of clothes. So Jiang Jinli understood her anxiety and concern, and he joked, "Once you called me dad, you became my daughter for life. From that day on, fates will begin to turn. So don't feel pressured, my good daughter. I'll keep buying you all kinds of."
"Hey, Tong Jiaying, mind your manners. How can you just bite someone in public?"
Tong Jiaying, holding a ton of bags, had no free hand, so she just bit Jiang Jinli's right shoulder.
Jiang Jinli was speechless. Tong Jiaying really didn't have any ladylike behavior, huh? What a waste of that pretty face.
And she didn't just pretend, she really bit him. Hard. Those little tiger teeth seemed to pierce his jacket and sink into his flesh. "That's for taking advantage of me."
Tong Jiaying huffed softly.
Feeling the stares from nearby tourists, her face turned bright red. She looked up at Jiang Jinli with those big watery eyes, full of charm, and softly pleaded, "I really don't need more clothes.
Can we go back now?"
Seeing this, Jiang Jinli didn't make things difficult for her. He didn't want to overwhelm her to the point that she got flustered and confused. To ease her concerns, Jiang Jinli even showed her his bank balance. "Look, I really made $1 million. There's still over 900,000 in my account.
So I wasn't lying.
Even if you don't accept this whole daughter act, we still have a childhood friendship.
Didn't I say it before? You're my one and only childhood friend. If I don't spoil you, who else would I spoil? So don't feel pressured, okay?"
Tong Jiaying mumbled softly, "How could I not feel pressured?" Jiang Jinli thought for a moment and said, "If you really feel overwhelmed, then when I get tired, you can give me massages and back rubs.
And help me review English so I can improve my grades, deal?"
Tong Jiaying nodded and said quietly, "Even if you didn't buy me all these expensive things, I'd still help you."
"I know."
Jiang Jinli took the chance to set up a long-term plan, "But I just couldn't help it. I want to spend money on you. So if I ever get rich, don't forget your old pal."
"Okay."
Tong Jiaying finally felt relieved. She secretly swore to herself, "When I'm richer than you in the future, I'll keep you too and make you call me daddy." "All right, tomorrow morning I have to go take the subject 1 driving test, so I need to review more questions tonight. I won't go running tomorrow morning," Jiang Jinli reminded her.
Tong Jiaying was surprised. "Didn't you just sign up for driving lessons today? How can you take the test so soon?"
Jiang Jinli said, "You know that old man in our neighborhood who loves to show off? I'm learning to drive at his son's driving school. I paid a bit extra to skip the line and avoid the appointment wait."
Tong Jiaying was amazed. "You can skip the line for that?"
Jiang Jinli sighed, "That's why they say money makes the world go round. Normally, if you pass all the subjects on the first try, it takes 2 months to get a license. But if you spend an extra 2,000 or 3,000, you can skip the line and finish everything in a month."
Tong Jiaying was eye-opened.
Just then, Jiang Jinli's phone buzzed several times. He pulled it out and saw it was a message from his little sister.
Mom bragged too hard in the family group chat. Second aunt suddenly came to visit, obviously to expose her lies.
"Don't come home this afternoon, or when mom's bragging gets exposed, second aunt will mock her nonstop. Seriously, you only said you made a few tens of thousands, but mom exaggerated and told everyone you made hundreds of thousands. Most people hide their wealth, mom's the opposite, and she always exaggerates everything. Anyway, don't come back before second aunt leaves, or mom's face will be thoroughly slapped by her competitive sister-in-law."
Jiang Jinli read the messages and couldn't help but smile. Such a rare chance to show off, how could I miss it? Let's go, just in time, there are relatives at home. Jiang Jinli made a huge profit today. Without waiting for Tong Jiaying to order a taxi and get cash back, he directly called a Didi on Alipay. At the same time, in the women's clothing store where they had bought the dress earlier, Reninging didn't stay with Zhong Maonan. She walked back in alone, holding the dress that Zhong Maonan had just bought for her. Hello, I don't want this dress anymore. Please help me return it. The shop assistant looked at her with a face full of disdain and said unkindly, sorry, no refunds after sale. If the size isn't right, we can exchange it for another one. Reninging frowned and said firmly, I don't want this dress. If you're not willing to refund the full amount, I can compromise, just return 3,000 yuan to me. At that moment, the store manager suddenly agreed, alright. Xiaowan, check if the dress is stained or damaged. The shop assistant checked and said it wasn't stained or damaged. Reninging looked hopeful and thought to herself, well, I didn't lose out coming here with Zhong Maonan. At least I made 3,000 yuan for nothing. The manager said, okay, the refund has been processed. Any other issues? Reninging took out her phone and asked, are you giving me cash or transferring to my WeChat? The manager grinned mischievously and said, I refunded via the original payment method, meaning, whoever paid online earlier, the money went back to them. Reninging lost her cool, but I'm the one who came back to return it. You should have refunded me directly. The manager sneered, little girl, if you've shopped online before, you should know that refunds are always processed back through the original payment method. Our store does the same through our system. Reninging knew they were doing this on purpose. Furious, she shouted, then I don't want to return it. Give me the dress back. The manager chuckled, sorry, the money's already refunded. And it was refunded at full price, we didn't take advantage of you. So now the dress no longer belongs to you. If you regret it and still want it, pay again. You did that on purpose. Reninging trembled with anger, her face flushing red. The manager dropped the pretense, little girl, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Let me give you some advice, be more honest in life. If you stay greedy and materialistic, you'll regret it someday. Reninging knew she was in the wrong and could only grit her teeth and swallow the loss, storming out in embarrassment. The assistant looked at her retreating figure and silently gave the manager a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Zhong Maonan, seeing the sudden refund of 3,588 yuan, was stunned at first. Then, realizing what had happened, he laughed angrily, Reninging, impressive. Right after, Reninging messaged him, Maonan, did you get the refund? I returned the dress you gave me because I don't want people thinking I'm a gold digger. Ha! Zhong Maonan sneered in his heart. If Reninging wasn't a gold digger, why didn't she leave with him earlier? The most ridiculous part was when Jiang Jinli said he'd buy her a bag and let her pick one freely, she immediately got excited and asked if he was serious. Anyone with eyes could see how realistic and materialistic she was. So Zhong Maonan couldn't be bothered with her and directly blocked her. A girl of Reninging's level, if he tried a little harder, he could get one like her anytime. A moment later, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying returned to their residential area by taxi. Tong Jiaying got out of the car with 3 shopping bags, inside were the dress, high heels, and the Gucci crossbody bag. Well, I'm going home now. Right now, all she could think about was how to deal with her mom at home. She could say the dress and heels were for the graduation party, claiming she bought them with her roommates. When asked about the price, she could lie and say it cost around 1,000 yuan, and her mom probably wouldn't scold her for overspending. As for the Gucci bag worth over 20,000 yuan, she could only pray her mom didn't recognize the brand. Jiang Jinli said goodbye to Tong Jiaying and carried the suit she bought for him, the dress he bought for his sister, and the Gucci bag he bought for his mom back home. Mom, I'm home. After taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, Jiang Jinli hadn't even pulled out his key yet when his voice had already entered the house. His sister Jiang Jinyu thought, crap, did big bro not see my message? Coming home now would mean getting caught by second aunt and mom's bragging would be exposed and totally backfire. Jiang Jinyu silently felt bad for her mom for 3 seconds. She knew second aunt was a snobbish show-off, always acting superior. So when she suddenly came from the city today with her son, it was clearly to check if mom's bragging in the group chat was real. As for that happy-loving family group chat, Jiang Jinyu didn't even want to comment on it. It was filled with relatives from the Jiang family line, some were doing great in big cities and looked down on those still living in the hometown. They barely said anything in the group. Then there were relatives who had houses in the local city and looked down on those still living in the countryside or who couldn't afford a house in town. Second aunt was one of them. When she heard the voice, second aunt immediately smiled and said, looks like Jinli is back from driving school. Jiang's dad glanced secretly at his daughter, as if to ask, "Didn't I tell you to warn your brother not to come home?" Jiang Jinyu replied with her eyes, "I did, but I think he didn't check his phone." Jiang's mom was frozen with embarrassment, suddenly regretting showing off and exaggerating in the group chat, which made that nosy second aunt come to expose her. "Oh, second aunt is here." Jiang Jinli opened the door and acted like he didn't know she was there. Second aunt quickly said with fake admiration, "I heard from your mom that you earned several $100,000 from some programming job during winter break, so I brought Hao over during the weekend to learn from you." "Several $100,000? Jiang Jinli pretended not to know. Second aunt smiled. "What? Didn't you do some programming and make several $100,000? That's what your mom said in the family group. Unless your mom lied to us?" Jiang Jinli gave his mom a blaming look. She was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole with her toes. "Mom, oh mom, will you dare to brag and lie again in the future?" Jiang Jinli sighed and said, "My mom did lie to you all. I knew it. You're just a high schooler." Just as second aunt was about to mock him, Jiang Jinli interrupted loudly. "My mom is too modest. I actually earned $1 million, but she said several $100,000, as if I'd become a millionaire and relatives would shamelessly ask me, a junior, to lend them money." $1 million? Are you kidding your aunt? Jinli, stop teasing your aunt. What you said is even more exaggerated than your mom. A mocking smile hung on second aunt's lips. She absolutely didn't believe Jiang Jinli could earn $1 million at such a young age. Sitting next to her, Jiang Haoyu, the cousin who attends a private elite middle school, couldn't help but mock too. "Are you talking about $1 million fun beans or something?" Jiang Haoyu is the same age as his sister Jiang Jinyu, 3 years younger than Jiang Jinli. He's currently in the 3rd year of middle school and will start high school in September. Jiang Jinli never had a good impression of second aunt's family. There wasn't much familial affection between them. That's because second uncle wasn't a blood uncle, he was just a cousin of Jiang Jinli's father, so the two families weren't close. Usually, they only met during holidays or family banquets. If it weren't for mom showing off in the family group chat last night, there's no way second aunt, such a snob who despises the poor and worships the rich, would have come over on her own. Looking at his cousin, who was playing on his phone while mocking him about the fun beans, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain and said casually, "Then just think of it as $1 million fun beans." After speaking, he handed the shopping bags in his hand to his sister and mom. "Jiang Jinyu, I bought this dress for you. See if you like it." "Mom, I bought you a Gucci shoulder bag. I was afraid if I bought something too expensive you wouldn't use it, so I got a cheaper one. It only cost a little over 20,000. Hearing that, mom froze awkwardly again. Her son clearly inherited her love of bragging. A bag that costs over 20,000 is considered cheap? If she didn't know exactly what her son was capable of, she might have believed his bragging. After all, he only said he made a few thousand last night, so there's no way he would spend over 20,000 on a bag for her. Suddenly, second aunt reached out and took the bag, mocking, "Let me see what a 20,000 yuan bag looks like. The most expensive bag I've ever carried cost 18,000. But the moment she touched it, her expression visibly froze. The quality. The texture. Why does it feel real? At this point, Jiang Jinyu had already taken out the dress, her eyes full of delight. "Brother, this dress is so pretty. It must have cost a lot, right?" Jiang Jinli calmly acted cool. "Your dress is cheaper than mom's bag, only cost 15,000. Before second aunt could question it, Jiang Jinyu started doubting her brother. "Are you sure it's 15,000 and not 150? Second aunt chimed in smartly, "Whether it's 15,000 or 150, we'll know if we check the receipt or the payment record." This. Jiang Jinli hesitated, because if he showed the receipt, it would expose the fact that he also bought a dress and bag for Tong Jiaying. Sure enough, seeing his hesitation, second aunt became convinced he was lying. "Jinli, don't blame your aunt for being harsh, but a person should be honest. Don't brag just to feed your vanity and ruin your own reputation. Auntie makes a good point, your words really are harsh." Jiang Jinli didn't care anymore. He pulled out the receipts and handed them to second aunt, sighing, "I just wanted to stay low-key and live like an ordinary person, but all I get is doubt and mockery. Since aunt wants to see the receipts and payment records, then I'll show them. Just hope you're not too shocked. Here, this is the receipt for my sister's dress, and this is the one for mom's branded bag. A few of the items are pre-orders and will be delivered in a few days. Also, here's the Alipay bill. Auntie, don't tell me you're going to say the receipts are fake, and the payment info is fake too?" Looking at the receipts and the payment records on Jiang Jinli's phone, second aunt's previously scornful face turned incredibly dark. This all looked real. The receipts were real, and the Alipay records were real too. Together, the two receipts added up to 84,000 yuan. This brat Jiang Jinli actually made it big? Did he really develop some app and make hundreds of thousands? Otherwise, why would he spend over 80,000 yuan on luxury clothes and bags for his family? Jiang Jinyu stared at the receipt total and the Alipay statement on her brother's phone, dumbfounded. Wait, bro, are you for real? My dress actually cost over 10,000? And mom's bag really over 20,000? Jiang Jinli shrugged. I already showed you the receipts and payment records. If you still don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. Dad suddenly felt a pang in his heart. You little brat, did you forget you still have a father? Jiang Jinli looked at second aunt, who had gone silent, and said, Don't worry, Dad. I have a big surprise for you. That old Volkswagen you've been driving for years should be scrapped. Oldie from the building next door has been bragging about how his son bought him a Benzie 300 that cost 400 to 500,000, right? So I plan to buy you a new car that costs more than 500,000. Since you like the 80M9, I'll pre-order one for you now. When you see Oldly, you can show off that your son is so filial, bought you an 80M9 with advanced smart driving, and make him green with envy. Dad wanted to look cool like that too, but he knew his son was just talking big this time, so he didn't take it seriously and said, You should save that money. You'll need it for college, or to buy a car or house later. No need to splurge on the family just because you made some money. Second aunt, thinking Jiang Jinli was definitely bragging again, sarcastically said, Jinli is right, that old Volkswagen should be replaced, but the 80M9 isn't cheap. No need to spend all your savings just for face. Looks like aunt still doesn't believe me, thinks I'm just putting on a show. As he spoke, Jiang Jinli deliberately opened his bank app in front of second aunt, showing off the glaring 900,000 plus yuan balance, and helplessly said, So I have to show my bank balance just for you two to believe I didn't earn a million fun beans? Instantly, second aunt froze. Zhang Haoyu, sitting beside her, was also stunned. Both of them looked like they had seen a ghost. They hadn't expected that not only did Jiang Jinli's mom not exaggerate, she had actually understated it and gave a lower number. Now it wasn't just second aunt and her son who were dumbfounded, Jiang Jinli's parents and younger sister were also stunned. They had agreed he only made a few tens of thousands. How did it suddenly become a million? Jiang's mom was stunned, but also proud and pleased. She never expected that when she bragged about her son making a few 100,000, not only would it turn out to be true, but it even went from a few 100,000 to a full million. Jiang's dad took a deep breath, pretending he had always known his son made a million, and deliberately said with sarcasm, Alright, don't flaunt your wealth. Don't show off this 1 million you earned, and don't waste money just to slap your second aunt in the face. His blunt words were like a louder slap in second aunt's face, smack. Jiang Jinli also responded with sarcasm, Dad, you're judging a gentleman with a petty heart. I never intended to slap second aunt in the face. When I spent tens of thousands on a dress for my sister and a name brand bag for mom, second aunt hadn't even come to visit us yet. So, second aunt, don't get the wrong idea, I'm really not trying to show off or target you, or slap you in the face. Second aunt's mouth twitched. I wouldn't have thought you did it on purpose if you hadn't said that, but now that you've said it, I can't help but suspect you did it on purpose. Second aunt forced herself to hold back her anger, smiling without warmth as she said, I know you're not targeting me. This kind of high-spending behavior is just a classic nouveau riche mentality. That mentality comes from being poor for too long and feeling inferior, so when you suddenly come into money, you start spending recklessly to satisfy your vanity. Jiang Jinli replied along her line, Second aunt knows so much. Looks like you've experienced it yourself. So when you bought a BMW back then to show off, your mindset was probably the same as mine now. This brat really has a mouth that begs for a beating. Second aunt's face was already about to fall apart. She regretted coming to fact-check him and even more regretted mocking and comparing herself to Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli continued, BMWs are no longer cool now. Dad, I'll order you a top-tier 80M9. Give me your info. Jiang's dad immediately responded seriously, enough. Making money isn't easy. You should save more instead of being so extravagant. One day you might end up back to square one, and people will laugh at you for being a spendthrift. Seeing his dad's serious face, Jiang Jinli had to give up the idea of buying him an 80M9. Fine. If you don't want a top-tier 80M9, then I'll just buy 4 top-tier triple-fold phones instead. Right in front of second aunt, Jiang Jinli opened JD.com and bought 4 Huawei triple-fold phones without hesitation. Each phone cost 23,999 yuan. Buying 4 came to a total of 95,996 yuan, which made second aunt feel sick with envy. Her son Zhang Haoyu looked at Jiang Jinli with jealousy and longing, hoping Jiang Jinli would glance at him, read the desire in his eyes, and buy one of those phones for him too. Let's go, Xiaoyu still has an extracurricular class this afternoon. Second aunt couldn't take it anymore. She didn't want to keep watching Jiang Jinli show off his wealth. Jiang Jinli said regretfully, "That's a shame. I was planning to go out and buy some big lobsters and king crabs to treat you to a nice meal. Since Haoyu has to go to class, I guess I'll treat you next time." Second aunt walked away with an unhappy face. John's mom politely saw them to the elevator, then came back and patted her son on the shoulder, urgently asking, "Where did you get over 900,000? Didn't you say you only made a few tens of thousands?" Jiang Jinli complained, "Since you knew I only made a few tens of thousands, how could you shamelessly brag and say I made hundreds of thousands?" John's mom was instantly embarrassed and awkwardly explained, "I exaggerated on purpose to get them to question it, and then I'd humbly say you only made a few tens of thousands. Who knew they wouldn't even question it openly? And your second aunt even came over in person to expose you." Jiang Jinli said, annoyed, "Learn from this. Mom, you really need to stop bragging. Most people don't flaunt their wealth, but you, the moment your son earns a bit, you go and show off to the relatives that he made hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for my software project being bought out today for exactly 1 million, second aunt would have embarrassed you." Hearing that, Jiang Jinyu got excited and waved her arms. "Bro, you really earned $1 million? Jiang Jinli responded, "Didn't you see the bank balance? Surely you're not going to say the balance in my bank account is fake?" John's dad felt frustrated. "I've worked hard for over 20 years, and the most I ever saved in my account was 300,000. And you just one winter vacation working part-time, and you made $1 million. John's mom was both overwhelmed and proud. She quickly said, "Now that your aunt is gone, hurry and return those luxury bags and the 4 phones." Jiang Jili, "Fine, I'll return the clothes and that other Gucci bag. But I won't return the phones. I need a new good phone for college, and your phones have been lagging for years. It's time you both got better ones." John's mom said painfully, "But those phones are too expensive. 23,999 yuan each, 4 of them cost almost 100,000, that's enough to buy a car." John's dad agreed it was too expensive. Over the years, he had only used budget phones, and even phones costing a few thousand were too much for him, let alone ones over 20,000. Jiang Jili had to say, "Just think of it as me making only a few 100,000, or imagine I won a 1,000,000 yuan lottery prize and paid 100,000 in taxes." Hearing that, his parents didn't say much more, but they still felt like it was all a dream, unreal. Which relatives would understand this? "My son just turned 18, and he's already a millionaire." Jiang Jili was sometimes speechless about his mom's bad habit of bragging and showing off in front of relatives. Among all the relatives' kids, Jiang Jinli and his sister had always had the best grades, so their mom used to love bragging about their academic performance. Now that Jiang Jinli had earned so much money during winter break, his mom naturally couldn't hold back and wanted to show off in the family group chat, so those relatives who used to look down on them would feel jealous and envious. Seeing his mom pick up her phone and take pictures of the Gucci bag, Jiang Jinli immediately knew that she wanted to show off in the WeChat group again. He quickly stated his position, "Mom, if you want to show off, fine. But if any relatives come asking to borrow money or learn my success secrets because of it, I won't bother with them. You'll have to deal with the mess yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiang's dad also warned her, telling his wife to watch her mouth from now on, stop showing off and exaggerating things. Jiang's mom pursed her lips in frustration and silently complained in her heart, "My son is finally successful, and as a mom, I can't even brag a little with some exaggerated wording?" The next morning, 8 a.m. Jiang Jili got into Li Yongxing's Mercedes, and Li Yongxing drove to the driving school to pick up 4 other students who were also going to take the test. 3 were taking Subject 1, and 2 were taking Subject 2. Because the daily task Live and Learn gave 1 extra memory point every day it was completed, after completing the task for 6 days straight and gaining 6 memory points, Jiang Jili found his memory had clearly improved. As a result, during the test, he remembered every question clearly. Just one look, and he immediately knew the correct answer. Very quickly, Jiang Jinli finished all the questions. Since Subject 1's score appears on the computer right after submission, Jiang Jinli felt a little nervous and excited as he moved the mouse to submit. When the result appeared, and it was a perfect score of 100, he stood up excitedly and left the exam room early. Outside, Li Yongsheng, who had brought them there and was waiting outside the gate, saw Jiang Jinli come out so soon. He immediately took the phone out of his bag and returned it to him, asking, "How was it? Did you pass?" Jiang Jinli smiled, took the phone, and proudly said, "Perfect score." As he spoke, he somehow opened WeChat and tapped on the chat with Tong Jiaying. Weird. Why do I suddenly want to share the good news with Tong Jiaying? Looking at the encouraging sticker she sent an hour ago, Jiang Jinli still took the initiative to send her a message. Totally failed, didn't pass Subject 1. He even deliberately sent a crying cat emoji. Tong Jiaying quickly sent back a comforting reply, this exam was too rushed. You didn't have time to do enough practice. You'll definitely pass next time. Jiang Jinli didn't reply right away. Sure enough, Tong Jiaying got anxious, thinking he was heartbroken over failing, and kept sending messages, are you back? I'll take you out for something delicious. Let's turn grief into appetite. Failure is the mother of success, don't be sad. When are you coming back? I'll come find you. Where are you? If you don't reply, I'm calling the police. Only then did Jiang Jinli reply, just kidding. I actually got a perfect score. Really? Here, look at my score. You jerk, Jiang Jinli. You lied and said you failed, made me worry for nothing. Tong Jiaying sent an emoji showing disgust, big liar. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Jinli replied, even better. Looks like today's a lucky day, double blessings. Men really are all big jerks. At that moment, the other two students who took subject 1 also came out. Li Yongsheng, as usual, asked if they passed. One male student scored 91, just passing. The other, an overweight female student, came out with a miserable look, it was obvious she failed. When she said she only scored 82 and had already failed at the easiest subject 1, Li Yongsheng was speechless, look at him. He signed up yesterday, only spent 1 day doing practice questions, and got a perfect score. But you've been signed up for 10 days, doing questions every day, and you still can't even score above 90. The female student said gloomily, I passed all the practice tests on my phone. Who knew the questions here would be so hard? Some of them weren't even in the app. Li Yongsheng said unhappily, the questions are the same. There's no way they didn't show up. Stop making excuses for yourself. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for not studying seriously. When a student fails, it means they have to stay in driving school for at least 7 more days and need to be driven to the test site again, so of course he hopes everyone passes the first time. Li Yongsheng brought Jiang Jili and the others to the subject 2 test site. The other 2 students were still waiting in line. Jiang Jili didn't want to waste time waiting for them to finish and said goodbye to Li Yongsheng. Brother Sheng, I'm heading back first. I won't wait. Okay. Li Yongsheng replied, and the other 2 subject 1 students didn't want to wait either. The 3 of them split the cost and took a taxi back to the county driving school. It was still early, so Jiang Jinli spent an hour learning to drive, then Tong Jiaying took a cab to come find him. She was dressed super casually today, black sweatpants on the bottom, a gray hoodie on top, giving off a youthful and sporty vibe. Jiang Jinli. Tong Jiaying rolled down the window and called out his name. Ha, women. Didn't she say she was ignoring me? Jiang Jinli walked over, and Tong Jiaying casually opened the car door and had him sit in the back with her. What did you come find me for? Jiang Jinli asked knowingly. Tong Jiaying seemed to have forgotten she said she wouldn't talk to him and replied, of course to treat you to something tasty, to celebrate you getting a perfect score in subject 1. Then I want grilled fish. Okay. The car headed to Wanda Plaza. Unknowingly, Wanda Plaza seemed to have become their secret weekend meetup spot. Jiang Jili couldn't help wondering, coming to Wanda Plaza with Tong Jiaying again, would they run into the so-called ex-wife or ex-wife's best friend and trigger some kind of mission storyline? Unfortunately, after eating and hanging around for half an hour, the system didn't pop up with any task prompts. Let's go, time to head back. Jiang Jili didn't want to waste time and hinted, this afternoon I plan to go back to school early to review English. Tong Jiaying immediately said, then I'll go back early too and help you review. Jiang Jinli politely replied, thanks for your help, Teacher Tong. Tong Jiaying giggled, no need to thank me. Mom, don't make dinner for me tonight, I'm going to school later for an English tutoring class. At 2 p.m., Jiang Jinli returned home and opened the Huawei triple-fold phone he had ordered yesterday, which had just arrived. His sister couldn't put it down, quickly put in her SIM card, connected to Wi-Fi, and kept folding and unfolding the screen, experiencing the fun of triple-fold technology. His mom recorded an unboxing video and posted it on her Moments feed, showing off that her son made money and insisted on buying such expensive phones for his parents. His dad couldn't resist and also posted on his Moments feed, subtly showing off, phones these days are getting more and more advanced. Then, old colleagues and classmates got jealous. This phone must be over 20,000 yuan, Boljiang, you actually spent that much on a phone? Old classmate is doing well, huh? Using such expensive phones now. John's dad replied, I work hard all month and only earn 6 or 7,000. How could I bear to buy such an expensive phone? It's my son who made money and insisted on buying them for me and my wife. Immediately, the old colleagues and classmates became even more envious, all curious about how Jiang Jinli, who was still in school and would take the college entrance exam in 2 or 3 months, made so much money. John's dad vaguely replied, saying his son made money from some kind of programming project, though he didn't understand the details. Anyway, his son was awesome, and that was all that mattered. Let them be jealous. Jiang Jinli inserted his SIM card, transferred all the data from his old phone, then packed his things and prepared to head to school. Mom, I'm heading out. He changed shoes, grabbed his backpack, slung it over one shoulder, and walked out to go to school. John's mom gave a look to her husband, then tiptoed to the door and peeked through the peephole to observe the direction their son was heading. Seeing her son enter the elevator, she immediately gave another signal to her husband, and the couple, like thieves, quickly opened the door and went downstairs to follow him. Jiang Jinyu was speechless at her two sneaky parents. But since her brother had bought her a dress worth over 10,000 yuan and a new phone worth over 20,000 yuan, she quickly sent him a heads up. Dad and Mom are following you downstairs. They definitely suspect you're going to meet up with Sister Jia Ying for a date, and that's why you left for school so early. Inside the elevator, upon receiving the message from his sister, Jiang Jinli was speechless. His parents really missed their calling as paparazzi. He had just sent a WeChat message to Tong Jiaying, telling her he was heading out. Now, after getting the warning from his sister, he quickly recalled the message and typed, "I'm not going to school yet, I'm taking the dog for a walk first." Who gets it? My parents are more like paparazzi than actual paparazzi. Meanwhile, trying to keep their steps quiet on the stairs, John's mom whispered her analysis. Our son has never gone to school this early, so he must be using this English class as an excuse to go on a date with Tong Tong. John's dad agreed, no doubt about it, this little brat is definitely dating Tong Tong. I clearly saw the receipt he used to slap second aunt's face yesterday. On the receipt for the dress he bought your daughter, it showed 2 dresses and a pair of high heels. And the receipt for your Gucci bag showed he bought 2 shoulder bags. Although he said the rest were pre-orders and would arrive later, that explanation doesn't hold water. So the extra dress, high heels, and bag must have been for Tong Tong. Last time Tong Tong came over to give him a birthday gift, and then the next day he went out with her. It's clear their relationship isn't ordinary. He's just too shy to admit it. John's mom suddenly understood. That makes sense. And to think I actually believed his excuse and told him to return the pre-ordered items. No one knows a son better than his father. All we have to do is see if Tong Tong goes to school with him, and we'll know for sure they're together. Shoo, keep your voice down. The couple, as if catching someone cheating, quietly followed the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Then they poked their heads out, watching their son who had already walked several meters away. Seeing him walking alone without looking back, heading straight for the neighborhood entrance, John's mom said in confusion, "Something's off. Why isn't he waiting for Tong Tong downstairs across the building? Did we guess wrong? Maybe he's dating someone else and not Tong Tong?" John's dad guessed, maybe Tong Tong left earlier and is waiting at the neighborhood entrance or bus stop. Let's go, follow him and see. The couple sneakily followed him at a distance, trying to confirm if he was dating Tong Tong and, if so, lock in this childhood sweetheart match. Then after college, they could arrange for them to get married. At that moment, Tong Jiaying received Jiang Jinli's WeChat message and curiously asked, "You got a dog again? Is it a golden retriever?" When they were kids, Jiang Jinli's family had a golden retriever. Every time she visited, she loved playing with the gentle and cute dog. She still remembered how, when she was in 1st grade, she cried her eyes out at Jiang's house upon learning that the dog had died of old age. Since then, Jiang's family hadn't kept any pets. Jiang Jinli replied, "Not a golden retriever. It's a black-haired dog." Tong Jiaying asked curiously, "What kind of dog is a black-haired dog? Are you walking it downstairs? I want to come down and pet it." Jiang Jinli asked, "Are you sure you want to pet it?" Tong Jiaying really wanted to. "You know I've loved cats and dogs since I was little, but my mom always disliked the shedding and smell, so she never let me have a golden retriever even though I really wanted one." Jiang Jinli then asked, "What if I told you that the dog I mentioned is actually paparazzi, and the 2 dogs are actually my parents? Do you still want to pet them?" "Are you crazy, Jiang Jinli? And here I thought your family got another dog. I was so eager to go down and pet it. But you're saying the dogs are your parents? I think you're the real dog here." Tong Jiaying was speechless. Jiang Jinli quickly explained, "My parents think my mock exam scores dropped because I'm dating the girl next door, so when they saw me leaving for school early, they secretly followed me." Seeing the message, Tong Jiaying instantly got jealous and quickly typed, "Who's the girl next door?" Jiang Jinli replied, "Look in the mirror and you'll know." "Look in the mirror?" Tong Jiaying suddenly got it, so the girl next door is me. Phew, false alarm, scared myself for nothing. Jiang Jinli then tricked her again. "You know, my parents have always had high expectations for me. They think my drop in mock scores must be because of the girl next door. Even though I explained that nothing's going on between us, they still don't believe it. So now they're following me like paparazzi, trying to catch me in the act." Tong Jiaying replied, the girl next door is being wronged. Her existence has nothing to do with your score dropping. Zhang Jili, that's what I said too, but they don't believe it. What can I do? My family has always been strict. My parents won't allow any girl next door to distract me before the college entrance exam. So I have to shake them off first to clear up their doubts, so they won't suspect you and blame you unfairly. Tong Jiaying, then, should I wait 10 more minutes before leaving? Zhang Jili, no need. You can leave now. Just go through the back gate of the neighborhood, and we'll meet at the next bus stop. Hee hee, so clever. Zhang Jili suddenly felt a wave of nervous excitement. Wait a second, something's off. Why does this suddenly feel like I'm sneaking around, having an affair with Tong Jiaying behind my parents' backs? That's not right, honey. Our son didn't go with Tong Tong. Could it be that we really overthought it? Tong Tong and he are actually innocent? That day he went out with Tong Tong really was just to thank her for the birthday gift and treat her to a meal? Is it possible Tong Tong left earlier and is waiting at the bus stop? The couple were still not giving up and continued following him for several hundred meters, until they saw that Tong Jiaying wasn't at the bus stop and watched their son get on the bus alone, at which point they returned home, frustrated. Straight man cancer. Your son's just like you, straight man cancer. Tong Tong has always liked sticking close to him, even gave him a birthday gift last week. That obviously means she likes him, secretly has a crush, and yet he doesn't know how to cherish such a good girl. Maybe it's because they're too close, so even if our son knows Tong Tong likes him, he feels too embarrassed to make a move. Tong Tong has good grades, is pretty. If that brat doesn't cherish her, and someone else snatches her away, he'll regret it. Forget it, let things take their course. The college entrance exam is just over 2 months away. It's actually good that our son's not thinking about this stuff now. After the exam, if their scores are similar, we can still try to match them up. Moments later, bus number 13 slowly braked, getting ready to stop at the next station. Zhang Jinli was sitting in the back near the door, originally planning to get off at this stop and wait for Tong Jiaying, but then he saw Tong Jiaying arriving at the stop riding a shared electric bike. Tong Jiaying, get on the bus. Zhang Jinli walked to the back door, and the moment the bus stopped and opened the door, he called out to Tong Jiaying who had just parked. Coming! Hearing Zhang Jinli's voice, Tong Jiaying was surprised and quickly ran toward the bus. Beep, student card. She swiped her card at the front door, panting lightly, and walked toward the back to where Zhang Jinli was sitting. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 1 yuan, triggered a 6x cashback on intimacy spending, 6 yuan received. Tong Jiaying walked over to sit next to Zhang Jinli and said, I thought I was going to miss this bus. On the WeChat mini program, she could see the real-time bus tracking. She had spent a bit of time scanning and unlocking the shared e-bike earlier and nearly missed the bus. Zhang Jinli let her sit inside and said, I was thinking of getting off to wait for you, but you came charging over on that e-bike. Tong Jiaying sat down, and some of her windswept hair brushed across Zhang Jinli's cheek as she passed, making it tickle and making his heart itch too. I checked the real-time bus info. When I left home, the bus still had 6 minutes before reaching your stop, and about 14 minutes to the next stop. So I calculated that riding the e-bike from the back of the neighborhood to the next stop was about 2 kilometers. It should be just in time. That way you wouldn't have to get off to wait for me. Zhang Jinli praised, nice one, Tong Jiaying. I'd call you the most detail-oriented woman in the world. Tong Jiaying smiled proudly, returned the e-bike on her phone, and paid the 2 yuan fee. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 2 yuan, triggered a 1x cashback on intimacy spending, 2 yuan received. Damn, just finished praising her for being detailed, and this cashback really was detailed, only 1x. It was the first time a 1x cashback had appeared. Zhang Jinli thought to himself, then got back to the topic. Tong Jiaying, your English grades have always been good, right? Tong Jiaying said proudly, in my 3 years of high school, I've never scored below 100 on any English test. Usually it's over 120. Zhang Jinli was jealous and asked, if I managed to memorize most of the vocabulary before the college entrance exam, do you think I have a chance of scoring 100? Tong Jiaying said, if you've mastered the pronunciation and grammar, and memorized most of the words, then you should easily be able to get 100. Hearing that, Zhang Jinli humbly asked for help. Then I'll be counting on you, Teacher Tong. I'm fine with memorizing words, but pronunciation and grammar are all on you. No problem. The corners of Tong Jiaying's lips curled up into a smile, and the gentle bounce of the bus made her smile seem even sweeter and softer. Actually, apart from English, Zhang Jinli's other subjects weren't far behind Tong Jiaying's. If he hadn't messed up his math on the mock exam this time, and if he wrote a better essay to gain some more points, and now improved his English to over 100, then his total score could easily reach 550.
So now his main goal was to strengthen math while improving his English as much as possible. Otherwise, getting into a regular university would be really hard, and he didn't want the college entrance exam failure shown in the system's future prediction to become reality. Once they arrived at school, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying returned to the dorm briefly, then went to their class to grab their textbooks and notes and headed up to the top floor of the teaching building. The door to the rooftop was locked, so they couldn't go out there. They sat on the highest step of the stairwell to study in secret. Tong Jiaying started teaching from the basics. After figuring out what level Zhang Jinli's English was at, she turned into a serious and gentle English teacher, patiently explaining everything to her one and only student. Maybe because their regular English teacher was old and unattractive, Zhang Jinli could never focus in class and always dozed off. But now, with Tong Jiaying teaching him, her sweet voice in his ears, the fresh and pleasant scent from her body, and her fair and beautiful profile in front of him, he was full of motivation. So, the problem isn't me, it's the English teacher's fault. Unknowingly, the sky outside the stairwell began to darken. More and more noise rose from the students arriving downstairs, and feeling that he had learned a lot, Zhang Jinli said, "It's almost 6. Let's stop here for today." Instantly, Tong Jiaying's cheeks turned red. Zhang Jinli smartly said, "You help me study English, I help you clean the dust off your clothes." Nothing wrong with that, right? And no, what else could Tong Jiaying say? Zhang Jinli also patted the dust off his own pants and walked down the stairs like nothing happened. As they came down from the top floor, the freshmen hanging around on the 6th floor, whether on the balconies or just arriving, all gave them curious, gossipy looks. Tong Jiaying shyly lowered her head. As a girl who secretly read romantic smut from the female section, she knew all too well what those looks meant. If it were her seeing a boy and girl come down alone from the rooftop, she'd suspect the same. Were they sneaking off for something? Thinking that, she looked at Zhang Jinli's back and felt a strange, shy sense of anticipation in her heart. In that moment, her blushing face was brighter than the rosy clouds of the western sunset. Tong Jiaying, are you hungry? Want to go to the cafeteria for something to eat, then take a walk? Zhang Jinli had been so focused on studying with Tong Jiaying that he'd completely forgotten they hadn't eaten dinner yet. It was still early, not even 6 o'clock. Tong Jiaying nodded, went back to the classroom to put away her books, and immediately went downstairs with Zhang Jinli to eat. There weren't many people in the cafeteria on Sunday. Most students ate at home before coming to school. Only a few, like Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying, who came early to review, would visit the cafeteria on Sunday evenings. The school cafeteria, under closed management, also prepared dinner for the small number of students. On the way to the cafeteria, Zhang Jinli politely said, "Thanks for your hard work, Teacher Tong. Let me treat you to a chicken leg later." "Okay." Tong Jiaying cheerfully walked beside him, her high ponytail swinging behind her, her soft, pink lips slightly upturned. Who said Tong Jiaying was cold and aloof? Isn't she just a sweet smiling, approachable, pure girl? Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 30 yuan, triggered 4x cashback on intimacy spending, 120 yuan received. "I said I'd treat you to a chicken leg, why did you swipe your card first?" Zhang Jinli not only saved 30 yuan but earned 120 yuan cashback. Tong Jiaying had clearly planned this, putting her meal card back into her pocket and saying, "You treat your guest, I pay my own bill." What's the problem with that? Fine, as long as you're happy. Zhang Jinli was speechless. Tong Jiaying giggled and carried her tray over to sit down. She didn't eat like those girls who deliberately took small bites and chewed slowly. She ate heartily and looked like she really enjoyed her food. Watching her eat made Zhang Jinli hungrier too, and he couldn't help teasing, "Tong Jiaying, if you were a mukbang host, you'd definitely go viral." Tong Jiaying puffed up her cheeks and asked, "Why?" Zhang Jinli joked, "Because you look like Lin Dayu but eat like Lu Zhishan." Tong Jiaying pouted, displeased. "Are you saying I eat ugly?" Zhang Jinli played with fire and said, "Did I make it that obvious?" Tong Jiaying glared at him and bared her teeth like a little puppy, showing her small canine teeth in mock threat, "If you dare laugh at me, be careful or I'll bite you." Zhang Jinli casually teased, "Not afraid of your bite, just afraid if you separate the syllables." After all, tiger teeth hurt D. But he didn't dare finish the sentence, worried she might really bite him. Still, Zhang Jinli underestimated Tong Jiaying, thinking she didn't get his naughty joke. Little did he know, besides being a top student, she also secretly watched anime and read racy romance novels from the female section. So Tong Jiaying's face blushed red, and she quietly muttered, "Zhang perv." Wait, she understood instantly? Who knew she was secretly dirty-minded? Zhang Jinli coughed awkwardly and quickly took a couple of bites of rice to ease the tension. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward and ambiguous. Tong Jiaying focused on eating.
When she saw Jung Jinli almost done, she said, "I can't finish my food. Want some?" Jung Jinli said with disgust, "Wow, now you ask me? Only after you've eaten most of it?" Tong Jiaying said, "When we were kids, you even tricked me into giving you the lollipop from my mouth. Weren't you shameless then?" Jung Jinli pretended not to remember. "Did I? I don't recall." Tong Jiaying snorted, "You even drank from my soda and ate snacks straight from my mouth." Jung Jinli quickly stopped her. "Alright, fine. I'm not grossed out by your leftovers, just stop digging up my dark past." Tong Jiaying smiled triumphantly, scooped a third of her leftover rice into his plate, and added some meat too. Though Jung Jinli talked like he minded, he still ate it all without hesitation. Maybe it was because he had shared food with her since they were little, or maybe because she was good-looking. Either way, he didn't feel disgusted. After eating their fill, the sky outside grew darker. The sunset in the west became more brilliant and beautiful. Jung Jinli went to the track to take a walk, completing his daily task of 30 minutes walk after a meal, and earned 1 point of health value again. At 6:50 p.m., he and Tong Jiaying slowly left the track and returned to class for evening self-study. As the countdown to the college entrance exam displayed on the blackboard got closer, the atmosphere in class grew tenser and more stressful. After the evening study period, everyone focused on reviewing textbooks or doing practice questions. Jung Jinli was seriously working on exercises. These were the birthday gift that Tong Jiaying had randomly decided to give him that day. Crazy Tong Jiaying. While solving problems, Jung Jinli couldn't help grumbling. Next morning, as usual, Jung Jinli got up early for a morning run. Tong Jiaying had also gotten into the habit of running with him for over half an hour. With the continued daily runs and the daily 1-point health boost, Jung Jinli's physical condition had improved a lot. Now he could easily run 5 or 6 kilometers in the morning without any soreness or fatigue in his legs. That same day, Jung Jinli completed the goji berries in a thermos daily task for the 10th time. Ding! Daily task, goji berries in a thermos 1/1 completed. Reward of 100 yuan granted. Task completed 10 days in a row, double bonus triggered, extra reward, 1000 yuan. Host, Jung Jinli. Age, 48 years. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Health value, 39. Charm value, 26. Marital status, divorced. Personal status, weak and frail. Reversal fund, 2,498 yuan. Jung Jinli ignored the 48 age, divorced marital status, and the change from on the verge of death to weak and frail status. Since the personal attributes matched his 48-year-old future self, he only cared about the final amount displayed. Unknowingly saved up over 2,000 again. Jung Jinli finished his goji tea and secretly withdrew the 2,498 yuan into his bank account for interest. In the last PE class of the morning, Jung Jinli put his arm around Lin Huaiwen as they walked downstairs and asked, "I remember you went to Chunhua Middle School in junior high, right?" Lin Huaiwen asked curiously, "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Jung Jinli asked, "I'm asking about someone. Do you know a girl named Reninging? She's a year younger than you, currently in her second year at number 4 high school." Lin Huaiwen said, "That name sounds familiar. Why are you asking?" Jung Jinli said, "Zhong Manan also went to Chunhua Middle School in junior high. That girl Reninging was his classmate. I ran into them at Wanda Plaza on Saturday. I embarrassed Zhong Manan in front of her and made Reninging cry. So now I want to know if you know her, like does she have strong backing or not? I just want to be sure she won't hold a grudge and come after me." In reality, Jung Jinli was curious who Reninging's best friends were, and which one might be his future ex-wife. Zhong Manan, Reninging? Lin Huaiwen remembered, the Reninging you're talking about, is she the one who's pretty good looking? Also really knows how to dress up, gives off a flirty vibe? That's right, Jung Jinli responded. Then that's definitely her. Reninging was quite well known at Chunhua Middle School during junior high, because a bunch of rich boys were after her, and Zhong Manan was one of them. So her simps are actually pretty influential. If you made her cry, it wouldn't be surprising if one of those guys trying to get with her stepped in to teach you a lesson. Then Lin Huaiwen curiously asked, "But how exactly did you slap Zhong Manan's face and make her cry?" Long story short. Even the short version was long. Zhong Manan wanted to hit on her, took her shopping at Wanda, and they ran into me. He tried to show off in front of me, took her to buy name-brand clothes and bags. But I didn't even take him seriously. I just spent over 80,000 yuan on the spot and totally slapped him in the face. Then I purposely humiliated him, and right in front of him, I poached Reninging, told her to pick any designer bag she wanted. She got all excited and asked me if I was serious.
I then publicly mocked her and said I was just messing with her, that only an idiot would spend money on a gold digger like her. That's how I humiliated her in public, and she ran off crying. Lin Huaiwen was dumbfounded. Dude, are you seriously a rich second gen? You just casually dropped 80k like that. How many mines does your family own? Zhang Jinli gossiped. Let's not talk about how many mines my family owns. Since you know Reningyi, do you know who her close friends are? That I don't remember. Lin Huaiwen asked suspiciously, wait, are you asking this because you've fallen for someone else? Not interested in your childhood sweetheart anymore? No way. Zhang Jinli said disdainfully, birds of a feather flock together. Reningyi is clearly a gold digger type, sooner or later she's gonna go sell herself. How good could her besties be? I'd have to be brain dead to be interested in someone like that. Then why are you asking? Obviously, I want to discuss that gold digger on purpose. Since Lin Huaiwen didn't know who Reningyi's best friends were, Zhang Jinli dropped the topic. Time flew, 1 week passed. March 22nd, Saturday morning. Zhang Jinli was learning to drive. His skills had improved a lot, both reverse parking and side parking were perfect. Li Yongsheng walked over and asked, do you want to take Tuesday off to take the Subject 2 test? If you don't take the day off, I can only schedule you for next Saturday. If that's the case, even if you pass on the first try, you won't be able to get your license within a month. Zhang Jinli thought about it and said, I'll take the day off. The test is Tuesday morning, right? Li Yongxing nodded. If you're sure you've got time, I'll schedule your test for Tuesday. Okay. Zhang Jinli had no problem, he'd just ask his homeroom teacher for a sick day, or get his dad to call in with an excuse. Sunday. That afternoon, Zhang Jinli once again went early to school to study English with teacher Tong. His skeptical parents secretly followed him again, but once again he left the neighborhood alone and took the bus alone. Tong Jiaying also exited through the back gate of the neighborhood and met him at the next stop, felt a lot like sneaking around in a secret relationship behind their parents' backs. Monday evening. On the way back to the dorm after dinner and a walk, Zhang Jinli told Tong Jiaying, who had been sticking to him like glue lately, I won't go for a morning run tomorrow, I have to take the Subject 2 test in the morning. Tong Jiaying replied, then I'll sleep in an extra hour tomorrow. After evening self-study, Tong Jiaying came to find Zhang Jinli and suddenly handed him a Lucky Charm pouch. What is this? Zhang Jinli looked at the red pouch, unsure what was inside. Tong Jiaying said, it's a good luck charm. My mom and I got it during the new year at the city god temple. I'm lending it to you so your luck will be great and you'll pass Subject 2 smoothly tomorrow. You make it sound like my driving skills aren't good enough and I need luck to pass. Though he teased her, Zhang Jinli still accepted the lucky charm. But the next morning, even though the forecast had only predicted cloudy weather, it started raining lightly as he took a cab to the DMV test center. Could this lucky charm from Tong Jiaying have transferred my good luck to her? Rain makes it harder to see, definitely increases the difficulty of Subject 2. Zhang Jinli seriously suspected that the charm had drained his luck and transferred it to Tong Jiaying, which is why his test day started out with bad weather. However, after waiting an hour and just as it was almost his turn to take the test, the medium rain turned to light rain, the sun came out, the rain stopped, and a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky. So now Zhang Jinli thought the charm actually might have some magical effect, maybe it really boosted his luck. When the screen in broadcast showed his name and candidate number, Zhang Jinli grabbed his ID and hurried to register and take the Subject 2 test. The test site was full of puddles after the rain. Zhang Jinli drove with full focus, completing one test item after another as prompted by the system. Finally, during the hill start, Zhang Jinli noticed the test car was clearly having issues, and despite performing the maneuver correctly, the car stalled and he lost 10 points. Luckily, he quickly recovered and successfully completed the hill start, passing the Subject 2 test with a score of 90. After leaving the test site, Zhang Jinli pulled the red charm pouch from his pocket and kissed it. Guess I'll count that as your lucky blessing. Having finished Subject 2, he got his phone back from Li Yongxing and took a cab straight back to school. Passed Subject 2. I'm heading back now. What do you want for lunch? I'll go get food for you from the cafeteria ahead of time. But after the final class ended, Zhang Jinli still hadn't received a reply from Tong Jiaying and figured she must have left her phone in the dorm and didn't bring it to class. He got lunch for too early, then sat in the cafeteria staring out at the students arriving one after another, like a man staring longingly at the horizon. Soon, he saw familiar faces from his class, and even several girls from Tong Jiaying's class, but still no sign of her. Finally, he saw Qin Yuan, who often hung out with Tong Jiaying. Zhang Jinli quickly went over and asked, Hey, where's Tong Jiaying? Is she on duty cleaning today? Why hasn't she come to the cafeteria? Chen Yuan replied, Jiaying had a high fever this morning. I went with her to the hospital to get in for. She's resting in the dorm now.
Wait, so the lucky charm actually transferred Tong Jiaying's luck to me? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. We have to believe in science, not superstition. Wait, no, the system already appeared, and I'm still believing in science? Zhang Jinli had no appetite to eat anymore.
All he wanted was to return the lucky charm to Tong Jiaying as soon as possible. I took the morning off, didn't know Tong Jiaying was sick with a fever this morning, so I got her lunch in advance. She probably doesn't have any appetite now, so you eat it instead to avoid wasting it.
Oh, okay, then I won't be polite.
Chen Yuan sat down and began eating the hearty lunch Zhang Jinli had bought earlier for Tong Jiaying, then reminded him, Jiaying had a 40-degree fever this morning and didn't eat much.
What are you going to pack for her later?
Zhang Jinli said, I'll pack her some lean meat congee. Please help take it back to her.
Okay, sure. Chen Yuan felt a bit envious. This is the benefit of having a boyfriend.
And one who's a childhood sweetheart at that. Though envious, she also felt a little annoyed at Zhang Jinli. Because of him, her dear Jiaying had been sticking to him lately and not spending time with her.
It was basically like someone stole her wife, an irreconcilable grudge.
Zhang Jinli, unaware that Chen Yuan had already labeled him a love rival, absent-mindedly ate his lunch. With Tong Jiaying not around and nothing pretty to look at, the cafeteria food suddenly tasted bland and lifeless.
Even though Chen Yuan was quite cute herself.
Lin Huaiwen had just arrived at the cafeteria and, upon seeing Zhang Jinli sitting across from Chen Yuan eating together, felt jealous and resentful. He suspected Zhang Jinli had gotten bored of his childhood sweetheart and was now going after her best friend. Originally, Lin Huaiwen had planned to finish getting his food quickly and go sit with Zhang Jinli, so he could try chatting up the pretty girl from class 1. But just as he got his food, Zhang Jinli had already finished eating, and Lin was too shy to go sit with Chen Yuan alone. Soon, Zhang Jinli had packed the lean meat congee for Tong Jiaying and brought it to the waiting Chen Yuan.
Sorry for the wait, please take this congee back to Tong Jiaying. Zhang Jinli said politely, then suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, did she forget to bring her phone to the hospital and you paid for her? Chen Yuan was surprised. How did you know? Because I didn't get a cashback notification from her.
Zhang Jinli made up an excuse. I sent her messages earlier and got no reply, so I figured she didn't bring her phone.
If it's convenient, you can add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer you the medical expenses. Chen Yuan teased, if I add you, won't Jiaying get mad?
Zhang Jinli rolled his eyes, then just show me a payment QR code.
Chen Yuan didn't tease him any further and said, it's fine, just a few dozen yuan, it's not a big deal.
Zhang Jinli replied seriously, it's not about the amount. Just show me the code, I'll transfer it now.
Alright then.
Chen Yuan reluctantly pulled out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code, and said, just send me 60 yuan.
Zhang Jinli sent her 600. Chen Yuan said, you added an extra 0. Zhang Jinli said, no, I meant to. It's just a small token of appreciation.
Later, if Jiaying wants to eat anything, please help her buy it.
Alright, she likes eating pears. If she feels up to it, you can buy her some.
Get extra fruits for the dorm too, just think of it as me treating you all to some fruit. So thanks in advance for taking care of her these next couple of days. Also, please return this lucky charm pouch to her for me and tell her, thanks to her charm, I passed subject 2.
Chen Yuan was deeply envious. What a generous and sweet boyfriend. She wanted one too. She knew Zhang Jinli had money.
The 2 giant teddy bears over a meter tall on Tong Jiaying's bed were caught from claw machines by Zhang Jinli for 500 yuan. And Jiaying once bragged to her that Zhang Jinli had earned 20,000 yuan during winter break and gave her 10,000, but she turned it down.
So Chen Yuan didn't refuse anymore and accepted with a smile. Then I'll take the 600. Just say it's a treat from you 2 lovebirds for the dorm. Lovebirds, my ass. Zhang Jinli complained in his head but didn't bother explaining. Chen Yuan immediately brought the congee back to the dorm.
Nearby, Lin Huaiwen, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, finally understood, so Zhang Jinli wasn't ditching his old flame for her best friend. He quickly shoveled down the last bites of his lunch, caught up with Zhang Jinli, and put his arm around his shoulder. Bro, share your girlfriend's bestie's WeChat with me. Let me experience the sour stench of love too.
Zhang Jinli replied, problem is, I don't even have her WeChat. And I don't have a girlfriend either. Lin Huaiwen scoffed, yeah, right.
Come on, just share that girl's contact. I like girls that are petite and cute like her. Zhang Jinli had no choice but to open WeChat and show him, I'm serious, I don't have her WeChat.
She just showed me her payment code. Lin Huaiwen gave up, fine, I was just talking big anyway.
With her looks, she probably wouldn't be into an average guy like me. Zhang Jinli patted him on the shoulder and said, don't sell yourself short.
They say beauties go with beasts. What if Chen Yuan's just into your type? Lin Huaiwen grumbled. I feel like you're not comforting me, you're roasting me. Be confident. Drop the doubt. Damn you. Back at the dorm not long after, Tong Jiaying finally replied on WeChat. You're spending money like crazy again. Yuan already told me. Jiang Jinli didn't want to talk money and typed. Has your fever gone down? Feeling any better? Tong Jiaying sent a voice message. I'm fine, just caught a chill at night. After the 4 and a nap, I'm feeling much better. Jiang Jinli replied with a voice message. I think when you gave me that lucky charm, you transferred your luck to me. That's why I passed subject 2 and you almost burned up with fever. Tong Jiaying shot back. Superstition. Jiang Jinli argued. If you don't believe in superstition, why give me a lucky charm? Tong Jiaying had no comeback. Jiang Jinli didn't press further and reminded her. Alright, enough chatting. Go eat your kanji while it's hot. If you don't have an appetite, just tell Chen Yuan to go buy whatever you want, she's already on my payroll. She'll get you anything. Tong Jiaying put down her phone, her face still a bit flushed from the fever and just waking up. She ate the kanji while it was warm, then said to Chen Yuan, Jiang Jinli only knows I like pears. He doesn't know it's because when we were little, he used to dislike me and bully me. Every time he made me cry or upset, I'd pretend the pear was him and bite it hard. In the afternoon, Tong Jiaying didn't continue her sick leave and chose to attend class. As Jiang Jinli was coming down from the dorm and heading to the teaching building, he happened to run into Tong Jiaying walking with Chen Yuan. Look, your husband. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up, her voice a bit loud, drawing the attention of nearby boys and girls. Tong Jiaying's face, already slightly flushed from her cold and fever, turned even redder, and she instinctively retorted, your husband. Right after saying that, she added, I mean the guy next to Jiang Jinli. Chen Yuan instantly showed a disgusted look. No way. My husband would never be that ugly. Good thing Lin Huaiwen didn't hear that savage line, or he'd have wanted to crawl into a hole. When Jiang Jinli turned and saw Tong Jiaying, he deliberately slowed his pace. As she came over, he asked, why aren't you still resting in the dorm? Tong Jiaying replied, I got in 4 in the morning, and after taking medicine at noon, I already feel much better. But your face is still red, it looks like the fever hasn't gone down yet. As he spoke, Jiang Jinli reached out and touched her forehead to feel her temperature. Still feels a little warm. Being touched on the forehead in public made Tong Jiaying's already pink face flush even more. Caught off guard by a mouthful of dog food, Chen Yuan muttered. Even Lin Huaiwen couldn't bear to watch, burning with envy and jealousy inside. Jiang Jinli calmly said, drink more hot water. Tong Jiaying hummed in agreement, walking shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Jinli. Chen Yuan knowingly stepped back a few paces, silently munching on the dog food behind them. Lin Huaiwen also slowed his steps and walked behind them with her. Maybe it was because of the earlier joke where Tong Jiaying teased that Lin Huaiwen was her husband, but Chen Yuan glanced at him walking next to her, found him ugly, and immediately strode past Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying with big steps, leaving Lin Huaiwen awkwardly behind. Evening. Tong Jiaying looked much better and had her appetite back. While eating together in the cafeteria, Jiang Jinli touched her forehead again to confirm her fever had subsided and felt reassured. A 30-minute post-meal walk earned Jiang Jinli another 1 point of health. Now his personal stats showed his health value had reached 45. As long as he kept it up for 55 more days, completing 55 more walk after meal, lived to 99 tasks, his health value would max out, and any excess could be allocated to his family. On the way back to the dorm after the walk, Jiang Jinli reminded her, don't get up for a morning run tomorrow. Don't sweat and catch a chill again. Don't let the fever come back, got it? Fine. Tong Jiaying reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, her fever came quickly but healed just as fast. By the next day, she basically felt no discomfort. She even began to suspect that her sudden fever might really have been caused by giving her lucky charm to Jiang Jinli and transferring her luck. Before they knew it, Friday came again. March was about to end, and the second mock exam was coming next week. Time was flying faster and faster. Only 69 days left until the college entrance exam. On the way to school at noon, Tong Jiaying asked, are you still going to driving school this weekend? Jiang Jinli replied, I passed subject 2 already. I can drive. Nothing much left to learn. Tong Jiaying immediately said, then how about we go to the library this weekend to do practice tests? The second mock is next Wednesday. I'll check if your English has improved. Sure. Jiang Jinli agreed. Reading for 1 hour daily and completing the task, live and learn, would increase memory by 1 point. 16 days had passed, meaning his memory increased by 16 points, from an initial 57 to 73. Although still 27 days away from full memory and unlocking the photographic memory skill, Zhang Jinli already felt his memory had greatly improved. Lately, many English words that used to give him headaches were now memorized so well that he could recite them backward. Plus, with Tong Jiaying tutoring his English, he believed his score in the second mock would hit a new record. Maybe he'd even pass English for the first time in his high school life. Saturday, 8 a.m. After breakfast, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying headed to the nearby county library to do practice tests. Tong Jiaying had specially bought 2 English mock exams. After entering the library, they found a quiet corner, sat face to face, and quietly started the tests. When they finished, they exchanged papers and corrected them using the answer keys. Except for listening sections, the rest were standard questions. While grading, Zhang Jinli saw how amazing Tong Jiaying's English was. She got all the multiple choice questions correct. He didn't know how to grade the essay, but looking at her neat and full English composition, he could tell she'd score high. Not long after, Tong Jiaying finished grading his test and marked it with a 96. She gave him a thumbs up and wrote on a scratch paper, "Your English has improved. You finally passed." Zhang Jinli also wrote a reply, "All thanks to teacher Tong." Still not satisfied, Tong Jiaying wrote, "I also brought 2 math tests. Want to finish those before heading back?" "Okay." Zhang Jinli made a hand gesture. Tong Jiaying immediately pulled out 2 math test papers, and they buried their heads in questions again. The quiet library was filled with the rustle of pages and the sound of pencils scratching paper. Occasionally there were coughs and the sound of footsteps coming and going. In less than 2 hours, they finished the tests and graded each other's papers again. In the end, Tong Jiaying gave him a 113, while he gave her a 129. "Freak, not playing with you anymore," Zhang Jinli wrote on the scratch paper. It was bad enough that he couldn't beat her in English, now even in math, he was a bit behind. So much for the stereotype that big boobs mean no brains. Tong Jiaying, how could you have both looks and brains? Catching up to her was going to be tough. Thankfully, there were still more than 60 days before the college entrance exam. By then, his memory would be maxed out, and with photographic memory, his scores would definitely improve even more. He probably couldn't surpass Tong Jiaying in the second mock yet, but in the third one in May, he'd definitely crush her. Zhang Jinli might not have confidence in himself, but he had complete faith in the powers granted by the system. "Zhang Jinli, do you want me to help you with math? I feel like your math isn't very solid." On the way out of the library, Tong Jiaying's blunt honesty deeply hurt the self-esteem of the cheerful and sunny boy. "No," Zhang Jinli said gloomily, "you're making me sound dumb." "Well, you are kind of dumb." Tong Jiaying told the truth and mumbled to herself in her heart, "That's why it took you all these years to realize I like you." Suddenly, Zhang Jinli reached out, just like when he used to bully Tong Jiaying as a kid, and pinched her smooth, fair little face. "I'm giving you a chance to rephrase that." Pinched on her left cheek, Tong Jiaying showed a few teeth, including a little sharp canine tooth. Her cold and beautiful face suddenly looked much cuter. She didn't resist and let Zhang Jinli lift her cheek slightly as she mumbled, "Not dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb." Only then did Zhang Jinli let go of his salty pig hand, satisfied. Tong Jiaying's pretty face was left with a small red mark from the pinch, and the red area just happened to be shaped like a heart. "Tong Jiaying, look. Even the way I pinch your face is in the shape of a heart. It means I'm not just pinching you, I love you." As Zhang Jinli secretly joked in his mind, the unruly Tong Jiaying suddenly grabbed his right hand and, like an angry little puppy, bit him through his sleeve. While biting him, she said, "You're not allowed to pinch me. Tong Jiaying, are you part dog or what? You bite whenever you're mad." Zhang Jinli was helpless and let the childish Tong Jiaying retaliate like when they were kids. Only, back then she cried when she bit him. Now, something was missing. That made Zhang Jinli suddenly get an evil urge to make her cry again. No, she's grown up now. If I make her cry, it won't be easy to coax her anymore. Seeing that Zhang Jinli didn't react at all to her bite, Tong Jiaying felt it wasn't fun and said, "Why didn't you react?" Zhang Jinli replied annoyed, "You didn't even bite hard, how could I react?" "Unless you bite." "Wait. This is Tong Jiaying, how could I be thinking something so inappropriate about her?" "Oh no, my willpower is being crushed by Tong Jiaying. Boring, I'm done biting you." Tong Jiaying let go of Zhang Jinli's hand and skipped forward, her signature high ponytail bouncing in the back, making Zhang Jinli's thoughts swirl. Looking at the damp bite mark on his sleeve, Zhang Jinli walked up and wiped it on her shoulder. "Ew, Tong Jiaying, you're so gross. It's all saliva. You're the gross one." "Ha, trying to bite me again? No chance." "Zhang Jinli, stop right there. This time I'll bite you for real."
On the sidewalk outside the library, the setting sun filtered through the sycamore leaves, scattering golden light onto the green and red bricks like spilled glass full of light and shadow. The wind rustled the new leaves as Tong Jiayin chased Zhang Jinli, laughing and playing, running into the spots of light beneath the sycamore trees. March's spring breeze, like scissors, cut off the days of March and brought in a brand new April. April 1st, Tuesday, April Fool's Day. Early morning on the track, two figures ran, one ahead, one behind. Suddenly, Tong Jiayin stopped, sat down on the ground, and shouted, "Zhang Jinli, I twisted my ankle." Hearing this, Zhang Jinli stopped and looked back at her bad acting, complaining, "Tong Jiayin, your acting is so fake. You think I don't know it's April Fool's today? Not fun." Tong Jiayin got up, annoyed, and continued running. After a while, she said, "Zhang Jinli, your shoelace is untied." Zhang Jinli wasn't buying it. "Tong Jiayin, you can't fool me," she said, "I'm not lying. Your shoelace really is untied." Zhang Jinli replied seriously, "Doesn't matter. Whatever you say today, I won't believe it." Tong Jiayin felt April Fool's was boring, not fun at all. She thought for a moment, then slowed down and said, "Zhang Jinli, I'm hungry. I don't want to keep running." Zhang Jinli saw that the morning run task showed 362 kilometers and had earned 362 yuan, so he said, "Then let's go eat breakfast and head back to the dorm to change." Tong Jiayin instantly cheered, "Got you. I'm not hungry yet." Hee, little Zhang Jinli, fooled you just like that. Where there's a will, there's a way, and Tong Jiayin always wins. Zhang Jinli smiled dryly, "I let you fool me on purpose. No way your brain could have outsmarted me otherwise." Tong Jiayin snorted, "I don't care. I tricked you on April Fool's. Childish." Zhang Jinli walked toward the cafeteria and turned to ask, "You still coming?" "Coming." Tong Jiayin quickly caught up. Then Zhang Jinli tricked her, "Your shoelace is untied. You're the one with the untied shoelace." "I'm serious. Your shoelace really is untied. Watch out or you'll trip and fall flat on your face." Tong Jiayin still fell for it and looked down. Then she complained, "Big liar. I knew you were lying." Zhang Jinli laughed, "If you knew, why'd you still look? Big dummy. You're the dummy." The two of them teased each other as they entered the cafeteria. After finishing a hot breakfast, it was just past 6 a.m. Back at the dorm, they changed out of their running clothes, cleaned off the sweat, and left with their roommates who had just gotten up and were heading to breakfast. Downstairs at the girls' dorm, Tong Jiayin reminded Chen Yuanyuan, who came down with her, "Your shoelace is untied." Chen Yuanyuan looked down and realized she'd been tricked. "Dang it, Tong Jiayin, I forgot it's April Fool's." Tong Jiayin felt proud, "You're still so easy to trick. Not like Zhang Jinli, he can't be fooled by stuff like that." Chen Yuanyuan had a sudden idea and said, "I've got a great plan that'll definitely fool Zhang Jinli." Tong Jiayin asked eagerly, "What plan?" "Wait a sec." Chen Yuanyuan pulled out her phone, found a picture of a pregnancy test, and said, "Send him this picture and tell him you threw up this morning. After checking, turns out you're pregnant." Tong Jiayin, both embarrassed and speechless, muttered, "We haven't even kissed, how could I be pregnant?" Chen Yuanyuan, seeing she wasn't lying, teased her, "Haven't even kissed? You two are in a virtual soul bond relationship or something." The arrival of April Fool's Day slightly eased the pressure among the third-year high school students, whose study atmosphere had become increasingly tense and oppressive. Grade 12, Class 3. The bell for the third period rang. Mr. Zhou, already balding in his 30s or 40s and prematurely entering middle age, walked in through the back door of the classroom with his hands behind his back, holding a thermos in his right hand. The students were silently reviewing. No one was whispering or sneaking out their phone to play. As long as you didn't enter through the back door and got into first high based on your ability, you were considered a proper academic top student, the kind of other people's child that many parents spoke of. So they didn't need a teacher to supervise. Once the bell rang, the students would return to class and bury themselves in review. Mr. Zhou suddenly said, "Tomorrow is the second mock exam. Today's 2 math classes will be changed to PE. Go out and play however you like. Just relax a bit." Immediately, many students cheered. But then Mr. Zhou walked up to the podium, raised his hand to signal silence, and said with a mischievous smile, "I was kidding. Happy April Fool's Day." However, boys like Zhang Jinli, who were naturally rebellious, had already gotten up and slipped away, encouraging others to join and go out to play, completely ignoring whether Mr. Zhou was serious or not. Seeing this group of rebellious students out of control, running out of the classroom like wild horses, Mr. Zhou could only helplessly shout, "Just one class, okay?" In the end, watching these unusually cheerful students, Mr. Zhou chose to sacrifice 2 math classes, allowing them to let loose and relax once. During the last class in the afternoon,
All senior students began arranging the examination rooms. Then the exam seating chart was posted. Tong Jiaying came over especially to ask Zhang Jinli, "Which class are you assigned to?" Zhang Jinli replied, "Class 5. You?" Tong Jiaying's face immediately lit up with joy. "Me too. Class 5. What a coincidence." Seeing how happy she was, Zhang Jinli could tell she wasn't using April Fools as an excuse to trick him, so he said, "Let's go check out Class 5 and see if we might be seated front and back." With a happy face, Tong Jiaying followed Zhang Jinli to grade 12, Class 5, and they stood in front of the posted exam list on the classroom wall. "Zhang Jinli, here you are." Tong Jiaying quickly spotted his name among the dozens listed and pointed to it. Then she found her own name in front left of his. Not seated front and back, Tong Jiaying was a bit disappointed. "You're in Group 2, Seat 6. I'm in Group 3, Seat 4. Zhang Jinli nodded slightly. "Not bad, still pretty close." Thinking about it, just being in the same exam room was good enough. A joyful smile returned to her cool and pretty face. April 2nd, Wednesday. The second mock exam was about to begin. The procedures for mock exams followed the same format as the National College Entrance Exam. Both Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying were science students, so this morning they took Chinese, and in the afternoon, math. Then the next morning was science composite, and English in the afternoon. Since completing the live and learn daily task every day, which boosted memory, Zhang Jinli had managed to memorize all the classic poems and texts in the textbooks through continuous morning and evening reading. His Chinese had always been solid, usually scoring around 100. To break through and get above 120, he'd have to hope the reading and writing questions matched his thinking. Because of the exam today, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying didn't get up at 5 a.m. to run but slept in. They got up after 6, went for a 30-minute jog, then had breakfast together before returning to the dorms to prepare. At 8:30, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying headed out. Since mock exams also required metal detector checks, Zhang Jinli messaged Tong Jiaying before leaving, locked his phone in his locker, and went downstairs to wait for her so they could head to the exam room together. 8:55 a.m. The invigilators handed out the test papers early. Zhang Jinli received version A. Based on those seated around him having version B, he guessed Tong Jiaying must have also gotten version A. After receiving the paper, he immediately turned to the last page to check the essay prompt and spark some writing inspiration. In Greek mythology, Prometheus stole fire for mankind, bringing the dawn of civilization. In today's AI revolution, humans are creating new fire together with artificial intelligence. Some worry that this fire may eventually burn its creator, while others believe it will light a brighter future. One of the essay prompts in this second mock was about the currently hot topic AI. Zhang Jinli was instantly inspired and decided to write on this topic. Turning back to the first page, Zhang Jinli wrote his school, class, and name with a black pen, then filled in the version A bubble with a 2B pencil and officially began the exam. Total time, 2.5 hours. After finishing all the questions and writing his essay, Zhang Jinli found he still had 30 minutes left, so he patiently reviewed his answers and checked for any mistakes or typos. He felt this Chinese exam might score high. Zhang Jinli was mysteriously confident. Finally, time was up. The invigilator asked the last row to begin collecting papers. After submitting hers, Tong Jiaying immediately picked up her stationery pouch, stood up, and turned to look at Zhang Jinli. Her turn and smile instantly caught the attention of many boys. But when she walked over to Zhang Jinli and casually rolled up his stationery pouch and put it into her own, the boys who had just been admiring her suddenly lost interest and were filled with jealousy toward Zhang Jinli. Tong Jiaying asked, "How did your Chinese go this time?" Zhang Jinli stood up and replied, "It was pretty easy. I think I might get above 120. Tong Jiaying asked, "Which essay did you write?" Zhang Jinli replied, "The AI one." Tong Jiaying said, "I chose that one too, but I didn't write it well. I'll probably only get around 110 this time." Versailles Tong. Zhang Jinli didn't believe her. Students like her were classic examples of humble braggers. They always said they didn't do well but then got top scores. Tong Jiaying pouted, "I'm not humble bragging, this time I really didn't write it well." As they walked, Zhang Jinli said, "Mr. Zhou said we shouldn't dwell on scores after an exam, or obsess over doing badly, or it'll mess up our mindset for the next subject. So let's stop talking about it and go eat before the freshmen and sophomores get out of class." After lunch, back in the dorm, Zhang Jinli checked his phone and saw a missed call and an unread message. Turns out the missed call was from the Yangwang 4S dealership. They couldn't reach him, so they sent a text saying the Yangwang U9 he ordered would be delivered this Friday and to prepare for pickup. Unknowingly, 20 days had passed already. The system rewarded Yangwang U9 was finally out of the factory. "Too bad I still don't have a license." Looks like I'll have to ask Li Yongsheng to help drive it back. Perfect chance to flex on Li Yongsheng, who thinks he's hot stuff driving that old Benz. Afternoon, math exam. Compared to the first mock exam, the second mock math exam was slightly easier.
In the first mock exam, Zhang Jinli did poorly in math because the last few math problems were very difficult, especially the final two key problems. As a result, although he usually scored over 100 in math, he only got 78 in the first mock. Tong Jiaying also didn't do well in the first mock math exam, but at least she scored 102. So even though the math was hard, and her Chinese essay wasn't written well, she still performed steadily and scored 546. In the quiet classroom, the sound of students writing filled the air. A voice prompt came from the corner speaker, announcing that there were 15 minutes left in the exam. Immediately, the slower students began to feel nervous and anxious. Zhang Jili had just finished the last big question and couldn't help but glance toward Tong Jiaying at the front left. She also looked back at him. In that moment their eyes met, and her cold, serious little face slowly blossomed into a sweet smile. Zhang Jili gave her a slight smile in return, then turned his paper over and began carefully checking it to avoid careless mistakes that would cost him points he should have gotten. Tong Jiaying also focused on checking her paper, using the last 15 minutes to repeatedly verify her calculations on scratch paper. The final bell rang, time to collect the papers. Tong Jiaying immediately left her seat and walked toward Zhang Jinli. While cheerfully talking, she naturally packed Zhang Jinli's stationery into her own pencil bag. The math questions this time were so easy. That last proof question was similar to the one in the birthday test I made for you. You should have been able to solve it, right? Zhang Jinli replied, except for 2 questions at the beginning that I wasn't confident about. The rest felt fine. I should be able to get at least 120 this time. Tong Jiaying said proudly. Then I should be able to get at least 130. Show off. Zhang Jinli pinched Tong Jiaying's cheek in disgust. Tong Jiaying slapped his arm and grumbled, pinch me again, and if I drool in my sleep later, I'll blame you. Zhang Jinli said, then if I get rabies in the future, I'll blame you too, always biting me out of nowhere. Tong Jiaying snapped, I'm not a dog, how could I give you rabies? Zhang Jinli reminded, did you forget you're a single dog? Tong Jiaying huffed, if I'm a single dog, then so are you. The students around them watched this bickering couple walking toward the stairwell, feeling all kinds of complicated emotions. Especially those who didn't do well in math, seeing these two confidently boasting about scoring at least 120 and 130 made them feel even worse. The next day, after finishing the science composite exam in the morning, Zhang Jinli wasn't cheerful anymore. He was confident about yesterday's Chinese and math and thought he could get a combined score of around 250. But this science exam was even harder than the first mock, so he felt that scoring 200 out of 300 would already be an achievement. Tong Jiaying also thought the science big questions were tough, but she was confident she could get around 240. Only English left now. You have to take it seriously. Even if you can't write the essay well, remember the grammar templates I taught you. Use keywords from the question and write more, you'll definitely get some points. Got it? On the way to the exam room, Tong Jiaying nagged like a mother.
Zhang Jinli impatiently said, got it. You're even more naggy than my mom. Tong Jiaying gave him a resentful glare, pinched his arm, and said, if you don't pass English, Teacher Tong will be angry. And the consequences of that are serious. Of course, if you do pass English this time, Teacher Tong will be very happy and give you a big reward.
Calling her Teacher Tong in jest, and she's actually taking it seriously.
Drama Queen Tong.
Zhang Jinli muttered in his heart, then curiously asked, what reward?
Tell me first.
If your reward turns out to be a punishment for me, I'd rather hand in a blank test.
Tong Jiaying mysteriously said, anyway, you'll definitely like it, but only if you pass. If not, I won't give it to you. Fine. Zhang Jinli thought to himself, could Tong Jiaying's reward be offering herself to make me feel good? Otherwise, how can she be so sure I'll like it? No wait, I don't like that. Damn Tong Jiaying, trying to seduce me and ruin my cultivation. Good luck, try to pass.
In the classroom, Tong Jiaying placed the stationery she had carried for Zhang Jinli on his desk, softly cheering him on, making the nearby boys envious. Especially those boys who were in the same class as either Tong Jiaying or Zhang Jinli. Every time they saw the two going in and out together during exams, laughing and chatting, it left a bad taste in their mouths. As the English test papers were handed out, Zhang Jinli immediately sat up straight and carefully checked the test. The listening section came first. In the past, Zhang Jinli could only understand about half of the listening part, mostly guessing based on keywords. If lucky, he could guess a bunch right and score around 60 or 70. But if unlucky, he'd only get 30 or 40.
so English was his only weak subject. If he wanted to catch up to Tong Jiaying in total score, he had to make big improvements in English. Otherwise, even if he performed exceptionally in other subjects, the best he could score was around 550. No way he could hit over 600. Time quietly slipped by under the pen. The final 15-minute countdown announcement echoed through the classroom. In his 3 years of high school, this was the first time Jiang Jinli had answered an English test so thoroughly. In the past, his English essays were just a few messy grammar sentences forced out of him. But with teacher Tong's detailed guidance, after mastering grammar and essay templates, he wrote a long, fluent essay this time. This was also thanks to his improved memory, which helped him memorize many words. Whether I can finally break the curse of never passing English in 3 years of high school, it all depends on today. Papers collected. Exam over. Jiang Jili was full of spirit. Seeing how proud he looked, Tong Jiaying knew he must have done well. Even if he didn't pass, he probably scored 70 or 80. After all, in the past, he could guess his way to the 60s. If he didn't improve under her teaching, she'd be too ashamed to keep tutoring him. Evening self-study. The Chinese paper from yesterday morning had already been graded and returned. Other students were getting their papers one after another, but Jiang Jinli hadn't received his yet, which made him excited. Because the top 10 scorers are praised publicly as role models, 10 papers were still on the teacher's desk. The Chinese teacher said, this time in the second mock exam, overall performance has improved noticeably compared to the first. Some students improved greatly. Starting from 10th place, the teacher announced. 10th, Zhou Jinson, 119 points. 9th, Sun Yali, 121 points. 8th, Zhao Su, 122 points. Jiang Jinli got more and more excited. He didn't just make it into the top 10, he ranked quite high. 7th, Luo Jinxia, 124 points. 6th, Yang Hong, 126 points. Jiang Jinli's excitement was visible. He actually made it into the top 5. 5th, Jiang Jinli, 128 points. Hearing his name, he quickly stood up and went to the podium to get his paper. After the half-hearted clapping from classmates ended, the teacher said, Jiang Jinli has made great progress in this second mock exam. If I remember correctly, this is your first time in the top 10. I suggest you read more full-score college entrance exam essays and aim to write high or full-scoring essays in the real exam. Okay. Jiang Jinli returned to his seat and flipped to the essay section. The essay was worth 50 points, but the teacher only gave him 35. If he had gotten full marks, he would have scored 143 in Chinese. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly strong. After the first evening study period ended, Jiang Jinli hurried to class 1. Chen Yuanyuan nudged Tong Jiaying's leg and reminded her, your boyfriend's here to see you. Tong Jiaying blushed and gave Chen Yuanyuan a glare before leaving her seat. Jiang Jinli asked, did you guys get your Chinese papers back too? Tong Jiaying nodded, just got them. What about you? Jiang Jinli didn't answer and continued, how much did you score? Tong Jiaying replied regretfully, only 118. My essay wasn't good, only got 30 points. Jiang Jinli proudly pulled out his answer sheet from his coat and showed off the bright red 128 points. Trashy Tong. My essay wasn't good either, but I still beat you by 10 points. Just you wait, Jiang Jinli. When the math papers are handed out, let's see if you're still so cocky. Last evening's self-study period. The math papers had also been graded and handed out. When the homeroom teacher, old Zhou, walked in, he gave Jiang Jinli a strange look, then began announcing the top 10 scores for the second mock math exam. This time, the second mock math test was a bit easier than the first, so most people performed steadily, and a few even did exceptionally well and made great progress. Old Zhou started from 10th place and announced down to 5th. Jiang Jinli was quite excited inside but kept a particularly calm expression. 4th place, Jiang Jinli, 137 points. Jiang Jinli walked up to the podium with a blank face, then stared intently at old Zhou, making him feel uneasy. Old Zhou handed him the test paper, saying, good job this time, keep it up. But Jiang Jinli didn't take it. Facing old Zhou directly, he calmly asked, is that all you have to say? Old Zhou. Good kid, so you're here to settle old scores. Seeing old Zhou's stern face, Jiang Jinli continued, last time in the first mock, I messed up the math exam. A lot of students in class did too, but you only singled me out and publicly criticized me. You even used me as a negative example of how early love caused a drop in performance. I didn't respond to that at all. I just quietly endured the false accusation and waited for the second mock to prove myself with results. So, Teacher Zhou, don't you think you owe me a public apology? Immediately, the classroom fell dead silent. All the students looked at Jiang Jinli in surprise and admiration.
Alright. Considering that Jiang Jinli was 5th in Chinese and 4th in math this time, old Joe solemnly said in front of all the students, regarding the matter of publicly criticizing Jiang Jinli last time, I hereby apologize to Jiang Jinli and hope to receive his forgiveness.
I have also reflected on it. I now realize that my actions were inappropriate and excessive.
It's normal for high school students to fall in love. Some might fall behind because of it, but others improve together and get into the same ideal university. I shouldn't have condemned all early relationships with one stroke, and I especially shouldn't have criticized students publicly in class without considering their feelings.
I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Please forgive me this time, for the sake of my good intentions as your teacher. Only then did Jiang Jinli reach out and take the paper, grinning as he said, Okay, old Joe, I forgive you.
Damn, bro, you've got guts.
Lin Huaiwen truly admired him. Jiang Jinli forcing old Joe to apologize today would definitely go down as a memorable event in old Joe's teaching career. Although old Joe was annoyed and really wanted to discipline Jiang Jinli, considering how fiercely he had performed in the second mock, he let it go.
Don't get arrogant.
If you can't keep it up in next month's third mock, you'll still get criticized. Jiang Jinli returned to his seat with the test paper and replied, If my total score in the third mock is even 1 point lower than this time, feel free to drag me out as a bad example.
Alright, let's hope your confidence matches your results. Old Joe continued to announce the top 3.
Third place, 139 points.
Second place, 142 points.
First place, 146 points. Although this math exam was easier than the first, no one in the class scored full marks. Still, the overall results were quite good for Class 3.
Finally, the bell rang.
Lin Huaiwen came over and said admiringly, Bro, you're seriously awesome.
You actually dared to confront Joe the Skinner and made him apologize to you.
Jiang Jinli shrugged, I was right, so why be afraid?
Damn.
Lin Huaiwen praised him, then spotted Tong Jiaying waiting eagerly outside the window and said, Your childhood sweetheart is here for you. Jiang Jinli didn't even need to think to know that Tong Jiaying must have come with her math paper to reclaim her pride. Earlier, he had scored 10 points higher in Chinese and called her trashy Tong. Thinking about how he had overperformed this time and scored 137 in math, Jiang Jinli stood tall and confidently walked out holding his answer sheet.
How many points did you get in math? Tong Jiaying got straight to the point.
Jiang Jinli countered, You say yours first.
Tong Jiaying cleverly said, No way.
If I show mine first and you find you lost, you'll just run off.
As expected of you, Tong Jiaying.
You really know me well. With the power of 137 points giving him courage, Jiang Jinli pulled out his answer sheet and said, I got 137.
I don't believe you scored higher.
Yesterday afternoon after the math exam, Tong Jiaying said she could score at least 130, so Jiang Jinli bet she couldn't beat 137. But then Tong Jiaying suddenly smiled, pulled out her own answer sheet and mocked him, Trashy Jiang Jinli.
I got 145. Are you convinced now? Damn, Tong Jiaying, are you cheating? How did you score 145? Damn it.
Next time someone says big boobs mean no brains, I'll use Tong Jiaying to slap them in the face.
Jiang Jinli protested, Humph. So what if your math score is higher? Add in Chinese and you're still 2 points lower than me. Seeing Jiang Jinli unwilling to concede, Tong Jiaying snorted, Wanna compare total scores? Then let's wait for the science and English papers.
I'll see what you've got then. Jiang Jinli dodged, I'm only comparing Chinese and math scores, nothing else.
Tong Jiaying gave him a disgusted look, Trashy Jiang Jinli, can't even play fair.
Seeing Tong Jiaying suffer a loss, Jiang Jinli felt oddly happy and said, My total score this time definitely won't beat yours, so I won't embarrass myself by comparing. But if you really want to compare, let's wait for next month's third mock.
Whoever loses must unconditionally fulfill one request from the winner. Deal? You said it. Tong Jiaying's eyes lit up in anticipation.
She already had a request in mind for Jiang Jinli. And Jiang Jinli had also planned his request for Tong Jiaying. Just thinking about it made them both excited, wishing a month would pass in a blink.
Next morning, the science test papers were handed out. Jiang Jinli's performance was average this time.
The total score was 300, and he scored 217. Adding 128 in Chinese and 137 in math, his total score in the second mock was now 482. The English score wasn't out yet, but this already surpassed his first mock by 35 points. If he scored just 90 in English, he'd hit 572 total, only about 20 points short of the 600 mark. At noon, Jiang Jinli couldn't even sleep, desperate to know how he did in English. Oh right, he almost forgot he had to pick up his car today.
He quickly messaged Li Yongxing on WeChat, "Brother Shang, I bought a car and need to pick it up today. Can you help drive it back for me?" "You bought a car before even getting your driver's license?" Li Yongxing roasted him, then typed, "Where are you picking it up?" Since there was no Yangwang dealership in his hometown, his Yangwang U9 was delivered to the local BYD center. Jiang Jinli sent the address to Li Yongxing. Seeing that it was in the city center, Li Yongxing agreed. "Alright, what time do you finish school? I'll drive over with Coach Yong to pick you up and take you to get your car." Jiang Jinli replied with the time and suddenly felt incredibly excited. He wondered how Li Yongxing would react when he saw that the car he bought was a Yangwang U9 worth over $1 million. Afternoon, English class. Jiang Jinli suddenly felt as nervous and expectant as a husband waiting outside the delivery room. The English teacher was a short, chubby middle-aged woman. Because she always liked to drag class overtime and was extremely strict, students with poor English grades, often kept after class to write vocabulary by her, secretly gave her the nickname Old Witch. The Old Witch walked into the class holding a thick stack of papers, her expression serious as if she had just lost a lot of money. She placed the test papers on the podium, then took out a small portion and instructed the English class monitor to come up and help distribute the rest. "I'm very disappointed with your class's performance on this second mock exam," the Old Witch said sternly. Obviously, the overall English results for the class were worse than in the first mock exam. The college entrance exam is only 2 months away. At this rate, how can you achieve your desired scores? How can you get into your dream universities? I'm too lazy to criticize you this time. After you get your papers, reflect on it yourself. But this time, there's one student worth praising. Also, I owe him an apology, because while grading his paper I suspected he cheated, and specially checked the surveillance. It was confirmed he didn't cheat. Actually, the Old Witch didn't have to confess or apologize. But when she raised doubts with the homeroom teacher Old Zhou and asked to check the surveillance, Old Zhou told her how Jiang Jinli had previously made him apologize in front of the whole class. So the Old Witch thought about it and decided to be honest about suspecting Jiang Jinli and checking the surveillance. After hearing this, all the students became curious. No one knew who the student suspected of cheating was. The only thing certain was that this student's English used to be very poor, so the Old Witch definitely wasn't talking about someone who regularly passed or excelled. And hearing that the Old Witch was openly apologizing, everyone couldn't help but think of Jiang Jinli. After all, Jiang Jinli had just forced Old Zhou to apologize in front of everyone. At that moment, the Old Witch announced, "Jiang Jinli, sorry, I apologize for doubting you. I really didn't expect your English to improve so much in just 1 month." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at Jiang Jinli. His roommates like Lin Huaiwen were dumbfounded. Jiang Jinli had never passed English before, and they hadn't seen him study English in the dorm. So, he really did well in this second mock exam? Otherwise, why would the Old Witch suspect him of cheating and then publicly praise him? Facing everyone's astonished gaze, Jiang Jinli stood up. The Old Witch nodded with satisfaction. Although Jiang Jinli only scored 103 this time and didn't even make the top 20 in class, his improvement is the most remarkable. I hope other students with very poor English can learn from Jiang Jinli and achieve a turnaround in the next exam. The Old Witch led the applause, and Jiang Jinli, enjoying the clapping, proudly walked to the podium to collect his paper. Seeing the bright red 103 in the score box, Jiang Jinli was so excited he wanted to cheer. "Teacher Tong is awesome." Jiang Jinli didn't credit all of his English progress to his own efforts or the improved memory from the system. Because his English foundation was weak, the major reason for such progress was thanks to Tong Jiaying's morning runs and weekend private English tutoring. Thinking of Tong Jiaying, Jiang Jinli was full of expectation and curiosity. Tong Jiaying had said that if he passed English this time, she'd give him a reward. She also said he'd definitely like the reward. So Jiang Jinli couldn't wait to find out what Tong Jiaying would give him. After the first English class ended, before Jiang Jinli could go share the good news, Tong Jiaying walked to the corridor outside class 3, becoming the most beautiful sight in the hallway, drawing the attention of many boys. "Your wife is here for you again." Lin Huaiwen no longer called her childhood sweetheart, but directly said your wife. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just childhood friends." Jiang Jinli argued, picked up his answer sheet, and walked out. Knowing class 3 had 2 English classes this afternoon, Tong Jiaying figured the papers must have been handed out, so she eagerly asked, "How much did you score in English?" Jiang Jinli rolled the answer sheet and teased, "Guess." "Not guessing." Tong Jiaying directly snatched the answer sheet from his hand. "Straightforward girl, Tong. No wonder you're single." Jiang Jinli looked at her with a disgusted expression as she checked the score. "Wow. As expected of my student. Not only did you pass English, you even scored over 100. Tong Jiaying was genuinely happy for him, handed back the sheet, and said, "You got 128 in Chinese, 137 in math, 217 in science, 103 in English. Total score." Tong Jiaying did a quick calculation and continued, 585 points. Not bad. If you did a bit better in science, or worked harder in English and gained another 15 points, you could hit 600. Zhang Jinli was already satisfied with this score. After all, his goal for the college entrance exam was 550. Passing English and scoring 103 this time was all thanks to Tong Jiaying's dedicated tutoring. Zhang Jinli asked, "I passed English, so what's my reward?" Tong Jiaying said mysteriously, "Not telling you yet." Zhang Jinli could only let her keep it secret and asked, "How much did you score in English? What's your total score?" Tong Jiaying proudly replied, "I got 138 in English, 622 in total." Zhang Jinli said confidently, "You only beat me by 37 points. If I work a little harder in the third mock, I can surpass you." Tong Jiaying said casually, "Then good luck. If you don't beat me in the third mock, you must fulfill one of my requests unconditionally." "You too." Zhang Jinli was full of confidence, because before the third mock, he could use his daily task learned till old age to max out his memory, unlocking a photographic memory. Then, his English would definitely improve further, and in science, if he drilled question types and answers like crazy, he'd improve there too. By then, surpassing Tong Jiaying would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Tong Jiaying said, "By the way, go home by yourself after school, no need to wait for me." Zhang Jinli was about to tell her he needed to pick up the car and that she should go home alone, but she beat into it. He asked curiously, "You're not going back with me? Where are you going?" "Not telling you." Tong Jiaying replied playfully, then turned around gracefully. Her long ponytail traced a beautiful arc in the air as she hopped back to class. Seeing this, Zhang Jinli guessed she must be going to buy him a reward. Soon, the second English class ended, and students rushed out of class, jogging toward the school gate. The old witch, as always, delayed the class by 1 or 2 minutes, which annoyed the students. While heading downstairs, Zhang Jinli took out his phone. 2 minutes ago, Li Yongsheng had sent a message saying he was already at the school gate. Zhang Jinli replied that he was coming out now. At the same time, Tong Jiaying ran out of the school gate. On the roadside by the gate, Li Yongsheng, with slick back hair, was leaning on a black Mercedes E300, smoking. Next to him stood a man in his 20s, the youngest and closest instructor from the driving school. "Brother Shang, cough, cough, there's a pretty girl." Coach Yang, like someone who'd never seen a pretty girl before, choked on his cigarette at the sight. Li Yongsheng looked over. At the school gate in the twilight, a girl wearing a gray hoodie and black sports pants was jogging out. Her outfit was simple, but because of her good figure and delicate, beautiful features, she easily caught attention. Li Yongsheng recognized her at a glance. She was the beautiful, cool girl who lived next door in his neighborhood. "The pretty girl you're talking about, I know her. She lives next to me," Li Yongsheng said calmly. Coach Yang was surprised. "It's rare to see such a beautiful student at number 1 high. Didn't expect her to be your neighbor. No wonder she looked familiar, I might have seen her near your place before?" Li Yongsheng said, "She's visited the driving school to find Zhang Jinli before. You probably saw her from afar back then, that's why she seemed familiar." Coach Yang suddenly understood and asked gossipingly, "So she's that kid Zhang Jinli's girlfriend?" Li Yongsheng tossed his cigarette and said, "Can't say for sure. They grew up together, so maybe she went to find him for something, or they were going out as friends. Besides, if they were a couple, they'd go home together after school." While they were gossiping, Tong Jiaying had already hailed a taxi and left. Not long after, Zhang Jinli came out. "Brother Shang, Brother Yang, sorry to trouble you." Zhang Jinli greeted them politely, then said, "No choice, my dad gets off work at 6, and he probably wouldn't dare drive the new car, so I have to trouble you guys to help me drive it home." Li Yongsheng opened the car door and joked, "You bought a BYD, not a Bugatti. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhang Jinli baited him, "That's what I thought too. BYD isn't some luxury car, even if it gets scratched, no one would feel bad." While driving, Li Yongsheng said, "Lots of people buy a BYD as their first car because it's cheap. Even if new drivers scratch it, it's no big deal, and repairs aren't expensive." No lies there. Zhang Jinli nodded slightly. In their minds, Zhang Jinli must have bought a 60 to 70k BYD, but for a high schooler who hadn't graduated yet, having a BYD already meant he was ahead of most peers. Soon, Li Yongsheng drove his Mercedes E300 to the BYD delivery center downtown. They saw many people gathered to the left of the center's main entrance, all taking photos and videos with their phones.
The sales manager led staff to maintain order, keeping onlookers away from the supercar delivered earlier today from the provincial capital that had drawn a crowd.
Li Yongqing parked and asked curiously, "What's going on? Why so many people?" Walking closer, he finally understood, and Coach Yang beside him exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, it's a Yangwon U9. First time seeing one in real life, it looks way better than online." "Not bad, the car's really cool." Zhang Jinli walked through the crowd, ready to touch his beloved car. Li Yongqing grabbed him and said speechlessly, "Don't touch it recklessly. This car costs 1.68 million. If you scratch it, you won't be able to pay for it." Zhang Jinli gave a casual "oh" and called out, "Is Manager Lu here?" "I'm Zhang Jinli, here to pick up my car." Zhang Jinli? Upon hearing this name, Manager Lu, who was maintaining order at the scene and preventing onlookers from touching the Yangwang U9, hurriedly shouted, "The car owner is here. Everyone please disperse, stop gathering and taking photos." The car owner? Was Manager Lu referring to the owner of this Yangwang U9? They followed the voice and looked toward Zhang Jinli, who had just stated his name. Seeing how young he was, still carrying a school bag and obviously looking like a high school student, they immediately thought it was impossible for him to be the owner of the Yangwang U9. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. This Yangwang U9 was bought in the provincial capital and then transported here." Manager Lu had come along with the car, and according to the identity information on the purchase contract, he already knew that the car's owner was an 18-year-old rich second generation. He guessed this Yangwang U9 was likely a gift for the young man's 18th birthday. So when Zhang Jinli stated his name, he wasn't surprised or skeptical at all due to Zhang Jinli's young age. Zhang Jinli said calmly, "Just call me Xiao Jiang, no need to be so formal." Manager Lu gave an awkward smile. "I think being formal is better." He said to himself, "Unless my brain gets slammed in a door, even if I had the guts of a bear, I wouldn't dare call you Xiao Jiang." This guy paid in full for the car. The base price of the car was 1.68 million yuan. With purchase tax and insurance, the total cost of the Yangwang U9 was 1.8366 million yuan. And according to the contract, the car was fully paid for by Zhang Jinli. So for such a wealthy big shot, Manager Lu was trying to curry favor. How could he dare call him Xiao Jiang? Zhang Jinli said, "I don't like high-profile, noisy scenes. Manager Lu, please disperse the crowd, don't let people gather around the entrance to watch." Li Yongsheng, hearing this, was speechless and said, "Just mind your own business, go get your car, don't worry about others watching." Manager Lu looked at Li Yongsheng, who came together with Zhang Jinli, and was slightly confused. He thought, "Isn't this guy here with Mr. Zhang? Why does it seem like he doesn't know the Yangwang U9 is the car Zhang just bought?" Zhang Jinli sighed, "The problem is, with them all standing here, I feel too embarrassed to pick up the car." Li Yongsheng was exasperated. "Relax. No one's going to compare your new BYD with this Yangwang U9. Manager Lu shook his head and shouted, "Considering the owner's personal privacy, please stop watching. We need to conduct vehicle inspection and handover procedures with the owner. Thank you for your understanding." Other staff also came over to disperse the BYD customers who had come to buy, view, or service their cars and were crowding around the Yangwang U9. But many still stayed, watching this 1.68 million yuan BYD Yangwang U9, wondering who the heck was rich enough or dumb enough to spend that much money on a BYD supercar. Li Yongqing saw Zhang Jinli still dawdling outside and urged, "It's getting late, hurry up and pick up the car, then go home for dinner." Okay. Zhang Jinli needed to confirm the car, receive related documents, complete the handover ceremony, and drive the car away. Seeing Zhang Jinli walk toward the nearby Yangwang U9, Li Yongsheng was speechless. "Don't you understand human language? That car is expensive, don't touch someone else's car randomly or you'll get scolded." Manager Lu couldn't watch anymore and said directly, "Mr. Jiang is inspecting his own car, how is that touching someone else's car?" Hearing that, Li Yongsheng was stunned. Mr. Jiang inspecting his own car? Was he implying that this Yangwang U9 was the new car Zhang Jinli bought? What kind of international joke is this? Zhang Jinli isn't a rich second gen, how could he afford a car worth over $1 million? Li Yongsheng warned, "Don't get it wrong. He's here to pick up a car, but he bought a BYD, not a Yangwang U9. Manager Lu laughed and didn't bother explaining to Li Yongsheng. He walked over to Zhang Jinli and handed him the car key. "Please check the exterior and interior. If everything looks fine, you can take it for a test drive. Once confirmed, I'll bring the delivery contract." Zhang Jinli took the car key, walked around the car once, opened the door, and said, "No problem with the exterior or interior. As for test driving, I haven't gotten my license yet." Then he looked at the stunned Li Yongsheng and Coach Yang. "Brother Sheng, Brother Yang, Which one of you will test drive the car for me to check if there are any issues? Li Yongxing said in disbelief, this Yangwan U9 is your new car? Where did you get the money to buy such an expensive car?
Jiang Jinli replied, don't worry about where the money came from. Just help me test drive it and see if there's anything wrong. Li Yongsheng recalled how earlier he had said smugly that Jiang bought a BYD, not a Bugatti, and that his dad wouldn't be scared to drive it. And he also remembered how he had just told Jiang not to touch someone else's car. His face instantly felt hot, like he had been slapped hard. Coach Yang was also stunned. He had come because Li Yongsheng asked him to help drive Jiang Jinli's car back. He originally thought Jiang bought a cheap, common BYD. But now Jiang said it was a BYD Yangwan U9. Coach Yang was dazed and said with a bitter smile, I don't dare drive it. I'm afraid I'm not used to the handling, and if I scratch it, I won't be able to afford the damage. Jiang Jinli said sarcastically, it's just a BYD, not a Bugatti. What's there to be afraid of? Li Yongxing's mouth twitched. He could tell Jiang was mocking him using his own words. At that moment, Manager Lu said, if they don't want to drive it, I can act as a driver and help you drive the car back. Jiang Jinli replied, alright, then go get the delivery contract. Manager Lu quickly went to retrieve the contract and other documents. Li Yongxing stood there, stunned, still unable to believe it. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Jinli had the money to buy such an expensive luxury car. The surrounding onlookers were also surprised to learn that the owner of the Yangwan U9 was a high school student still wearing a backpack. Especially since Jiang Jinli wasn't wearing a single luxury item that would indicate wealth. Soon, Manager Lu brought over the delivery contract. After Jiang signed and completed the delivery ceremony, he asked Manager Lu to help drive the car home. Brother Shang, you're heading straight home for dinner, right? Then just follow Manager Lu's Mercedes back. Jiang Jinli said, but Li Yongxing replied bitterly, it's still early, I'll go back to the driving school to handle some work. Jiang Jinli said regretfully, alright then. Sorry for the trouble today. I'll treat you to dinner another time. Li Yongsheng looked very upset. He left the BYD delivery center in his now dim-looking Mercedes E300, taking Coach Yang with him. In the passenger seat, Coach Yang asked in shock and curiosity, what does Jiang Jinli's family do? His parents were actually willing to buy him such an expensive car? I fucking want to know too. Li Yongsheng's nerves were fraying. His dad works in electric construction, makes at most 7 or 8,000 a month. His mom works in a telecom office, probably earns even less. So I really can't figure out where he got the money to buy a Yangwan U9 worth over $1 million. What made Li Yongxing feel even worse was that once Jiang Jinli drove this Yangwan U9 into their neighborhood, it would definitely cause a sensation. By then, Jiang would become the coolest guy in the entire neighborhood, and he would fade into the background. Even his Mercedes E300 would lose its prestige and he'd no longer feel superior or flashy in front of the neighbors. Sure enough, when Manager Lu drove the Yangwan U9 with Jiang Jinli back to the neighborhood, it instantly attracted a lot of attention from the neighbors. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but reflect. Outstanding people are like fireflies in the dark, wherever they go, they shine. I also want to keep a low profile. But the system won't allow it. Thanks for the trouble. Manager Lu parked the car, and Jiang Jinli politely expressed his thanks. This is my business card. Mr. Jiang, if you don't mind, you can add me on WeChat. If you have any issues later, feel free to contact me directly. Manager Lu handed over his card. Jiang Jinli accepted it, got out from the passenger seat, and felt the surprised gazes from several neighbors nearby, and his sense of vanity grew stronger. He could finally understand why Li Yongxing bought a Mercedes and liked to show off in front of the neighbors. Take care, I won't see you off. A BYD son that had followed them also came along. Manager Lu said goodbye to Jiang Jinli, got in the car, and made a U-turn to leave the community. The staff member driving the BYD son spoke in disbelief. I didn't expect a rich second-gen who fully paid for a Yangwan U9 would be living in such an ordinary neighborhood. Manager Lu guessed, there's a saying rich as not returned home are like wearing fine clothes at night. I think this must be the neighborhood his family used to live in, so after buying a luxury car, he came back to show the neighbors to make them envious and jealous. Probably that's it. If I bought such an expensive supercar, I'd also take it back to the village to show off. Sadly, I don't have that fate. Keep trying. One must have dreams, what if they come true one day? Jiang Jinli pocketed the car key and walked into the building entrance under the gaze of the neighborhood onlookers. Immediately, the surrounding neighbors began gossiping. What brand is that car? Looks pretty expensive. U9, I know it. It's a high-end sports car made by BYD. I've seen it on Douyin, it can turn in place, jump in place, even dance. If you add a spoiler, the on-road price is around $2 million. Isn't BYD known as a cheap and cost-effective domestic brand?
And they made such an expensive sports car? Times have changed. Domestic cars are rising. BYD has launched 2 million level luxury models. There's also the Yangwang U8 that can float and drive in water. Sounds impressive, but it's still BYD. If I spent 1 or 2 million on a BYD, people would just laugh at me for being stupid with money. But if I bought a Porsche or a BMW or Benz for the same price, people would call me a boss and suck up to me. Let me put it this way, those who spend $1 million or $2 million on a Porsche or BMW/Mercedes are considered pretty rich. But those who dare spend that much on a BYD Yangwang are absolutely filthy rich. I'm just curious, who in our community is so wealthy to buy such an expensive car? Did any of you see who that schoolboy with the backpack getting out of the car was? Didn't get a clear look. But if the car really belongs to someone in our community, the owner's identity will be exposed soon enough. Jiang Jinli took the elevator back home. His sister, who had come back from school earlier, was busy in the kitchen. Bro, why are you only getting back now? Jiang Jinyu complained. Usually, her brother came back shortly after 5 p.m., but today he didn't return until nearly 6. So she didn't wait and just cooked. If it didn't taste good, it would be his fault for being late. Jiang Jinli replied, your brother went to pick up a car from the dealership, that's why I came back late. Jiang Jinyu didn't believe it. Liar. You haven't even passed your driving test, how could you pick up a car? I bet you were just on a date with Sister Jiaying after school. Jiang Jinli rolled his eyes. Date your head. And who said you can't buy or pick up a car without a license? Seeing how serious her brother sounded, Jiang Jinyu was surprised. Bro, you really bought a car? If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. So what did you buy? Audi? BMW? Benz? Bid. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Clearly, even his little sister thought driving a BYD had no cool factor. Mainly because many BYD cars are cheap, there are several models under 100,000 yuan, so lots of rideshare drivers use them. Many people think of BYD as a budget brand. Jiang Jinli said sarcastically. What do you mean by that? You're looking down on your brother for buying a BYD? Jiang Jinyu replied. It's not that I look down on BYD, it's that the neighbors look down on BYD. Especially that show-off Oldly. He'll definitely mock you for buying BYD and compare it to his son's Mercedes. Jiang Jinli said with excitement, I'm just waiting for Oldly to hear I bought a BYD and come downstairs to show off and compare. Jiang Jinyu suddenly asked, Bro, are you a masochist? Jiang Jinli scoffed, you're the one who's twisted. Stop reading those spicy girl web novels or I'll tell mom and dad, they'll definitely beat the crap out of you together. Jiang Jinyu retorted, you're slandering me. I only read serious novels. Jiang Jinli grinned, serious novels, huh? Give me your phone and unlock it now. If they're really all serious, I'll send you 10,000 yuan as pocket money. I'm not interested in money. Jiang Jinyu said guiltily. Jiang Jinli sneered, not interested, or too scared to expose those steamy novels you read? You're just making stuff up. Jiang Jinyu scowled, I need to focus on cooking, stop bothering me. Jiang Jinli didn't press her, after all, back in middle school, he also loved reading novels, including inappropriate ones. Just then, Tong Jiaying messaged. Jiang Jinli, come downstairs. What for? Jiang Jinli typed back, though he already guessed Tong Jiaying had bought a gift as his reward. He had received 2 cashback alerts from her spending earlier, one for 1,598 yuan. With 5x cashback, he earned 7,990 yuan. He wondered what kind of gift she bought for that much money. At that moment, Tong Jiaying, who also secretly read steamy girl web novels, could no longer see the word what for without blushing, and instinctively replied not doing it. And then she started wondering, was the doing in those novels really as painful and joyful as described? She typed, anyway, just come down quickly. I'm waiting downstairs. Okay. Jiang Jinli had no choice but to head down. Seeing his reply, Tong Jiaying also couldn't look directly at the word okay anymore. She walked toward Building 3 in the community and saw several neighbors crowding around a purple supercar, snapping photos. She wasn't into cars and didn't know the brand, but glancing at it up close, she could tell it wasn't cheap. She didn't stop and went straight into Building 3, waiting by the elevator for Jiang Jinli. The elevator arrived on the first floor from the third. As the door opened, Tong Jiaying said, like narrating a scene, Tada! These running shoes and the 2 sets of sportswear are your reward. If your English scores 120 next time, there'll be more rewards. Only then did Jiang Jinli realize. So the 1,599 yuan she spent was on 2 pairs of running shoes. It also looked like she bought 2 sets of sportswear, so Jiang Jinli seriously suspected they were couple outfits, couple shoes. Jiang Jinli took the 2 bags from her and asked, do you still have money? If not, just tell me. Okay. Tong Jiaying beamed and said, if I run out of money, I'll let you support me. Jiang Jinli grumbled, Tong Jiaying, since when did your skin get so thick? I was just being polite and you took it seriously. You made it thicker. Tong Jiaying giggled, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm heading back.
Jiang Jinli watched her bouncing figure as she ran off, her high ponytail swaying with every step, and couldn't help but smile like a proud auntie.
He turned to press the elevator button. Not long after getting home, his parents came back from work. As soon as Dad Jiang entered, he said, Son, did you see that supercar parked downstairs? That Yangwan U9 you mentioned before that costs over $1 million. Jiang Jinli replied with a counter question. How did you know that Yangwan U9 downstairs is my car? What do you mean? That Yangwan U9 downstairs is the car you bought? Dad Jiang was dumbfounded. That car was said to cost nearly 2 million yuan on the road. Jiang Jinli acted dramatically. Huh? Dad, didn't you hear the neighbors say anything? Or did the neighbors not see me come home in that car and don't know that's the new car I picked up today? Mom Jiang was stunned. Wait, son, didn't you say you haven't gotten your driver's license yet? Sister Jiang Jinyu was also shocked. Bro, didn't you say you bought a BYD? Jiang Jili said, Yangwan U9 is a high-end brand under BYD, so saying it's BYD isn't wrong. Dad Jiang responded to his wife's confusion, you can still buy a car even without a license. I just want to know, did our son pay for this Yangwan U9, or was it like he said that day, a gift from the car company? Jiang Jinli replied, you could say it was a gift, or you could say I bought it. Anyway, this Yangwan U9 was fully paid for in cash, no car loan. Hiss. Dad Jiang gasped. Just a few days ago, his son showed off in front of second aunt, claiming he was going to buy a Wenji M9 worth several 100,000 yuan for him, which he refused. Now today, his son directly brought home a Yangwan U9 worth nearly 2 million. He felt his heart racing and quickly asked, where's the car key? Hurry and give it to me, I want to go downstairs and show off. Jiang Jili pulled the car key out of his pocket and offered a suggestion. Dad, you should first send a message to Old Lee and tell him your son bought a BYD. He'll definitely look down on it and think BYD is some cheap junk. Then, when he finds out this BYD costs nearly 2 million, and gets publicly slapped in the face by you, now that's a satisfying flex. Dad John's eyes lit up. He took the key and immediately pulled out his phone to call Old Lee. Hey Old Lee. You haven't had dinner yet, right? My son just bought a new car today and brought it home. Come downstairs and have a look. On the other end, Old Lee frowned. He thought, if old Jiang was calling specifically to show off his son's new car, then it probably wasn't cheap, otherwise he wouldn't bother calling to brag. He asked, your son hasn't gotten his license yet, has he? He bought a new car already? Dad Jiang replied, couldn't help it. When my son was practicing for the license, he got the itch to drive, so he went and bought a new car with full payment and just picked it up today. Old Lee asked, nice. So what kind of car did he buy? Bid. Hearing these 3 letters, Old Lee chuckled to himself. He thought it was a Mercedes or BMW, but turns out it's just a BYD. And you're actually proud enough to brag about that? Old Lee laughed and said, BYD is good. Great value. These days a lot of young people pick BYD as their first car. I heard with the subsidies, the cheapest BYD EVs can be had for 60 or 70,000. Dad Jiang said, my son's BYD isn't that cheap. Alright, enough talk. If you've got time, come down and take a look. After hanging up, Dad Jiang walked out full of pride, holding the Yangwan U9's key, leading his wife and kids downstairs to show off. Before, the biggest show-off in the community was Old Lee, especially before Spring Festival, when his son bought a Mercedes E300 and he showed off every day. Now it was old Jiang's turn to shine. As Dad Jiang exited the elevator, the neighbors who had just come back from work were still gathered around the flashy-looking Yangwan U9. Don't you guys know whose car this Yangwan U9 is? Someone in our community suddenly turned into a millionaire. To afford a Yangwan U9, you must have at least a few million in the bank, right? A few days ago, I saw a video on Douyin of a Yangwan U9 dancing at a red light. Never thought I'd see one in our neighborhood today. Too bad this one doesn't have the spoiler installed, feels like it's missing something. Seeing the neighbors gathered around his son's new car, Dad John's vanity was fully satisfied. Across the street, Old Lee came downstairs. Seeing so many neighbors crowded by the roadside, Old Lee quickly walked over, and then his eyes were drawn to the clearly high-value Yangwan U9 parked nearby. He asked the onlookers, what brand is this sports car? Seeing that it was Old Lee asking, a young man who'd long been annoyed by how Old Lee and his son constantly showed off their Mercedes replied, this is a Yangwan U9. The base price is 1.68 million. On the road it's nearly 2 million, basically worth 4 of your son's Mercedes E300. Old Lee's face twitched, clearly, he knew the guy was mocking him. Then he saw Jiang Jinli's family also among the crowd and said, "Old Jiang, you just told me your son bought a BYD. I'll go check it out with you. If it drives well, I'll get one for my wife to use for grocery runs. BYDs are cheap anyway." Dad Jiang laughed. Old Lee still liked to act like a show-off. Too bad today he was walking right into a face slap. Dad Jiang countered, "Old Lee, that's not quite right. Most BYDs are cheap, yes, but some are very expensive, not something just anyone can afford." Then the young man who'd mocked Old Lee chimed in, "Exactly. Like this Yangwon U9 here, it costs 1 to 2 million and it's still a BYD. If you don't have a few million on hand, don't even think about buying such an expensive BYD." Only now did Old Lee realize the Yangwon U9 was actually a BYD. He scoffed, "BYD has cars that expensive? I can't understand why anyone would spend $1 million or $2 million on a BYD, that's just plain dumb." After complaining, Old Lee said, "Come on, old Jiang, let's not crowd around this sucker car. Let's go check out your son's new ride." At that moment, Dad Jiang said, "Hey sucker son, Old Lee wants to know what you were thinking, spending $2 million to buy a BYD? Don't ask. Just say, rich and willful." Jiang Jinli coolly flexed, then added, "Alright, earlier I asked Li Yongxing to help drive the car back. But when he got to the BYD delivery center and found out I bought the Yangwon U9, not a regular BYD, he didn't even dare drive it. So Dad, will you also not dare drive it because it's too expensive? Good kid. Worthy of being my son." Not only did he slap show-off Old Lee, he even slapped Old Lee's son while at it. Even Yongsheng, a driving school coach, didn't dare drive this car. Then I won't either. I'll just check out the interior, sit inside for a bit, then head home for dinner. As Dad Jiang spoke, he pulled out the car key and pressed a button. The lights on the Yangwang U9 lit up instantly, and all the neighbors' eyes lit up too. Night had fallen. The streetlights in the neighborhood cast a dim yellow glow, reflecting off the brand new Yangwon U9. The headlights suddenly turned on, and seeing the proud expressions of Jiang Jinli and his father, Old Lee froze on the spot. He had just been mocking BYD earlier, saying their cars were cheap, planning to test drive Jiang Jinli's new BYD. If it felt good, he'd buy one for his wife to use for grocery shopping. Thinking about it now, Old Lee's face burned as if the Jiang father and son had just slapped him twice. He stared at the two in disbelief, unable to understand where they got the money to buy such an expensive car. As an older employee in the same electric construction unit, he was senior to Jiang's father and had a longer work history, so his salary and position were naturally higher. Knowing the Jiang family's situation, he just couldn't figure out where they got the 1 to 2 million yuan for such an expensive car. Did they win the lottery? Was their old house demolished? Or did they find some antique and sell it for millions? Otherwise, how could such an ordinary, average-income family suddenly afford such a costly sports car? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Old Lee became. No wonder old Jiang had suddenly called him down to see the car. It was to slap him in the face and provoke him by showing off this expensive car. Wow, these headlights are really cool. John's father's voice interrupted Old Lee's thoughts. He was smiling brightly as he looked at Old Lee's red face, beaming with joy inside. They say this car can even dance. John's father asked excitedly, "Son, where do I press to make it dance? Let your dad see something new." Jiang Jinli took out his phone and said, "You can control it from inside the car or use your phone remotely. The Yangwang U9 supports mobile remote control. Besides dancing using the phone's gyroscope, it can also do automatic parking and autonomous driving." He handed the phone to his dad and said, "Tilt the phone up, down, left, or right, and the U9 will move accordingly." John's dad took the phone and curiously tilted it side to side. The Yangwang U9 immediately started swaying along, like a huge remote-controlled toy, drawing gasps from the surrounding crowd. Tap here to make it dance, jump in place, or turn on the spot. It must be said, the flashy features of the Yangwang U9 were quite amusing. If it weren't a BYD, based on looks and tech alone, it would be even more popular and could sell for a higher price. But because it is a BYD, many people mocked and criticized it, thinking BYD was crazy for even daring to make and price a sports car so high. If the Yangwang U9 had a Porsche or Ferrari logo, the base price would start at 2 to 3 million easily. As the saying goes, prejudice is like a mountain, no matter how hard you try, you can't move it. BYD was previously known for high value for money cars, so people think of it as a low-end brand, and sneer at its attempt to produce million-level luxury models. Old Lee was the same. He scoffed, "All show and no substance. What's the use of these gimmicks?" John's father shot back, "You don't get it. Young people nowadays like flashy stuff. Whether it's useful or not doesn't matter, as long as it looks cool, it's great." Jiang Jinli added, "Exactly. Think about it, while waiting at a red light, if the car dances, it livens up the mood and turns heads.
Plus, jumping in place or turning on the spot is actually very practical, especially jumping to overcome obstacles while driving. Other cars don't have these functions. Oldly still insisted, domestic cars add these gimmicks because they lack real technology, just trying to grab attention. Then the young man who had earlier mocked Oldly couldn't help but butt in and said sarcastically, "If you think Chinese cars lack tech, why not compare your son's Benz to this? This car costs 1 to 2 million. Your son's Benz E300 is only 400 to 500k. This one can turn on the spot, jump in place, smart drive, auto park. Can your son's Benz do all that?" Oldly was left speechless, face turning green and pale. The man continued attacking, "You're just a typical foreign worshipper. You've knelt for foreign brands so long you forgot how to stand. If your son's Benz had these features, you'd be showing off every day in the community. Nice one, bro." Jiang Jinli gave the guy a thumbs up. Jiang's father was delighted. Oldly blushed with anger and snapped, "I'm just stating facts. Besides, these aren't even the same price range, you don't need to compare it to my son's Benz." Jiang's dad quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, we're all neighbors, no need to argue over this. Whether it's BYD or Benz, each has its strengths. No need to attack each other." Just then, an upstairs neighbor uncle asked, "Old Jiang, did you strike it rich recently? You spent so much on this car for your son." Jiang's dad sighed, "I'm just a poor worker, where would I get rich? I didn't spend a cent. My son earned the money himself and paid in full for the car." Hearing that, the crowd exploded. Jinli's still in school, how did he earn that kind of money? Maybe he's a big influencer? Lots of young people make TikTok videos and earn hundreds of thousands or even millions. Must be. I always thought Jinli was a smart kid, never thought he'd succeed so big before even graduating high school. Zhang's dad smiled proudly and vaguely explained, "Not a big influencer. My son learned programming and joined some project, got a few million out of it." Wow, dad's better at boasting than mom. If Jiang Jinli didn't have nearly $1 million in his bank account, he'd be too embarrassed to stay. "Dad, you enjoy the car. I'm hungry, going home to eat." Feeling guilty, Jiang Jinli slipped away before someone knowledgeable asked him tech questions and exposed him. After all, the system's explanation for his wealth was that he's a programmer and stock identities he unlocked through self-learning in the future. Right now, he had no programming skills at all, so fooling family was fine, but fooling real techies would instantly expose him. A moment later, dad and sister came home. While eating, Jiang Jinli asked, "Where's mom? Still downstairs bragging?" Dad replied, "She's worried some kid or jealous person might scratch your car, so she stayed down to watch it while we eat." Jiang Jinli was speechless. What's there to be scared of? There's surveillance, and the car has sentry mode. Unless someone snipes it remotely, they'll be caught for sure. Dad nodded, "That's what I said too." "But your mom saw all the people watching and still felt uneasy." Jiang Jinli teased, "I think mom just wants to be like Oldly, showing off that her son bought a fancy sports car." Sister Jiang Jinyu chimed in, "Exactly. Mom already posted in the WeChat group and her moments. Tomorrow the house will be packed. Like that saying, no one cares if you're poor in the city, but when you're rich in the mountains, distant relatives come. What's meant to come will come. Now I really can't keep a low profile anymore." Jiang Jinli took a bite of rice, smirked, and sighed, "Nothing I can do. Blame it on being too outstanding." Jiang Jinyu rolled her eyes, "Bro, you're asking for a beating." Elsewhere, at Tong Jiaying's home, mom had just gotten back from work. Dad was cooking in the kitchen. Tong Jiaying brought out the freshly stir-fried green pepper beef. "Tong, have you been hanging out with Jiang Jinli lately?" The sudden question from her mom startled her. She shook, and the plate in her hands dropped on the table, spilling peppers and some sauce. She grew nervous, trying to stay calm, and replied coldly, "And no." She thought her mom had noticed her being unusually close with Jiang Jinli lately and was afraid she'd start nagging. Mom followed up, "Aren't you two quite close?" Tong Jiaying vaguely said, "We were, when we were little." Then mom got to the point, "So do you know what Jiang Jinli's been up to? He apparently made a few million and just bought a nearly 2 million sports car." "Ha?" Tong Jiaying was shocked, but also relieved. She muttered, "Who said he made millions? And when did he buy a 2 million sports car? Why don't I know about it?" Mom said, "When I came back, I saw lots of people gathered by the road near his building. I thought something happened, but they were all looking at a young Wang Yu9. They said it costs nearly 2 million and that Jiang Jinli just picked it up today. The neighbors said he made millions from some software project. Not sure if it's true, so I wanted to ask you." Dad, still cooking in the kitchen, was stunned. "We saw him on the past 2 weekends during morning runs, and he never mentioned anything. If it's true, that Jiang kid is impressive." At that moment, Tong Jiaying remembered the flashy car she saw when delivering the couple outfits and couple shoes to Jiang Jinli.
She didn't expect that expensive-looking car to be his. Then she remembered how Jiang Jinli had once mocked Zhong Manan after school, saying that if he had his license, he'd buy a million-yuan supercar on the spot to put Zhong in his place. Everyone thought he was bluffing, but he hadn't even gotten his license yet, and now he really bought a supercar worth over $1 million. Of course, that wasn't the point to Tong Jiaying. The point was Jiang Jinli bought such an expensive car today and didn't even tell her. "I'll ask him." Tong Jiaying quickly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Jinli. "I heard you bought a sports car worth $1 or $2 million. When Jiang Jinli received Tong Jiaying's message, he suddenly felt a bit nervous, like a husband whose secret stash of money was just discovered by his wife. He typed back, "Didn't expect you'd hear about it too. Sigh, I originally planned to keep it a secret for a while, wait until I got my driver's license, then surprise you and take you for a ride to school. But this car is just too eye-catching, no way to hide it, so it was meant to be a surprise. No wonder he didn't tell me." Tong Jiaying felt sweet inside and typed, "They said you earned several million from a programming project, is that true?" It's basically true. Technically, the system is a kind of program, so Jiang Jinli felt his answer wasn't wrong. After confirming that Jiang Jinli really had made a few million and even bought a 2 million yuan sports car, Tong Jiaying suddenly felt like she and Jiang Jinli weren't from the same world anymore. They were clearly getting closer, but now she suddenly felt as if the distance between them was growing. She absent-mindedly typed and sent, "Rich dog, don't forget old friends." Then she silently made a decision in her heart. "Once the college entrance exam is over, I'll find a way to make money too, and catch up with Jiang Jinli." She put down her phone, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and replied to her mother's curiosity, "I asked Jiang Jinli. He really did earn a few million." Her mother was shocked. What kind of programming project did he do? How could he make that much money? And he's still in high school. Tong Jiaying said, "That I don't know, but he mentioned doing a part-time job during winter break. It was probably then that he got involved in some programming project." Even her dad was envious that Jiang Jinli kid became a millionaire without making a sound. Old Jiang and his wife must be laughing in their sleep now. Her mom shook her head. Earning so much money at such a young age isn't a good thing. If he gets corrupted by money too early, he'll definitely go down the wrong path. Then she asked her daughter, "At school, isn't Jiang Jinli's academic performance and reputation not that great?" Tong Jiaying had always disliked her mother's habit of judging people by grades. She frowned and said, "I don't know how others see him at school. I only know he was praised in this second mock exam as a model of progress in their class." Her mom was surprised. He focused so much on making money, and his grades weren't affected? Tong Jiaying said, "He did poorly in the first mock, only scored around 450. But he studied hard for the second mock and scored 585. Her mom hadn't expected that even though he made so much money, he still didn't fall behind in school or go astray. She asked, "What about you?" Tong Jiaying replied, "The second mock was easier than the first. I scored 622. Her mom was still dissatisfied. Which subject didn't go well this time? Tong Jiaying calmly said, "I didn't write the Chinese essay well, and some science questions were really hard." Her mom questioned, "You scored 640 to 650 last semester. Why are you slipping in your final semester?" Her dad interrupted, "All right, let's eat. Only 2 months left, don't pressure her anymore. I'm just doing this for her own good." Her mom glared at her husband. "Fine, I'll stop. Let's eat." Tong Jiaying ate without any ladylike manner, simply because she disliked her mom's constant nagging and tight control. So every night, she'd finish dinner quickly, then go for a walk alone. "Jiang Jinli, I want to walk a dog." Tong Jiaying hesitated for a moment, then still sent Jiang Jinli a WeChat message. She had never had many friends growing up. Her mom was strict and never allowed her to hang out with kids who had poor grades. When they were little, Jiang Jinli had pretty good grades, otherwise, she wouldn't have been allowed to be childhood friends with him. He was the only boy in their neighborhood she had played with since childhood. So at home, if she wanted to find someone to play with, it was always Jiang Jinli, there was no one else. Even when Jiang Jinli found her annoying and didn't want to play, she'd still happily follow him around. At that moment, Jiang Jinli had just finished dinner and come downstairs for a walk. He typed back, "There's only one single dog. Want to walk it?" "Yes." That's exactly what Tong Jiaying wanted, to walk Jiang Jinli, the single dog. "I'll wait for you at the community gate." Jiang Jinli didn't want to walk inside the neighborhood, afraid his parents might see him and Tong Jiaying together and get the wrong idea, which could affect their pure childhood bond. More importantly, his mom couldn't keep her mouth shut. Anything interesting or gossipy, she'd spread it around.
If word accidentally reached Tong Jiaying's mom, and she found out they were dating, she would definitely tighten her control and confront him.
Jiang Jinli was somewhat afraid of Tong Jiaying's mom.
She was too forceful, too strict, especially when it came to her daughter. Her control bordered on pathological.
So Tong Jiaying's cold, aloof demeanor had actually been shaped by her mom's strictness.
Soon, Tong Jiaying met up with Jiang Jinli at the gate.
"Shall we walk around the park and then come back?" Jiang Jinli asked for her opinion. "Okay," Tong Jiaying replied. Jiang Jinli noticed she seemed distracted and unhappy, and asked, "Did your mom see your second mock results and wasn't satisfied? Put pressure on you again? Arranged more tutoring?" Tong Jiaying nodded.
In truth, besides that, she also felt a lot of pressure because Jiang Jinli was so outstanding, just turned 18 and already earned millions. She felt like the gap between their lives had suddenly widened. She was afraid he would move into a higher circle and eventually abandon her. Jiang Jinli said sharply, "You're too obedient, that's why your mom gets stricter and stricter. If you had been rebellious a few times in middle or high school, she wouldn't have become so overbearing. Look at me, I scored 585 in the second mock, which isn't as good as you, but my parents were so thrilled by my progress, like I got into Tsinghua or Peking University." Tong Jiaying pressed her lips together, her cool and delicate face showing a trace of grievance. Suddenly, the system popped up a message. Due to long-term loneliness and low self-esteem, Tong Jiaying lacks a strong sense of security. So even if you explain the reason and clear up the misunderstanding, she'll still feel uneasy, thinking even if you don't dislike her flaws, you won't really like a girl like her.
Ding! Instant mission triggered. Confess to Tong Jiaying. Confess to Tong Jiaying? Was the system trying to indirectly push him to get married?
Jiang Jinli didn't know whether his future self, 30 years later, would complete this task, confess to Tong Jiaying, and then spend the rest of their lives together. But he did know that if he confessed to Tong Jiaying, they could no longer just be friends, they'd have to be lovers. What should he do? Should he complete this task? If he confessed to Tong Jiaying, she'd probably say yes, right? Mom's sixth sense was right. Tong Jiaying definitely had feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him a birthday gift, wouldn't be sticking close to him these days, and wouldn't have let her guard down to the point of booking a hotel room with him and spending the night in the same bed. Alright. Even though he hadn't taken her first time, and hadn't even kissed her, technically, they had still slept together, so confessing and taking responsibility was only right and proper. Also, he had to emphasize this. It wasn't because Tong Jiaying was pretty, or had a baby face and big cough, nor because the mission rewards were tempting, that he decided to confess. Jiang Jinli wasn't that kind of person. He had grown up with Tong Jiaying, they knew each other deeply, so he was very familiar and satisfied with her personality. And after spending these past days so closely together, their childhood friendship had already begun rapidly transforming into something romantic. Thinking of the miserable future life shown by the system, marrying someone terrible, Jiang Jinli was even more convinced that Tong Jiaying was truly worth it, a rare gem in this world, beautiful, smart, and well-endowed, obedient, gentle, and emotionally stable. Even if she got mad, at most she'd just bite him once. Tong Jiaying. Jiang Jinli went for it, suddenly calling her name. Tong Jiaying was startled. She gathered her wandering thoughts, looked up at Jiang Jinli, and asked, "What?" "We'll do it later if there's a chance, right now there's something more important." Jiang Jinli cleared his throat, pretending to be calm as he asked, "What do you think of me as a person?" Tong Jiaying thought for a moment and replied, "Aside from liking to bully me and not being as good as me in grades, the rest is not bad." "Oops, I meant pretty good. I suspect you're doing this on purpose." He replied disdainfully, "I'm only temporarily behind in grades. I'll definitely beat you in the next mock exam and the college entrance exam. And I only bullied you when we were kids, now you're the one bullying me. You're slandering me," Tong Jiaying retorted. "When have I bullied you since we grew up?" Jiang Jinli said with clear reasoning, "Ask yourself, how many times have you bitten me recently?" Tong Jiaying huffed, "That's only because you provoked me first. And I didn't bite hard, so it doesn't count as bullying." Jiang Jinli began setting up for the confession. "Let's leave that aside. What I want to know now is, what kind of person do you think I am? Like, do you think I'm good looking?" Tong Jiaying turned her head and said with a guilty tone, "I have face blindness. I have no concept of what handsome means." In fact, she did think Jiang Jinli was very handsome, maybe because of that saying that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Jiang Jinli suddenly stepped in front of her, turned around, and gently held her face with both hands, making her look up at him. Face blindness, real or fake? With his hands cupping her cheeks, her lips naturally pouted, soft and pink, too adorable to resist kissing. "Real face blindness," she mumbled unclearly.
Jung Jinli asked again, then am I your type? With her cheeks cupped and lips pouting, she replied unclearly, I don't know. Jung Jinli let go of her face and asked, then if I said I like you and want you to be my girlfriend, would you say yes? Hearing this, the girl's flushed face and red ears gave everything away. Jung Jinli blushed a bit too and quickly added, I mean, just hypothetically. Tong Jiaying's heart was pounding wildly. If Jung Jinli had said this a few days ago, she would have been overjoyed and nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. Even now, she still felt happy and excited. But knowing Jung Jinli had earned millions and bought a 2 million yuan sports car, she suddenly felt unworthy of him, afraid he might not want her anymore in the future. So she was very conflicted inside. She recalled what her mother had said and mumbled shyly and nervously, my mom said, it's not a good thing for someone so young to earn so much. She said when men get rich, they go bad. So I don't know if I should agree. You don't know if you should agree, so that means you do like me. Jung Jinli replied helplessly, don't listen to your mom. She's way too stubborn and self-centered. She used to think kids with bad grades were all bad people, and now she thinks rich men will turn bad. So what next will she think all handsome guys cheat? If we follow her logic, her ideal son-in-law would be someone with a high degree, low income, and ugly face. Think about it, would you want to marry a guy like that? Someone highly educated but lazy, no ambition, just wasting his life away, and probably even uglier than Su Jisheng? No way. Just imagining that gave Tong Jiaying goosebumps. She shook her head immediately. Jung Jinli said earnestly, that's why you shouldn't always listen to your mom. Sometimes, you need to learn to rebel and talk back. Otherwise, she'll keep saying it's for your own good while actually taking away your freedom and choices. Tong Jiaying softly replied, she said during dinner that your reputation at school probably isn't good. I did talk back. Jung Jinli gently patted her head and said, comforted, that's more like it. That's what's most annoying about your mom, she always uses her rigid, biased thinking to judge others. Tong Jiaying didn't argue, because Jung Jinli had said exactly what she had been wanting to say, but never dared say in front of her mom. We're off topic again. Jung Jinli coughed and went straight to the point. Tong Jiaying, be my girlfriend. Dusk was deepening. Under the dim yellow streetlight, Tong Jiaying's beautiful, cool face turned even redder. She stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Jung Jinli looked at her lovely face, reached out again and cupped her cheeks, making her lips pout once more. Come on, girlfriend, gimme a smooch. A pedestrian came toward them, and Tong Jiaying, embarrassed, quickly pinched Jung Jinli's arm. He let go in pain and rubbed it. Ah, fine, no kiss then. I'm afraid if I kiss you, you'll get addicted and want kisses every day. Damn it, Tong Jiaying, you bit me again. You're not a dog, you're a tigress. I'm taking back my confession, after all, you never actually said yes. Tong Jiaying hesitated for a moment, then finally opened her mouth, loosened her grip on Jung Jinli's arm, and softly said, I already said yes, in my heart. Ding! Instant mission, confess to Tong Jiaying, completed. Grow stronger with age reward, comprehensive physical enhancement. This reward will be automatically issued when the host falls asleep. Jung Jinli was really looking forward to it. This reward could make his 30 years later self reverse aging, becoming a strong, vigorous middle-aged man. So if his just turned 18 self got a comprehensive physical upgrade now, wouldn't that make him a Superman? Of course, what Jung Jinli wanted most was that the enhancement would help him grow a few centimeters taller. After all, he really longed for both 180 centimeters and 18 centimeters. Tong Jiaying, grant me good luck. Jung Jinli reached out and rubbed Tong Jiaying's head, thinking that if the reward could help him grow a few more centimeters and become a 180 centimeters tall and 18 centimeters long manly guy, then as his girlfriend, Tong Jiaying would definitely feel secure and satisfied. Are you dumb or something? Tong Jiaying couldn't help but feel that Jung Jinli was acting a bit odd tonight. Maybe it was a side effect of confessing, he was suddenly grinning like an idiot. Jung Jinli moved his hand from her head to pinch her soft, fair cheeks. You're the dumb one. Clearly, you like me but didn't dare say it, wasting so many years. He was referring to the Tong Jiaying from 30 years later. That version of her was already 47. According to the info revealed by the system, after graduating college, Tong Jiaying pursued graduate school, during which she was diagnosed with breast cancer. After surgery, she became self-abased and withdrawn. So according to the system's information, Tong Jiaying, who was almost a year younger than him, was still single at 47, and in the end, used up half a lifetime's worth of courage to confess to his 30 years later self after he got divorced. That meant she had always liked him. But after middle school and high school put them in different classes, they weren't as close as they were as kids. Add to that the system saying he failed the college entrance exam and only went to a regular college, while Tong Jiaying had good grades and clearly went to a better school. So based on the system's future scenario, after graduation, they met less and contacted even less. And since her mother had always been strict, even if she liked him, she'd know her mother wouldn't approve. After all, her mother believed that with such an excellent daughter, her son-in-law must also be equally excellent in academics and more. So Jiang Jinli didn't even need to guess, her attending grad school must have also been her mom's idea. But all that was the future shown by the system. The current Jiang Jinli wouldn't let himself repeat the same mistakes or let Tong Jiaying suffer again. Tong Jiaying, unaware he was talking about the 30 years later version of herself, scoffed at Jiang Jinli's vanity. "I wasn't as dramatic as you said. It was after that day at Wanda when you helped me win claw machine toys, said I was your only childhood friend, and that of course you'd spoil me. Then I twisted my ankle, and you carried me to the hospital, that's when I started liking you." Jiang Jinli objected. "Liar. You must have liked me since we were little, that's why you always stuck to me." Tong Jiaying snorted. "I didn't like you as a kid. You always found me annoying, wouldn't play with me, and sometimes even made me cry. I hated you the most when I was little." Jiang Jinli grabbed her left hand, swaying it as they walked toward the park. "Lies. If you hated me, why did you keep sticking to me even when I didn't want to play with you?" Tong Jiaying let him hold her hand and explained, "Because my mom didn't let me play with kids who had bad grades. You happened to have good grades and were in my class, so I could only play with you." Jiang Jinli swayed her little hand and said, "I don't believe you. You're lying. You definitely liked me back in elementary school. If I'm lying, I'm a little dog." Tong Jiaying suddenly asked, "That day you told Yuan I like eating pears, do you know why I like them?" Jiang Jinli guessed, "Because my name is Jiang Jinli, and you like me, so you also like Li pear?" Shameless. Tong Jiaying revealed, "It's because when we were kids, you never let me play with you. So whenever you rejected me and I felt upset, I'd eat a pear and pretend it was you biting it like crazy to vent. No wonder she keeps biting me lately. So this bad habit came from childhood." Jiang Jinli defended himself. "Impossible. You're lying. Sure, I sometimes bullied or made you cry, but I also often played with you and had lots of fun. And remember how you used to come to my house and fall asleep beside me? So clearly, even back then you already wanted me and liked me." Tong Jiaying said arrogantly, "I did not." Jiang Jinli insisted, "Yes, you did." Tong Jiaying snorted, "Even if I did, it was just a tiny little bit." Jiang Jinli teased, "I don't believe it unless you give me a kiss." He'd seen many kissing scenes in dramas and novels, but in real life, even though he was an adult now, he'd never kissed anyone. He imagined Tong Jiaying's lips must be soft and sweet like peaches. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Tong Jiaying was still shy. Jiang Jinli's dream of a kiss was shattered again. Mainly because there were people walking by who knew if they might run into someone from their neighborhood. Just letting him hold her hand was already brave enough, it meant she was prepared to be caught by her parents. She lowered her head slightly, speaking softly and shyly, If you beat me in next month's third mock exam, then I'll kiss you." "All right, I'll endure it." Jiang Jinli knew forced kisses weren't sweet. Besides, if the confession task hadn't popped up tonight, he would have waited until after the college entrance exam to confess. Just then, Tong Jiaying tiptoed and pecked Jiang Jinli on the cheek. Just one kiss for now." Like a dragonfly touching water, she kissed quickly and lowered her head, her red ears flushing all the way down her pale neck. Jiang Jinli felt a tingling numbness on his cheek and said, "That doesn't count, I wasn't ready." Tong Jiaying, having no way to deal with him, thought about how he was her only childhood friend, and decided to spoil him. She tiptoed again and kissed his other cheek. Jiang Jinli turned his head, "Now kiss this side too." "No." Tong Jiaying warned, "Someone's coming. If it's someone we know and they spread it, my mom will kill me and break us up." "Fine. Anyway, you're already mine. I'll definitely beat you in the third mock next month, just wait till then. I'll kiss your lips until they're swollen." Though Jiang Jinli was reluctant to stop, he genuinely feared his future fierce mother-in-law. Just imagining it made Tong Jiaying blush. She had been planning to hold back and lower her scores in the third mock. But now, to avoid a swollen kiss, she decided to go all out. Ding! Daily task. 30-minute walk after a meal 1 of 1 completed. Reward, +1 health point. Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying returned from their walk. The young couple walked side by side, no longer holding hands intimately. Jiang Jinli was worried that their relationship might be exposed in the neighborhood, which could lead to Tong Jiaying's mom scolding her and having a talk with him. Tong Jiaying, besides worrying that her parents would find out about her dating Jiang Jinli, was also concerned that Jiang Jinli's parents would find out and be dissatisfied with her. She was also afraid it would affect Zhang Jinli's performance on the college entrance exam. Actually, she didn't know that Zhang Jinli's parents had long been satisfied with her. The reason she was so worried and misunderstood was because Zhang Jinli had been followed by his parents that day and had lied to cover it up. My mom signed me up for extra tutoring again. I have classes both in the morning and afternoon tomorrow, so I can only help you with English during lunch break or go to your school earlier on Sunday afternoon. Back at the entrance of the neighborhood, Tong Jiaying said reluctantly. The young couple had just confirmed their relationship, so it made sense that they wanted to spend more time together. Zhang Jinli felt bad for her for a moment and said, "Then I'll go practice driving again tomorrow. You just focus on your classes and don't worry about me. Once you do well in the next big exam, your mom won't sign you up for more tutoring. That way, you'll have an excuse to sneak out on weekends to hang out with me." "Okay, I'm heading home." Tong Jiaying glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, quickly tiptoed and kissed Zhang Jinli on the cheek. Then, like a thief, she bolted away. "Stolen heart, Tong. Sneakily kissed me and now I'm all flustered." Zhang Jinli felt sweet and warm inside, grinning like an ant as he went home. So this is what love feels like. Before Tong Jiaying kissed him, Zhang Jinli had never experienced such sweet, lingering emotions. Back downstairs, it was already dark. No one was there to stare at his Yangwang U9 car. Zhang Jinli took the elevator up, patted his cheeks to calm down from the in-love feeling, and opened the door like nothing happened. Turns out his parents weren't home, probably out showing off. His younger sister was curled up in her room secretly reading a novel on her phone. She had good grades and was almost certain to get into a top high school, so she didn't have to worry about the entrance exam. Their parents didn't discipline her much either. Because of this, Tong Jiaying liked the vibe in Zhang Jinli's home and liked how easygoing his parents were. When she was little, she often came over to play with him. After showering, Zhang Jinli studied for over an hour, completing the lifelong learning daily task and gaining a bit more memory. Next morning, before the alarm rang, Zhang Jinli's biological clock woke him at 5 a.m. He quickly turned on the light to check his body. The reward for confessing to Tong Jiaying was aging strong, a full-body physical boost, and it would be applied during his sleep. "Feels like I got taller." Zhang Jinli felt his dew point was a bit higher than usual, though he wasn't sure if it was just in his head. He lifted his shirt and almost couldn't hold back his excitement. Because when he woke up, he found he had visible abs. Zhang Jinli quickly took off his pants and was so thrilled he almost celebrated physically. "Looks like I'm really becoming a 1.8 meter, 18 centimeter stud." He quickly pulled up his system panel to check his stats. Host, Zhang Jinli. Age, 48. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Health, 55. Charm, 43. Even though the system showed his age as 48, the growth in height and weight confirmed that he really had grown a few centimeters. Previously, his height was 174 centimeters. Now, it had increased by 4 centimeters to 178 centimeters. Though not quite 180 centimeters, he was close enough. Also, thanks to the full-body boost, his charm score increased by over 10 points, which meant he'd gotten even more handsome. Zhang Jinli was very satisfied. Especially because, aside from gaining 4 centimeters in height, his brother down there also seemed to have grown about 4 centimeters. He excitedly put on the sportswear that Tong Jiaying gave him and went to wake up his sister for a morning run. While brushing their teeth, Zhang Jinyu noticed something and asked, "Bro, did you get taller?" "You noticed that?" Zhang Jinli mumbled, "Did I? Must be because I'd been running every morning. Helped me grow a bit." Zhang Jinyu didn't suspect anything. After brushing and washing up, she put on her running shoes and went out jogging with her brother. With the motivation of earning 50 yuan per kilometer, she now made a stable 200 yuan each morning run. Running twice a week, 200 yuan each time, she could make at least 1,600 yuan a month just from jogging. Pretty sweet. After running for about 30 minutes, the siblings bumped into Tong Jiaying and her father, who were also out for a morning jog. "Morning, Uncle Tong." "Good morning, Tong Jiaying." Zhang Jinli had already finished one lap around the park and decided to jog a second lap with Tong Jiaying. His sister had run from home to the park and done one lap, about 3 kilometers, and couldn't do another lap, so she switched to riding a shared bike to accompany her brother. Tong Jiaying's father praised him. "I heard you made a few million from a programming project? So capable at such a young age." Zhang Jinli modestly replied, "Nah, my parents exaggerated. I only made about 1 million. That Yangwang U9 car was a gift from a grateful client after I got my license. Even 1 million is impressive." Tong's dad was genuinely envious and admiring. "You're about 7 months older than Tong, right?" So you're still in high school and already a millionaire driving a luxury car. That alone puts you ahead of 99.9% of young people. Not to mention us adults who've worked for years and still might not earn a million. Jung Jinli kept a humble tone. I just got lucky, joined the project and got a cut. I know I'm not good enough to earn that much yet. So I still need to study hard, get into a good university, and dig deeper into fields I'm interested in. In that aspect, I'm not as good as Tong. Her grades are so good, she's definitely getting into a top university like 985 or 211. I can only aim for a decent college at best. That's why I need to learn from her and try to catch up in the college entrance exam too. Jiang Jinli deliberately stressed the word too, implying he had already caught Tong Jiaying as his girlfriend and now just needed to catch up academically. Tong's dad had no idea his daughter had already been won over, and he praised Jiang Jinli's humility and drive with satisfaction. During this, Jiang Jinli kept exchanging looks with Tong Jiaying, both of them blushing with the secret thrill of dating behind the family's back. Too bad she wasn't wearing their couple sportswear and matching running shoes, or the thrill would have been even greater. Half an hour later, Jiang Jinli and his sister jogged back to the neighborhood with Tong Jiaying and her dad. After breakfast at home, Jiang Jinli messaged Li Yongsheng, saying he wanted to go to driving school in his car. This time, Li Yongsheng seemed much more low-key, clearly still shaken by Jiang Jinli's recent success. On the way to the driving school, Li Yongsheng didn't brag at all, making Jiang Jinli feel like riding in his Mercedes had lost its spark. Soon after arriving at driving school, Jiang Jinli got a WeChat message from his sister. Bro, I suggest you don't come home today. Tell me the details. Jiang Jinli replied to his sister on WeChat, curious why she suggested he shouldn't come home today. Soon, his sister replied, second aunt came over again with Jiang Haoyu, and with them came third great uncle's whole family. Right now they're all downstairs crowding around your sports car. If dad hadn't hidden the car keys and said you took them with you, they probably would have tried to drive your car around to show off. And just now second aunt was being sarcastic again, saying you're wasteful, only made 1 million and dared to buy a car worth over 1 million. She said you're not even afraid you won't be able to make money later and won't be able to pay off the car loan. Then dad slapped back by saying you bought the car in full without a loan, and that made second aunt's face turn dark and gloomy. Also, third great uncle said his youngest son is getting married in July and wants to use your car as a wedding car. But dad didn't agree, said the car was bought with your own hard-earned money, and they needed to ask for your permission. So I think you really shouldn't come back today, otherwise, they'll annoy you to death. Jiang Jinli expected this. As the saying goes, when you're poor in a bustling city, no one asks about you. When you're rich in the deep mountains, distant relatives come knocking. Second aunt and third great uncle are from the same family branch, all paternal relatives. Except for Chinese New Year or during Tomb Sweeping Festival when they visit the ancestral village, they hardly interact. But ever since Mom showed off in the family group chat, these relatives started paying close attention to their family. Jiang Jinli didn't even have their WeChats. Otherwise, these relatives, especially the younger cousins, would definitely contact him, hoping he'd help them make money or lend them some. Then I won't go back today. Just say I went to a classmate's house to hang out. After replying to his sister, Jiang Jinli left a message for Tong Jiaying, who was already at tutoring class. What time do you finish class this morning? I'll come pick you up. Half an hour later, Tong Jiaying finally replied, I have 3 classes this morning, I'll finish at 11:30. Jiang Jinli replied instantly, then I'll come pick you up at 11:30. I'll tell my mom I won't go home for lunch, that I'll eat outside and then go to the library. Tong Jiaying, dazed by love, messaged her mom directly instead of waiting until after class to inform her. So her mom suspected she was lying, especially since her recent mock exams weren't great. She figured Tong Jiaying might be dating, and decided to head to the tutoring center to spy on her. At 11:25 a.m. Jiang Jinli had just arrived at the tutoring center by taxi when he saw his future mother-in-law nearby on an electric scooter. She put on a mask and snuck into the pharmacy across the street. Well, damn. I thought my parents were bad enough, turns out Tong Jiaying's mom is even worse. Good thing I spotted her. Otherwise, if she caught Tong Jiaying leaving with me, she'd definitely scold her to tears and think I'm distracting her from studying. Jiang Jinli quickly messaged, what did you tell your mom about not going home for lunch? I just got to your tutoring center and saw your mom sneak into the pharmacy across the street. She clearly suspects something. At that moment, Tong Jiaying was still in class and hadn't seen the message. 5 minutes later, Tong Jiaying replied, are you sure you didn't mistake her for someone else? I've said the same thing before when I didn't go home after tutoring. Jiang Jinli thought for a second and replied, didn't you used to tell her only after class before? Tong Jiaying suddenly realized, that's it. I told her right after my first class today that I wouldn't go home, so she got suspicious and thought I was going out with classmates. That's why she came to follow me. Zhang Jinli sighed. Looks like we can't eat and have fun today. In that case, you better put on a good show for your mom. Tong Jiaying curiously asked. What kind of show? Zhang Jinli typed back. Act like I never came to pick you up. Leave normally after class, eat lunch by yourself outside, and then go to the library to study. I'll secretly follow your mom. When she realizes she misunderstood, she'll feel guilty and leave. Then we can enjoy our time together without worry. Okay. Tong Jiaying blushed slightly and reminded him, be careful not to get caught. If my mom sees you following her, she'll definitely get suspicious. Don't worry, I inherited my parents' paparazzi skills. I'm great at tailing people. Zhang Jinli added, oh, and don't forget to delete our chat history, just in case your mom gets paranoid and checks your phone while you're asleep. Also, don't eat too much at lunch, just enough to fool your mom. Later we'll eat together. Oh. Though reluctant, Tong Jiaying deleted their chat for the sake of their future. Just 2 more months. Once the college entrance exam is over, once I'm in university, mom won't be able to control me like this anymore. Tong Jiaying thought to herself, put her phone in her pocket, and went downstairs like nothing happened. She scanned a shared bike and rode to the library. Her mom came out of the pharmacy and followed from a distance on her electric scooter. Zhang Jinli also scanned a shared electric bike and followed the controlling future mother-in-law from a distance. On the way, Tong Jiaying passed a noodle shop and went in for a small bowl of plain noodles. Her mom rode past, glanced in, saw her daughter sitting alone in the corner with no boys around, and turned back. Startled, Zhang Jinli quickly ducked into a nearby alley. A moment later, Zhang Jinli got a notification of a cashback from Tong Jiaying's purchase. Knowing she had finished eating, he peeked out from the alley and saw her come out, get on a bike, and head toward the library. Her mom kept following. Zhang Jinli followed her mom again. Not long after, seeing her daughter really go into the library, the mom started feeling a bit guilty but still wasn't reassured, thinking she might be meeting a boy inside, so she kept following and entered the library. Zhang Jinli was impressed. Luckily, Tong Jiaying didn't inherit her mom's controlling nature or cold, strict personality. Her mom watched secretly inside the library for half an hour. Zhang Jinli did the same. Eventually, the mom saw her daughter truly studying, with no suspicious boys around, and finally left. Your mom is gone. After watching his future mother-in-law ride off, Zhang Jinli sent a message to report the good news. Tong Jiaying immediately grabbed her backpack and happily came down. Your mom is scary. Her control issues are seriously insane. Zhang Jinli couldn't help but complain. It's okay, I'm used to it, Tong Jiaying said. We've got an hour and a half left for lunch break. Where should we go? I originally wanted to take you to Wanda Plaza in the city, but now we'll just go somewhere nearby. As he spoke, Zhang Jinli grabbed her hand and asked, where do you want to go? Tong Jiaying thought for a bit and said, there's a KFC near the tutoring place. Want to go there? Sure. Zhang Jinli hadn't had KFC in months. Then, Tong Jiaying looked up slightly, stood on tiptoes, and asked in confusion, Zhang Jinli, why do you seem taller than yesterday? Zhang Jinli was proud inside and joked, did you forget to put in your height boost insoles today? Tong Jiaying got it, so it was you who added insoles. I knew it yesterday when I stood on tiptoe I could kiss your face, but today I can only reach your chin. Zhang Jinli teased back, you little rascal, always trying to kiss me, huh? KFC, in the corner. Tong Jiaying suddenly thought of something and said, let me quiz you, is this our first time eating at KFC together? Probably, right? Zhang Jinli wanted to answer that, but knowing Tong Jiaying, her sudden question meant this wasn't a simple quiz, it was a trap. Come on, think, you idiot. Did I ever eat KFC with her before? His brain stalled, he couldn't remember. Zhang Jinli had no choice but to bluff confidently, of course not. We had KFC together when we were kids. Don't tell me you forgot? Tong Jiaying cupped her cheeks in her hands, elbows on the table, looking at Zhang Jinli with big sparkling eyes and recalled, I would never forget. My mom wouldn't let me eat junk food when I was little, so I'll always remember the first time I ate KFC. Zhang Jinli pushed back, then let me quiz you, if you never forgot. Where was the first KFC we ate together? Tong Jiaying answered, it was the KFC inside China Resources Vanguard. I went to your house to play, your mom took you and your little sister out and brought me along. We played in the kids zone there until noon, and then your mom took us to KFC. Those were times we can never go back to. With a look full of tender memories, Tong Jiaying recalled, that was my first time eating a burger, fried chicken, and fries. I was so amazed I almost cried. I couldn't understand why something that tasted so good could be called junk food and why my mom didn't allow me to eat it. Jiang Jinli didn't expect her to remember so clearly. Maybe because his parents often took him and his sister to KFC or McDonald's when they were little, he just didn't remember ever eating KFC with her back then. Congratulations, you got it right. Jiang Jinli praised her, feeling guilty, and then said with sympathy, from now on, whatever you want to eat, I'll take you. Don't worry about your mom. Tong Jiaying giggled, let me tell you a secret. I don't like staying home during holidays. Sometimes I skip lunch at home just to sneak out and eat KFC without my mom knowing. Jiang Jinli said, no need to sneak anymore. We'll eat it openly. Even if your mom finds out, don't be scared. If she dares yell at you, I'll yell right back at her. Tong Jiaying, both amused and annoyed, said, no yelling. Even if she's strict and controlling, she's still my mom. She means well. Jiang Jinli shook his head, you're too obedient, that's why she keeps getting stricter. Tong Jiaying remained optimistic, it's fine. After the college entrance exam and once I go to university, my mom won't be able to control me anymore. Jiang Jinli thought for a bit and asked, what if your mom finds out we're dating and is against it? What would you do? Tong Jiaying answered without hesitation, then I'll say I'm pregnant with your baby. That way, it's too late to change anything, and my mom won't be able to do anything. Jiang Jinli panicked at the thought, you're not even an adult yet. Aren't you scared your dad will kill me? Only then did Tong Jiaying realize what she said. Her mind flashed to novel-like images of intimacy, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Then I'll just threaten my mom into agreeing by saying I'll run away from home. Jiang Jinli saw her serious face and laughed, okay? If we ever get exposed and your mom's against us, you run away and elope with me. Tong Jiaying countered, what if your parents are against us? Jiang Jinli replied, they won't be. They've liked you since we were little. They think you're smart and pretty. If I could get a girlfriend like you, they'd think our ancestors' spirits are blessing me. Tong Jiaying worried, but didn't your parents say they don't want you dating before the college entrance exam because it might affect your grades? That was a lie Jiang Jinli told her earlier. Now he had to keep it up, but if dating actually improves my grades, they'll totally support us. Remember on my birthday, when you gave me those practice test sheets? My mom told me to work hard, learn from you, and try to get into the same university. That means she genuinely likes you and approves of you. If we both get into the same university, even if we're not dating, my mom would probably push me to chase after you in college, date for 4 years, and get married after graduation. Hearing that, Tong Jiaying began to daydream. Soon, the KFC two-person combo Jiang Jinli ordered was ready. It was their first date since becoming a couple. Maybe they weren't used to it yet, so there were none of those overly sweet you feed me, I feed you couple moments that might make others cringe. Instead, Tong Jiaying started quizzing Jiang Jinli on English, how to pronounce and spell burger, fries, cola, and chicken. Jiang Jinli only got cola and chicken right, so teacher Tong taught him how to say and spell burger and fries on the spot. Without noticing, they spent over an hour at KFC. I have to go back for tutoring. Tong Jiaying sipped the last of her cola and said reluctantly. Jiang Jinli walked her back to class, then messaged his sister to ask about the situation at home. Once he learned that second aunt and the others had left, he took a taxi home for a nap. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. Friday, Jiang Jinli took time off again to take his driving test. He had paid an extra 2,000 yuan to enroll in an express course at Li Yongxing's driving school. He passed subjects 1 and 2 on the first try, and today he was taking subjects 3 and 4. Since it had only been 24 days since registering, if he passed today, he'd get his license within a month. This time, he didn't want a lucky charm from Tong Jiaying, afraid she'd pass her luck to him and end up getting sick again. 3 p.m. Jiang Jinli passed subjects 3 and 4 and successfully got his driver's license. He took a taxi straight to the BYD delivery center. The system gifted Yangwon U9 he got didn't have a rear spoiler, so he had spent over 100,000 yuan to get one installed. The spoiler had just been installed at noon today. Since he had just gotten his license, he could go there to learn how to drive the Yangwon U9. Once familiar with it, Jiang Jinli drove the eye-catching U9 to pick up Tong Jiaying from school. At the school gate, many parents waiting in their cars to pick up their kids were immediately drawn to the Yangwon U9. Jiang Jinli parked the car right at the gate. Normally the security guards would tell cars to move, but today, seeing the flashy new supercar without plates, they were so stunned they forgot to warn him. When Jiang Jinli stepped out of the car, the guards and parents were shocked. Whose rich kid was this? One curious parent even asked if the car could do its famous dance. Jiang Jinli let them see it. A crowd of parents pulled out phones to record the moment. Then he handed his student ID and leave slip to the guard, gave him the car key. and said he'd be back after grabbing his backpack from the dorm. If the car was in the way, the guard could move it. The guard didn't expect this rich-looking kid to be a student at their school. He didn't dare touch the key and just told Jiang Jinli to hurry. Soon the school bell rang. Jiang Jinli came out with his backpack and messaged Tong Jiaying to say he was waiting at the gate. As students poured out, the crowd at the gate grew. Maybe many parents didn't recognize the U9, but young people on TikTok definitely did. With gasps and damn being heard, many boys whipped out their phones to take pictures. Zhong Maonan also came out and was drawn to the U9. Looking at his own second-hand MG sports car worth just over 100,000 yuan, he felt too embarrassed to bring it out. Then Jiang Jili stepped into the crowd and spotted Zhong filming too. He intentionally said, "Whoa, what kind of sports car is this? Just from the look, you can tell it's not cheap, not like Zhong Maonan's cheap MG. That thing screams budget." Hearing Jiang Jinli's voice, Zhong Maonan was irritated and snapped, "You don't even recognize a Yangwan U9? And you dare brag and bet you'd buy a million yuan supercar if you passed your license test?" Jiang Jinli grinned, pulled out his car key, "Thought you forgot about our bet. With so many people watching now, if you don't keep your word and eat shit on livestream, don't ever bring your MG here to show off again and stop claiming to be from our school." He pressed the key. The Yangwan U9 doors opened automatically. The students watching were stunned. Zhong Maonan stood frozen. He never expected the car to actually belong to Jiang Jinli. "Zhong Maonan, remember to notify us in advance when you livestream eating shit." Jiang Jinli even took out his Huawei trifold phone and said, "Don't think you can weasel out. I recorded a video that day. You said if I could afford a million yuan sports car, you'd do a livestream eating shit." Zhong Maonan's face turned dark. The students around them all looked at him mockingly, like he was a clown. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who knows if the car is rented or borrowed just to show off? Knew you'd be stubborn." Jiang Jinli took out the vehicle license and purchase invoice from the car. "Look, the license and invoice both have my name, Jiang Jinli. Now, do you want to keep arguing, say these documents are fake, or accept the bet and do a livestream eating shit right here? So childish, I can't be bothered with you." Zhong Maonan's face turned red as he fled in embarrassment. "I knew you couldn't handle it. I advise you to keep a low profile in the future. If you're broke, don't pretend to be rich, and stop shamelessly trying to flirt with girls who are already taken." Jiang Jinli's words cut deep into Zhong Maonan's prideful heart like knives. This time, Zhong Maonan had truly become infamous at school. From now on, it would be hard for him not to keep a low profile. If he dared to act flashy again, people would definitely mock him by comparing him to Jiang Jinli. At that moment, Jiang Jinli spotted Tong Jiaying walking out with Chen Yuan and immediately waved, "Tong Jiaying, over here." Suddenly, Tong Jiaying became another focal point besides the Yangwan U9, drawing the attention of many boys. Though she was dressed plainly like most girls, her face was stunning. Her reserved, serious expression gave her a noble, cool aura. No wonder Zhong Maonan tried to flirt with her, and no wonder this classmate of his deliberately waited at the school gate to humiliate Zhong Maonan. At first, Tong Jiaying was confused by the crowd at the school gate, but as soon as she saw Jiang Jinli's Yangwan U9, she understood everything. She had never experienced such a scene before. Feeling all those eyes on her, she grew extremely nervous. She never expected that after getting his license, Jiang Jinli would come to school with such a flashy car and park right at the gate to wait for her. Chen Yuan was stunned, then looked at her with envy and jealousy. She also wished she had a rich, handsome childhood friend as her boyfriend. Lin Huaiwen, who came out behind them, shouted, "Damn, isn't that a Yangwan U9? Jiang Jinli, are you serious? You really bought a million yuan sports car right after getting your license?" Last time, Jiang Jinli mocked Zhong Maonan for showing off with a second-hand MG worth just over 100,000 yuan. He said if he had a license, he'd buy a million yuan car in minutes and teach Zhong a lesson. Zhong had scoffed and said if Zhong could afford that, he'd livestream eating shit. Even Lin Huaiwen and the others thought Jiang Jinli was just bluffing. But today, Jiang Jinli showed up in a Yangwan U9. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but smirk. What young guy doesn't want to show off? Who doesn't want to be the coolest person in school? He was no exception. Jiang Jinli proudly said, "I never brag." Zhong Maonan just got smacked in the face and ran off. Lin Huaiwen was amazed. "You really kept this hidden well. We've been dorm mates for 3 years and I never knew you were a rich second-gen." "Dorm mates?" Tong Jiaying's eyes widened when she heard that, wondering if Jiang Jinli had been secretly into guys behind her back. Jiang Jinli rolled his eyes, "Don't spout nonsense. People will think I'm from Nantong or something. I slept on the top bunk, you on the bottom. Technically, that counts as the same bed." Lin Huaiwen laughed. He added, bro, show us the Yangwon U9's famous dancing feature. Jiang Jinli tapped on the passenger door, which opened automatically. Next time, I'll let you experience it from inside. I gotta drive off now, or the security guard will kick me out. He turned to Tong Jiaying. No time to explain, get in. Tong Jiaying was embarrassed and socially anxious, her cheeks red as she got into the passenger seat under everyone's gaze. Jiang Jili thoughtfully buckled her seatbelt, then went around to the driver's side and got in. Let's go. He waved to Lin Huaiwen and Chen Yuan, did a sharp U-turn, and slowly drove off. Once out of sight, Tong Jiaying finally spoke up. Worried, your car is too eye-catching. Now you're going to be famous at school. So many students took pictures and videos, they'll definitely post them online. What if my mom sees me in your car and asks what our relationship is? Jiang Jinli steered with his left hand and instinctively placed his right hand on her left thigh, saying, I thought you'd be mad that I was showing off. Worried people would say you're with me for the money. Tong Jiaying blushed and reminded him, focus on driving. She added, I don't care what others think. I only care about my parents and your opinion. Jiang Jinli calmly said, don't worry. If your mom sees, just say we're childhood friends, and I was showing off and gave you a ride. If she keeps pressing, then just confess we're dating. You already said you're ready to run away and elope with me. Tong Jiaying hesitated, I meant after the college entrance exam. There's still 2 months to go. Jiang Jinli joked, if needed, I'll go to your house and propose. If your mom refuses, I'll just move in and never leave. Though she knew he was joking, Tong Jiaying felt sweet inside. She slapped away his wandering hand and complained, focus on driving. I don't trust your skills yet. Jiang Jinli finally took both hands back to the wheel, grumbling, fine. Not fun touching through pants anyway. Pervert Jiang. Tong Jiaying blushed and quietly muttered. In her mind, she thought, it's already April and getting warmer. Maybe next time she could wear a skirt or shorts and let him touch her leg properly. Soon, they happened to run into Zhong Maonan, who was at a red light in his red MG Cyberster convertible. Jiang Jinli changed lanes, pulled up beside him, and made his Yangwon U9 dance right next to him. Drivers behind and pedestrians on the sidewalk were all drawn to the flashy spectacle. Tong Jiaying couldn't help but tease, Jiang Jinli, you're so bad. You shrimp-hearted villain. Jiang Jinli grinned and rolled down the window, deliberately touching her leg as he shouted to Zhong Maonan, hey Magic Zhong. Don't forget our bet, remember to live stream eating shit. Zhong ignored him, clenched his teeth, closed his convertible top, and drove off as the light turned green. But his second-hand MG couldn't compete with the Yangwon U9, which could go from 0 to 100 km per hour in 2 seconds. Even with a head start, Jiang Jinli quickly left him in the dust. All the way, his car attracted attention like a celebrity. Even when he returned to the neighborhood, many neighbors stopped to stare. Bro! His sister Jiang Jinyu had just gotten home from school and ran over, then saw Tong Jiaying sitting in the passenger seat. So you are dating. Caught you red-handed. Tong Jiaying was embarrassed. Jiang Jinyu was like the little sister she had watched grow up with her own eyes. When she first came to play at Jiang Jinli's house, Jiang Jinyu was still a tiny toddler, 3 years younger than her. So now, it was like she was sneaking around with the older brother right in front of the little sister, and got caught in the act. Her face turned bright red from the embarrassment. Jiang Jinli said, ignore her. She reads too many smutty romance novels, her brain's full of love stories. Hearing that, Tong Jiaying felt even more embarrassed, because she also liked reading those smutty romance novels. And the worst part was that her little sister-in-law Jiang Jinyu had found out about this secret hobby. I'm going home. Tong Jiaying, caught in double embarrassment, fled back home as if escaping. Jiang Jinyu clicked her tongue and teased, sister-in-law is embarrassed and shy. What the hell, sister-in-law? Good girl, already calling me sister-in-law so fast. Jiang Jinli rolled his eyes at his sister. Don't talk nonsense. Go home and cook. Jiang Jinyu threatened, bro, I haven't even ridden in your car yet. You'd better take me for a ride or I'll tell mom and dad you started showing off in your new car right after getting your license, and even gave sister Jiaying a ride. Jiang Jinli said, we live in the same neighborhood. What's wrong with giving her a lift? Jiang Jinyu said with disdain, the problem is I caught you red-handed. And when I called her sister-in-law, she didn't even deny it, she just blushed and ran home. I'm done explaining. Get in the car. Jiang Jinli, helpless, had no choice but to satisfy his sister's little vanity. He drove her out of the neighborhood, then went to China Resources Vanguard to buy some groceries for a celebratory meal, not for touching Tong Jiaying's legs. Ahem. For getting his driver's license. That night, dinner was lavish. Jiang Jinli bought a roasted chicken and spent over 4,000 yuan on a king crab, following a Douyin tutorial to cook it. Tong Jiaying, Want to come over for dinner tonight? I bought a king crab to celebrate getting my license. Tong Jiaying replied with a drooling puppy emoji. I want to. But I don't dare go, and I don't have a good excuse to eat at your place. Jiang Jinli replied, I'll secretly save you 2 crab legs. I'll bring them to you during our walk later. Love you. Tong Jiaying replied with a heart hand emoji. Time flew by. April was about to end. Neither Jiang Jinli's nor Tong Jiaying's parents had discovered their secret relationship, which had lasted over a month now. April 30th. Early morning, cafeteria. Tong Jiaying was wearing black athletic shorts, just finished her morning jog, the hair by her temples damp with sweat. As the weather warmed up, Jiang Jinli no longer had to touch her legs through pants. Her legs were so white, so straight, so slim, and so soft. Jiang Jinli had recently become obsessed with Tong Jiaying's beautiful legs. No matter how much he touched them, it wasn't enough. Even while eating breakfast, he found excuses to make her sit sideways, rest her feet on his lap, and under the pretense of massaging her calves, openly touched her legs. Tong Jiaying only let him do it because they always came early for breakfast after morning jogs, and there were barely any students around. When more people were around, she would get shy and didn't dare let him touch her so casually, afraid people would gossip. Jiang Jili ate porridge with his right hand, squeezed her calf with his left, and asked, Do you still have to go to tutoring during the May Day holiday? Tong Jiaying nodded. There are only about 30 days left until the college entrance exam. My mom will definitely make me keep attending tutoring to reinforce key points. Alright. My mom thinks the exam's coming soon and I'm under pressure, so she's planning a hot spring vacation with barbecue during the holiday. But your mom keeps pushing you, afraid you'll slack off. Jiang Jili felt bad for her again and at the same time, regretted not being able to persuade her to come to the hot springs, where he could see her in a bathrobe or bikini and maybe go from leg to further. Tong Jiaying could only envy him and looked forward to the future. Once the exam is over, my mom won't be able to control me anymore. Then I can go wherever I want. Jiang Jinli made up his mind. After the exam, I'll take you traveling. Okay. Tong Jiaying agreed happily. By then, more students started arriving at the cafeteria for breakfast. Tong Jiaying quickly moved her legs off Jiang Jinli's lap, sat properly, and sneakily slapped away Jiang Jinli's hand that still wasn't tired of touching. She didn't understand why he loved touching her legs so much. She had tried touching his thigh before, but she didn't get the appeal at all. There was nothing addictive about it. May 1st, morning. Jiang Jinli's family of 4 drove 200 kilometers to a hot spring resort. Along the way, Jiang Jinli's Yangwan U9 drew everyone's attention. His dad, driving their old Volkswagen behind him, was full of envy and regret. He should have accepted the M9 his son offered to buy him. His little sister in the passenger seat also complained about their dad's old car. But since Jiang Jinli was a newly licensed driver, a companion with at least 3 years of driving experience was required on the highway. So she had to ride with dad, while mom rode in the U9 with her brother. Because holiday highway tolls were free, traffic was heavy and slow. Jiang Jinli drove most of the way, but had to exit the highway to recharge the car. He didn't want to get stuck with no power in a traffic jam. This made his dad think fuel cars were better on holidays. Electric cars were a hassle on long trips. Charging stations at highway rest areas had long lines. If you didn't want to wait, you had to exit and find a charger yourself. With fuel cars, you just pull into any rest stop and fill up, quick and easy. Noon. They finally reached the destination after 5 hours of driving 210 kilometers. Jiang Jili had booked a luxury villa. The villa had an outdoor hot spring pool and an indoor one too. They had lunch at the resort restaurant. Then they returned to soak in the hot springs. That night, there would be a big bonfire event where people could barbecue and watch performances around the fire. As the sun began to set, the Jiang family of 4 brought their own food and drinks and headed toward the bonfire event site. At that moment, a system message popped up. Enemies meet on a narrow road. You didn't expect to go on a relaxing family trip during the holidays, only to run into your ex-wife on a sweet date with her lover at the resort. Ding! Emergency mission. Prevent your parents from seeing your ex-wife and getting emotionally triggered. Mission reward, a luxury villa at the resort. What the hell? An ex-wife now? And who the hell is this ex-wife? Jiang Jinli looked around. The resort was fully booked for the holiday. Tons of people were walking toward the bonfire area. Within his line of sight, there were several girls around his age. He had no idea who the so-called ex-wife from the system message even was. Then another system message popped up. Ding! Mission failed. Unfortunately, even if your ex-wife turned to ashes, your parents would still recognize her instantly in the crowd. Their blood pressure skyrocketed and they tried to rush over and hit her. Damn! My damn mansion is gone. Damn ex-wife, give me back my villa. Zhang Jinli was so upset he felt like vomiting blood. This emergency mission from the system really was urgent. It had only popped up for less than half a minute, and before he could even figure out which girl was the so-called future ex-wife, the mission had already failed? So frustrating. Zhang Jinli was totally annoyed. The villas at the hot spring resort were all in British style, beautifully decorated. Even though the location was a bit remote, it was a tourist development area, with visitors coming year-round for hot springs. The property prices definitely weren't cheap. Each one was worth at least 2 or 3 million yuan, which meant that damn ex-wife had just caused him to lose 2 or 3 million in one go. Zhang Jinli could only curse in his mind. You damn gold digger. Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll beat you to death, you filthy woman. Following his parents' gaze, Zhang Jinli quickly focused ahead, looking for suspicious people. At that moment, a few girls walked out from the hotel on the left, and one familiar face caught Zhang Jinli's attention. Enemies really do cross paths. Wasn't that Renengying, the ex-wife's bestie who went to Wanda with Zhong Maonan that day and got humiliated and cried? Which meant, Zhang Jinli quickly scanned the 4 girls walking with Renengying. According to the system's mission trigger, the future ex-wife must be one of those 4 girls with her. Zhang Jinli glanced coldly at them and couldn't help but want to complain. Because those 4 girls were just so average looking. One of them was even chubby with big ears, looking like a teenage version of Fu Sol, the classic T0 unattractive face type people joke about online. Zhang Jinli suddenly got chills. No way, the system's so-called ex-wife couldn't be her, right? If it really was her, how desperate would I have to be to marry someone like that? No way. With my taste, there's no chance I'd fall for someone who looks like the T0 version of Fu Sol. It must be one of the other 3, not fat, not ugly, just average. Maybe in 10 years, their looks improved and matched my preferences better. Or they were just really good at makeup and tricked me during a blind date. One thing led to another, and I had to settle. That must be it. No doubt about it. Zhang Jinli was convinced that no matter how desperate he was in the future, he would never marry a woman with both the body and face of Fu Sol or Malin. No way he'd lower himself like that. Compared to them, even Renengying looked much better. Though she was a vain gold digger, in terms of looks and figure, she was still way ahead of those 4 girls. At that moment, Renengying also spotted Zhang Jinli. Her good mood instantly vanished. Her smiling face turned cold, and she shot him a fierce glare. How could she run into this bastard here? Renengying would never forget how Zhang Jinli tricked her at Wanda Plaza, saying he'd buy her a bag and let her pick anyone she liked only to suddenly tell her it was all a joke, that he'd never spend money on a gold digger like her. It was the first time in her life a guy had humiliated her so badly in public. What pissed her off even more was that afterward, she tried to return the dress Zhong Maonan had bought her. But the store manager refunded the money directly to Zhong instead of her. After that, Zhong even deleted her on WeChat and ignored her completely. So Zhang Jinli was now the boy she hated most in her 17 years of life. No one else came close. Ying, what's wrong? One of the girls beside her noticed Renengying suddenly fell silent and glared angrily at a passing family of 4. She asked, do you know that family? Or that guy? Renengying didn't want her past to be exposed, so she denied it. I don't know them. But the way that guy looked at us was creepy and disgusting. Another bestie joked, well, what do you expect, you're so pretty. When we meet up with the guys later, they'll probably stare at you like that too. Hearing the compliments, Renengying cheered up a bit. But staring at Zhang Jinli's back, she still felt the urge to rush over and tear him apart. Not long after, Zhang Jinli's family arrived at the bonfire party site. There were already many tourists grilling food. The resort staff had set up the bonfire structure ahead of time, just waiting until dark to light it. The family found a spot and sat down. All the barbecue pits were made of bricks and cement. Renting a spot cost 100 yuan, and they provided the grill net and charcoal. Zhang Jinli and his dad started lighting the charcoal. His mom and sister took out the marinated ingredients they'd prepped back at the villa and started skewering them. Half an hour later, it got darker. Then a man in traditional ethnic clothing started lighting the bonfire. According to the schedule, the evening would feature a ethnic group fire dance, a magic show, and fire acrobatics. Now that the man in traditional clothing had lit the fire, he was joined by 3 men and 4 women wearing similar outfits. The fire dance was about to begin. Zhang Jinli wasn't in the mood to watch. He was still pissed that he lost his mansion so suddenly. He angrily flipped skewers at the grill, wanting nothing more than to find the damn ex-wife and throw her onto the flames. Meanwhile, his parents and sister were in high spirits, snapping photos and posting on social media celebrating the May Day holiday. So boring. If I'd known, I wouldn't have agreed to come on this trip. Tong Jiaying, I miss you so much.
Only my darling Tong Tong is the best. She doesn't waste money, doesn't make me lose money, instead, every time I spend on her, I get returns many times over. Thinking of Tong Jiaying, Zhang Jili flipped food with one hand and sent her a message with the other.
Did you have dinner? What are you doing? Tong Jiaying instantly replied, I ate. I'm thinking about you.
Zhang Jili, unable to hold back, broke into a wide, love-struck smile.
I miss you too. He replied and then sent her a video of the barbecue and bonfire show. Without you here, the barbecue doesn't taste good, and the fire doesn't feel warm. Tong Jiaying, liar. I don't believe you. You're just sweet-talking me. Zhang Jili, I'm serious. If I'm lying, I'll get in a car accident next time I drive. Take that back.
Don't say such unlucky things.
I believe you.
Just delete it already. Seeing her panicked messages, Zhang Jili smiled and typed, but I meant it.
I'm not lying, why delete it?
Tong Jiaying had no way to deal with him and just typed, then don't say stuff like that again,
or I won't talk to you. Yes ma'am. Zhang Jili smiled, feeling genuinely content.
Tong Jiaying really was the best.
Just then, his mom walked back from filming and asked, Son, why are you grinning at your phone? Don't tell me you're in love?
I just saw a really funny video. A guy called the police and said he saw a mermaid, but the two officers didn't believe him.
Zhang Jili neither admitted nor denied being in a relationship. Mostly because his mom couldn't keep secrets, she'd blab about everything.
He wasn't worried about his parents finding out he was dating. After all, they weren't against it.
In fact, they supported and even encouraged him to date Tong Jiaying. But he had to think about Tong Jiaying.
Her parents, especially her mom, were extremely strict, to the point of being controlling and even obsessive. If her mom found out that her daughter was secretly dating Zhang Jili, especially so close to the college entrance exams, she would definitely explode. So even if Zhang Jili wanted to tell his parents, it would have to wait until after the exam.
He didn't want to cause Tong Jiaying any trouble. Calling the police, mermaid, two officers. Zhang's mom rolled her eyes. Wasn't he talking about that old video with Deng Chao and the two policemen?
Something was off, her son was definitely lying. The goofy smile he had while staring at his phone just now, that was the unmistakable silly grin of someone in love. His dad used to smile like that when he was dating. Let me see your phone. Zhang's mom reached out. Zhang Jili quickly shoved it in his pocket and said, You've definitely seen it before.
Those two cops have been a meme online for years. Aha! He won't show me his phone. There's definitely something going on. Zhang's mom immediately got nosy. Son, be honest, are you dating someone? Is it a girl from your class? Or is it Tong Tong? Dating? Not even dogs want to date.
Zhang Jili calmly brushed sauce on lamb skewers and chicken wings.
Dogs don't date, but I do. No problem, right? Zhang's mom saw his reaction and thought, maybe I overthought it? Was he really just laughing at a funny video? Whatever. Kids grow up and start hiding things from their parents anyway. She stopped asking and helped flip the skewers so they wouldn't burn.
But as she turned them, she couldn't resist nagging. I think Tong Tong is great. You two grew up together, we know each other's families well. She's pretty, gets good grades, and has a sweet personality. If you could marry her someday, our ancestors would be smiling in their graves.
Zhang Jili argued, that's not a sweet personality, it's a submissive one.
She doesn't know how to rebel or resist, so her mom controls her like crazy, tells her what to do and she just does it. His mom thought for a moment and said, her mom is strict, yeah, but it's for her own good. Tong Tong's so pretty, if she's not strictly managed, she could easily be led astray by some shady boys. Like that girl in the white dress over there, dolled up with no adult around.
Clearly snuck out to hang with boys. And those boys? Dyed hair and tattoos, definitely bad news. If they're her relatives, that says something about their family.
If not, then she's just a sketchy girl hanging out with sketchy guys. Zhang Jili followed her gaze and immediately spotted Reninging in the white dress.
No wonder the mission failed.
So many tourists around, and mom just had to notice Reninging in her group. No wonder the mission to stop his parents from seeing his ex-wife failed immediately.
Zhang Jili was frustrated and heartbroken again. Dumb ex-wife, give me back my mansion.
Zhang Jili said bitterly, I kinda know that girl.
She's a well-known gold digger from number 2 high. Last month she made a fool of herself at Wanda Plaza.
Some rich fool tried to hit on her and bought her a dress worth thousands. She secretly returned it to get cash, but the store refunded the money to the rich guy's account, not her. She was embarrassed, and the rich guy realized he'd been played and dumped her. Hearing this, Zhang's mom suddenly remembered how her son had once bought a 15,000 yuan dress for a girl and asked in shock, Wait, don't tell me you were that rich fool?
Zhang Jili. His sister Jung Jinyu came back and asked, "What rich fool? Mom, what are you talking about?" Their dad joined too, coming over to eat with them. Jung Jinli sighed, "See that girl in the white dress over there?" Jung Jinyu nodded, "She your classmate?" "Nope. She's from number 2 high. My dorm mate went to middle school with her and said she's famous for chasing rich guys. Last month, some rich fool tried to win her over and bought her a pricey dress. She returned it secretly to get cash, but the store refunded the guy instead. I just told mom all this because I can't stand girls like that, and now she thinks I'm the rich fool who got played." Jiang Jinyu replied, "She looks okay, but she's nothing compared to Sister Jiaying. So don't worry, Mom, there's no way my brother would fall for someone like that, let alone be her sugar daddy." Jiang Jili handed his sister a sausage skewer and said, "You really get me, sis." She took it and gave him a knowing look. After all, she was the only one who knew about his secret relationship with Tong Jiaying. Their mom was finally a bit relieved. In her eyes, a girl like Reconnecting sneaking around with sketchy boys was definitely trouble. If her son ever dated a girl like that, she'd break them up for sure. She didn't want her son raising a child that might not even be his. Compared to that, Tong Jiaying was a dream, well-behaved, decent, and perfect in every way. "Did you hear that?" Mom hinted, "Girls know girls best. Even your sister thinks that girl is nowhere near Tong Tong's level. So if you ever pick a girlfriend, pick someone like her. Actually, just pick Tong Tong. You grew up together. Your dad and her dad are co-workers. We all know each other, it's a perfect match." Got it, Jiang Jili replied half-heartedly. Tong Jiaying, "Oh Tong Jiaying, did you secretly cast a love spell on my mom? What a shame. You couldn't come with us on this hot spring trip." If you heard what mom just said, you'd probably smile like an idiot. Silly girl. Just thinking about her silly smile made Jiang Jili grin unconsciously. Then he quickly pulled himself together and sprinkled cumin on the lamb skewers. At the same time, his phone buzzed several times in his pocket. In their chat, Tong Jiaying had sent a bunch of messages when he suddenly stopped replying. "Jiang Jili, I want to see the bonfire show. If you're free, can you walk over and video call me so I can watch? Where are you? No signal? Or phone died? 10-second countdown. If you don't reply, I'll assume your phone died. Alright, I'm going to shower and study now. Be safe out there, okay? Drive carefully. Love you." "Dad, Mom, you guys watched the barbecue. I'm going to check out the bonfire dance." Jiang Jili picked up a bunch of lamb skewers and grilled prawns and walked toward the crowd gathered around the bonfire show. During the May Day holiday, the place was packed. All the fixed barbecue spots in the scenic area had been fully booked. Many tourists who had done travel research in advance or had visited before brought their own barbecue tools and found places to grill on the outskirts. Originally, you could sit on stone benches by the barbecue spots and enjoy the bonfire show while eating. But because of the massive increase in visitors today, the staff couldn't manage the scene. On top of that, many tourists lacked basic manners and ignored staff instructions, all rushing to grab front row seats to watch the bonfire dance, blocking those who had reserved barbecue spots in the outer ring. "Bro, wait for me." Jiang Jinyu followed along excitedly. She wanted to see the bonfire dance too. "Stay close to your brother, don't get lost," Jiang's mom reminded her helplessly. Whether at home or on a trip, she still had to make food for her kids. But since she was the one who chose this travel destination, and since she felt that food and drinks at tourist spots were overpriced during holidays, she had bought all the barbecue ingredients and supplies for the 3-day stay herself. So she had no choice but to keep working. Jiang Jinli put on his Bluetooth earpiece, held the skewers in one hand, and pulled out his phone with the other as he walked into the crowd. Tong Jiaying had just sent several messages in a row, and since his mom was beside him, he hadn't looked at them until now. Seeing her final message, "I love you," with a heart emoji, he quickly typed a reply. "Did you make it home already?" Tong Jiaying instantly replied, "Just got to the community gate." Jiang Jinli immediately initiated a video call, which Tong Jiaying picked up right away. "I'll show you the bonfire dance." It was noisy at the scene, speakers were blasting ethnic music, and the crowd was chatting loudly. Some outgoing tourists even joined the dancers in traditional costumes, circling the bonfire together. "Hi, sis-in-law." Suddenly, Jiang Jinyu's chubby little face popped into the frame, perfectly caught by the front camera and shown on the video call. Tong Jiaying blushed, caught off guard by Jinyu's cheeky antics. Jiang Jinli raised the phone higher and said, "Ignore her. I'll flip the camera." He tapped the camera switch and made his way through the crowd, found a spot, and sat down on the gravel without caring if it was dirty, eating skewers while live sharing the show with Tong Jiaying. "What ethnic group is that costume from?" Tong Jiaying's sweet voice came through clearly via Bluetooth, louder than the music in crowd. I heard it's e-nationality, Jiang Jinli said. No idea if they're real minority dancers or just Han workers wearing e-costumes to fool tourists. Watching the 3 men and 3 women dance hand in hand around the fire, Tong Jiaying asked longingly, if I were there, would you pull me in to dance with them? I would, Jiang Jinli replied. Tong Jiaying said, after the college entrance exam, if there's still bonfire dancing here, will you bring me to visit again? No problem. Jiang Jinli was more than happy. He was dying to see Tong Jiaying in a swimsuit or in a bathrobe, shy and half-covered. Of course, what he really wanted to see most was her swimming naked. But based on what he knew about her, she'd probably wear shorts and a t-shirt into the hot spring. Then I won't watch now. I'll wait to see it with you in person later. Tong Jiaying added considerately, enjoy your time with your family. I'm going back now. Okay, I'm hanging up. As he flipped the camera back, Jiang Jinyu suddenly popped her head into view like a ghost and waved. Bye, sis-in-law. Such a good girl, calling me sis-in-law already. I'll definitely give you a big red envelope next spring festival. Bye-bye. Tong Jiaying shyly waved and ended the call. Jiang Jinli set the phone on his thigh and smacked his sister's head. What, getting bold now? No more pocket money for you. Jiang Jinyu, unfazed, replied, Dear brother, you wouldn't want mom to find out you're secretly dating Jiaying, would you? This girl was seriously brainwashed by those steamy romance novels. He was totally being blackmailed. If it weren't for the risk of exposing the relationship and Jiaying getting scolded by her parents, he'd have smacked his sister right then and shown her what it means to be a ruthless male lead from a fantasy novel. He turned the thread around. You wouldn't want mom to find out about your steamy novel addiction, would you? I don't know what you're talking about. Guilty, Jiang Jinyu started eating a freshly grilled lamb skewer. She could only blackmail her brother for a while, but he could hold that dirty secret of hers over her head forever. Ugh, my brother is so annoying. After watching a bit of the bonfire dance, Jiang Jinli finished his food and used going to the restroom as an excuse to head toward Renningying's group. Ha, it's you? Jiang Jinli stopped deliberately and saw Renningying also barbecuing and drinking beer. He asked, Where's Zhong Maonan? Not with you? Don't tell me he's the magician performing tonight? Renningying's face darkened. She hadn't expected Jiang Jinli to approach her, let alone bring up Zhong Maonan. And she just told her friends she didn't know Jiang Jinli. Now her lie was exposed. 2 of her girlfriends and 2 of the guys were old classmates from junior high. Of course, they knew Zhong Maonan too. Her eyes flared with anger. She snapped, What a turnoff. Who the hell are you to talk to me? You miss him so much, go find him yourself. Stop disgusting me. TSK, triggered. Zhong the great magician really misjudged you. Jiang Jinli didn't stick around. After successfully annoying her, he left just in case his mom looked over and started thinking he was the heartbroken rich kid who got played. Meanwhile, he reached a conclusion. Looks like approaching her directly doesn't trigger the mission. Damn ex-wife, because of you, I lost a whole villa for nothing. Jiang Jinli left, and Renningying's close friends and the boys nearby all stared at her curiously. Yingying, didn't you say you didn't know him earlier? Renningying had to keep lying. I really don't know him. I just know he's a student at number 1 high school, same as Zhong Maonan. Last month I bumped into Zhong Maonan at Wanda Plaza. You all know that Zhong Maonan has been chasing me, but I don't like him. Then this guy seems to be at odds with Zhong Maonan. That day he saw Zhong Maonan following me at Wanda and thought I was Zhong Maonan's girlfriend. So, thinking he's rich, he tried to flirt with me in front of Zhong Maonan and even bragged, saying he'd buy me a branded bag to show off. I thought he was even more disgusting than Zhong Maonan, so I ignored him. I didn't expect to run into him again today. Hearing this, a boy with streaks of blonde hair sneered. He's not even wearing a single name brand item, and he dares to act cool and say he'd buy you a branded bag? That's why I said he's just a lame guy. Renningying knew how to create an image for herself. Except for Jiang Jinli, Tong Jiaying, Zhong Maonan, and the store manager and clerks who had seen her greedy side firsthand, most others didn't know how materialistic she really was. So even if Jiang Jinli and Zhong Maonan said she was a gold digger, no one would believe it. Instead, they'd think they were just sore losers slandering her. That's exactly why Jiang Jinli called Zhong Maonan a gullible rich kid. Jiang Jinli wandered off to the restroom and happened to complete his daily task of a 30-minute walk after meals. Health +1. Jiang Jinli looked at his status panel. The system initially showed a health score of 29. Now, 55 days later, it had increased to 84. In 16 more days, it would be maxed out, and he could then share the extra health points with his family. Also, 10 days ago, the daily task Lifelong Learning had maxed out his memory, granting him a photographic memory. Now the Lifelong Learning task no longer gave memory boosts but instead rewarded knowledge points. Host, Jiang Jinli. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Health, 84. Charm, 43. Counterattack Fund, 25,673 yen. 8. Knowledge points, 11, can be used to improve life and work skills. Jiang Jinli chose to ignore the displayed age of 48 and divorced marital status. The system shows my stats 30 years in the future. That future me is a wreck, with only 29 health, but I just turned 18 this year, and my real health should be way better, probably over 100 already. I just don't feel anything odd yet. Still, over these 50 days, Jiang Jinli clearly felt stronger and more energetic. Once I save up 100 knowledge points, I'll put them all into programming. That way I can justify it and also use the skill to earn more money. Thinking about money made him recall the luxury villa that slipped away. Damn stupid ex-wife. He cursed again, then glanced at Ren Ying and the others through the firelight and lamps. Too bad none of the girls suddenly sneezed, otherwise, Jiang Jinli might have suspected the sneezing girl to be his future ex-wife. Back at the barbecue area, his parents and sister were eating and drinking. Jiang Jinli resumed barbecue duties and let his parents and sister go watch the upcoming bonfire magic show. The magician wasn't Zhong Maonan, which Jiang Jinli found a bit disappointing. Since this was a big bonfire event, the magic show was also fire-themed. For example, lighting a fire to reveal a rose. Or flames shooting from a hat, followed by doves. All very basic tricks, so the audience reacted mildly. Only the little kids, who'd never seen anything like it, were super excited. An hour later, the Jiang family of 4 were full and moved to the front row to watch the fire acrobatics. This was the grand finale and the most anticipated part of the bonfire night. Just the fire breathing drew loud cheers from the crowd. Then came fire eating, which made everyone frown nervously. The most spectacular act was the fire pot. Although many had seen it on TikTok, watching it live was way more impressive and beautiful. The evening ended with a group bonfire dance. All willing participants raised their hands and, under the guidance of staff and performers, held hands and circled the bonfire several times. It was called a bonfire dance, but with so many people, it was basically just hand-in-hand ring around the bonfire. The Jiang family joined in too since they were already there. It felt like a shame not to take part in such a rare event with thousands of people. It'd be sad to later see the official promo video and not be in it. As no more wood was added, the flames gradually died down, and the crowd slowly dispersed, ending the passionate and massive bonfire night. Back at the resort villa, Jiang Jinli and his dad lounged in the outdoor hot spring in shorts, while his mom and sister soaked indoors. Seeing his son's defined abs, Jiang's dad looked at his own belly and, while amazed, asked, "When did you get abs, kid?" Jiang Jinli proudly said, "That's from running every morning and working out regularly at school for the past 2 months." In reality, this was a system reward for completing the task of confessing to Tong Jiaying, which enhanced his physical fitness. So not only did he grow 4 centimeters taller, but his muscles also became more defined and full of masculine charm. Youth really is great. John's dad sighed with envy, thinking maybe he should start waking up early too and run for an hour each day. After soaking and showering, it was almost 10 p.m. Jiang Jinli went back to his room, leaned against the headboard, and replied to a message Tong Jiaying had sent earlier. They shared stories and feelings from the day. Tong Jiaying said her mom would take her to Chenghuang Temple tomorrow to fulfill a vow, then they'd go shopping all within the city. She had lived in this small third-tier city her whole life. The only time she traveled far was after her high school entrance exam results came out, when her parents took her to Changlang Paradise in the provincial capital, along with a zoo and a museum visit. So she always dreamed of and looked forward to the freedom of college life after the college entrance exam. Jiang Jinli, I'm going to sleep. You should sleep early too, don't stay up late. Good night, Tong Jiaying. Good night, Jiang Jinli. The next morning, used to waking up at 5 a.m. to jog, Jiang Jinli led his parents and sister on a morning run around the hot spring resort. Some other tourists were already out too, heading to a nearby mountain to watch the sunrise. May 2nd, close to the beginning of summer. In the south, the sunrise is later than in the north. The terrain here wasn't high, and the Jiang family reached the mountaintop just after 5:30. The sky above was still a deep blue, filled with stars, with no haze or clouds. The eastern horizon had already turned orange-red with dawnlight, and they didn't have to wait long after arriving before the sun rose. As the sun slowly peeked out, golden rays suddenly spilled across the horizon. Darkness quietly faded, dew on the grass shimmered in the sunlight, and the world awakened in a blink. Good morning, Tong Jiaying. Good morning, Jiang Jinli. Tong Jiaying replied instantly. During school, she always got up at 5 to go running with Jiang Jinli for an hour, then they'd eat breakfast in the cafeteria together.
So even during the holidays at home, without an alarm, her body clock naturally woke her up at the same time. She thought Jiang Jinli, being out with his family, would be tired and sleep in, not go for a morning run. So when she woke up at 5, she didn't message him, afraid of disturbing his rest. Then at 5:30, she went for a run in the park with her dad. Her phone on her wrist buzzed. Without looking, she knew it had to be a message from Jiang Jinli. "You still wake up this early even while on vacation with your family?" Tong Jiaying replied while jogging. Jiang Jinli sent her a video of the sunrise and typed, "Watching the sunrise, thinking of you." Tong Jiaying stared at the words "thinking of you" and made sure there was no sun character in between. She scolded herself for reading too many romance novels. Her mind had gone dirty. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she replied, "I'm jogging too, thinking of you as well." "Jiang Jinli, show me your legs." "You jerk, Jiang Jinli. Turns out you weren't thinking of me, but my legs." "Pervert Jiang. Leg fetish Jiang. Dad, you go ahead, I need to use the restroom." She made an excuse and jogged toward the public toilet. Once inside and making sure no one else was there, she took out her phone and snapped a photo of her legs to send to Jiang Jinli. She had no choice, he was her childhood friend, now her boyfriend. If she didn't spoil him, who would? "Jiang Jinli, haven't touched them in 2 days, they've gotten thinner." Tong Jiaying smiled helplessly. "I've actually gained 3 pounds since last month. All his fault." She'd told him her mom wouldn't let her eat junk food like burgers and fried chicken. So he rebelliously snuck her out to eat all kinds of delicious food, making her gain 3 pounds. But even with 3 extra pounds, she just barely passed 90 gene, 45 kilograms. For her height of 164 m, she was still slim. Most of her weight showed in her legs and stomach, which was exactly why Jiang Jinli was recently obsessed with her straight, fair chopstick legs. A day without touching them made him restless. The craziest part, even though she was skinny, she was still full in all the right places. So Jiang Jinli suspected those 3 new pounds probably went to her curves. He teased in his message, "Even with 3 extra pounds, you're just a bit over 90 gene. You know what they say, girls under 100 gene are either flat-chested or short." "I kind of agree, unless you let me see for myself." This time, Tong Jiaying wasn't spoiling him. "You perv, Jiang." "No way. Jiang Jinli, stingy Tong. A peek won't cost you a thing." Tong Jiaying, "My dad's waiting ahead. Not talking to you anymore." But after sending that, she hesitated, then typed, "If we get similar scores in the college entrance exam and end up at the same university, then I'll let you see." After she sent it, her face turned burning red. When Jiang Jinli saw that message, his already excited heart felt like it was flying straight to her. Then, maybe out of embarrassment, Tong Jiaying suddenly deleted the message. Jiang Jinli quickly typed, "Too late. I already saw it. Wicked girl Tong, always using these tricks to tempt me into working harder." If he beat her in the 3rd simulation exam, she'd let him kiss her. Now a new reward: if they got similar scores and went to the same university, she'd let him verify that under 100 gene theory himself. She really knew how to push his buttons. But Jiang Jinli knew she wasn't doing it to tease. She was a good girl raised with traditional values. For her to secretly date him, kiss him on the cheek, hold hands, and let him touch her legs, that already took a lot of courage. If Jiang Jinli hadn't pushed for more, she wouldn't even think of using this kind of incentive. Of course, she probably also hoped it would motivate him to study harder. After all, she didn't want to go off to college and not see him anymore. She didn't want to end up in a long-distance relationship after the exams. "I'm going to keep running with my dad now." She sent that, then splashed cold water on her face and left the restroom to catch up with her dad. Jiang Jinli stuffed his phone into his pocket, lifted his head to the rising sun, and felt his mood brighten like the sunlight. There's no pain without comparison. Tong Jiaying really was the best. Not like that stupid ex-wife the system showed from the future. "Son, come over here." His mom's voice called from beneath the wishing tree on the mountaintop. Jiang Jinli had stayed behind to watch the sunrise and flirt with Tong Jiaying, but now he walked over at his mom's call. "You climb up and hang them yourself." His mom had bought 4 wishing ribbons, for health, family happiness, academic success, and perfect romance. The perfect romance one was clearly about love, and Jiang Jinli strongly suspected his mom was hinting at something again. No, this wasn't even a hint anymore, it was a full-on message. Perfect romance, she was obviously talking about Tong Jiaying. Jiang Jinli pretended not to notice, silently took the 420 yuan wishing ribbons his mom had bought, climbed the ladder, and tied them one by one to the branches. A gentle breeze blew, and the red ribbons fluttered in the air. The little bells on them rang softly, like whispers of blessings. They went back down the mountain and returned to the hot spring villa they rented for 3 days. His parents were in the kitchen making breakfast.
Jiang Jinli and his sister played classic retro video games in the living room. Outside, voices could be heard. Whoa, that's a Yangwan U9. Some passing tourists were attracted by the Yangwan U9 parked in the villa's front yard. The gate was open, and one of the guys walked in, phone in hand, taking pictures. This car is seriously cool. Coincidentally, the guy was one of the boys who'd come with Renengying and her friends. Renengying came over too, attracted by the supercar, and asked, "Is this car expensive?" The guy answered, "Base price is 1.68 million. With the spoiler, insurance, and extras, the total cost is around 2 million. Renengying's gaze shifted from the supercar to the interior through the floor-to-ceiling windows. She wondered, who could afford such an expensive car? At the same time, Jiang Jinli received a system notification. Enemies often cross paths. Your vain ex-wife and her bestie were drawn by your Yangwan U9. She never imagined that after divorcing you, you'd be living so well driving such an expensive car. Ding! Face slap mission triggered. Slap the ex-wife in the face and make her regret it. Mission reward, a vacation villa. Big villa. My big villa is back. Jiang Jinli quickly put down the game controller, slipped on his slippers, and walked outside. He saw Renengying and the others gathered at the villa gate, all staring at the Yangwan U9. Two of the boys with them were snapping pictures non-stop. At that moment, the car's headlights suddenly flashed. Jiang Jinli walked out, holding the car key in his hand, casually showing off. "Want to sit in the car and take a photo?" Hearing that familiar voice, Renengying looked at Jiang Jinli walking out of the villa and immediately froze. This 2 million yuan sports car was his? Thinking back to what she said last night to her friends about Jiang Jinli trying to chase her and how she found him disgusting and cringe, Renengying now wished she could disappear into the ground. And the boy who last night agreed with her that Jiang Jinli didn't have a single name brand item on him and must be a broke loser, when he realized the Yangwan U9 was Jiang Jinli's, instantly felt slapped in the face and awkward. "You again?" Jiang Jinli pretended to just notice Renengying and mocked. "No wonder Zhong Maonan said you're a gold digger, and your friends are too, all gold digging green tea cheese. Look at you, can't move your legs when you see a luxury car. Sorry, great magician Zhong. You're taking the fall whether you like it or not. Let's just pretend it's your punishment for losing a bet and refusing to eat sh*t live on stream." Renengying turned red with anger, and her four besties didn't look pleased either. They couldn't believe the cringe guy they were mocking last night was actually a real rich second gen. Even more shocking, the jerk Zhong Maonan told him Renengying was a gold digger and called them green tea girls too. Furious and humiliated, Renengying snapped, "Cringe guy. Just like Zhong Maonan, when you can't get me, you try to ruin me. Ha! So what if your family has some money and bought a sports car? Show off all you want, it's not even your own money." She turned and walked away, giving Jiang Jinli no chance to respond. Because she knew if Jiang Jinli did respond, her carefully maintained pure girl image would be ruined. After all, she knew how pretty Jiang Jinli's girlfriend was. If he brought her up to refute her and even pulled Zhong Maonan into it, her lies would instantly collapse. Even an idiot could tell Tong Jiaying was way more attractive than her. No one would believe she rejected Jiang Jinli and he's now slandering her out of spite. At that point, she'd become a total joke, and her gold digger image would be confirmed. Jiang Jinli scoffed at her shamelessness. "Are you delusional? A gold-digging, two-faced b*tch like you think I'd be interested? If your house doesn't have a mirror, go take a piss and look at yourself in the puddle." Then one of her top-tier looking friends sneered, "Let's go. Don't waste time with such a rude, low-class loser." The four boys who came with them didn't dare speak up for their goddesses. The Yangwan U9 had them too intimidated. They just mumbled something in agreement and walked off looking annoyed. Ding! Mission failed. Unfortunately, even though you struck it rich after the divorce, your ex-wife doesn't regret it. She believes you found out her schedule and purposely rented a luxury car to provoke her. Fuck your mother. Jiang Jinli almost spat blood. Big Villa arrived. Big Villa flew away. Big Villa came back. Big Villa flew off again. Damn that stupid ex-wife. Jiang Jinli was so mad he wanted to beat up the four girls with Renengying just to let off steam. He was clenching his teeth in rage. His little sister, Jiang Jinyu, came out and teased, "Bro, don't tell me you really are that loser rich second gen from the story you told last night?" Her big brother's furious reaction made it obvious that the girl really got under his skin. So what the girl said might be true. Her brother tried to chase her, she rejected him, and even returned the dress he spent thousands on? Then her brother saw her true colors and realized his childhood friend Jiaying was the one for him, so they got together? The logic checks out. Even Jiang Jinyu was starting to believe Renengying's lies, let alone other people. Jiang Jinli was furious. Yesterday he lost one villa, and today he lost another. That's like losing 5 or 6 million. He took a deep breath to calm his blood pressure. Impossible. I'd have to be blind to like someone like her. I'm disgusted that she's claiming I tried to ruin her because I couldn't get her. Jang Jinyu tried to comfort him. Bro, look on the bright side. It's actually a good thing. If it wasn't for trash girls like her, you wouldn't realize how amazing Jiaying is. Jiang Jinli. Damn, even my own sister believes her nonsense. Thank goodness our parents are still in the kitchen cooking, or they'd probably believe it too. Jiang Jinli was speechless. Wait, I'll call Tong Jiaying to prove my innocence. He pulled out his phone and messaged her. What are you doing? Can you video call? It's urgent. On the other side, just about to go with her parents to Chenghuang Temple, Tong Jiaying saw the message and immediately clutched her stomach. Mom, my stomach hurts. I'm going back to the restroom, wait for me in the car. She quickly walked toward the elevator. After making sure her mom didn't follow, she texted back, what's wrong? I'll video call you in a minute. Back home, she played along with the act. Since the living room had surveillance, she went into the bathroom and started the video call with Jiang Jinli. As soon as he answered, Jiang Jinli briefly explained the situation. He ran into Reninging, mocked her for being a gold digger, and she retaliated by spreading lies that he tried to chase her and, after failing, wanted to ruin her. Now my sister believes her crap. She thinks I'm the sucker who spent thousands on a dress for her. I can't explain it, so I need you to help clear my name. I thought something serious happened. Tong Jiaying rolled her eyes, then relaxed a bit and blushed as she started video chatting with Jiang Jinyu. That girl's lying. The sucker who spent thousands on a dress at Wanda was a guy named Zhong Maonan. Your brother actually competed with him and spent even more to buy a dress for me and one for you. Hearing that, Jiang Jinyu believed it. Then I should thank that gold digger. If it wasn't for her, my bro would have never spent over 10 grand on a dress for me. Tong Jiaying smiled. I should thank her too, or I wouldn't have gotten such a beautiful, expensive dress. Alright, I've proven my innocence. Jiang Jinli took his phone back, looked at Tong Jiaying on screen, and asked, are you still home? Haven't left for the temple yet? Tong Jiaying said, I was on my way down when you messaged. I faked a stomachache to come back and video call you. Jiang Jinli was touched. To have someone like Tong Jiaying, what more could a man want? Damn that stupid ex-wife. Jiang Jinli cursed her again in his heart. Then I won't hold you up. I'll hang up then. Bye. Bye. After ending the call, Jiang Jinli sent her a sticker that said love you. Tong Jiaying instantly replied with a shy emoji, then left the bathroom and went with her parents to Chenghuang Temple to fulfill their vow. Dear Chenghuang God, please bless me and Jiang Jinli to do well on the college entrance exam and get into the same university. Please keep my family and Jiang Jinli safe and healthy. Oh, and his family too. At 10 a.m. in front of the incense-filled Chenghuang Temple, the usually reluctant and half-hearted Tong Jiaying was now kneeling more reverently than anyone else. Jiang Jinli, I got a safety charm for you and your sister. At 10:30, while Jiang Jinli's family was enjoying themselves at the hot spring resort, Tong Jiaying sent a photo of the safety charm she had just gotten. His sister was feeding alpacas with carrot sticks, while their parents were taking photos and posting them on their moments. Jiang Jinli felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and quickly pulled it out. Tong Jiaying followed up with a message. I racked my brains and secretly got it behind my parents' backs. Praise me quick. When Tong Jiaying sent this message, she was full of pride, wanting badly to be praised by Jiang Jinli. But Jiang Jinli, playing dumb, deliberately teased her. You only got charms for me and my sister? You're doomed, my parents are gonna lose favor with you. It turned out the 100 yuan she just spent was on the safety charms. Whether or not it could really keep them safe was unknown, but one thing for sure, Tong Jiaying's 100 yuan purchase triggered an 8x cashback in the system, and Jiang Jinli earned 800 yuan. As expected, Tong Jiaying panicked and quickly typed, you told your parents we're together? Then she messaged again in a hurry, I'll go back and get 2 more charms. I'm joking, I haven't told them yet. Jiang Jinli stopped teasing. Anyway, I'm not planning to tell them until after the college entrance exam. My mom talks too much. If something good happens, she spreads it around. If your mom finds out, she won't be happy. Tong Jiaying finally relaxed. She wasn't ready to meet Jiang Jinli's parents as a future daughter-in-law. What worried her most was that with just 1 month left before the college entrance exam, if her relationship with Jiang Jinli got exposed, her parents, especially her strict mother, would definitely scold her and interfere in her private life. So she sent a voice message with a pout. I'm not talking to you. You scared me. Come on, coax me. You bad guy, Jiang Jinli, or I won't let you touch my legs again. Jiang Jinli chuckled. He really wanted to see her pouting face when she got mad. He replied, my bad, I'll dare it again next time. Hee, since you admitted you were wrong, I forgive you. But after sending the voice message, Tong Jiaying realized she had misread it. Wait, he didn't admit he was wrong, he said he'll still dare next time. She immediately deleted the message and sent a disgusted sticker. I really won't talk to you anymore. See if you dare again. Jiang Jinli grinned widely. Mom, I'm going to the restroom. You guys keep walking, I'll catch up with you later. Saying that, Jiang Jinli quickly slipped away. Once he was far enough, he sent another voice message to Tong Jiaying. Baby, I was wrong. I won't dare again next time. Tong Jiaying smiled brightly. Okay then, I forgive you. Then she sent another voice message asking, are you coming back tomorrow or the day after? Jiang Jinli replied, coming back tomorrow afternoon. If there's no traffic, I'll be back by 7. Tong Jiaying said, let me know when you're back. I'll find an excuse to bring the charm to you. Okay. Jiang Jinli didn't chat more and told her to go back and find her parents so they didn't get separated in the crowded temple. At noon, Jiang Jinli had reserved a table at a countryside restaurant in the scenic area. Now that he completed the morning run task daily, plus the goji berries and thermos task, he could earn a few hundred yuan steadily every day. And with the occasional cashback surprises from Tong Jiaying, along with nearly 900,000 yuan in his bank account, as long as he stayed away from gambling and drugs, and with a house and a car, his future life would be smooth. So when traveling, he still spent where necessary. But his mom couldn't help frowning at the prices. Half a roast goose, 288 yuan. Steamed perch, less than 2 jin 102 yuan. 3.5 jin of seasonal flower crabs, 372 yuan. Plus 180 yuan for free-range chicken soup, a 38 yuan veggie dish, 4 yuan per bowl of rice, and a 2 yuan per person seat fee. The meal cost just over 1,000 yuan. His mom ached for the money. You could buy a whole load of groceries with 1,000 yuan at the market. Restaurants during holidays charge like they're robbing you. Jiang Jinli, now wealthy and bold, didn't care about the money. For a tourist spot, this price is already reasonable. At least everything is clearly marked. No gourmet traps here. His sister Jiang Jinyu added, 1,000 yuan is pocket change for my bro. Based on his wealth, even if we spent 3,000 a day on food, we could mooch off him for over 300 days. His mom smacked the back of her head, all you know is eat. Your brother's money is for saving, he needs it to buy a house and get married. Jiang Jinyu grumbled, I was just making a point. I didn't say we should eat up all his money. Soon, the pre-cooked chicken soup and roast goose were served first. The soup had at most half a chicken, otherwise the price wouldn't be just 180, since even one chicken from the market costs 100 yuan. This soup is great. The roast goose tastes really good too. Jiang Jinli gave his food critic review. Though his mom felt it was pricey, she was satisfied with the taste. Eat more veggies, less rice, we've got perch and crab coming. After most of the goose was eaten, the staff brought out the freshly killed and stir-fried flower crabs. The crab meat is firm, and the quantity checks out, wasn't switched for dead crabs. That deserves praise. Everything tasted great and there were no letdowns. Jiang Jinli was eating happily, mouth full of juices. The only regret was that Tong Jiaying wasn't with them. This time, he didn't say that the food tasted bland without her, but he did feel it. After eating, they returned to the villa for a nap. There was a bonfire party at the scenic area that evening, but they weren't planning to go. Instead, they would go to the square on the other side of the resort where there was a circus performance, followed by a fireworks show. So after bathing and dinner, they went to see the circus and then watched the fireworks. The next day, they toured the scenic area one last time in the morning and had a final soak in the hot springs in the afternoon. The family checked out 2 hours early. May 3rd, 3 p.m. Though traffic wasn't as bad as on the 1st, it still wasn't fast. A 200 kilometers drive without stopping to charge still took nearly 4 hours to get home. Tong Jiaying, I'm back. Jiang Jinli messaged her as soon as he got home. Soon, she replied, I just finished eating. I'll come downstairs now. Mom, I'm heading out to charge the car. Jiang Jinli's excuse to sneak out for love was flawless. Soon, he and Tong Jiaying met downstairs. 1 day apart feels like 3 years. 3 days apart feels like 9. After not seeing her for so long, Jiang Jinli felt like she looked even more beautiful now. Tong Jiaying must have used going for a walk or run as an excuse and changed into shorts. Those chopstick legs of hers were really something else. It was only recently, when the weather got hot and she started wearing shorts for their morning runs, that Jiang Jinli realized she had god-tier legs. Get in, Tong Jiaying. I'll drive out to charge the car. Jiang Jinli's voice was full of sneaky glee. Tong Jiaying looked around, then ran over like a thief and slipped into the passenger seat of the Yangwang U9.
Jiang Jinli quickly drove off, leaving the neighborhood to find a fast charging station. Naturally, his right hand slid over and rested on her left thigh. Soft and smooth. That feel, so satisfying. Jiang Jinli, you lied to me. Jiang Jinli was driving with one hand on the wheel, while his right hand had just reached over to touch Tong Jiaying's fair, soft left leg. Suddenly, he heard her pretend to complain with mock annoyance. What did I lie about? Jiang Jinli was confused. Tong Jiaying slapped his wandering hand and huffed, I get it now. You didn't miss me at all, you just missed touching my leg. Tong Jiaying, how dare you? Are you jealous of your own legs? Jiang Jinli didn't move his hand away because of her slap. He continued resting it on her smooth, fair leg, rubbing it as he said, I miss you and your legs too. It's not a conflict. It's not like your legs can come see me by themselves, right? So I have to miss you first, then your legs. Tong Jiaying giggled, since your answer's decent, I won't argue with my legs anymore. She let Jiang Jinli keep touching her, but she still didn't understand why he liked touching her legs so much. She hadn't realized that she was a leg goddess, nor did she know just how incredible her legs really were. Even someone who wasn't a leg fetishist had turned into one because of her. That's how insanely attractive her legs were. Jealous little Tong. Jiang Jinli muttered. Tong Jiaying snapped back, leg freak Jiang. I'm not a leg freak. Jiang Jinli argued, it's just because you don't let me touch anywhere else, so I'm bored and can only hold your hand or touch your legs. If you'd let me kiss you or something, I wouldn't stop there. Pervert Jiang. You said I was the one craving your body, but clearly, it's you who's drooling over mine. Tong Jiaying's ears flushed red, and her cheeks and neck turned pink with embarrassment. Jiang Jinli rebutted, you were the one who craved my body first. That night when you tested me by sleeping in the same bed, I only started craving you after that. He was telling the truth. Before that night when Tong Jiaying sprained her ankle, he only saw her as a childhood friend. But that night, she wanted his body, deliberately booked a room with one bed, and even dared sleep in it with him. From then on, their childhood friendship began to shift. Later, she started sticking close to him, running in the mornings together, eating together, going to and from school together. Gradually, Jiang Jinli fell for her, especially after comparing her to the ex-wife introduced by the system. In his eyes, she became even more perfect. Then came the system's task to confess to her, and Jiang Jinli firmly chose to start dating her. So the truth was, she craved his body first, and only then did he start craving hers. Tong Jiaying, of course, wouldn't admit it. I wasn't craving your body. I was testing whether you'd let me sleep on the bed while you took the sofa. But you had no sense of chivalry at all. Jiang Jinli retorted, come on, I didn't call you out, but you're such a careful person, there's no way you accidentally booked the wrong room type. So don't deny it. That night you clearly wanted my body and wanted to sleep with me. Not true. Tong Jiaying turned her head, trying to argue while clearly feeling guilty. Jiang Jinli laughed and gave her a new nickname, Scheming Tong. Jiang Jinli, you're so annoying. I'm getting out and going home. Not talking to you anymore. Jiang Jinli patted her thigh while saying, you sure you want to get out? I got you a little gift. Tong Jiaying immediately lost her resolve and said, then I won't get out yet. Soon, Jiang Jinli arrived at a nearby charging station. The Yangwon U9 could charge to 80% in just 10 minutes. After parking and plugging in the charger, he returned to the car and took out a little gift he'd secretly bought for Tong Jiaying at the hot spring resort. It was a pair of handmade matching wind chime keychains. Jiang Jinli said, the scenic area didn't have souvenirs for sale. This was made by an auntie at a stall. We each get one to hang on our bag zippers. When they ring, we'll know the other is near without turning around. Tong Jiaying happily took the wind chime and then pulled out 2 red pouches from her pocket. Inside were the safety charms she'd secretly prayed for Jiang Jinli and his sister Jiang Jinyu. This safety charm is for you, and the other one is for your sister. Got it. Jiang Jinli accepted the charm and asked, you still have tutoring tomorrow? Tong Jiaying nodded, school resumes after the break, and there's the 3rd mock exam. My mom bought me a 3-day science tutoring package. Tomorrow is the last day. After that, no more. That's tough. Jiang Jinli gently patted her head with concern. The reason others saw her as cold and distant was because she had so much academic pressure and very little social life. Tong Jiaying was used to it and even joked about herself, it's not tough, it's just my fate. Jiang Jinli pinched her cheek and said, if you ever feel overwhelmed or upset, talk to me. Don't keep it bottled up, okay? It's alright. Tong Jiaying looked down and said, I've been like this my whole life. I'm used to it. Once the college entrance exam is over, I'll be independent and my mom won't be able to control me anymore. Jiang Jinli grabbed her left hand and said seriously, I'll go to tutoring with you tomorrow.
And whatever you want to do in the future, I'll be with you. Thank you, Jiang Jinli. Tong Jiaying's eyes welled up with tears. Her parents had only ever cared about her grades, never her emotions. Thankfully, now she had someone like Jiang Jinli, who only cared about whether she was happy. She muttered, if only we'd gotten together in junior high. Jiang Jinli teased, so you really did crave my body from a young age, huh? Early bloomer Tong, another new nickname. Tong Jiaying shot back, I was just saying, you're the one who stopped talking to me after we ended up in different classes in junior high. I didn't even have a friend to confide in after that. Jiang Jinli replied, no, you stopped talking to me. You never came to my house anymore. I thought you'd gotten bored of me and moved on. Tong Jiaying retorted, that's because we were older, it felt awkward to go to your house. You're the boy, you should have taken the initiative. When we were little, I always came to your house, but after we grew up, you never came to find me. In truth, their 3 years of middle school and almost 3 years of high school had made them distant, almost like strangers. Jiang Jinli said, didn't I take the hint this time and confess to you first? Tong Jiaying said proudly, still, I made the first move. I gave you a birthday present, which made you remember me and ask me out. That's how everything started. Enough talking, kiss me. This atmosphere is too good to waste. Jiang Jinli closed his eyes, taking a gamble that Tong Jiaying would kiss him just this once. He was right, but not completely. Tong Jiaying did kiss him, but just a light peck. Then she blushed and pulled away shyly. Jiang Jinli didn't even react in time. Looking at her bashful and delicate face, he reached out to hold her cheeks. With her face flushed, she closed her eyes and waited obediently, whispering, if you insist, I can't stop you. But we made a deal, if you beat me in the 3rd mock exam, I'll let you kiss my lips. Jiang Jinli kissed her on the forehead instead, feeling a little unsatisfied, and muttered, just wait, Tong Jiaying. I'm definitely kissing those lips. I will beat you in the 3rd mock exam. Mom, I just went out to charge the car and bought a 6th class science tutoring package. I'll go to the institute tomorrow and see if it helps. When Jiang Jinli came home and said that, his parents didn't doubt him at all. Your science scores in the 1st and 2nd mock exams weren't great. The 3rd one is next week, and the college entrance exam is in a month. It's good to get some tutoring during this time. John's mom wasn't afraid of her son being motivated to study, she was afraid he'd get cocky after making money and stop caring about school. They hadn't let him get tutoring before, not because they didn't want to spend the money, but because they felt he was already under too much pressure. Forcing more would just backfire. Now that he was asking to study on his own, they were deeply comforted. They looked at their thoughtful son, then turned to their daughter, who was eating grapes and watching Douyin. While mopping the floor, John's mom suddenly showed a look of disgust. She bumped her mop into the leg of the stool her daughter was sitting on and said, all you know is eating and playing on your phone. The high school entrance exam is coming. Do I need to confiscate your phone for you to study? Bro, you got me in trouble. You're obviously not going to tutoring tomorrow. You're going on a date with Sister Jiaying. Damn bro, out of all the excuses, why'd you have to use tutoring and make me look bad again? Jiang Jinyu gave her brother a resentful glare, then stuffed a few more grapes in her mouth like a hamster and sulkily went back to her room to study. Jiang Jinli followed her in and pulled out the safety charm Tong Jiaying had asked him to give her, softly saying, your sister-in-law gave you this. She's too shy to give it to you herself. Didn't you say you're not with Jiang Jinli quickly covered his sister's mouth before she could blurt out the secret relationship with Tong Jiaying. Shut up, go study. I'll quiz you later, he warned with a sharp look. His sister gave an okay gesture before he let go. What's this? She asked, taking the little red pouch. A safety charm. From the Changhuang Temple. Keep it in your school bag. Oh. She unzipped her bag and placed it in a small inner pocket. Keep it a secret, or else you know what happens. Got it. You're so annoying. Now get out, I need to study. She waved him off with annoyance. She wasn't the chatty type like their mom, or else she would have already sold her brother out after seeing Tong Jiaying's post on Moments. Jiang Jili left her room and closed the door behind him. Thinking it over, he pulled out his phone and sent her a message. Your sister-in-law's family is super strict. She can't let her mom find out we're together, so don't say anything. If mom blabs and her mom finds out, she's doomed. Jiang Jinyu messaged back with a hint. Bro, don't you think your dear sister's neck is missing something? A dog collar? Jiang Jinli thought to himself, but typed, I'll buy you a necklace tomorrow. Bro, my smartwatch is getting really laggy. Then don't use it. I'll buy you a new one on JD right now. I knew you were the best, bro. I also know my sister's the biggest scammer. Jiang Jinli sighed and ordered a 2,699 yuan Huawei smartwatch for her. It would be delivered tomorrow. Girls really should be raised with a bit of financial restraint. If she gets too used to expensive stuff, she might turn into a materialistic woman like that damn ex-wife. Then, Jiang Jinli also bought a pair of Huawei Ultimate Master Series smartwatches, one for himself and one for Tong Jiaying. 23,999 yuan each. Tong Jiaying deserves the best. Hypocritical as ever, Jiang Jinli changed the delivery address to the tutoring center. He'd give it to her while they attended class together. Although the Huawei Master Series watches are pricey, few people recognize them. Jiaying and her parents probably wouldn't know a smartwatch could cost over 20k. So as long as he didn't mention the price, she would accept it without suspicion. And since he also bought one, they could wear them as a couple's item. The next morning, Jiang Jinli came back from his morning run, took a shower, had the breakfast his mom cooked, and got ready to head out for tutoring. "Mom, I'm taking the electric scooter." The tutoring center was just over a kilometer away, so he didn't drive. The Yangwang U9 was too flashy, and parking was a pain during holidays. As he left the building, he messaged Jiaying, "Wait at the back gate, I'll give you a ride on the scooter." Normally, she used a shared bike to get there. Seeing his message, she slung on her backpack and said, "Mom, I'm off to tutoring. I won't come home for lunch, I'll study at the library." She headed downstairs and jogged toward the back gate. The wind chime she had on her backpack jingled with every step. Her high ponytail swayed behind her in the breeze, full of youthful energy. Jiang Jinli, waiting on the scooter, heard the soft bells and looked up to see her running toward him with a bright smile. "Hop on, hold me tight," he said, and she did. Sitting behind him, she wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her face into his back to stay hidden from any familiar neighbors. At a red light, Jiang Jinli's hand reached back and landed squarely on her thigh. She was wearing simple black shorts and a white t-shirt. Normally in summer she wore long pants, but since Jiang Jinli liked touching her thighs, she started wearing shorts whenever they were together. Jiang Jinli noticed the change and appreciated the gesture, so he made the most of it. Green light. She smacked his hand and reminded him, then hugged him again. Soon, they arrived at the tutoring center. She took him upstairs. This place offered home tutors, one-on-one lessons, and group classes. Her mom had bought her many one-on-one courses before, but this time she enrolled in a group science package. Thanks to her, Jiang Jinli signed up for 6 group classes to try it out. Group lessons were cheap, 20 yuan per session. One-on-one and home tutors could cost 100 to 500 yuan per session, with price tied to the teacher's quality. The class she signed up for was already full, capped at 30 students per group, so Jiang Jinli joining last minute was a special exception. He carried over a desk and chair, sat in the last row, and took out his textbooks to get ready. As a VIP client, Jiaying always had a prime seat saved for her. No matter when she arrived, her seat was reserved. She glanced back at him and, seeing him prepare seriously, sat up straight and focused too. "Let's go, Jiang Jinli. Let's get into the same university together." Ever since his memory reached perfection and he acquired the photographic memory skill, Jiang Jinli had been able to learn things much faster. The English vocabulary he used to struggle to memorize, now he could recite them backwards after just one focused read. It was exactly because he maxed out his memory through the daily task live and learn before the 3rd mock exam that he felt confident he could outperform Tong Jiaying in the upcoming test and finally earn a kiss from her willingly. The science tutoring class that Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying attended had 2 physics lessons in the morning. The tutoring instructors weren't local. After the implementation of the double reduction policy, tutoring institutions were strictly regulated, and in-service teachers were banned from conducting any paid tutoring outside school. But due to the generally low salaries of teachers in small cities, many were still willing to take the risk and work with tutoring centers, teaching in nearby counties or cities during holidays. The current physics teacher for their class had come specifically from a neighboring city. With just a month left before the college entrance exam, more and more students were seeking tutoring. Teachers could earn at least 2,000 yuan a day just by teaching group classes with per-student pay. So during the May Day holiday, earning over 10,000 yuan from a few days' side gigs made these teachers even more enthusiastic and attentive in class. Jiang Jinli listened carefully. The tutor covered all the key topics likely to appear on the exam. School teachers rarely went into such depth, so when these tutors shared everything they knew, Jiang Jinli realized that this 20 yuan per session class was really worth it. The classroom atmosphere was relaxed, but the content was packed with core knowledge. Now he understood why Tong Jiaying always scored over 600. Turns out tutoring really taught things that school didn't. Before he knew it, 2 physics classes and 2 chemistry classes had passed. Jiang Jinli had learned a lot and felt confident that his science scores in the upcoming 3rd mock exam would significantly improve unless the test didn't cover the key topics taught today. He pulled out his phone and posted a video on Moments, with a caption. Even those better than you are working hard. What excuse do you have to slack off? Then he added a comment under it. Got a lot out of today's tutoring. I'm sure I'll do even better in the third mock exam next week. Soon, his little sister replied. Bro, you're serious? You actually went to tutoring? Did you block mom from seeing this post? If not, delete it quick. But she was out of luck. Their mom gave it a like and replied. Blocking me, huh? And threatening your brother? Jang Jinyu, bro, help me. Jang Jinli had done it on purpose. He made that post specifically to let his parents see and set his sister up. Clearly, it worked. Tong Jiaying saw him suddenly smiling like a fool and waved her hand in front of his face. You spaced out? Jang Jinli explained how his sister had tried to blackmail him last night over their secret relationship, saying she had no necklace and her smartwatch was laggy. So he posted on Moments to get their mom to scold her instead. Tong Jiaying commented, Black-hearted Jiang. Jang Jinli proudly accepted his new nickname. Shamelessly, he lifted his shirt to show his defined abs and said, Look, I'm clearly light-skinned, not black-hearted. Tong Jiaying froze, she didn't expect him to have abs. She blushed as he casually lifted his shirt in public and quickly pulled it down, whispering like a mosquito, pervert Jiang. People are looking. Jang Jinli replied, So what? It's not like showing them makes my abs disappear. There is a problem, she protested, sounding just like a jealous little pup guarding its food. Jang Jinli picked up his backpack and smiled. Let's go, jealous Tong. There were a lot of students at the tutoring center today, so they didn't bother with the elevator and headed for the stairs. Tong Jiaying was still thinking about his abs and shook her head to clear her thoughts, asking, How do you feel after those 4 lessons? Jang Jinli said with satisfaction, the teachers were clearer and easier to understand than our school teachers, and the atmosphere was relaxed and funny, not boring at all. That's good, said Tong Jiaying, relieved. Jang Jinli slung his arm around her shoulder as they walked downstairs and said sweetly, The main thing is, with you here, it's impossible to feel bored. Tong Jiaying blushed instantly. Many students were walking down the stairs behind and in front of them. Jang Jinli asked, What do you want for lunch? KFC, said Tong Jiaying. I've got coupons. All right. Jang Jinli asked, Do you know where the delivery locker is at this center? Tong Jiaying asked back, You had something delivered here? Jang Jinli nodded. Yeah, while buying my sister a smartwatch last night, I ordered a pair for us too, shipped here. On her wrist, Tong Jiaying wore a basic Xiaomi fitness tracker. It was small and simple, but lacked many features. A smartwatch, on the other hand, could do so much more, like act as a phone and monitor everything from workouts to sleep, heart rate, blood oxygen, blood pressure, even blood sugar. That's why it was more expensive. Tong Jiaying often came to the center, so she knew where the delivery lockers were and led him there. Soon, Jang Jinli picked up the package and put it in his backpack. He'd open it at KFC and set it up, then they'd wear them together. On the way to KFC, Tong Jiaying had already pre-ordered a 2-person combo meal using her coupon. Afraid it wouldn't be enough for him, and because she was craving it, she added a roast chicken. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 93.6 yuan. Triggered 7x cashback for intimate spending, 655. 2 yuan received. Another cashback bonus from her. This was exactly why Jang Jinli thought his sister didn't deserve a super expensive smartwatch, but Tong Jiaying totally did. They arrived at KFC. Since May 4th was still a holiday, and there was a mall nearby, the place was packed. Tong Jiaying told Jang Jinli to wait for a seat while she used the restroom, but instead, she ran to the mall and entered a gold jewelry shop to pick out a necklace for his sister. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 1,799 yuan. Triggered 9x cashback for intimate spending, 16,191 yuan received. Seeing this cashback notification, Jang Jinli shook his head helplessly. That fool definitely ran off to buy a necklace for my scammer of a sister. When Tong Jiaying returned, Jang Jinli had already secured a seat in the farthest corner and brought over the double combo meal and fried chicken she ordered online. Seeing her jogging back with sweat on her forehead, Jang Jinli questioned her, Did you run to the mall to buy my sister a necklace? A flash of surprise appeared on Tong Jiaying's face as she avoided his eyes and said, How did you know? You're sweating like crazy. Anyone with a nose could guess you ran to the mall to buy a necklace. Jang Jinli helplessly took a tissue to wipe her sweat. She took it herself and explained, I just remembered you said your sister hinted last night about wanting a necklace, so I picked one up for her on my way to the bathroom. You clearly went straight there. Jang Jinli didn't expose her and reached out his hand. What necklace did you buy? Let me see. Tong Jiaying took off her backpack, unzipped the outer pocket, and pulled out a burgundy jewelry box. Jiang Jili opened it. Inside was a gold necklace with a Hutyan jade double fish pendant. Its name was Koi Carrying Jade.
Zhang Jinli's name sounds like Koi, Jinli, and his sister's name sounds like Goldfish, Jinyu, so this Koi-carrying jade necklace instantly caught Tong Jiaying's eye. It meant the Koi, Zhang Jinli, was giving the gold jade necklace to the Goldfish, his sister.
It's pretty. Jiang Jinli asked, how much did it cost? Tong Jiaying vaguely said, not much, just a few hundred.
Zhang Jinli stared at her, be honest.
Don't lie to me. Only then did Tong Jiaying admit, it was 1,799 yuan.
Zhang Jinli closed the box and said, clearly displeased, wow, Tong Jiaying, you're rich, huh?
1,799 yuan, and you say just?
Tong Jiaying timidly replied, but the dress and bag you bought me cost 30 or 40,000.
Zhang Jinli said, that's because I have money. I want to spend it on you. Tong Jiaying puffed up, well, I have money too, and I want to spend it on your sister. You don't have money at all. He reached out again, give me your phone. I want to see the payment record. If it's more than 1,799 yuan, I won't believe anything you say again.
Tong Jiaying unlocked her phone and handed it over, saying, sorry, I lied earlier. I didn't go to the bathroom, and it wasn't just a few hundred, but I told the truth after that, it really was 1,799 yuan.
Zhang Jinli knew that was the real price. He took her phone not to check, but to transfer money to her. First, she didn't have much pocket money. Second, if she ran out of money, she'd start cutting back on food and expenses, and that wouldn't just be hard on her, but on him too. After all, Zhang Jinli had made his fortune from her cashback spending. He directly transferred 57,520 yuan via WeChat in front of her and accepted it himself on her phone. Tong Jiaying was startled. Are you crazy? Why would you send me so much money?
Zhang Jinli handed her the phone and said seriously, my money will be yours sooner or later, unless you mess with me and don't want to marry me someday.
Was that a proposal? Tong Jiaying blushed and whispered, if you're willing to marry me, then I'm willing too. But before that, I can't spend your money.
Zhang Jinli said, if you don't spend my money, I'll feel insecure.
So I have to make you feel like you owe me, that way I can keep you close and no one can steal you from me. And the amount I sent has meaning. If you don't accept it, it means you're only with me out of curiosity, not because you want to marry me.
Tong Jiaying's future was grim, and Zhang Jinli had truly decided to marry her. Once she became his wife, part of his family, he could assign his extra health value to her so she'd stay healthy and avoid the breast cancer that made her insecure, lonely, and only dare to confess her love in middle age. Such an amazing girl, in the future, she still chose to be with a divorced, childless version of him, broken, unattractive.
Thinking about it made Zhang Jinli's heart ache. Tong Jiaying didn't expect the conversation to get this serious. She was nervous and happy.
Nervous because Zhang Jinli was young and promising, still in high school with a net worth of $1 million. She feared other girls might lure him away one day, and that if he ever left her, she wouldn't know how to repay the money. But happy because he was with her with marriage in mind. She softly said with shy anticipation, then, let this money be your future bride price. I'll save it for you and use it when you come propose someday.
Okay.
Zhang Jinli looked at her adorably shy face and really wanted to kiss her right then and there.
She definitely wouldn't resist now, but he held back.
After all, the third mock exam was coming. He wanted to beat her with his scores and make her kiss him willingly. The two of them happily dug into their KFC. While eating, Tong Jiaying searched online for the meaning of 57520.
The answer, my wife, I love you.
Her heart melted. Holding her burger, her lips curled into a sweet and charming smile. Zhang Jinli, she softly called. Zhang Jinli looked up, meeting her affectionate gaze.
I love you too.
A bit socially awkward, Tong Jiaying said it in a tiny voice, then quickly buried her face in her burger.
Zhang Jinli pretended not to hear. What was that? Too noisy in here, I didn't catch it.
Blushing, Tong Jiaying stood up, bent down, and whispered in his ear, I love you too. Zhang Jinli teased her loudly. Oh.
You said I love you.
Suddenly, everyone around turned to look.
Tong Jiaying felt like she was dying from embarrassment. She ducked her head and kicked Zhang Jinli under the table. Bad Jiang. I'll kick you to death. How dare you humiliate me like that? Zhang Jinli burst out laughing.
Shy little Tong Jiaying was just too cute, her face red like a peach. He really wanted to hold her cheeks and kiss her hard. After finishing their KFC meal, Zhang Jinli put the koi-carrying jade necklace that Tong Jiaying bought for his sister into his backpack, then took out 2 packages and unboxed the Huawei Ultimate Master smartwatches.
Zhang Jinli, isn't this watch really expensive? Tong Jiaying looked at the sparkling sapphire screen and instantly felt it wasn't cheap. It's just a Huawei smartwatch. How expensive could it be? Jiang Jili didn't mention that this Ultimate Master Series smartwatch cost a whopping 23,999 yuan, and he didn't even get the standard version, but the premium one priced at 25,999 yuan. He'd been curious why Huawei dared to price it so high. But the watch really did look great. The titanium strap was suitable for men, and the extra black gold strap was perfect for women. So he swapped the straps, using both titanium ones for himself and giving the black gold one to Tong Jiaying. Let me help you put it on. Jiang Jinli grabbed her left hand and removed the Xiaomi band worth a couple hundred yuan from her wrist. Your wrist's too skinny, you need to eat more and put on some meat. After strapping on the smartwatch for her, he shamelessly lifted her hand and kissed the back of it. Tong Jiaying blushed again, especially since a young couple sitting to their left was watching them. She quickly pulled her hand back and pretended to calmly study the watch's functions on her phone. Jiang Jinli put her Xiaomi band back in the box and took the instruction manual so she wouldn't look it up online and get scared by the price. He said, smartwatches are like mini phones combined with fitness bands. Try it out. If you get confused, ask me, I'll teach you step by step. Okay. Tong Jiaying knew he just wanted an excuse to hold her hand and maybe her thigh too. Jiang Jinli also put on his own watch and began exploring the features. I think the heart rate monitor is broken. Jiaying, kiss me. If my heart rate doesn't go up, it means it's faulty. His words instantly made her heart race. Pervert Jiang. She muttered softly. She was just too shy to show affection or act lovey-dovey in public. Too shy for a public kiss? Then let's find a private spot. Jiang Jili stood up. Though he said it shamelessly, his own heart was pounding. Tong Jiaying couldn't stay seated either. She grabbed her backpack and half-finished Coke, and shyly ducked behind him to flee the scene. As they left, the woman at the nearby table wrinkled her nose in disgust and said, Honey, what watch were they wearing? It looked nice, I want one too. No, you don't. Her husband's mouth twitched as he pulled out his phone, searched for the Huawei Ultimate Master Series on JD, and showed her. Go ahead and order it. The woman stared wide-eyed at the price. 23,999 yuan? Not 2,399? Forget it. Suddenly, it doesn't look that nice anymore. Leaving KFC, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying walked back toward the tutoring center. No one's around. Jiaying, kiss me. She looked around, then quickly stood on her toes and gave him a kiss on the cheek. It spiked. My heart rate spiked. So exciting. Jiang Jinli chuckled like a fool. Guess the heart rate sensor works just fine. Then he leaned in and gave her 3 quick kisses on the cheek, grabbed her left hand, and saw her heart rate shoot up to over 130 on the watch screen. This is fun. Let's kiss some more, see how high your heart rate can go. Using heart rate as an excuse, he acted like a complete flirt. Her ears, cheeks, and neck all turned pink as she broke away from him in embarrassment. Okay, stop teasing me. Be careful or you'll trip. Jiang Jinli spoke to her like coaxing a little kid. She finally slowed her steps, touching her flushed left cheek. Then Jiang Jinli slung an arm around her neck, pulling her close and grinning wickedly. Gotcha. Jiaying the little vixen, where do you think you're going? Watch me kiss your little face raw. Oh no, I walked right into Jiang the pervert's trap. Mwah mwah mwah. After kissing her left cheek, he lowered his head and pecked her right one too. Stop it, pervert Jiang. People might see. She slapped at his arm, her red ears glowing like the sunset, her eyes full of bashful shyness. Only after 3 more kisses did he finally let go, teasing, You look so cute when you blush, Jiaying. Makes me want to kiss you even more. She gave him a light smack and reminded him, We're secretly dating. If someone we know sees us acting like this in public, we're screwed. Translation, no PDA in public. But in private, hand-holding, thigh-touching, and cheek-kissing are fine for now. Jiang Jinli shifted the blame. You can't blame me. You said I love you to my ear earlier, it made me all itchy. And come on, I only kissed your cheeks. Most couples in love would be way further by now, maybe even working on creating a synthetic human. Synthetic human? Tong Jiaying got the reference, and her face turned red all over again. She'd secretly read tons of romance novels by female authors, and synthetic human was often a coded term they used. Plus, bio class in health ed had touched on similar topics. She wasn't some clueless innocent girl. Jiang Jinli, she nervously asked, Do you want that too? Jiang Jinli froze. He didn't expect her to bring that up. He took her right hand and said sincerely, Any normal guy would think about it. But don't worry, I won't cross any lines without your permission, not until you're ready. She had just thought of all those coded references in romance novels, handwork, oral skills, foot play. She wanted to say that if he really couldn't hold back, maybe she'd consider it. But in the end, she swallowed the words. As a girl, it was just too embarrassing to say out loud. So she simply replied, I trust you. And she truly did. After all, Jung Jinli had had many chances to kiss her lips before, but he'd always held back. So she made a decision. For the third mock exam, she would skip the essay or deliberately write off topic. That way, if Jung Jinli could keep up his previous scores, he'd surpass her in total marks, fulfilling the deal and finally getting the kiss he wanted. After 2 biology classes in the afternoon, Jung Jinli rode his beloved Tong Jiaying, his beloved little electric scooter, taking Tong Jiaying home. Tomorrow is the last day of the May Day holiday, and Tong Jiaying gets to rest for a day, no need to come for tutoring. So Jung Jinli also didn't buy tomorrow's tutoring package. After all, it's quite boring to come for tutoring alone, so since Tong Jiaying isn't coming, he won't come either. Jung Jinli, stop the scooter, I'll get off here and walk back. Behind him, Tong Jiaying patted Jung Jinli's thigh to signal him, her voice soft with a bit of worry. Obviously, she was worried that her mother might be coming back from grocery shopping at this time and would see Jung Jinli taking her home. Oh, Jung Jinli slowly stopped. This intersection was only 300 to 400 meters from the neighborhood. If he kept going, the chance of meeting familiar neighbors would be high. Tong Jiaying got off the scooter, and Jung Jinli immediately turned his head, showing his side profile to her, with a mischievous smile on his lips, hinting, give me a goodbye kiss. Tong Jiaying looked around, and only after a battery scooter passed by did she lean in and kiss Jung Jinli on his right cheek. I'm leaving, ride slowly. She bounced onto the sidewalk. Her usually cool and elegant face had started to show more smiles lately because of being with Jung Jinli, and her aura became sweet and gentle. Of course, she only became like this when she was with Jung Jinli. At home, or when not around Jung Jinli, she was still that quiet, cold-looking girl, as if she was born to be the well-behaved daughter who doesn't care about the outside world and only focuses on studying classics. Mom, I'm back, Jung Jinli shouted while taking off his shoes after returning home. From the kitchen, Jung's mom replied. She was stewing chicken soup to nourish her son. Where's Dad? His father wasn't home, so Jung Jinli asked. Jung's mom answered, he had something to do in the village and will be back later. Their hometown village isn't far from the county town, only 13 kilometers away. Before Jung Jinli went to kindergarten, their whole family lived in the village. Later, his father bought a welfare house in the county town through work, and they settled there. They only returned to the village during holidays or for banquets. So Jung Jinli and his sister basically grew up in the county town, and didn't feel attached to the village. They also didn't know many people of the same age in the village. Yo, why is my sister so hardworking today? Jung Jinli walked into his sister's room, saw her focused on solving problems, and showed a gloating smile. Clearly, she got scolded badly by their mom today. Jung Jinyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. Fearing their mom's scolding, she muttered in a low voice, it's all thanks to you. Considering she got a smartwatch worth over 2,000 from her brother today, she decided not to scold him. Jung Jinli took out a jewelry box from his backpack and said, since you're so hardworking, here's a necklace from your brother. Hearing this, Jung Jinyu's annoyed face instantly turned flattering. Your sister-in-law bought it for you on purpose. Jung Jinli whispered a reminder. Jung Jinyu quickly opened the jewelry box, her eyes lit up, and she happily said, thanks, bro. Then she quietly added, thanks, sis-in-law. From the kitchen, their mom's voice came. What did you buy for your sister again? Don't spoil her too much. Look at how spoiled she's become lately. Jung Jinyu stuck out her tongue and made a face rebelliously, while Jung Jinli tapped her head lightly and replied, I'm giving her a stick first to make her study hard, then giving her a sweet date, so she won't rebel and go bad. Jung Jinyu instantly loved the koi fish jade gold necklace, and eagerly said, bro, help me put it on. Jung Jinli stood behind her and helped her wear it. She immediately went to the dressing table to admire herself. Seeing this, Jung Jinli took out his phone and secretly filmed his sister admiring herself and sent the video to Tong Jiaying. Tong Jiaying, who had gotten off earlier, was just arriving at the neighborhood gate. Seeing Jung Jinyu so happy and satisfied in the video, she felt relieved and typed, did you tell your sister it was from me? Jung Jinli replied, I did, she just said thank you to sis-in-law. Seeing the word sis-in-law, Tong Jiaying felt the necklace was worth it. If Jung Jinli's parents knew about their relationship, she would have bought a gold necklace for his mom too. Thinking this, she typed, when your mom finds out we're together, I'll buy her a necklace. Jung Jinli typed teasingly, scheming Tong. Already learning how to win over my family. Tong Jiaying, it's not winning over. Jung Jinli, just kidding. I actually wanted to buy you a ring and a necklace long ago, but I know even if I bought them, you'd hide them and not dare to wear them, afraid your parents would find out. So after the college entrance exam,
When there's no more study pressure and no fear of your parents nagging, I'll make up all the rituals one by one.
Tong Jiaying, no need, I don't care about rituals. I'm already happy that you're willing to hang out with me and take me to eat good food. Jiang Jinli, then after the exam, I'll take you traveling, treat it as a pre-honeymoon. Tong Jiaying, what if my mom doesn't agree or doesn't feel safe letting me go?
Jiang Jinli, your mom's side isn't a big problem.
We'll think of a way to convince her then. Okay. Tong Jiaying wished she could blink and the exam would be over.
The pressure would be gone, and she could finally fly freely. After a while, she received a WeChat message from Jiang Jinyu. Thank you to my gentle, kind, beautiful, charming sis-in-law. The necklace is so pretty, love you love you. Even through the screen, Tong Jiaying felt shy and nervous. Mainly because Jiang Jinli's sister knew she liked reading romance novels, especially that Inuyasha-type story of a human girl dating a beast man. If the author hadn't suddenly turned the pure romance into a harem, she wouldn't have joined the fan group to scold the author. That's how Jiang Jinyu, who also read the novel and joined the group, saw her.
It was the most socially embarrassing moment in her life.
Before the harem twist, it was a pure romance, but the author's steamy scenes were so vivid, it made her blush and daydream. So she didn't dare admit it and lied, saying she didn't read novels, and maybe it was her cousin who used her phone to read and joined the group to scold the author. But she felt Jiang Jinyu probably wouldn't believe her, so now she always felt awkward and guilty when seeing her.
Sister, let me explain. Sis-in-law is a proper girl, never reads those steamy women's novels.
She didn't know if her sister-in-law would tell Jiang Jinli about this dark history. Tong Jiaying replied to Jiang Jinyu with a heart hands emoji saying love you, then shook her head and stopped thinking. Anyway, she would never admit it.
I, Tong Jiaying, do not read novels.
Mom was cooking in the kitchen, and little sister was admiring herself in the room. Jiang Jinli hadn't completed his daily goji berries in a thermos task today, so he secretly poured a cup of hot water, took out the goji berries he had hidden in his room, grabbed a handful, and put them into the thermos.
Ding!
Daily task, goji berries in a thermos 1/1 completed. Reward of 200 yuan for completing 10 days in a row has been issued. This daily task gives double rewards if completed for 10 consecutive days, 10 times the reward for 100 days, and 100 times the reward if kept up for a whole year. Now Jiang Jinli had completed 58 days in a row, so with 1 cup of goji tea a day, he had already earned a total of 11,600 yuan. In another 42 days, when it reaches 100 consecutive days, he would trigger the 10x reward and get 100,000 yuan. That means just by drinking 1 cup of goji tea a day, he could earn 30,000 yuan per month. If he keeps it up for a whole year and triggers the 100x reward, then without doing anything else, just drinking a cup of goji tea a day would earn him 365 million yuan in a year. Thinking about it, Jiang Jinli wished he could close his eyes, open them again, and a year would have passed. Not long after, his father came home. Jiang Jinli asked curiously, Dad, why did you go back to the village?
Dad didn't hide it and said, the Jiang family ancestral hall in the village is planning to be rebuilt.
I went back today because the village held a public meeting to ask for opinions, to see how many people support rebuilding. The idea is that the village would put in some public funds, and then hope the wealthy folks would donate generously.
Jiang Jinli asked, so how much did you donate? Dad replied, I haven't donated yet. They're just explaining the situation and gathering opinions.
If no rich people take the lead and donate big money, then the ancestral hall won't be rebuilt, just renovated. Actually, there was something he didn't say that was. Second aunt went to the meeting on behalf of her family and spread the word that Jiang Jinli had made millions at a young age and even bought a 2 million yuan sports car, implying that their family was rich and should take the lead in donating. That made him feel embarrassed at the time. He could only laugh awkwardly and say his son was capable to earn that much money young, but was also too wasteful, spent it all buying a car. He said that now his son didn't have much money, but if the ancestral hall were to be rebuilt, their family would definitely donate actively. At this moment, Jiang Jinli received a system notification. A 30-year celebration is held at the ancestral hall in your hometown. You go back with your parents. You find everyone looking at you with gossiping eyes. Clearly, they all know about your divorce and the death of your child. But someone still deliberately asks why you didn't bring your wife and son back. You calmly reply, as you've already moved on from the sad past. But your parents haven't. They get angry at the malicious question and start arguing with the person, attracting the whole village's attention. After 30 years of ups and downs, the Jiang family ancestral hall decides to rebuild. The family that donates the most will be ranked first on the merit plaque of the ancestral hall. Ding! Task triggered. If you don't return home rich, it's like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Use your donation to show off and slap faces.
Task reward, your donation will be fully returned, 70/30th split of villagers' donations. This task made Jiang Jinli both angry and happy. Angry because the system's preview showed that 30 years later, his parents couldn't raise their heads in the village due to his divorce and child loss, and were maliciously targeted. But that future shown by the system wasn't going to happen. So this task was a huge surprise to Jiang Jinli. Not only could he return home rich and become famous, but he could also make money. What's not to love? Jiang Jinli quickly asked, Dad, how much will it cost to rebuild the ancestral hall? Even if every family donates, it probably won't be that much, right? Dad replied, a medium-sized ancestral hall would cost at least 2 to 3 million. The village chief said 400,000 yuan would come from village public funds. If villagers' donations don't reach 2 million, they won't rebuild, just renovate. Not rebuilding? No way. Jiang Jinli said, from what I know about Second Aunt's family, they definitely exaggerated how much money I made and spread it around the village. Since I'm now the most outstanding young person in the village, I must take the lead, otherwise every time we go back for the holidays, our family will be talked about. Dad nodded and said, it's good that you think like that. Second Aunt did mention you at the meeting this afternoon. My idea is that if it's decided to rebuild, our family will donate 50,000 in your name. 50,000? Dad, you're thinking too small. How will that small amount inspire the rich villagers to donate more? If they don't donate big, how will I get my 70/30th split? My donation is refunded in full, and I get 30% of villagers' total donations. That means if they donate 1 million, I make 300,000, if 2 million, I make 600,000. Jiang Jinli asked, so when will the result about rebuilding or renovating come out? Dad looked at the WeChat group and replied, tonight. The village officials are checking how much those few rich families are willing to donate, then they'll decide. So if it's confirmed to rebuild, we'll have to go back again tomorrow. There's a village group on WeChat. Right now they're discussing it. Coincidentally, today is May 4th, Youth Day. Most people in the group are young people working outside the village, they're the main donors. So the officials posted a form in the group for everyone to fill in their donation intent. Most people wrote 500 yuan. After all, making money is hard now, and young people working outside the village don't spend much time in the village each year, so like Jiang Jinli, they don't feel much attachment and naturally don't want to spend more money. Jiang Jinli took out his phone and said, Dad, add me to the village group. Dad reminded him, second ad is also in the group. Don't get provoked after joining. Donating 50,000 from our family is already a lot. Don't worry, I'm more likely to provoke her. Jiang Jinli indeed wanted to provoke her, because second aunt's family was known for being rich and showy in the village. This time, he had to make her bleed some money. Dad messaged the village chief privately, then added his son to the village group. After all, his son would join the group sooner or later. In the future, if there were meetings or profit sharing, and he was unavailable or old, his son would have to go. As soon as Jiang Jinli joined the group, the village chief introduced him. The newcomer is Jiang Huayu's son, Jiang Jinli. He's the most outstanding of our village's younger generation, studying at City No. 1 High School. I heard he did some project during winter break and made several million. Damn, now it's going to be hard to stay low-key in the village. This is all the good work of Zhou Cuifan. Zhou Cuifan was the second aunt who came to their house the other day and was slapped in the face by Jiang Jinli. Father Jiang said helplessly, this afternoon at the village committee's public meeting, she went around telling people how amazing you are, that at such a young age, still in high school, you've already made millions, and just last month bought a 2 million yuan supercar in full payment. So now, you're famous in the village. Second aunt really has a great plan. She's trying to flatter me to death on purpose. Clearly, she wants to make things difficult for us. If we donate too little money, she'll surely tell others we're stingy. If we donate a lot, she'll bask in the glory and say her nephew is really successful. Jiang Jinli knew second aunt very well. She was the kind of snob who looked down on poor relatives but liked to show off in front of them. Toward richer relatives, she would envy and resent them, while also trying to cozy up. That day she came to their house was clearly trying to get close. But Jiang Jinli didn't go along with her, and instead slapped her in the face by showing off, making her embarrassed. So now she was hyping him up in the village partly as revenge to make him look bad. Mom picked a big chicken leg out of the pot and put it in Jiang Jinli's bowl, saying, anyway, don't mind whether they're praising or mocking you. Even if it's finally decided to rebuild the ancestral hall, you don't need to donate too much. Just do as your dad said. Our family donating 50,000 is already quite a lot. If it weren't for you making some money, our kind of ordinary family would at most donate 5,000. Dad added, let's eat first. I already filled out the donation form in the group and wrote 50,000. I think the chance of rebuilding the hall is small. After all, those rich families in the village have settled in the city. Throughout the year, they only come back for Spring Festival and Tune Sweeping Day. So most of them won't donate much. And most ordinary families in the village are only donating a few hundred or 1,000. Even if every family gave 1,000, with 200 or 300 households, that's only 30,000. So if those few richer families together can't donate 1.7 million, the hall won't be rebuilt, and no one needs to donate anymore. So I think the chance of rebuilding is very low. If the ancestral hall isn't rebuilt, won't I lose big? Jiang Jili suddenly got serious and said, I think rebuilding the ancestral hall is very necessary. It's not just a central hub to unite Jiang family villagers, it's also a commemoration and inheritance of the Jiang family's origin, and it's a key step for the village to stand out and get rich. Dad admired him. Son, it's a pity you're not a village official. The way you talk is even better than the village head at meetings. Jiang Jili took a bite of chicken leg and said seriously, I'm not joking. Right now, the reason most rural areas are empty, with only old people and left behind children, is because they're poor. People are forced to go out to work and make money. But if the village gets rich and people can earn money at home, most wouldn't leave to work hard in big cities. Dad shook his head. That's easy to say. But how can ordinary villages get rich? Take Jiangjia village's 300 households. If you want every household to earn 5,000 a month, then the village must make 1.5 million in net profit every month. But what makes money in the village besides the fast-growing forests on the mountains is just land rental and farm products. These can't even make 1.5 million a year, let alone per month. So your assumption is impossible. If villages could get rich, they would have already. This is the irreversible state of the countryside. It can't be changed just by rebuilding the ancestral hall and uniting villagers. Jiang Jinli said, in recent years, short videos and agricultural e-commerce have helped many rural areas get rich and become internet-famous villages. This shows that rural prosperity isn't impossible, it's just that no one has taken up the responsibility to lead the village to reform. Dad frowned and asked, don't tell me you think you're the one to take that responsibility and lead the reform? Jiang Jinli shook his head, I can't take that on, but I can give suggestions, draw the big picture. Whether it works or not depends on the vision and ability of the village head and officials. Dad was puzzled, so what exactly do you want to do? Jiang Jinli put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up his phone, and typed a message in the village group. I believe the Jiang Ancestral Hall not only needs to be rebuilt but should be rebuilt grandly. Take this opportunity to make Jiangjia village well known, and use short video and e-commerce platforms to turn the village into an internet-famous village and an e-commerce village, and ultimately achieve prosperity for all. So I decided to donate 880,000 yuan to support the grand rebuilding of the Jiang Ancestral Hall. I also hope the other business people in the village won't be stingy and will donate generously. Instantly, the village group exploded. Zhang Huayu's son is amazing. Looks like what Zhou Cuifang said is true. Zhang Huayu's son really made big money. If the village really gets popular and we can make money from e-commerce, I'll quit my job and go back immediately. Jiang Jinli's example really stirred the villagers and sparked heated discussions. Some business-minded villagers already started giving ideas, suggesting the village should learn from successful e-commerce rural cases. Since the government also supports agriculture, if Jiangjia village gets support from the city government, it might really become an internet-famous village and a representative e-commerce village of the city. Some optimistic folks even started planning to go back and open a food factory, dreaming of becoming big and strong and turning into e-commerce tycoons. The village officials got hyped by Jiang Jinli's words and asked him if he had any plans or connections. Dad saw the message his son posted in the group and everyone's excitement, and nearly choked on his food. You fool! What's said is like water spilled, it can't be taken back. Now the crowd is fired up. If you don't donate the 880,000, they'll break your back with finger pointing. Upon hearing this, Mom's right eyelid twitched, and she asked, what 880,000? Dad said painfully, your son just said in the village group that he's supporting the rebuilding and setting an example, donating 880,000 yuan. Mom immediately felt dizzy. Son, are you crazy? If you donate all that money, how will you live in the future? Jiang Jinli calmed them, don't worry. I have my reasons. In this era, fame is money. I'm doing this to build a reputation, to prepare for starting a business in college. Also, I really believe Jiangjia village has the potential to become an internet-famous village, an e-commerce village. So I want to take this chance to stand out and also draw a big picture to help the village become famous and rich. If the plan fails, that means the village officials lack ability and the villagers aren't united. If it succeeds, then I'll be the hero of the village, worthy of being worshipped in the ancestral hall after death.
So the Jiang Ancestral Hall must be rebuilt, and it must be rebuilt grand and magnificent. Anyway, the system would refund all the money I donate. Jiang Jinli wasn't worried at all. He even thought about selling the Yangwang Yu9 to provoke all the villagers to donate more. As the saying goes, to get rich, help me get rich first. Because of the system task, no matter how much Jiang Jinli donated, it would be fully refunded. So he spoke casually and didn't treat the money as money at all. But his parents, who didn't know the truth, thought about how they hadn't even saved up 880,000 yuan after working hard their whole lives, and now their son said he'd donate that much just like that. They felt nothing but heartache. Don't worry. This investment is sure to be profitable. Jiang Jinli originally just wanted a reasonable excuse to fool his parents so they wouldn't be too shocked. But now, looking at the excited and brainstorming atmosphere in the village group chat, Jiang Jinli suddenly felt that the excuse he used to fool his parents might actually help push forward real reform in Jiangjia village. He replied to the village secretary, "I'll come back tomorrow morning to discuss the specific ideas with you all." After replying, Jiang Jinli turned off his phone screen and said, "Stop frowning. Just eat. You'll soon see how wise this decision of mine is." Father Jiang sighed. "At this point, what else can we do but trust you?" Mother Jiang said with heartache and frustration, "It's all that Zhou Cuifang's fault. If she doesn't donate a few 100,000, I really can't swallow this meal." Jiang Jinli said, "A few 100,000 is impossible. I'll try to provoke second aunt a bit and see if I can get her to donate 100,000. His sister Jiang Jinyu also felt distressed, 880,000. "Bro, you really don't treat money as money. If I had that money, I feel like I could buy a lifetime supply of snacks." Jiang Jinli retorted, "Jiang Jinyu, is that all you aspire to?" After dinner, Jiang Jinli checked the still buzzing village group chat. Thanks to his example, the richest person in the village and entrepreneur doing building materials business in the provincial capital also pledged to donate 880,000. So the village head directly posted a group notice and announced the decision to rebuild the ancestral hall in advance. Tomorrow afternoon, the village committee would hold another public meeting, with each household sending one representative. Also, donations could start now. People could transfer money to the village head or secretary online, or directly to the village's public account. Every donation would be recorded with the amount and name, and regardless of how much, it would be carved onto the merit monument and displayed at the ancestral hall. Jiang Jinli looked at the task interface shown by the system and saw the progress for the show-off and slap faces through donating to the ancestral hall task continuously update. Your donation, 0 yuan. Total villagers' donations, 226,500 yuan. Your accumulated share, 67,950 yuan. Note, the share of villagers' donations can be withdrawn at any time, and your donation will be fully refunded after the donation event ends. Already over 200,000 donated so quickly? Looks like there are quite a few enthusiastic folks. Jiang Jinli directly tagged Zhou Cuifang in the group. "Second aunt, our family donated 880,000. How much does your family plan to donate?" "Second aunt, don't lurk. It's your turn to show off." The scale of the ancestral hall's construction depends on whether you wealthy families are generous or not. Second aunt was eventually lured out by Jiang Jinli and replied gloomily, "Jinli, you really know how to joke. If our family is a rich household, wouldn't your family be a noble family?" Jiang Jinli returned the flattery, "Second aunt, don't be modest. Your family has a big house in the city center, and drives a BMW. How many families in the village can compare to that? Back when the village didn't need money, you showed off everywhere. Now that money is needed, you suddenly act poor. That just makes you look stingy. This kid is really wicked." If she had known, she wouldn't have provoked him. Second aunt muttered, "Business has been tough this year. Otherwise, for such a big event, our family would have taken the lead for sure." Jiang Jinli asked, "Then how much do you plan to donate?" Second aunt replied, "Anyway, we're not as rich as your family. We won't donate more than you." Jiang Jinli said, "Second aunt, your family does grain and oil wholesale. If the village becomes famous and turns into an internet-famous village and an e-commerce village, the ones who'll benefit most are self-employed families like yours with business experience. So if I were you, I'd donate 300,000 to 500,000 to bet on the village's success and then grow your business using e-commerce." "You think I'm dumb?" Second aunt, being very sly, said, "If you lend me 300,000 to 500,000, I'll donate." "Such a good deal?" Jiang Jinli quickly replied before she could delete the message, "You said it. Send me your account number, I'll transfer 500,000 right now." Second aunt was just joking. "Our family isn't as well off as yours, so we'll only donate 50,000 to show our support." "That's no fun, second aunt.
I still prefer when you were all high and mighty, showing off everywhere. Jiang Jili felt deeply regretful. After all that effort, he only managed to get 50,000 out of second aunt's family, meaning he earned 15,000 from her. At this time, Tong Jiaying sent a WeChat message. Want to go for a walk? Jiang Jili replied with a go sticker and said, Mom, I'm going out for a walk and some exercise. Downstairs, Jiang Jili met up with Tong Jiaying. The two of them walked side by side, keeping a little distance, heading toward the neighborhood gate. Jiang Jili said, tomorrow morning I have to go back to the countryside. I'll probably be back in the afternoon. Then we'll go to school together. Tong Jiaying asked, going back for a banquet? Jiang Jili said briefly, no, the village is rebuilding the ancestral hall. I'm going back for a meeting and to donate. Tong Jiaying replied with an O, then softly asked, do you still have money? Should I return the bride price you gave me? I just gave it as pocket money, and you really saved it like a bride price? Jiang Jili said, don't worry, if I run out of money, I'll come to you for support. After walking out of the neighborhood, the two finally held hands and chatted happily as they headed toward People's Park. The next day, at 9 a.m., the whole Jiang family of 4 returned to their rural hometown. Mom drove the old Volkswagen with the sister back home directly. Jiang Jili, on the other hand, drove the eye-catching Yangwang Yu9 with his father and arrived at the village committee entrance. At once, he became the center of attention. The village head, village director, party secretary, and many villagers came over to welcome him, full of admiration and praise. Jiang Jili didn't shy away and got straight to the point. He first donated the 880,000, then went into the village committee office to share his ideas. In this era, traffic is money. You've all seen many rural internet celebrities on Douyin, especially the Yujia who was banned all over the internet. They can easily sell millions of yuan worth of farm products in a single livestream. This proves that there are great business opportunities in rural areas, and farm products can also lead to wealth. Jiang Jili spoke calmly, explaining that for ordinary villages to reform and get rich, they must build a chain agriculture industry and use short video platforms for livestream selling, thus creating a self-sustaining and outward-influencing e-commerce village model. And government support is essential in this process. So we have to understand how to promote ourselves. Use media and short video influence to bring Jiangjia village onto the stage and get noticed by leaders above. Only then can we get strong government support. So the Jiang family ancestral hall must not only be rebuilt but built grandly. Only then can it show Jiangjia village's unity, build influence, and win respect from the leaders. Therefore, I have 2 marketing plans to test the waters. 1. I just turned 18 and made millions from a winter break project, donating 880,000 to build the ancestral hall. 2. I plan to publicly auction the nearly 2 million yuan Yangwang Yu9 I bought last month in full. Whatever it sells for will also go toward the ancestral hall construction. These 2 marketing strategies will need promotion by local TV news, newspapers, and paid short video influencers. If all goes well, Jiangjia village will surely become famous and attract higher-level attention. During the auction livestream of the Yangwang Yu9, we can also try a charity livestream to sell farm products with Jiangjia village as a quality guarantee. If the effect is good, then my vision of turning the village into an internet-famous e-commerce village with government support will naturally come true. After hearing this, everyone felt excited and admired him. No wonder this kid made millions at just 18, with such ideas and boldness to not treat money as money. If he doesn't succeed, who will? Donating 880,000, and planning to auction a 2 million supercar to support the ancestral hall. Even the village head was moved. With a son like this, how can the village not thrive? That's the marketing reform plan I've proposed for Jiangjia village. If anyone has questions or additions, feel free to bring them up. Let's brainstorm together to improve the plan. Jiang Jili spoke until his mouth was dry. He took a bottle of mineral water handed over by the village secretary and drank it. The village chief was a man in his 50s with slightly dark skin from sun exposure. When he was young, he went into business, worked hard for a few years and made some money, then returned home to develop the village. He opened a broom factory near the national highway at the village entrance. A few years ago, due to various reasons, the broom factory that he had run for nearly 20 years went bankrupt, so he switched to leasing wasteland in the village to grow greenhouse vegetables. He knew a businessman from another province who needed to buy large amounts of green peppers and chili peppers every year, so he encouraged many villagers to grow peppers with him. In recent years, he had led many villagers who farmed at home to make some money. Although the profits weren't much, for those middle-aged and elderly people who had no jobs and lived off farming, earning a few thousand or 10,000 yuan a year was already satisfying. That's why in the village elections held every 4 years,
The vast majority of people had elected him for 2 consecutive terms as village chief. Now, after listening to Jiang Jinli's clear and orderly speech, the village chief's long-standing ambition to lead the villagers to prosperity and make the village lively again had been reignited. Although he only had a middle school education, his experience was richer than most. So he strongly agreed with Jiang Jinli's idea of marketing and creating momentum. With so many rural villages, if you don't build a reputation or have something that attracts attention, how can you stand out? How can you gain strong support from the government and break through with reforms? Over 10 years ago, he had a similar idea. He wanted to bind the village's future to the broom factory, hoping to grow it big and strong, selling Jiangjia brooms all over the country, thereby boosting the village economy. Unfortunately, due to limited capability, not only did the factory fail to grow, it eventually went bankrupt. So he fully supported the idea of marketing and creating momentum, first to make Jiangjia village known, then attract the attention of higher-ups. Nowadays, everyone watches short videos. When a place goes viral, countless people rush there. For example, when an athlete born in a rural area won an Olympic gold medal, once the media covered it, their rural hometown instantly became famous and crowded with visitors year after year. Or last year, a small-town barber suddenly went viral. His live streams consistently attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers. He not only made huge money but also brought in crowds of visitors, boosting the local economy. Examples like these are everywhere. Many small places became known because of viral short videos. Therefore, the village chief had no questions, objections, or anything to add. He sighed and said, "Young people really have better brains. The current rural environment is really hard to rise from. Jiangjia village is just like thousands of ordinary villages, no branded specialty products and nothing memorable. In such a situation, the only way to break out and gain fame is through marketing strategies. I think both of your proposed marketing ideas are strong in appeal and worth trying." The other village officials agreed. They had no reason not to agree. After all, if the village becomes famous, they benefit too. And the marketing expenses come from public funds, not their own pockets. Everyone brainstormed in the meeting room, refining details, asking questions, and discussing solutions. At the end, Jiang Jinli added, "This is a big project. It can't be completed in a short time. Fundraising from villagers and the land approval for the ancestral hall construction all take time, so there's no need to rush the marketing. Let's first take care of the formalities, then begin promotion." The village chief said, "If we rebuild the ancestral hall on the original site, the approval process just needs to be reported to the town office. So once the funds are in place, we can finalize the size of the hall and begin construction." Jiang Jinli shook his head. "I suggest not rebuilding on the original site. First, it's not spacious enough. Second, it's not visible. Drivers passing by won't see it, so it can't become a landmark building of the village. I think the hill near the national highway is an excellent location. I suggest inviting a feng shui master to check if it's suitable to move the ancestral hall there. If it is, then we can build a magnificent ancestral hall on the hilltop. Cars passing on the national highway and village roads will all see it, and over time it will become a landmark people associate with Jiangjia village." The village chief nodded slightly. "That's a good suggestion. This afternoon we can ask a feng shui master to check it out. That hill's fast-growing forest has already been leased and will be cut down in a few days. If it's suitable for an ancestral hall, then we don't need to plant fast-growing trees there again. We can develop it as a scenic area and make it a landmark of the village." Jiang Jinli added again, "Also, don't rush to find a construction company. Once everything is ready, if the marketing works, construction companies that specialize in ancestral halls will approach us. If the promotion is successful, companies may even lower prices and compete for the project. So as I said before, the ancestral hall must not only be rebuilt but also built impressively. If we only spend 2 to 3 million, the scale will be too small and ordinary, it won't leave a lasting impression and won't represent the village's breakout." The party secretary shook his head. "We also want to build it bigger and grander, but we don't have that much money. Besides you and Huawu each donating 880,000, the other villagers donated very little. Even if we use all the public funds saved over the years, we'll have just over 3 million. And we also have to spend several $100,000 on recarving the deity statues. So even if you sell your sports car and add 2 million, at best we can only build a slightly bigger one with better materials. So before the marketing results come in, there's no need to rush to finalize the reconstruction plan." Jiang Jinli said, "If the marketing doesn't work as hoped, then we just build whatever the donation amount allows. If the marketing is effective, then we can continue the momentum by using the gimmick of me, an 18-year-old recent high school graduate, auctioning my Yangwon U9 lift to fund the ancestral hall. By then, the live stream auction will surely attract traffic, and we can sell farm products through live streams to raise money for construction. We can even come up with an even more appealing crowdfunding gimmick. For example, set a time limit. During this livestream period, anyone who tips more than 200 yuan or buys farm products worth more than 200 yuan can message us to register their name and hometown. Once the hall is built, we'll set up an external merit monument at the entrance to thank netizens for their contributions to rebuilding the Jiang Ancestral Hall. And one more thing, for netizens with the surname Jiang, no matter where they are from, as long as they tip or shop over 200 yuan during the livestream, we'll treat them as clan donors and record them on the internal family merit monument, ranked by donation amount. Hearing this, the village officials were stunned.
You can even do it like this? This kid is insane. Seriously insane. This kid is simply a marketing genius. No wonder he made millions at such a young age while still in high school. Even Lei Jun, who made his fortune through marketing, would have to salute you with a 666. All the village officials were thrilled by what they heard. It felt like the rise and prosperity of Jiangjia village was already a sure thing. The village secretary said excitedly, "I checked, nationwide, there are reportedly 3.62 million people with the surname Jiang. If the marketing succeeds and we go viral online, there might really be a lot of Jiang-named netizens who'll donate or shop just to get their names on the merit monument." Jiang Jili added, "If this marketing works and the live stream traffic is great, we might even have Jiang-named celebrities and influencers riding the wave, and business owners coming in with strong support. So let's dream big." We aim to build a scenic ancestral hall complex worth more than 10 million yuan. Before Jiang Jinli proposed these marketing plans, they didn't even dare to think of that. But now they didn't think he was daydreaming at all. On the contrary, they felt his ideas were very feasible and could very well come true. So after finalizing the whole marketing plan, the next discussion was about establishing Jiang Select. As the initiator and image spokesperson for promoting Jiangjia Village, Jiang Jinli would naturally hold shares. So, apart from Jiang Jinli owning 5% personal shares, the remaining 95% of Jiang Select belonged to the village collective. That meant 5% of the profits from this e-commerce brand would go to Jiang Jinli personally, while the rest would belong to the village's public funds, which would be used for village development and shared among all villagers if successful. Since Jiang Jinli was still a student, he would only invest and hold shares, no labor or management. So a 5% personal stake was already high, but still acceptable to others. No one would be jealous or badmouth him. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that Jiang Select could really take off. Otherwise, it was all empty talk. But Jiang Jinli didn't care. No matter what, he wouldn't lose. His goal was to paint a big picture and get everyone involved in the ancestral hall fundraising so he could earn more money from the system task. If lucky, and his marketing succeeded with strong local government support for rural e-commerce, turning the village into a local internet famous e-commerce representative, then not only would he gain fame, but also earn big shares. If no one has questions or additions, then this meeting is over. At this afternoon's village meeting, don't mention these marketing strategies yet, just inform everyone that the ancestral hall will be rebuilt and encourage donations. As for what I said in the group chat last night about making Jiangjia village famous through rebuilding the hall and turning it into an internet famous and e-commerce village, you can bring that up to stir excitement, get people brainstorming. Hopefully the village can eventually create and sell some local specialty products or processed foods, like vermicelli, noodles, chili sauce, etc. In short, this is a long battle. Let's feel our way forward step by step. The village chief nodded. Then let's end the meeting here. Don't spread the marketing ideas outside for now, and don't talk to your family about them either, to avoid affecting future promotional arrangements or hurting people's enthusiasm if the marketing fails. The other officials and village team reps all nodded. Jiang Jinli stood up and stretched lazily. Without realizing it, the meeting had gone on for 2 hours. His butt was numb. I'll come back next Saturday when there's a break. At that time, we'll start promoting the 880,000 yuan donation story with the local TV and newspapers and see if city leaders notice. Then we can warm things up with more marketing based on the situation. After wrapping things up, Jiang Jinli left the village committee's third-floor meeting room and walked down the stairs. Downstairs, many kids and young people were still gathered around the eye-catching Yangwang U9, a car they'd only seen online. His father was still downstairs chatting with neighbors. He had no idea that his son had just proposed marketing plans upstairs, or that his son planned to auction off the Yangwang U9 to fund the ancestral hall. Otherwise, his blood pressure would have shot through the roof. Seeing his son come down, all the officials following behind looked pumped up like they'd had energy shots. Everyone was curious about what had been discussed upstairs. Jiang Jili took out his car key and satisfied the crowd's curiosity by showing off the dancing feature of the young Wan Yu9. Eventually, the village chief came downstairs and told everyone to go. The village-wide meeting would be at 3 p.m. on the basketball court. Only then could Jiang Jili break away and drive his father back home. "What did you talk about in the meeting?" Father Jiang asked. Jiang Jili vaguely replied, "Just talked about my marketing idea using the fact that I just turned 18 and am still a high school student who donated 880,000 for rebuilding the ancestral hall as a promotional hook to make Jiangjia village known locally and draw the attention of government leaders to support rural development and aid farming. You'll see soon. If nothing goes wrong, your son's going to be famous. And when that happens, you might get a promotion or raise at work just because you're my dad." Father Jiang thought for a moment and was a little hopeful. If that really happens, then your 880,000 donation won't be in vain. It was never going to be wasted. Jiang Jili said, "I'm not dumb. If not to gain fame, why would I donate so much money?" Back at home, Mom was chatting with neighbors at the front gate. Under the yellow-skin tree at the entrance, his sister was lying back in an old-fashioned rattan chair, playing on her phone leisurely. Their rural home was a two-story flat house built over 20 years ago, pretty ordinary in the village, not looking like a rich family's home at all. So Jiang Jili decided that once the ancestral hall donation task was over and the system refunded his donation, he would take out $1 million or $2 to tear it down and build a villa. At noon, he went to town with his sister to eat beef brisket noodles and brought some back for their parents. Along the way, his young Wang Yu9 turned heads everywhere, which also helped warm up some local marketing. At 2 p.m., Tong Jiaying missed him and messaged to ask when he'd be back and what time they'd go to school. Jiang Jinli immediately replied, "Heading back now." Then he told his parents, "Dad, Mom, I'm heading out. Tomorrow is the third mock exam. Gotta get back to review." His sister was bored at the village, so she tagged along. The parents were still chatting with relatives and collecting farm products. At 2:30, Jiang Jinli arrived at the back gate of the neighborhood. Tong Jiaying was already waiting. He told his sister to enter through the back gate and drove off with Tong Jiaying to school. His sister couldn't help but complain, now that he has a wife, he forgets his sister. Tong Jiaying blushed a little at that, her usually calm and pretty face showing some color. After teasing, Jiang Jinyu waved playfully and teased again, "Sis-in-law is pretty, no doubt, but her taste must be off to like my brother. I think your brother is actually quite handsome." Jiang Jinli scolded, "Jiang Jinyu, don't ask me for pocket money anymore, and don't expect me to buy you stuff." Jiang Jinyu immediately changed her tune, "Just kidding. My brother is handsome and charming, and sis-in-law is beautiful and graceful. You two are a perfect match made in heaven. Now that's more like it." Jiang Jinli loved hearing that kind of truth. Tong Jiaying was amused by the siblings and felt a bit envious. After all, she was an only child and didn't have a brother or sister to bicker with. Once she got in, Jiang Jinli made a U-turn at the intersection, holding the wheel with one hand, his right hand naturally resting on Tong Jiaying's left thigh. Too bad she wore long pants today, not as satisfying to the touch. Tong Jiaying said, "Jiang Jinli, stop at that public restroom up ahead." "Oh." Jiang Jinli didn't think much, figured she just needed to pee. But then Tong Jiaying went into the restroom with her bag and came out with her long pants swapped for a blue and white JK short skirt. At that moment, Jiang Jinli was stunned. She looked like a heroine straight out of a Japanese school romance manga, so beautiful it made his blood race. Her delicate and cold face was flushed with a shy red as she got back in the passenger seat, buckled her seatbelt, and spoke nervously, "My mom doesn't like me wearing short skirts or shorts outside, but you like touching my legs, so I could only change after I came out." "Wicked little Tong, are you trying to make me commit a crime? Say no more first, let me honor your leg." Jiang Jinli's right hand couldn't wait any longer, falling onto her smooth, fair left thigh, then sliding under her skirt. "Jiang Jinli, it tickles." Tong Jiaying couldn't take it anymore and reached out to stop Jiang Jinli's salty hand from moving toward the inside of her thigh. "Then let me scratch it for you," Jiang Jinli shamelessly said, since it was Tong Jiaying who had deliberately changed into a JK skirt to tempt him. And this JK skirt was brand new, clearly bought by her specifically to suit him, a guy obsessed with legs. After all, except for when she was little, Tong Jiaying hardly ever wore skirts after growing up, especially short skirts. This meant she changed just for him. It was a special benefit that only he, her leg fetish boyfriend, could enjoy. Jiang Jinli couldn't get enough. Tong Jiaying's thighs didn't look fleshy at all, yet they felt soft and springy. Especially the inner thighs, even softer, with a perfect feel. Tong Jiaying, both shy and annoyed, complained, "It's your fault. And you even have the nerve to say you're helping me scratch the itch." Leg-obsessed Jiang. Tong Jiaying was genuinely ticklish. Her thighs tensed and closed together instinctively as she said, "This area is all ticklish flesh." Jiang Jinli deliberately tickled her there and jokingly said, "I'm helping train this ticklish flesh. That way, no matter how I touch or tickle in the future, it won't feel ticklish anymore." "No." Tong Jiaying slapped away Jiang Jinli's salty hand and reminded him, "Focus on driving first. If not, I won't wear shorts or skirts anymore." "You're wearing a JK skirt and still reminding me to focus on driving?" JK Tong. Jiang Jinli even considered turning on autopilot so his left hand on the steering wheel wouldn't be jealous of his right hand. He stopped teasing her and withdrew his right hand, placing it gently on her JK skirt, asking, "Is this skirt newly bought?" Tong Jiaying replied with a bit of embarrassment, "I bought it online the day before yesterday. It just arrived this morning and I didn't have time to wash it. I didn't dare wash it at home either, afraid my mom would find out. She only bought me skirts when I was a kid. After middle school, she never bought me skirts again and wouldn't let me wear them outside, especially short skirts." Jiang Jinli, for once, agreed with his future mother-in-law. "Your mom finally did something right. If our daughter in the future is as pretty as you, and has such beautiful legs, I wouldn't dare let her wear short skirts or shorts outside either, or she'd definitely attract the attention of old pervs and punk kids." As he spoke, Jiang Jinli realized he was kind of insulting himself and quickly added, "Of course, I'm not an old perv. I'm just someone who can't keep my hands still. Medically, it's called ADHD. If I don't hold or touch something, I feel uncomfortable all over." "Is that what ADHD is?" Tong Jiaying didn't even want to argue with him. She said, "I know my mom doesn't let me wear shorts or skirts outside because she's looking out for me. So unless I'm with you, I always wear long pants even in the summer. No wonder your legs are so white." Jiang Jinli was in love. Tong Jiaying softly added, "It's because you complained about me always wearing long pants that I bought this skirt." Jiang Jinli said seriously, "Don't slander me, Tong Jiaying. When did I ever complain about you wearing long pants?" Tong Jiaying replied with an "Oh, then stop at the public restroom ahead, I'll go change back into long pants." "JK Tong, you win." "Alright, I admit I slightly complained. But for the record, I'm not being a creep, and I'm not leg-obsessed Jiang. I just dislike long pants getting in the way of our emotional connection. It's extremely evil." "What kind of emotional connection is that?" Tong Jiaying couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "You're misusing idioms." Jiang Jinli chuckled, and his right hand naturally returned to caressing Tong Jiaying's smooth, fair left leg. At this point, even if he still denied it, he couldn't change the fact that in Tong Jiaying's mind, he was leg-obsessed Jiang. As long as Jiang Jinli didn't go deeper or intentionally tickle the sensitive part of her inner thigh, she actually quite enjoyed his touch. She then asked curiously, "Jiang Jinli, what's the name of your village in the countryside?" Jiang Jinli said, "Jiangjia Village, Lianshui Town. It's not far from the county. I'll take you there sometime." It made sense that Tong Jiaying didn't know his countryside hometown. After all, they grew up in a neighborhood in the county and rarely went to the countryside, so she never had a reason to learn. Tong Jiaying asked, "Is your village big?" Jiang Jinli thought for a moment and replied, "In terms of land, it's quite big, lots of farmland, and it's surrounded by hills and mountains. But the population is small, probably only 200 or 300 households, over 1,000 people, so I wouldn't call it a big village." Then he asked, "How about you? Is your hometown in the county or a village?" Tong Jiaying answered, "Jailing Village. You probably haven't heard of it. It's really small, on the border between two cities, over 30 kilometers from the county. But even though it's small, the scenery and air are great. One day I'll take you there. We can go hiking." When I was little, my favorite thing was climbing to the top of the hill to look at the big wind turbines, those giant fans for wind power. You can also see the whole village from up there. Talking about her rural hometown, Tong Jiaying's face lit up with a childish innocence, like a kid opening up and rambling on. "Let me tell you, when I went back to the village for New Year this year, I went to the little shop to buy matchstick firecrackers and went with the neighbor kids to the top of the hill to blow up cow dung. One kid stood too close and got splashed all over with dung. He got scolded by his mom, and so did I, but I was still super happy. So the next day I secretly bought 10 more boxes and went up the hill alone and blew up all the cow dung on the way." Jiang Jinli, cow dung kid. "When I played with firecrackers in the village, I just blew up dog bowls or cricket holes, but you were way more intense. But that's also because no one in Jiangjia village raises cows. Otherwise, Jiang Jinli would have wanted to try blowing up cow dung too." Jiang Jinli said seriously, "Then next year during New Year, I'll go to your village and blow up cow dung with you." Tong Jiaying dreamed aloud, "We could also camp on the hill and watch the sunrise and sunset." A few years ago, when they installed those wind turbines, they built a concrete road right to the top, so now you can drive straight up. I haven't camped there before because my parents said there's cow poop and bugs and didn't want to go. But actually, only the lower hills have poop, the higher ones don't. And the view from the top is amazing. Jiang Jinli, while still stroking her lovely leg, reached over and held her left hand. Then next spring festival, we'll climb the hill, blow up cow dung, and camp on the summit for a barbecue. Okay. Tong Jiaying looked so happy. Her bright, watery eyes were full of childlike joy and anticipation. Jiang Jinli looked at her innocent and pure expression and, for a moment, felt like he was back in childhood. Back then, Tong Jiaying was just like this, innocent, pure, lively, and adorable. 3 p.m. Jiang Jinli arrived at number 1 high school and parked in the roadside spot closest to the main gate. This parking space was reserved for him by the gatekeeping uncle, so even though he didn't smoke, he always kept a pack of Huazi cigarettes in the car and would take out 2 packs every week to give to the 2 gatekeeping uncles. Jiang Jinli was pretty good when it came to social dealings. The gate security uncle, thanks to the 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes every week, was happy to help him reserve a spot and watch the car to prevent jealous people from maliciously damaging it. But there were surveillance cameras on the roadside, and a car of this level had sentry mode. It would automatically detect movement around the vehicle and record videos while parked. So Jiang Jinli wasn't worried about that. In fact, he even hoped someone would try something so they'd have to pay for it big time. I'll go back to the dorm to wash the skirt first. Are you going to wait for me or go review and I'll find you later? Tong Jiaying's JK skirt wasn't dirty, just new and not yet washed. Plus, she was embarrassed to wear such a short skirt in class, so she wanted to go back to the dorm and change. Of course, since her left leg had been touched and tickled by Jiang Jinli, she was somewhat physically aroused too, so she needed to change that inner garment as well. Jiang Jinli said, "Then I'll go to the dorm restroom and wait for you." As everyone knows, the restroom in a high school boys' dorm is the bloodiest, most brutal battlefield. Every year, countless elite troops fall in these battlefields, swept away in the roaring flood, and end up buried in the underground septic tank. Today, Jiang Jinli also had to personally send off 1 elite troop. There was no helping it. Tong Jiaying's specially worn JK skirt today was simply too deadly. He couldn't resist at all. Moments later, with a mix of satisfaction and guilt, Jiang Jinli walked out of the now clean battlefield, went downstairs to wait for Tong Jiaying at the girls' dorm, and then headed to the library to study together. At this hour, there weren't many students in the library. They found a quiet corner and sat together to review. Thanks to teacher Tong tutoring him in English for over a month, Jiang Jinli had made great progress. Especially after completing the daily task Lifelong Learning, which boosted his memory and gave him the skill photographic memory. Jiang Jinli felt that his English level was now among the top 10 in the class. So he was very confident about the upcoming 3rd mock exam. They reviewed some difficult math and science problems together, and before they knew it, it was 6 o'clock. Jiang Jinli whispered, "It's 6, time for dinner." Tong Jiaying immediately packed up her papers and pen. The two of them walked out of the library, side by side, heading to the cafeteria. His smartwatch, connected to his phone, showed a WeChat friend request from an hour ago. Jiang Jinli checked and saw it was the village head who had added him from the village group. Jiang Jinli took out his phone and accepted, then typed, "Tomorrow is the 3rd mock exam. I was just reviewing in the library, just saw your message." The village head knew Jiang Jinli attended number 1 high school, but wasn't sure how his grades were. Seeing Jiang Jinli's message, he was quite surprised. He hadn't expected someone so accomplished at a young age to also be so hardworking. He asked curiously, "How did you do in the last mock exams?" Jiang Jinli replied, "I didn't do well in science during the 2nd mock. Total score was only 585. For the 3rd mock next week I should score over 600, aiming for 640 to 650 on the college entrance exam next month." The village head asked, "You're in the science track?" Jiang Jinli typed back, "Yes." Now the village head was even more amazed. Talented and hardworking, this could even be used as a marketing angle. The village head said hopefully, "Hope you succeed in next month's college entrance exam. Then come back to the village for a big graduation banquet." Jiang Jinli replied, "No problem, I'm confident. This will also serve as part of my future marketing and image building." Then the village head got to the point, "I also wanted to talk to you about this. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer 300,000 yuan to you. It's my personal money, not public village funds. Because I'm the village head, if I donate hundreds of thousands, people might say I embezzled. So I want to transfer the money to you, and you donate it under your name. That way, instead of 880,000, it looks like you donated 18 million, stronger marketing impact." What a good village head. Jiang Jinli didn't hesitate and sent his bank account number. The village head sighed,
I built up some savings over the years from running a factory and growing greenhouse vegetables. If I wasn't elected village head, I wouldn't have to worry about all this. I've got a clear conscience, my money is clean and hard-earned. But public opinion is scary. So I'm doing this because I believe in you and support your marketing and reform ideas. I'll transfer you 300,000. Then you donate it under your name, so people think you donated 18 million. Even my family doesn't know about this. You can tell your parents, but don't spread it around, or people might accuse me of embezzlement. Jiang Jili replied, don't worry. This stays between us. Just you and me and the heavens. No third person will know. At that moment, Tong Jiaying quietly said, I didn't see anything. Should I recall that message? Tong Jiaying hadn't expected to accidentally see such shocking news. Jiang Jili had actually donated 880,000 yuan on his trip back to the village? She lowered her head like a guilty child and explained, I didn't mean to peek. Jiang Jili patted her head and said, silly, I'm not mad. Besides, you can check my phone anytime. The password is 859520. 859 is the number combo for the initials of Tong Jiaying on the keypad. It's easy to remember. Of course, he still needed to clear his browser history first, otherwise it'd be awkward if she saw. Tong Jiaying happily said, then I'll change my password to 555,520. She also nervously thought she'd better delete those romance novels from her bookshelf later. If Jiang Jili found out she liked reading steamy women's fiction, he'd definitely tease her. Jiang Jili was surprised. My initials are 555? Tong Jiaying nodded, JJL, on the phone keypad, that's 555. Jiang Jili teased, alright, I'm doing random spot checks on your phone now. If I catch you chatting with another guy, I'll spank you. Then I'll check your phone too. If I find you flirting with other girls, I'll. Tong Jiaying suddenly ran out of words. She bit her lip and mumbled sadly, Jiang Jili, if one day you stop liking me, just tell me, okay? Don't hide it from me. Smack. Jiang Jili slapped her butt and scolded, is that what you think of me? Tong Jiaying looked pitiful. I just don't have confidence in myself. People online always say childhood sweethearts lose to new flings. And you're good looking and successful, so many girls will like you. Silly girl, so that's why you bought the JK skirt just to please me, a leg-obsessed guy? Jiang Jili pinched her cheek and said, if it were the old me, maybe I'd like other girls. But the me now only likes the silly neighbor girl named Tong Jiaying who secretly had a crush on me. Tong Jiaying didn't understand. Why would the old you like someone else? Jiang Jili hugged her waist and said seriously, because I didn't know the best person was right beside me. Now that I do, I'm not letting you go. All of Tong Jiaying's worries vanished instantly. She stood on tiptoe, kissed Jiang Jili on the cheek, and gazed at him lovingly with her starry eyes. Jiang Jili, what do? I think I like you even more now. Jiang Jili, what do? I think I like you even more now. Tong Jiaying felt like she was completely falling, completely sinking into the river of love for Jiang Jili. Over the past few years, she had secretly read many romance novels, most of them school romance stories. But at this moment, she felt that those novels were nothing compared to their own love. Jiang Jili looked into her affectionate and gentle eyes, at her pretty, blushing face, and he too was falling deeper and deeper. Tong Jiaying is seducing me again. Who could resist that gaze, that expression? Jiang Jili really wanted to cup Tong Jiaying's little face and kiss her without caring about anything else. But he kept his reason, only kissed her bangs and forehead, and said, then I'll trouble you to keep liking me forever, thank you. Tong Jiaying nodded happily and shyly. At this time, most students had already returned to school, and a few who came in the afternoon to review were heading to the cafeteria for dinner. So her kiss on Jiang Jili's cheek and his kiss on her forehead, this sweet couple display, was a big bowl of dog food force-fed to the nearby students who saw everything. Dog couple. They were all filled with envy and jealousy inside. Same human beings, same 12 years of education, yet others had love, have double sweetness, and they are still single, just like a stray dog. At the cafeteria window, Tong Jiaying took out her meal card and paid in advance. Ever since Jiang Jili slapped Zhong Manan's face that day and spent 30 to 40,000 yuan on a dress and a bag for her, every time they went to the cafeteria together, she always fought to pay. She felt bad that Jiang Jili spent so much money on her. So as long as she was with him, whether eating in the cafeteria or going to KFC, she would always pay. Jiang Jili understood how she felt and didn't refuse. After all, every time Tong Jiaying spent money, he could get multiple cashback rewards. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 30 yuan, triggered 6x cashback on intimate spending. 180 yuan received, earning 180 just from a meal.
How could he not love a girl like this? Money-bringing Tong. Prosperous wife Tong. Jiang Jili carried a food tray with her and found a spot with no one around to sit down. After sitting down, Tong Jiaying asked, Jiang Jili, you donated so much money when you went back to the village. Do you still have money? Jiang Jili thought for a moment and said, didn't your mom say that men become bad when they have money? So, to make your mom feel at ease giving you to me in the future, I decided to donate most of the money and keep a small portion to live on. You're so silly. Tong Jiaying looked at him with her big watery eyes, as if they were filled with tears of emotion. She continued asking, do your parents know you donated so much money? Jiang Jili took a bite of braised chicken and said, yeah, they were quite shocked and said I was dumb. After all, they've worked hard for years and never had more than 880,000 yuan in the bank, so they didn't understand and didn't support it. Tong Jiaying worried, then, if your parents knew it was because of me that you donated so much, would they think badly of me? Would they think I'm jinxing my husband? Cough. Jiang Jili choked when he heard the words jinxing husband and looked at the worried expression on Tong Jiaying's face. He was amused by how innocent and cute she was. Silly Tong, I was teasing you. Jiang Jili laughed. I've complained before about your mom's narrow-minded thoughts. How could I possibly donate all the money I worked so hard to earn just because she said men go bad when they have money? Tong Jiaying didn't understand. Then why did you still donate so much? Earlier, when she was walking with Jiang Jili, the village head sent a message mentioning something about marketing reform. She didn't understand what it meant. Jiang Jili explained, to put it simply, I donated so much money for marketing and promotion, 1, to make a name for myself, 2, to make the village known and see if we can find a development path to prosperity. So you can think of it like spending money on advertising. If it works well, I'll be the image spokesperson for the village, and I'll at least become a small internet celebrity. If I'm lucky, I might even become the new face of China's new rural development reform. So I decided to use the village's ancestral hall reconstruction for marketing and pave the way for my college business ventures. The village officials all supported my marketing proposal. The village head sincerely hopes the village can become famous and get government support for rural development. That's why he privately transferred me 300,000 yuan to hype up the marketing gimmick. Tong Jiaying roughly understood and said, then, are you short of money now? I still have over 4,000 yuan in pocket money, and together with the bride price money you transferred me yesterday, I have a total of 61,000 yuan. I can transfer it to you. Jiang Jili said, no need. If the marketing fails and that money is wasted, then I'll just rely on you to support me in the future. Okay. Tong Jiaying responded seriously. Whether Jiang Jili was rich or poor, she really liked him. Unspoiled by harsh reality, not materialistic, not vain, Tong Jiaying had such a pure and beautiful heart. After dinner, the two walked around the track for half an hour, then returned to class to prepare for evening reading. Everyone in Class 1 and Class 3 already knew Jiang Jili and Tong Jiaying were dating, so seeing them together wasn't surprising anymore. But the boys in Jiang Jili's class always envied him for having such a beautiful girlfriend, while the boys in Tong Jiaying's class were jealous that he had taken away their class goddess. And the girls were jealous too. After all, everyone knew Jiang Jili was a rich second generation who drove a Yangwang U9 to and from school. Even the teachers now looked at Jiang Jili with a more kindly gaze, especially since his scores in the second mock exam had improved a lot. After evening reading ended, during the first evening self-study, homeroom teacher Lao Zhou brought the exam seating chart and stuck it on the wall outside the door. Then he opened his computer and displayed the class placements for the third mock exam on the blackboard screen. No need to say much. There's just 1 month left. Everyone, hang in there a bit longer. Then Lao Zhou looked at Jiang Jili, who was studying hard, and called him out. Jiang Jili, after the last mock exam, you boasted that your score in the third mock would be better. Otherwise, I'll continue to scold and educate you. Jiang Jili looked up and said, don't worry, Lao Zhou. I'll definitely surprise you. After the first evening self-study class ended, Tong Jiaying quickly came over and asked, which class were you assigned to for the exam this time? Jiang Jili replied, Class 11. Tong Jiaying immediately looked disappointed. Oh, we're not in the same class this time. Jiang Jili joked, it's better this way so your beauty won't distract me. If I can't beat you on the test, I won't get to kiss you. Tong Jiaying gave him a sneaky slap and whined, other people can hear. Jiang Jili shamelessly hugged her waist and leaned close to her ear. Wicked Tong, just wait for me to kiss your little lips swollen. Tuesday, May 6th. Classes for first and second year students proceeded as usual, while the third year students were randomly assigned to classrooms for the third mock exam. Chinese exam in the morning. As soon as Tong Jiaying received the test paper, she flipped to the back to check the essay topic,
and began thinking about how to write it in a way that would go off topic. If she weren't afraid of being singled out and criticized by the teacher or scolded by her mother, she wouldn't even want to write the essay. She would blatantly throw the game to help Jiang Jinli. After all, in her opinion, although Jiang Jinli had been working hard and improving a lot recently, it would still be difficult for him to surpass her overall score in the third mock if she performed normally. If the test paper's difficulty was normal and not as extreme as the first mock, she could normally score around 620 points, and if she performed exceptionally well, she might surpass 650. So, even though Jiang Jinli had made huge progress in English and had been catching up on science subjects and practicing many science test questions recently, Tong Jiaying estimated that his score in this third mock exam would be around 620. To fulfill Jiang Jinli's wish of kissing, Tong Jiaying decided to let him win. She would purposely write the Chinese essay off topic, which would give her at most 10 points. Then, if she knew how to solve all the big math problems in the afternoon, she would deliberately skip one question to ensure her total score in the third mock would be around 610. That score wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. It was acceptable for both teachers and parents, and wouldn't raise suspicion. So, the Chinese exam ended. Tong Jiaying quickly headed toward class 11 upstairs, and Jiang Jinli, after finishing his exam, immediately left the classroom and went downstairs to find Tong Jiaying. The two met at the stairway. Tong Jiaying immediately pouted and said pitifully, "Jiang Jinli, I think I wrote my essay off topic." Drama queen Tong. Jiang Jinli instantly saw through her little scheme and teased, "Did you do it on purpose or by accident?" Of course it wasn't on purpose. Tong Jiaying looked away and slapped his arm in annoyance. "You're not even comforting me. You must be secretly happy, hoping I mess up this third mock." Jiang Jinli pinched her cheek and comforted her. "It's okay. Even if your essay wasn't off topic, there's no way you'd beat me in this exam." "Jiang Jinli, you're so cocky. If I'd known you'd be this arrogant, I wouldn't have gone easy on you. When you lose to me, let's see how you're gonna kiss my little lips." Tong Jiaying couldn't understand where Jiang Jinli got his confidence. She didn't want to crush his spirit, though. "You said it yourself. Don't cry when I let you have the essay points and you still can't beat me." Jiang Jinli leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Little fox Tong, just wait until I kiss you till you cry." In an instant, Tong Jiaying's ears turned red, like a rosy sunset spreading from her cheeks to her pale neck. Her hair smelled so good, not like shampoo or perfume. Jiang Jinli, close to her ear, was a little intoxicated by the scent and really wanted to pull her into his arms and savor her slowly. Tong Jiaying was still shy, especially in public, with people around. Even a flirty sentence from Jiang Jinli could make her blush and breathe fast. After going downstairs, Tong Jiaying deliberately walked a bit away from the crowd before speaking. She looked at Jiang Jinli with pleading eyes and asked, "You'd really make me cry?" Jiang Jinli nodded, "Of course. I haven't seen you cry in so long. You were so cute when I made you cry as a kid. I really miss that." "Miss your butt." Tong Jiaying bared two sharp little tiger teeth as a warning. "If you make me cry, I'll bite you till you cry." Jiang Jinli laughed, "You haven't bitten me in days. When we just started dating, you'd bite me over the smallest thing. Then I'll bite you now." Tong Jiaying grabbed Jiang Jinli's left hand and took a playful bite on his wrist. She didn't bite hard, so Jiang Jinli just treated it like a tooth massage. And honestly, it felt kinda good. Tong Jiaying only let go after a few seconds, then looked at the two neat rows of teeth marks she left on his wrist, smiling sweetly like she'd marked Jiang Jinli as hers, so no one else could steal him. Then she raised her hand and happily said, "Jiang Jinli, you bite me too. I've never been bitten by anyone before." Jiang Jinli felt like Tong Jiaying was becoming more childlike every day, more like the innocent little girl she used to be. He grabbed her right hand and instead of biting it, he cheekily stuck out his tongue and gave it a big lick, then ran off. Tong Jiaying trembled at the sensation, blushed, and chased after him. "Jiang Jinli, you're disgusting. It's all saliva." Jiang Jinli laughed out loud, not giving her any chance to catch him and wipe saliva on him. The two of them kept teasing each other, running into the cafeteria under the envious stares of their classmates. In the end, Tong Jiaying caught up to Jiang Jinli, but the saliva he had left on her wrist had already dried. Still, she wiped her hand on him, pretending it was still wet. 2 days passed quickly. The third mock exam finally ended. During evening self-study, the Chinese test papers from yesterday morning were already graded and handed back. Jiang Jinli continued his stellar performance from the second mock and again ranked in the top 10 of the class. This time, he even got second in Chinese. Out of 150, he scored 139, just 1 point short of the top score in the class. This was thanks to his photographic memory and all the top-scoring essay collections he'd been reading at the library recently. His essay this time scored full marks.
Tong Jiaying, on the other hand, had deliberately written her essay off-topic and rushed the ending to make it look like she ran out of time. The grading teacher, seeing that the off-topic wasn't too severe, gave her 10 points as consolation, so she only scored 101 in Chinese. When Tong Jiaying found out Zhang Jili got 139, she was shocked. "How did you score so high in Chinese this time?" Zhang Jili grinned proudly. "Don't ask. It's all thanks to the motivation of wanting a kiss." Tong Jiaying blushed again. "Zhang Jili really does want to kiss me badly. He must have suffered a lot this past month, studying just to beat me in the third mock and get a kiss." Tong Jiaying imagined Zhang Jili burning the midnight oil every night while she slept, all just to surpass her in this exam and earn that kiss. Soon, during the second evening self-study session, the math papers were also returned. Homeroom teacher Mr. Zhou sincerely praised Zhang Jili in front of the class, because he got second place in math this time too. If he hadn't missed one proof step in the final big problem and lost 3 points, he could have gotten full marks. Tong Jiaying, who had also gone easy on the last math problem and made a few earlier mistakes, only got 128 this time. In the last mock, she had scored 145, and Zhang Jili had 137. This time, Zhang Jili scored 147, and she had 128. The score gap widened again. The next day, Friday morning, the English and science test papers were handed out one after another. Thanks to over a month of Tong Jiaying's relentless tutoring, and his own photographic memory helping him memorize all the vocabulary, Zhang Jili reached a new peak in English. The English teacher was stunned. Last time, when Zhang Jili got 103 in English, the teacher had suspected he cheated. But this time, he scored 124. Tong Jiaying was also surprised, and genuinely happy for him. She hadn't gone easy in English, so she scored 136. In the end, Zhang Jili scored 252 in science, while Tong Jiaying got 255. The results were in. Zhang Jili's total score for the third mock exam was 662 points, while Tong Jiaying's was 620. See, Tong Jiaying, I told you even if your essay wasn't off topic, you still couldn't beat me. That's the power of kiss motivation. After school that morning, a dry-lipped and impatient Zhang Jili grabbed Tong Jiaying's hand and led her away. They didn't head for the cafeteria, they walked behind the teaching building. Then, he pinned her against the wall and eagerly said, "A bet's a bet. Tong Jiaying, kiss me." The summer wind in May carried a hint of coolness as it swept past. The fine bangs on Tong Jiaying's forehead danced lightly in the wind, like musical notes leaping in a summer love song. She leaned against the wall at the back of the school building. The slightly cool tiled wall penetrated the thin blue and white school uniform, reaching straight into her heart. Her deep, starry-bright eyes looked nervously and shyly at Zhang Jili, who had pinned her against the wall. Her long, curved eyelashes trembled, and the two mounds on her chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. Zhang Jili held her shoulders with both hands, pressing her against the wall, his heart full of nervousness and anticipation. He looked at Tong Jiaying's blushing cheeks and rapid breaths caused by nervousness, lowered his head as much as possible, pressed his forehead against hers, and said with warm breath, "Tong Jiaying, a bet is a bet, kiss me." To surpass Tong Jiaying in the third mock exam and make her willingly kiss him, he had endured for a whole month and used his photographic memory to study like crazy for a month. Now, it was finally time to harvest the fruits. Tong Jiaying's cherry lips, he would finally know what they tasted like today. Immediately, Tong Jiaying's eyelashes trembled even harder, like butterflies about to take off. Her eyes were also full of nervousness and anticipation. She had also prepared for this day and looked forward to it for a whole month. Actually, even if Zhang Jili hadn't surpassed her in the third mock exam, she would have still kissed him under the excuse of comforting him. She just hadn't expected Zhang Jili to score so high, nor that he would be so impatient and bold, dragging her to the back of the school building after school to kiss her. If someone suddenly came behind the building, or someone upstairs looked down from the classroom window, it would be so embarrassing and shameful. Thinking of this, Tong Jiaying decided to act fast. Her hands nervously lifted and wrapped around Zhang Jili's neck, making the taller Zhang Jili lower his head a bit more. Then, she stood slightly on tiptoe, shyly closed her eyes, and kissed his lips. Her warm, soft, and moist lips touched his. Zhang Jili suddenly felt a jolt of electricity run through his body, it tingled. Tong Jiaying had read this kind of scene many times in romance novels, but when it was her turn, her mind went blank. She only knew how to clumsily kiss, like a dragonfly skimming water. Zhang Jili felt her slightly parted lips trembling and knew she must be very nervous now. He held her flushed, hot cheeks in his hands and, although clumsy, responded roughly,
like a greedy little snake devouring a delicious treat delivered to his mouth. Gradually, the two awkward and inexperienced people started to match each other's rhythm, and the distance between their lips and teeth quietly disappeared, like two particles suddenly colliding and wildly entangling. Zhang Jinli's breath was like summer heat waves, gently wrapping around Tong Jiaying. And Tong Jiaying's lips were like freshly bloomed petals, eagerly welcoming the moisture of morning dew. Her hands unconsciously clutched Zhang Jinli's back, wrinkling his school uniform. Huff! Huff! Tong Jiaying started to run out of breath. Her heart was beating fast, as if it might burst out at any moment. At that moment, it felt like a hand suddenly reached in, trying to grab her heart. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her breathing and heartbeat became even more frantic, and her face turned even redder. Zhang Jinli's hands were not behaving, but she didn't stop him. Her whole body felt soft, her mind a mess. She didn't have the energy to stop Zhang Jinli. A moment later, their lips parted. Tong Jiaying leaned against Zhang Jinli's chest like a deflated balloon. Zhang Jinli looked at her flushed neck, and his eyes fell on the clearly defined, sexy collarbone exposed at her collar. He lowered his head and gave it a quick suck. Huff! Still unsatisfied, Zhang Jinli whispered in her ear, "Tong Jiaying, I need to go to the bathroom and wash my face." I'll go too." Tong Jiaying pulled away from his arms, her whole body burning and weak like she had a fever. But this kind of heat and weakness wasn't painful like a fever, it was comfortable. Zhang Jinli, full of energy like he had just taken a shot of adrenaline, rushed to the bathroom to release some energy. Tong Jiaying also went to wash her face. Luckily, after school, everyone had headed to the cafeteria, and there was no one in the first-floor bathroom. Otherwise, if someone saw her red and slightly swollen lips, and her flushed cheeks, anyone who wasn't a fool would know what had just happened. Jiang pervert. Jiang bad guy. Tong Jiaying tidied her messed up underclothes, looked at her red and slightly swollen lips in the mirror, and shyly complained. Zhang Jinli had mentioned more than once before that he would beat her in the third mock exam and make her lips swell from kissing. Before the exam, he even said he would kiss her until she cried. While she hadn't cried, her lips were definitely swollen. She washed her face to calm down, then took out a pack of tissues from her pocket to dry her face and hands. Then she entered a stall, closed the door, and wiped other wet areas. When she came out, she waited several minutes but didn't see Zhang Jinli. She thought of something, and her just-cooled face turned red again. She quietly waited outside the bathroom. After a few more minutes, Zhang Jinli finally came out with a satisfied look. Tong Jiaying pretended to be an innocent fool and shyly asked, Did you have diarrhea? Why did it take so long? Diarrhea? No, I gave birth to a child. Zhang Jinli coughed and treated it as a silent admission. He looked at Tong Jiaying's red lips and the red marks around them that hadn't faded and joked. First time, not very skilled. Your lips aren't swollen enough, should we kiss again? No. Tong Jiaying hummed shyly and pouted. You weren't honest. You said just a kiss. Zhang Jinli held her hand and walked toward the cafeteria, saying, You said if we both got into the same university, you'd let me look, not that I couldn't touch. And you know, my hands are hyperactive. In situations like that, I really can't stop them from wanting to grab something handy. Jiang pervert. Tong Jiaying blushed furiously and grumbled, then softly asked, So does that prove I weigh less than 100 jin, and I'm not short or flat? Zhang Jinli shamelessly said, Well, I'll have to look to be sure. After all, hand measurements can have big errors. Pa! Jiang pervert, just trying to take advantage of me again. Tong Jiaying said with disdain. Having just secretly tasted the forbidden lips after school, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying now had to obediently line up at the end of the long queue in the cafeteria. Just as luck would have it, Chen Yuan, who had just finished getting her lunch from the front of the line, came out and saw them. Ha! Didn't you guys go downstairs earlier? Why are you just getting here now? As she spoke, Chen Yuan noticed a few red marks around her best friend Tong Jiaying's lips and asked, Jiaying, what happened to your mouth? Is it some kind of food allergy? Allergic to koi fish. Thin-skinned Tong Jiaying blushed instantly and said guiltily, Maybe I got burned from eating spicy sticks just now. So it was spicy. Just as Chen Yuan was about to believe her, she noticed that Zhang Jinli also had a few red marks around his mouth that hadn't faded yet, and she immediately realized what was going on. Spicy sticks, my ass. No wonder you sound guilty and won't look me in the eye. Turns out your lips got red from kissing. Shocked and slightly blushing herself, Chen Yuan said, You guys, impressive. She left it at that and quickly slipped away. My precious Tong got completely devoured by Zhang Jinli. So they snuck off after class to make out, which is why they arrived at the cafeteria so late. She subconsciously swallowed and licked her dry lips. What does kissing feel like?
From Jiaying's reaction, it seemed pretty nice.
Chen Yuan felt envious and curious, but the boys who liked her weren't her type, and the one she liked hadn't shown up yet. So after lunch, she deliberately waited for Tong Jiaying, then dragged her away in front of Jiang Jinli, heading quickly back to the dorm.
Did you guys kiss just now? Was it your first kiss? Chen Yuan's bluntness made Tong Jiaying blush furiously.
Seeing that Chen Yuan had figured it out, she didn't try to hide it and shyly gave a soft
Oh my god. Chen Yuan gossiped. Did you use tongue? Tong Jiaying nodded, and her face turned even redder. In public, Chen Yuan suddenly raised her hand and sneak attacked Jiaying's chest area, grabbing through the uniform and continuing her gossip. Did he do this?
Tong Jiaying had always been the quiet, aloof type in class, rarely speaking. Back at the dorm, she either slept, read, or secretly read novels.
So besides her dorm mates, she didn't have many friends at school. Chen Yuan was the closest best friend among her dorm mates. Because she envied Jiaying's figure, Chen Yuan often took liberties with her, sneakily touching her curvy parts. But this was the first time she'd done it publicly. Luckily, the two boys walking nearby didn't look over.
Tong Jiaying, both shy and annoyed, slapped Chen Yuan's hand and then nodded, indicating that Jiang Jinli had indeed done that.
Chen Yuan swallowed again and gossiped. Did you grab that? No. Tong Jiaying quickly shook her head. Chen Yuan then asked, so you haven't done that thing yet? You know, that thing.
Tong Jiaying answered truthfully, shaking her head and mumbling in a small voice, unless we get married, I won't give it away easily. Back in junior high, her mom had given her sex education and repeatedly taught her the idea of chastity before marriage, so her views on love were conservative. She wouldn't easily give her whole self to someone. She was also afraid of running into a scumbag who would just take advantage of her feelings.
Then I'm relieved.
Chen Yuan patted her but said, your boyfriend's rich and good-looking, he'll definitely attract a lot of flashy girls, especially in college. So if he really wants it, you can satisfy him in other ways, but not there.
If he gets bored and leaves, you'll regret it. I don't think he's that kind of person. Tong Jiaying still trusted Jiang Jinli a lot. But she did worry, what if he was surrounded by girls in college and lost interest? Chen Yuan said earnestly, people change.
Right now, you're in the honeymoon phase, and everything seems perfect, so it's right to protect yourself. Tong Jiaying agreed with a hum, but her mind started filling with insecurity and wild thoughts again.
Afternoon. Halfway through the first class, homeroom teacher Mr. Zhou suddenly called Jiang Jinli to the office. Sit down. I've got two things to talk to you about.
Mr. Zhou spoke casually for once, not looking serious at all. You've made great progress in the last 2 mock exams. For next Monday's pep rally, I took the liberty of getting you a speech spot. You'll go on stage to talk about study tips, just like the speech at the 100-day countdown rally. The goal is to inspire the rest of the students during this final month. At the 100-day rally, there had been not only local TV reporters but also several city leaders present. At the time, Jiang Jinli was just sitting in the crowd, a nobody. But now Mr. Zhou had gotten him a speaking slot, turning him from an extra into the main act. He quickly asked, will there be reporters at this rally? Any city officials coming to listen? You really want to be on TV, huh? Mr. Zhou thought to himself, then said, this time won't be as grand as the last one, so probably no leaders or reporters. Jiang Jinli instantly lost interest. Forget it then. Give the speech slot to someone else. So what you're saying is, if there were reporters, you'd go on stage? Jiang Jinli nodded. This would be my first speech in front of the whole school. At least let me get on TV or in the newspaper, otherwise, it's meaningless. I'd rather spend the time memorizing more English words. Mr. Zhou tried to reassure him. Okay, that's not a problem. Just go prepare your speech. Jiang Jinli squinted. Why do I feel like you're tricking me? Mr. Zhou thought for a moment, then said, how about this, if there are reporters, you stay in this class, deal. Jiang Jinli got it. So the second thing is, I improved so much in the 3rd mock exam, and got first place in class, so I can transfer to the honors class? Mr. Zhou nodded, that's right. But you know, I've taught you for 3 years. I'm really attached to you, and I don't want to let you go. Attached my ass. You, Zhou the cheapskate, don't want to let go of my shining protagonist aura. But Jiang Jinli still agreed. Alright. If there are reporters on Monday, I won't transfer. Tong Jiaying was in Class 1 of Senior Grade 3, and both Class 1 and Class 2 were honors classes. Students in those classes rarely scored below 600 in total. Although Jiang Jinli wanted to be in the same class as Tong Jiaying, he felt that if they were classmates, she might get distracted by him and fall behind. Plus, classmates in Class 1 might gossip and affect Tong Jiaying. As for Class 2, He didn't know anyone there, not even Tong Jiaying, so he had no interest in transferring there either. So, better to stay where he was. He didn't want to improve while Tong Jiaying's grades dropped. That's the last thing Jiang Jinli wanted. He was waiting for the college entrance exam next month. If their scores were close, they could go to the same university, and then he could finally get a proper look at Tong Jiaying's grandma's assets. His hand test at noon proved she wasn't small. TSK. Now's not the time to think about that. Jiang Jili put his right hand in his pocket, adjusting his little brother. Otherwise, if he stood up and Mr. Joe saw it, he'd think he was some kind of pervert getting excited in the office in front of a male teacher. Mr. Joe quickly added, if the school didn't arrange reporters, I can arrange some myself, but I can't promise you'll get on TV or in the paper. As long as there are reporters, that's enough. Jiang Jili was planning to return to his village tomorrow to start a promotional campaign. So Mr. Joe getting him a speech slot at the pep rally was the perfect assist for his marketing. As long as there were reporters, he could tie it to the story of an 18-year-old high school senior making millions during winter break and donating 18 million yuan to rebuild his hometown's ancestral hall, turning the speech into his own personal press conference. The first class in the afternoon ended. Lin Huaiwen quickly came over gossiping. What did Joe the Skinflint call you over for? Jiang Jili didn't hide anything and said, there's going to be another pep rally next Monday morning. Didn't I make a big improvement in the third mock exam and even got first place in class for the first time ever? So next Monday, I'll be giving a speech to feed you all some spiritual chicken soup and share my study experiences from this period. Also, because my grades were so good this time, they asked if I wanted to transfer to the honors class to continue my studies. Lin Huaiwen, both envious and a little unwilling, said, there's only 1 month left, can you still transfer to the honors class at this point? Jiang Jinli replied, maybe because my scores improved too quickly, especially in English, so Mr. Zhou and the others probably think that even with just 1 month left, I might still improve a lot more. After all, my total score in this third mock exam was 662 points, which would be among the top even in the honors class. If I improve a bit more before the college entrance exam, get 10 or 20 points more, I could aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. True, Lin Huaiwen nodded, if you go to the honors class, those teachers will definitely tutor you one-on-one. After all, there aren't many at our school with a shot at Tsinghua or Peking University. At most, 1 or 2 students make it each year. Jiang Jili didn't take it too seriously. He knew very well what he was really capable of. If he hadn't been crazily doing practice tests recently, using his photographic memory to memorize a huge amount of material, and also managed to hit several actual questions in the third mock, he wouldn't have scored as high as 662. Especially since he hit the essay topic in the Chinese exam, and perfectly stitched together a few full-score sample essays he had memorized, scoring full marks on the composition. So 662 was already the best he could do. He wouldn't let that score go to his head and start dreaming about Tsinghua or Peking University. That was also one reason he didn't plan to switch to the honors class. Dorm leader and class president Yang Hong asked with envy and jealousy, so are you transferring to honors class 1 or class 2? Lin Huaiwen immediately said, definitely class 1. His childhood sweetheart is in class 1, how could he not choose that one? Jiang Jinli said, I was planning to transfer to class 1, but Mr. Zhou got all teary-eyed saying he couldn't bear to part with me. I softened and declined the transfer. Also, I'm used to the vibe in class 3, so I didn't want to switch to a totally unfamiliar class. Hearing this, Lin Huaiwen's reluctance and emptiness vanished instantly. After all, as his best buddy sharing the same bunk, he would have missed Jiang Jinli the most if he changed classes. Lin Huaiwen teased, now I can relax. Otherwise, seeing you in class 1 doing everything together with your girlfriend would have hurt more than getting stabbed. Jiang Jili couldn't help but smile and said, relax, your suffering isn't over yet. Here's a little spoiler, my speech next Monday will be on the news, in the paper. No way, seriously? Lin Huaiwen was stunned. Jiang Jili chuckled, you'll see whether it's true or not. After the second class ended, Jiang Jinli waited especially for Tong Jiaying, and the two went downstairs and headed home together. I've got good news for you, Jiang Jinli said. Tong Jiaying's eyes lit up immediately. What good news? Jiang Jinli ignored the strange looks from other students, put his arm around her shoulder, and said as they walked, I got first place in class in the third mock exam. The homeroom teacher told me I can transfer to the honors class next Monday. Tong Jiaying beamed, so that means we can be in the same class for the last month? Exactly. Jiang Jinli continued, but there's also bad news. Tong Jiaying's bright eyes dimmed slightly. She looked at him with worry and curiosity. What's the bad news? Jiang Jinli said, the bad news is, I refused to transfer to the honors class.
Tong Jiaying pouted, disappointed. You don't want to be in the same class with me? Of course I do. Jiang Jinli shamelessly said, not only do I want to be in the same class, I want to sleep in the same bed, live in the same room, and be under the same roof with you. Tong Jiaying blushed immediately and secretly slapped his thigh, whispering, you said that too loud. People around us heard it. A gentleman is open and honest. I say what I want, let them hear it. Jiang Jinli didn't care, his face thick as ever. Then, why did you refuse the transfer? Tong Jiaying was confused. Jiang Jinli explained, because I have no resistance to you. If we were in the same class, I'd be looking at you every second, I wouldn't be able to focus at all. And I think you'd be the same. So to make sure we're not distracted in this last month, and so we can both get into the same university, I had to painfully give up the honors class. Tong Jiaying's heart melted, so that's why he didn't want to be in the same class. I love him so much. If there weren't so many students rushing home after school, she really wanted to kiss Jiang Jinli right then. She asked, couldn't you have gone to honors class 2 instead? Jiang Jinli replied, class 2 doesn't have the person I miss, and I don't really know anyone there, so I decided to stay in my current class. Tong Jiaying nodded, that might be better. Changing to a new environment all of a sudden could mess with your mindset. Jiang Jinli continued, tomorrow I have to go back to the countryside, so I can't do tutoring with you. Tong Jiaying sweetly said, it's okay, you do your thing. I'm very understanding, just talk to me when you have time. Little Minx Tong, seducing me again. Jiang Jinli couldn't hold back. He grabbed Tong Jiaying and quickly walked toward the school gate. Hey, Jiang Jinli, why are you walking so fast? Tong Jiaying was pulled along like a kite, jogging to keep up. Huff, huff. The two reached the roadside beside the Yangwan U9 parked by the school gate. Tong Jiaying, breathless, asked, Jiang Jinli, do you have something urgent? Get in the car and I'll tell you. Jiang Jinli got in. Tong Jiaying, confused, sat in the passenger seat. Just as she turned her head to grab the seatbelt and turned back, suddenly Jiang Jinli was right in front of her. Before she could react, Jiang Jinli kissed her. Tong Jiaying whimpered, so this was why Jiang Jinli had dragged her all this way. Was it because of what she'd said earlier, being so sweet and understanding, that made him lose control? Tong Jiaying was a bit flustered by the sudden kiss but still rationally pushed him away, shyly reminding, someone might see us. This Yangwan U9 drew too much attention. It wasn't that she didn't want a kiss, she was just afraid someone would record it and start false rumors. Jiang Jinli started the car, buckled up, and said, then let's go somewhere no one can see. Tong Jiaying blushed and gave a soft Her heart suddenly raced, like the U9's 0 to 60 in 2 seconds launch. Soon, on a roadside behind the school with little traffic, Jiang Jinli pulled over. Tong Jiaying was speechless, but this was her chosen boyfriend, so she had to indulge him. Jiang Jinli, be gentle, don't actually swell up my lips, or I won't be able to explain to my mom later. Okay. Jiang Jinli gently kissed her, and Tong Jiaying responded softly. Compared to the rough kiss at noon, this time was much more gentle and exciting. If the noon kiss was like devouring, this was savoring. Tong Jiaying's lips and tongue were soft like jelly. Jiang Jinli hadn't sucked on jelly in a while, and this reminded him of the taste. His hyperactive right hand started acting up again. Tong Jiaying didn't stop him, but he didn't cross the line either. Because she had said, if they got into the same university, she'd let him see. So Jiang Jinli didn't lift her shirt or break that promise. After a while, Jiang Jinli was satisfied with the kiss. Tong Jiaying's cool, beautiful face was now flushed red, even her ears and neck were tinted with bashful pink, like a girl who couldn't handle alcohol and suddenly got drunk. Tong Jiaying, you're so cute when you're shy. Jiang Jinli couldn't resist kissing her face a couple more times before happily driving back. 6:30 p.m. His parents came home from work. Jiang Jinli pulled out his third mock exam papers. Instantly, his parents were stunned. These are really your papers? You used to always fail English, and this time you scored 124? And your total score was 662? No doubt, this is the result of your son's hard studying. Jiang Jinli reported the good news first, then the bad. Also, to celebrate scoring 662 in the third mock, I decided to add another 300,000 yuan donation to the ancestral hall reconstruction. His mom, who was still overjoyed a second ago, was suddenly struck dumb. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? You already donated 880,000, and now you're adding another 300,000? No matter how rich you are, you can't waste money like this. Jiang Jinli said seriously, I told you, this isn't waste, it's marketing investment. Tomorrow I'm starting the campaign, and on Monday the school is holding another pep rally where I'll be giving a speech. There'll be government leaders and media reporters there. By then, you'll see me on TV and in the newspapers. It's all part of my marketing plan.
Just think big, I wouldn't donate so much for no reason.
Jiang Jinli showed off in the village group chat in a high-profile way.
Maybe it's because I took the lead in donating 880,000 yuan last week to support the reconstruction of the Jiang family ancestral hall and was blessed by our ancestors, that I scored 662 points in the third mock exam this time. To celebrate the huge improvement in this third mock exam, and to ask for the ancestors' continued blessings for next month's college entrance exam, I've decided to donate another 300,000. The previously quiet village group immediately became lively.
Village secretary, kid, you're amazing. If you score another 10 or 20 points more in the college entrance exam, wouldn't that be enough to get into Tsinghua or Peking University? No one in our village has ever gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University.
If you make it, then it really would be smoke rising from the ancestral hall. The village chief quickly played along with Jiang Jinli. You already donated 880,000 before, and now you're adding another 300,000. Just thinking about how you're only just 18, a high school senior, and you've donated 18 million, while I, the village chief, only donated 80,000, it's really embarrassing.
Jiang Jinli cooperated with the act. Those with ability should contribute more, those with wealth should donate more. You gave up your time to make money after becoming village chief, and even now donating 80,000 already makes you more generous than many of the rich people in the village.
Then Jiang Jinli lashed out at his second aunt again. Like my aunt Jotsuefang, she's way richer than you, yet only donated 50,000.
The second aunt, who was quietly watching the chat, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That brat Jiang Jinli mentioned her again. He definitely did it on purpose. That kid really holds grudges. The village chief, with high emotional intelligence, said, how much one donates is entirely voluntary. We can't morally pressure someone just because they're richer. Then the village chief added, of course, if everyone could be as supportive and generous as you, the reconstruction of the Jiang Ancestral Hall could be completed much sooner.
Jiang Jinli continued building hype. If it's still not enough, then I'll sell the Yangwon U9 I bought last month. Fully paid, it cost around 2 million, I should at least be able to get 5 million for it, right? Seeing this message from his son in the group chat, John's father was immediately panicking. To avoid upsetting his wife further, he resisted the urge to question whether their son really planned to sell the car to fund the ancestral hall. Right now, all he could do was believe. He hoped his son was genuinely doing this for reputation and laying the groundwork for future business, not just showing off.
The village chief tried to stop him. No. The fact that you're willing to donate 18 million already shocked us. We can't let you go broke rebuilding the ancestral hall and even sell your car. The village secretary added, yeah. We accept your kind intention on behalf of the ancestors, but you shouldn't disregard yourself or your parents and donate all your hard-earned money just for the ancestral hall. Jiang Jinli replied, it's okay. I can earn the money back. As long as the ancestral hall is rebuilt in a grand and magnificent way, and Jiangjia village becomes an internet-famous destination that people want to visit and pray at, then it'll be worth it. The village will gain popularity and have a chance to transform and prosper. The village chief sighed, that sounds great, but without enough money, it's really hard to build the ancestral hall grand and magnificent. The village secretary said, including your 18 million, we've raised 43 million so far. With the 400,000 in public funds, the total will be around 3 million. That's not enough to build a grand ancestral hall. We might have to settle for a simple one rebuilt on the original site. Jiang Jinli said with disappointment, I've nearly emptied my pockets, and we still can't even raise 5 million? I guess I overestimated the unity of the villagers. If this doesn't work out, I'll just sell my Yangwon U9. The village chief tried to stop him again. Don't be rash. Let's wait a bit longer. I'm sure there are still some women who married out of the village and would be willing to donate. Maybe one of them got rich in silence and might donate millions, then the ancestral hall can be built exactly as you envision, and the village can become famous. Jiang Jinli replied, alright, let's hope someone in the village donates even more than I did. Otherwise, it'd be embarrassing if word got out that Jiangjia village, with over 1,000 people, had its biggest donor be me, a just turned 18 high school senior preparing for college entrance exams. In the group chat, the other subgroup village officials quietly watched Jiang Jinli and the other two put on this performance to bait donations. Unfortunately, none of the rich big fish took the bait. The village's wealthiest man, who was dragged into donating 880,000 last week alongside Jiang Jinli, had clearly gone silent. Even if he saw the messages, he pretended not to. Useless, not even one fish bit. Jiang Jinli messaged the village chief privately. The village chief replied, not everyone sees money like you do. You're still young, that's why you're so generous. If it were your parents, they definitely wouldn't have donated this much. Jiang Jinli responded, if this marketing campaign works and they smell the profits, they'll start being generous too. But by then, I won't need their little contributions anymore. The village chief replied, the local TV station's reporters and the newspaper reporters are all arranged. They'll come tomorrow morning for coverage. Dress sharp. Jiang Jinli said, no need to dress up, just be as I normally am. That way, I'll come across as a sincere and simple rural person. And as for you, the village chief, you should ideally show up for the interview as if you've just come back from the fields. Wear muddy rubber boots, a straw hat, and have dirt on your hands and under your nails, really show off the hard-working farmer image. The village chief gave in, you really are full of tricks, alright, I'll follow your lead. See you tomorrow. Jiang Jinli began to look forward excitedly to his first time on camera, his first media interview. After dinner, Jiang Jinli wasn't in a rush to go out for his usual after-meal walk. Instead, he specially rinsed his mouth and brushed his teeth, then waited for a WeChat message from Tong Jiaying. Walk. At 7:15 p.m., Tong Jiaying messaged just after dinner. Jiang Jinli replied with a meme of a husky waddling along, then went downstairs to meet her. He saw that Tong Jiaying had changed out of her school uniform and was wearing black sports shorts and a blue t-shirt. Clearly, she used going for a jog after dinner as an excuse to come out. Seeing her long, straight, fair legs, Jiang Jinli knew he wasn't just lucky with kisses tonight, he was in for a chest and leg treat too. At 7:30, they walked to People's Park. In May, it only started getting dark around this time. There were many people walking in the park. Jiang Jinli held Tong Jiaying's hand and deliberately led her toward a quieter part of the park. There was a two-story pavilion up ahead that seemed empty. Jiang Jinli asked tentatively, Tong Jiaying, do you want to go up and kiss? Tong Jiaying shyly replied, I'm fine with it. Shy Tong. Clearly she wanted to, but was too shy to say. They went up to the second floor of the pavilion and sat on a stone bench. Because there were a lot of mosquitoes in the park during summer evenings, most people didn't go into the pavilions, unless they wanted to feed mosquitoes. So with no one around, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying kissed for the third time that day. Why does it taste like mint? Jiang Jinli took a light taste and immediately noticed the fresh sweet mint flavor. Tong Jiaying softly breathed out minty air and said, my toothpaste is mint flavored, and I also had a mint before going out. Jiang Jinli didn't wait for her to finish, he already blocked her mouth. Tong Jiaying nervously wrapped her arms around Jiang Jinli's back. As she heard footsteps passing nearby, her breath and heartbeat grew even faster. Not long after, Jiang Jinli finished tasting minty Tong Jiaying. He wanted to continue longer, but there were too many mosquitoes in the park, and he didn't want them to kiss Tong Jiaying too. Tong Jiaying misunderstood and asked shyly, You don't like the mint flavor? Jiang Jinli laughed, held her face, kissed her again, then said, Silly Tong, there are too many mosquitoes. I'm afraid if we stay longer, your face and legs will be covered in red bites. Jiang Jinli, when did you become so considerate? Tong Jiaying gave him a kiss on the cheek and held his arm happily and sweetly. Jiang Jinli asked back, when was I ever not considerate? Tong Jiaying dug into the past. You weren't considerate when we were kids. You didn't even treat me like a girl. Jiang Jinli said, that was because I didn't know better back then. Plus, you were chubby littling, who'd have thought you'd grow up to be so slim and pretty? Tong Jiaying complained, when was I ever chubby? I just had baby fat on my face back then, but that was cute too. Okay. I think you're even cuter now. Jiang Jinli kissed her cheek and gave her a new nickname, Cute Tong. Tong Jiaying smiled sweetly and said, in the third mock exam, only my Chinese essay went off topic and scored just 10 points. The rest of the subjects were normal, so my mom was pretty satisfied. She just said I wasn't careful enough. If I had scored 40 on the essay, my total would have gone over 650. And surprisingly, she didn't buy any extra lessons for me or make me go to tutoring. Jiang Jinli asked, then do you have any plans for tomorrow? Want to come back to the countryside with me? Tong Jiaying wanted to go with him and said, I can tell my parents I'm going to the library to read top-scoring essays. But what if your parents find out you brought me back, how will you explain? Jiang Jinli said, my parents and little sister are going back too. I'll message you in the morning, then you come to my place and say you heard I scored 662 on the third mock and got full marks in Chinese composition, so you wanted to see my papers and essay. At that point, we'll be about to leave, and you'll ask where we're going, curious about the countryside. Then I'll arrange for my sister to invite you, and you'll naturally join us on the trip home. Tong Jiaying happily said, then I don't need to lie about going to the library, I'll just use your excuse. Now that your mock score is much higher than mine, my mom will definitely be impressed. She won't object to me going to study with you and being invited to visit your hometown. Tong Jiaying, get ready to come over.
At 8:17 in the morning, upon receiving a WeChat message from Jiang Jinli, Tong Jiaying immediately walked out of her room.
Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a bit.
Seeing their daughter suddenly come out of her room in a hurry to leave, her mother immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Sitting on the small bench by the shoe cabinet, Tong Jiaying calmly said, "I heard Jiang Jinli scored higher than me in the third mock exam this time, got 662 points, and even got full marks on the Chinese composition. So I'm going to his house to borrow his exam papers and take a look."
Her mother was surprised. Jiang Jinli scored 662? Didn't he get less than 500 in the first mock? And only a bit over 500 in the second one? How did he suddenly get such a high score in just a month?
Her daughter had always performed better than Jiang Jinli, and even her best total score had only been 658, so her first reaction was to doubt if her daughter had heard wrong. Her father also looked surprised.
Has that boy been studying extra hard lately? How did he improve so much?
Seeing her parents so surprised, Tong Jiaying felt secretly pleased, happier than when her parents praised her.
Jiang Jinli used to be dragged down badly by English. Before the second mock, I think he never even passed English.
But in the third mock, he supposedly scored 124 in English.
Maybe it's because this term he's been running in the morning while listening to and memorizing English every day.
Tong Jiaying often met Jiang Jinli in the park during morning runs with her dad, so her mom wasn't surprised to hear he ran every morning. Still, she found it hard to believe and even expressed doubt. Could it be that he cheated?
That, Tong Jiaying couldn't accept. Mom, you've gone too far. How could you insult and belittle all the hard work he put in these days?
You have no idea what he went through to beat me in the third mock, and just to earn a kiss. Sitting on the little bench, lowering her head to put on socks and shoes, her tone was a bit displeased. Mom, you're overthinking it.
The mock exams follow the college entrance exam standards. Students have to be scanned and searched before entering the classroom, and there are not only invigilators but also surveillance cameras. How could he possibly cheat?
Her dad nodded slightly and said, "Self-disciplined people tend to succeed more easily. That boy Jiang Jinli goes for morning runs with his sister every day at 5-something. So if he channeled that discipline into English and buckled down to study, then improving that much in 1 or 2 months isn't impossible."
Now that's what I like to hear, Dad. Mom, you should take notes. Tong Jiaying finished putting on her shoes and stood up. I'm heading out.
Jiang Jinli hasn't replied to my message yet. He probably brought his exam papers home to show his parents, so I'll just go to his place and check how he made such big progress and got such a high score. With that, she opened the door and happily set off for Jiang Jinli's home. The last time she went to his place was on his birthday, when she brought him a gift. In a blink, 2 months had passed. Thinking about how she'd soon be meeting his parents and going back to the countryside with him, Tong Jiaying got so nervous and excited it was like she was a socially awkward homebody with extreme social anxiety. Well, she was a homebody. Her daily routine revolved around just 3 places: school, tutoring institutions, and running with her dad. Other than that, she stayed home to study or secretly read novels. But ever since Jiang Jinli started accompanying her over the past 2 months, she'd become less of a shut-in. Especially since Jiang Jinli, this shameless guy, liked to be playful and flirty in public, always teasing her until she blushed. It had unintentionally helped ease her social anxiety, to the point that now, even with people around, she dared to tiptoe and kiss his cheek. Even though she still turned red with embarrassment afterward and couldn't face anyone. Jiang Jinli lives on the 3rd floor. Tong Jiaying went downstairs and walked to the elevator of the building diagonally across. Seeing the elevator was going up, she didn't wait and headed for the stairs instead. When she used to come looking for Jiang Jinli as a kid, she always took the stairs. Back then, she was a little brat with short legs, huffing and puffing up the steps and knocking on his door out of breath. Now that she was grown, her short legs had become long ones. She could climb to the 3rd floor without even losing her breath. But standing in front of Jiang Jinli's door, ready to ring the bell, she was still so nervous that her breathing sped up. Inside, Jiang's mom could be heard shouting, "Jiang Jinyu, if you keep dawdling, we'll leave without you. You can just stay home." In the bathroom, Jiang Jinyu looked both innocent and aggrieved. "It's not that I want to dawdle. It's because my brother told me to stall until my future sister-in-law arrives." Speaking of which, why hasn't she arrived yet? Jiang Jinyu replied helplessly and walked out of the bathroom. Finally, the doorbell rang. Jiang's mom, already in her shoes and ready to go downstairs, wondered who could be visiting this early. Opening the door, she was pleasantly surprised to see Tong Jiaying's shy and nervous but beautiful face. It was actually Tong. Out of reflex, Jiang's mom called out like she used to, "Son, Tong came to see you." As she spoke,
She warmly reached out to take Tong Jiaying's hand and led her inside. Tong, you haven't come to visit in a while, did you and Jiang Jinli have a fight? No. Led inside by Jiang's mom, Tong Jiaying answered nervously and shyly. Then it must be your mom being too strict. She's something else, always making you go to tutoring classes during the holidays. Doesn't she understand the pressure kids are under? You need to balance work and rest. As a kid, Tong Jiaying liked coming to the Jiang household because his parents were warm and kind, not strict and stern like her own mom. Jiang Jinli came out of his room and started acting. Tong Jiaying? What are you doing here? Tong Jiaying nervously followed the script Jiang Jinli had written. I heard you scored 662 in the third mock, and full marks in Chinese composition, so I came to borrow your test papers. Jiang Jinli said, bad timing, we're just about to head back to the countryside. Maybe come back this afternoon? Oh. Tong Jiaying got so nervous she forgot the rest of the script, turned around, and was about to leave out of reflex. John's mom immediately glared at her son, grabbed Tong Jiaying's hand again, and said, Tong, if you're free today, why don't you come back to the countryside with us? Just take it as a relaxing break, otherwise, you're either stuck at home or going to tutoring classes during the holidays. It'll drive you nuts. John's mom's sudden invite caught Tong Jiaying off guard. This wasn't part of the script. According to what Jiang Jinli had planned last night, she was supposed to ask about their hometown out of curiosity, and then Jiang Jinyu was supposed to invite her. Only then would she accept the invitation. But now John's mom had stolen the lines. Tong Jiaying looked at Jiang Jinli in confusion. He just shrugged to show he didn't expect his mom to jump in like that either. Then she looked at Jiang Jinyu, who also looked surprised. Clearly her mom had hijacked her role too. John's dad joined in enthusiastically, helping John's mom warmly invite Tong to come along to the countryside. Tong Jiaying, unable to refuse such hospitality, said, I'm free today, but I have to ask my mom first. John's mom took out her phone right away. I'll talk to your mom. If she doesn't agree, I'll accept being scolded for meddling, but I must talk some sense into her. Tong Jiaying was moved. John's mom had her mom's WeChat, though they rarely chatted. Back in the day, whenever she took her kids out to eat or play and brought Tong Jiaying along, she always notified her mom via WeChat. Now, after all these years, she didn't expect this kind of opportunity. John's mom directly sent a voice message. Tong's mom, here's the thing, Tong just came over to borrow my son's exam papers. But we're heading back to our rural hometown now, and I think with the college entrance exam approaching, the kids need to relax a bit. So I'm planning to bring Tong along for a visit and have her back this afternoon. Her mom replied with just one word. All good, your mom agreed. John's mom said happily, but only Tong Jiaying knew that the single meant her mom wasn't happy. She remembered clearly once, when she was a kid, John's mom took her out for KFC. It was her first time having it, and also her first time eating KFC with Jiang Jinli. When she came home excitedly telling her mom all about the burger, fries, and fried chicken, her mom scolded her, badmouthed John's mom, called it junk food, said it was unhealthy, and forbade her from going out with John's mom again. But this time, even if her mom was mad, she didn't care. As long as she could go back to the countryside with Jiang Jinli, it was worth getting scolded. Even though the script had totally gone off course, the outcome was the same. Jiang Jinli urged, Jiang Jinyu, hurry up and change your shoes. Once the dawdling little sister was ready, Jiang Jinli's family of 4 took the elevator downstairs with Tong Jiaying. John's mom gave another assist. Tong, ride in Jiang Jinli's car. Weren't you curious how he got such high marks in the third mock? You two can share study tips on the way. Oh, okay. John's mom firmly put her in the passenger seat of the Yangwan U9, which was what she wanted anyway. If she had to ride with John's parents, she'd be too nervous to sit still. Son, drive slower, you hear? John's mom reminded him, giving him a meaningful look to behave well. Got it. Jiang Jinli buckled up and started the car, driving out of the neighborhood. Behind them, Jiang's dad started his car. In the front passenger seat, John's mom mumbled happily yet worriedly, I wonder if this brat even knows how to make a move. He better use this opportunity to deepen things with Tong. In the back seat, Jiang Jinyu coldly laughed in her heart. Oh, Mom. You're worrying for nothing. These two have been a thing for a while now. This countryside visit with sis-in-law was planned long ago. So my poor mom, you've been completely used by this couple of drama kings and you don't even know it. Still naively hoping they'll progress further. Jiang Jinli, stop touching. If your parents see us it'll be hard to explain. Even though Tong Jiaying was wearing long pants today, Jiang Jinli's right hand was still enthusiastically groping. Maybe because his parents were right behind them, he felt it was especially thrilling and exciting to sneak around with Tong Jiaying in front of them. Relax, they're behind us and can't see. Plus, the car windows are privacy tinted unless they walk ahead and turn around. They can't see what we're doing inside. At the intersection ahead, the green light started counting down. Jiang Jinli didn't speed up to pass it, but timed it so he stopped at the red light. His father's Volkswagen followed behind. Maybe afraid of rear-ending his son's sports car, his father had left a whole car's length of space. Jiang Jinli looked at Tong Jiaying, still savoring the minty sweetness of her from last night, and suggested, "Waiting for the light is boring, want a kiss?" Tong Jiaying was still thin-skinned, nervously and shyly declined, "If someone walks by, they might see us." "Look, there's no one crossing the road at this intersection." Jiang Jinli leaned his head closer to her. Seeing this, Tong Jiaying had no choice but to kiss the lips he brought near. Still, she was nervous and cautious. After about 10 seconds of kissing, she quickly pulled away, afraid someone might walk by and catch them in the act. "Oh, okay now." Tong Jiaying pushed Jiang Jinli away nervously. Seeing her cute expression, Jiang Jinli couldn't help himself. He kissed her again, then exhaled and said, "Tong Jiaying, you're really addictive." Seeing the red light countdown nearing its end, Jiang Jinli spoke while driving. "Ever since our first kiss yesterday afternoon, I've been addicted. Now whenever I'm with you, I can't stop thinking about kissing you." Tong Jiaying smiled sweetly and teased, "It's not because I'm addictive, it's because you're a pervy Jiang, always being a rogue with me." Jiang Jinli replied seriously, "I wasn't like this before. Even though I noticed you were getting prettier as you grew up, before we were together, I never had any improper thoughts about you. I even treated you like a buddy I grew up with, never had any romantic feelings." Tong Jiaying pouted, her cute expression showing displeasure. "What about me looks like a boy? You really thought of me as just a buddy?" Jiang Jinli explained, "You don't look like a boy. On the contrary, you're the prettiest girl I know, and the most gentle and well-behaved. But because we grew up together, I used to see you like a little sister. I had this hard-to-describe feeling of annoyance, but not real annoyance. Like, I might look pretty decent, but my sister thinks I'm ugly. And even though my sister's pretty cute, I subconsciously think she's plain and not as good as other people's sisters. So I used to feel that way about you too. Even though you kept getting prettier, I just didn't feel anything. But that all changed the day we went to Wanda to catch plushies and eat steak. Especially that night, after the misunderstanding, when you rushed down the stairs to explain, sprained your ankle, and I carried you to the hospital, then we spent the night in the same bed at the hotel. That's when I got hooked on you. I started to care more and more, and like you more and more." As Jiang Jinli spoke, Tong Jiaying's 3 parts cool and 7 parts sweet face broke into a charming smile. She smiled sweetly and said, "I started liking you more and more from that day too." Jiang Jinli said, "But now it's not just liking. I'm starting to wonder if you put a love spell on me? Otherwise, how could a normally upright and proper guy like me suddenly want to grope and kiss you every time I see you?" He even wanted to go further and take things to the next level. But he didn't say that he was afraid she'd reject him, or worse, they'd lose control and go too far, and then not know what to do. Tong Jiaying blushed and shyly muttered, "Me too." "You too?" Jiang Jinli swallowed quietly and asked, "You mean you're hooked too, and also want to kiss me, but you're too shy to take the initiative?" Tong Jiaying responded in embarrassment. "TSK. Little minx tone. No wonder I'm so addicted." Jiang Jinli reached over and held Tong Jiaying's left hand tightly, saying, "Since you're like this too, then I'm relieved. I was really afraid you'd misunderstand me and think I was some pervy creep." Tong Jiaying didn't dare say that her thoughts were actually even naughtier than his. All thanks to those female authors who write such spicy romance novels. Jiang Jinli added, "But I'm only like this with you, that's why I said you're addictive." Tong Jiaying was overjoyed to hear him say that. Her face full of sweetness and happiness, she shyly replied, "Me too." Jiang Jinli brought her left hand to his lips and kissed the back of her hand, feeling completely at peace. He had been worried she might be disgusted or think he was lewd. But now, he felt normal. Couples in love should all be like this. At the next intersection, they had to stop at another red light. Jiang Jinli turned to look at Tong Jiaying, and this time she was bold. She leaned in to ask for a kiss. After openly sharing their thoughts and feelings, neither had any more reservations. Though Tong Jiaying still blushed and looked shy, her sweetness made Jiang Jinli fall for her even more. A short while later, Jiang Jinli turned left at the National Road intersection ahead and said, "Once we go in here, we're in our village. These hills and woods on both sides belong to our village. Drive in a little further and we'll be there." Tong Jiaying curiously looked out the car window. In her mind, the melody of Eason Chan's "Long Time No See" played. "I came to your city, walking the road you once took. Like a curious baby in the car, she looked around excitedly. Every flower, blade of grass, tree, brick, tile, and building felt new and interesting to her. So this is where Jiang Jinli's hometown is. So this is what Jiang Jinli's hometown looks like. Just then, a wedding car procession approached from the opposite direction. The lead BMW had a festive red heart made of roses on the hood, catching Tong Jiaying's attention. She suddenly asked without thinking, "If we get married one day, will we also come back to the village for the banquet?" Right after she said it, her face turned red. She thought to herself that she was rushing it. They had only just started dating, and she wasn't even 18 yet. Yet here she was already fantasizing about marriage. Turns out, Jiang Jinli was imagining it too. The system's description of his future wife had been disgusting and terrifying, but if his wife was Tong Jiaying, then he believed his future wouldn't be so miserable. He held her left hand and said seriously, "If we get married, we'll definitely come back to the village to host a banquet. Otherwise, all the wedding money we gave out over the years won't be recovered. But village weddings are kind of plain, so I was thinking, if you don't mind the hassle, we can host a grand, romantic Western-style wedding in the city. Then, we'll return to the village for a lively, traditional Chinese-style wedding banquet." Just imagining it made Tong Jiaying feel so happy she couldn't take it. Then it's settled. Tong Jiaying dreamed sweetly, but also looked a little upset. So annoying. Jiang Jinli is only 18. The law says the man has to be 22 to get a marriage certificate, which means the soonest they can marry is in 4 years after they graduate from college. Oh time, could you move a little faster and skip right to the day we get married? Because Tong Jiaying was sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Jinli didn't go straight to the village committee but instead drove back to his old home along a cement road above the village. That 2-story building with white tiles is my house. My grandma passed away when I was very young, and then my dad bought a welfare apartment in the county town, so we rarely returned to the village. It was precisely because they settled in the county that Jiang Jinli met Tong Jiaying, and the two became childhood sweethearts. Tong Jiaying looked at Jiang Jinli's rural old home and said, "My old home is also 2 stories, but my grandpa still lives there, and we live together with my uncle's family." Jiang Jinli talked about his family situation. "My dad doesn't have any brothers, only a sister who married far away, so in the village there's just a bunch of paternal relatives, like second uncles and aunts, third uncles and aunts. But these relatives only gathered during the Qingming festival for ancestral worship." After briefly introducing his family, Jiang Jinli parked the car at the door and said, "I'm going to the village committee in a bit. I told my sister last night to show you around the village. I'll come back and accompany you once I'm done." "Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about me," said Tong Jiaying as she opened the door and got out of the passenger seat. At that moment, Jiang's dad slowly drove in with his old Volkswagen and parked at the spacious, cement-paved entrance. Tong Jiaying suddenly became nervous and stiff, standing beside the Yangwan Yunine, looking a bit helpless. "How could I not worry about you when you're like this? When you used to come to my house as a kid, you were always cheerful and lively. Why are you so nervous and reserved now, like you're meeting my parents for the first time?" Jiang Jinli glanced at his watch. It was almost 9. He had no choice but to leave Tong Jiaying behind. He lowered the car window and said, "I'm heading to the village committee. Jiang Jinyu, take Tong Jiaying around. She seems pretty nervous coming to our old home for the first time." "Don't worry, bro." Jiang Jinyu got out of their dad's car and mouthed, "I'll take good care of your wife." Tong Jiaying seemed to understand the meaning behind Jiang Jinyu's lip movement, and a blush gradually spread across her fair, beautiful face. "Then I'm off." The village committee was just across from the basketball court in the village center. Although it wasn't far from Jiang Jinli's home, he still drove the Yangwan Yunine there. After all, reporters were waiting at the village committee, and his Yangwan Yunine was going to appear on TV and in the newspaper. Because Jiang Jinli's sports car was so eye-catching, it attracted the attention of neighbors as he drove through the village. Last night, he posted in the village group that he scored 662 on the 3rd mock exam and would donate an extra 300,000 yuan, which quickly spread through the village. So now, neighbors and relatives were all heading to his house. Jiang's mom took out the key and opened the door to the old home, warmly greeting the shy and nervous Tong Jiaying and introducing her to the visiting aunts. These aunts were all curious about the beautiful and elegant Tong Jiaying. Then Jiang's mom, with a tone like she was introducing her future daughter-in-law, said that this was the neighborhood girl who grew up with her son, from kindergarten through high school. The aunts misunderstood and said they were a perfect match, handsome boy and beautiful girl. They all praised how pretty Tong Jiaying was, like a celebrity, making her even more shy. Jiang's mom couldn't stop smiling and tried to explain, "They haven't even started dating yet, don't misunderstand and embarrass the girl." Tong Jiaying, "Actually, we already started, in fact, we're way past that."
Seeing how socially anxious and tense Tong Jiaying was, Zhang Jinyu quickly pulled her aside and said, Jiaying, I'll take you to the village committee. I heard reporters are here today, and my brother is going to be interviewed.
Oh, okay. Tong Jiaying finally escaped and followed Zhang Jinyu to the village committee. Then she began to silently grumble. How dare you, Zhang Jinli? Such a big thing like being on the news and you didn't even tell me. Then it hit her.
Zhang Jinli wouldn't keep this from me for no reason. He must have been afraid I'd come to the interview site and make him nervous, which could cause a mishap.
Thinking of this, Tong Jiaying stopped walking. Zhang Jinyu, who was holding her hand, was suddenly pulled back. She turned and asked, What's wrong? Tong Jiaying gently and sensibly said, Your brother didn't tell me he came back to the village for an interview, which means he doesn't want me to go.
He's probably afraid he'll get nervous seeing me, so I'd better not disturb him.
Zhang Jinyu rolled her eyes and said, No way. My brother has thick skin. The word nervous isn't even in his vocabulary. And with so many people watching, he won't even notice us. Tong Jiaying thought for a moment and compromised, then, let's just watch from the side. She wanted to see Zhang Jinli being interviewed because it was his first interview, his first time on TV, on the news. She wanted to be part of all of Zhang Jinli's first times. Just like many of her own firsts were with Zhang Jinli. First time eating KFC. First date at Wanda. First time booking a hotel. First time holding hands and touching legs. First time in his arms. First kiss. So many of her firsts were with Zhang Jinli, and she hoped her future firsts would be with him too. At this moment, downstairs at the village committee, the village secretary was greeting the newly arrived cameramen and reporters. A young person spotted Zhang Jinli's familiar Yangwang Yu9 approaching and shouted, He's here. He drove the Yangwang Yu9. Aside from village officials, many villagers gathered to watch. It was the first time TV and newspaper reporters came to the village. Even though it was just a local channel hardly anyone watched, being seen on TV or in the paper was still bragworthy. Today, Zhang Jinli dressed very casually, nothing luxurious, not a single branded item, hair simply combed. He looked like a good-looking ordinary guy, not a flashy rich person. He parked by the village committee and, under the villagers' gaze, walked up to the village secretary and asked, Where's the village chief? He asked me to come back for an interview, but he's not here? The village secretary, in a yellowed white shirt worn for years, was even wearing non-prescription glasses just to look modest, as agreed. But to Zhang Jinli, the glasses made him look like a phony intellectual. Whatever, I'm the star today. The village chief is the supporting role, and the secretary's just a side character. The slim, 30 to 40-year-old secretary said, Someone came this morning to collect vegetables from the greenhouse, so the village chief is still in the fields with his family. He asked you to start the interview first, he'll be back later. All right. Zhang Jinli knew this was all staged, but the villagers and reporters didn't know, so it helped build the story. Tables and chairs were set up at the entrance. Zhang Jinli sat in the center. The right seat was for the village chief, the left for the secretary and the committee director, and on the far side, the township committee leaders. It felt like a press conference. The reporters, using material provided by the village secretary, asked how Zhang Jinli made millions during winter break. Zhang Jinli said it was a business secret but shared that he was involved in a hot AI project during the break. Then a tricky question came. We heard you donated 18 million for rebuilding the ancestral hall to show off your wealth. What's your take on that? Zhang Jinli replied, Yes, I spent nearly 2 million cash on a Yangwang Yu9 to show off. Because I was only 18 and had made so much money, I got cocky. It's normal to want to show off. But I calmed down and reflected. I realized my success was mostly luck. There are many people more capable than me, they just didn't get the same opportunity. So I started studying hard. Never passed English before? I started from scratch, memorizing every word. Always struggled with Chinese essays? Then read every day, build vocabulary, improve writing. During the first mock, I was busy with business and scored only 458. But in the second mock, I scored 585, passed English for the first time with 102. Hard work pays off. In the third mock last week, I got full marks in the essay, 124 in English, and a total score of 662, ranked first in the class. So the school invited me to give a speech next Monday to share my experience. Zhang Jinli deliberately mentioned this to attract government attention to the next event for more exposure. Finally, he said, so yes, I showed off when I got rich. But donating 18 million for the ancestral hall isn't for show, it's for the village. Hard work paid off for me in school. But many farmers work just as hard and remain poor. We say we want to help farmers, but how can we if rural industries aren't developed?
I supported rebuilding the ancestral hall to unite Jiang family villagers, spark ideas, and eventually turn the village into an e-commerce hub. Only then can we truly help farmers get out of poverty. In the crowd, Tong Jiaying watched with stars in her eyes, clapping enthusiastically. Villagers followed her lead, applauding. Jiang Jinli was so handsome. He really is the man she loves. Facing the camera and the interview, Jiang Jinli's calm composure gave people the impression of someone mature beyond his years. On his left, the village secretary and the village committee director, both over 80 years old combined, appeared a bit nervous in front of the camera and reporters. Instead, the just-turned 18-year-old Jiang Jinli managed to hold the scene with ease, impressing them with his composure. The secretary and committee director specially invited from the town were also drawn in by Jiang Jinli's articulate and calm manner. Who would have thought that Jiangjia village actually produced such an impressive talent? Only 18, and he made millions during the winter break? And in just 2 months, his score jumped from 458 to 662? Last year, the minimum admission score for Tsinghua and Peking University in our province was 680. That means he might actually get into Tsinghua or Peking University? All along, Tsinghua and Peking University have been seen by parents as the most prestigious and incredible universities. If their child could get admitted, it would be a glorious family honor, like ancestors smiling down from the heavens. Not to mention one village. If even one person from a whole town got into Tsinghua or Peking University, it would be a huge local event. Town leaders, even city officials, would personally visit to congratulate, and the local government would award considerable scholarships. What's more, besides the hope of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University, Jiang Jinli also made millions participating in some AI project during the break and donated 18 million to rebuild the ancestral hall, aiming to promote village reform through an e-commerce platform. Stacked with all these buffs. So the town secretary and the committee director both looked at Jiang Jinli differently now, with a faint feeling that perhaps Jiangjia village might truly rise under this young man's lead. Helping farmers out of poverty? Developing a chain agricultural industry? Driving rural development through e-commerce? These ideas Jiang Jinli mentioned couldn't be ignored. After all, as town leaders, if one of their villages suddenly became prosperous and famous, they too could benefit from the limelight. When the applause ended, everyone quieted down and seriously listened to the reporters' questions, which Jiang Jinli answered one by one. I have a question. Since your original intention with the donation was to help the village reform and develop, why didn't you invest the 18 million directly into that, but instead used it to build an ancestral hall? Jiang Jinli replied, the Jiang family ancestral hall represents the cultural faith and historical origin of Jiangjia village. In the past, the village was poor, so the ancestral hall was built simply. After years of neglect, it has become dilapidated. The reason I took the lead in donating 18 million for its reconstruction is that the ancestral hall is not just a monument to our village's origins and legacy, but also the only hub that can unite all Jiang family members. If I used this 18 million directly for village reform, it probably wouldn't make much impact, but rebuilding the ancestral hall can bring everyone together and get them involved. Then those who have money can give money, those with strength can contribute labor. The whole village united, helping rebuild the hall while brainstorming a path to real reform and change for the village. Well said. A strong shout of approval suddenly came from the back of the crowd. The village chief had finally returned. He wasn't acting, he really had gone to the fields early in the morning to work, and indeed a market vendor had come to collect vegetables. He returned by hitching a ride on the vendor's small truck. The crowd made way as the village chief walked through, clapping and saying, "Sorry, a big buyer came this morning to collect vegetables. Sorry to keep you waiting." He wore a darkened straw hat, old, faded gray clothes stained with sweat and mud, and boots that had been washed but still had traces of dirt. Jiang Jinli's interview was wrapping up. He reminded, "Village chief, do you want to go change clothes first?" The village chief patted his clothes and said casually, "Forget it, changing would waste your time. I'm just a vegetable farmer, elected thanks to everyone's support. No need for formalities or appearances." On the roadside, the vegetable buyer had heard that reporters were coming to Jiangjia village today, so he made sure to bring the chief back and came to join the fun. "Chief Jiang, if you had told me there were reporters today, I would have come earlier to collect the vegetables and not delayed you." The village chief waved it off. "No big deal. Today's main figure isn't me." The village secretary and director said I should at least show my face, so I dropped my work and came back for some overtime. Boss Zhang understood and said, "Then I'll head off. I'll transfer the payment for the vegetables once I'm back." Sure. The village chief took off his straw hat, wiped his sweaty hair, awkwardly greeted the two town leaders, and then sat down next to Jiang Jinli. Smelling the dirt and sweat from the village chief, Jiang Jinli grumbled in his mind, "Damn, I only suggested you act the part, but you really went all in. Looking like that, who would believe you're the village chief?" After Jiang Jinli's interview ended, the reporter interviewed the village chief. "How much is the expected cost of rebuilding the Jiang family ancestral hall?" The chief replied, "We consulted with some construction companies. Originally, we thought since the village is poor, and over the years we've saved tens of thousands from selling trees and leasing land, plus donations from villagers, we could raise 2 million to build a slightly larger ancestral hall. But as soon as Jiang Jinli heard about the reconstruction, he donated 880,000, then added another 300,000, and just yesterday said he wants to sell his Yangwon Yu9 to support a grand-scale build, aiming to turn the Jiang family ancestral hall into a scenic landmark representing Jiangjia village to attract visitors and traffic. So we haven't finalized the total budget. However much we raise, we'll build accordingly. Of course, if possible, I'd love to build it big and impressive, so Jiangjia village can become known. If the ancestral hall becomes a tourist site and brings in visitors, it'll drive the local economy, and the village's agricultural products could be sold both online and offline, bringing more income to the villagers." That was the gist of the interview. Right now, we're only using the local TV station and local newspaper to start marketing, so there's no need to disclose too much. The real push will come through major short video platforms. Only if it goes viral there can Jiang Jinli's plan succeed. So this local media interview is just a trial run, let the bullet fly a bit first. After the interview came the group photo. The village secretary had specially prepared a big plaque that read, "Thank you Jiang Jinli for donating 18 million to rebuild the Jiang family ancestral hall in Jiangjia village." Jiang Jinli stood in the middle of the plaque. The village chief and secretary stood on either side holding it, while the village director and 2 town officials stood to the side for the group photo. Parts of the interview might get cut, but this photo would definitely appear on TV and in the paper. Afterwards, Jiang Jinli specially invited them. By the way, next Monday at 8 a.m., the city's #1 high school will hold another oath-taking rally. The school leaders asked me to give a speech. They said just like the one at the end of February, city and district leaders will attend, so I should prepare well. Chief, if you're free, I can take you inside to meet the big leaders and feel the school atmosphere. As for you 2 town leaders, you can let the mayor know. If he's interested, I'll inform the school. Otherwise, if there's no official invite, leaders below district level usually aren't allowed in." The village chief didn't expect that this kid Jiang Jinli was even tapping into city #1 high school's resources now. He quickly agreed, "Alright, I'll make time Monday and take some photos of you to post on the village bulletin board, to encourage our village kids to study hard and get into #1 high school too." The 2 town leaders also agreed, saying they'd inform the mayor when they returned. Jiang Jinli thought, if they pass on the message as is, the mayor would likely attend the rally too. Then Jiang Jinli looked at the TV and newspaper reporters he had specially invited and pulled them in too. No government officials attending? Then I'll find a way to trick some into coming. No media reporters? I'll arrange them myself. What oath-taking rally? Sorry, that's my stage to become famous and show off. The interview ended, and the reporters left. The villagers who had gathered for the excitement began to talk noisily among themselves. Many villagers surrounded Jiang Jinli's parents, trying to get closer to them, each saying how they had raised such a good son. Tong Jiaying looked at Jiang Jinli with a face full of admiration. She really wanted to go find him, but she held herself back. Jiang Jinli also spotted Tong Jiaying in the crowd and gave her a light smile, then turned to ask the village chief, "Village chief, do you raise chickens at home?" The village chief replied, "I have a small orchard and raise 200 or 300 chickens. Why do you ask?" Jiang Jinli said, "Winner, winner, chicken dinner, I want to eat chicken." The village chief responded boldly, "If you want to eat it, I'll catch a few for you to take back later." Jiang Jinli added, "I'm planning to make kiln-roasted chicken later. It would be even better if there are also sweet potatoes and eggs to roast together." The village chief agreed to everything. "Anything else you want? I'll bring it all to your house later." Jiang Jinli didn't hold back, "Then get a few ears of corn too. And after I eat and drink my fill, if there's some sugarcane to chew on, that would be perfect." The village chief, full of enthusiasm, said, "Alright, I'll get you everything. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare it now." Jiang Jinli said, "I haven't transferred the additional 300,000 yet. Let's go upstairs and make the donation first." "Okay." The village chief nodded. This was the extra 300,000 donation he had arranged in Jiang Jinli's name, to create more hype. After all, there's a big difference between 880,000 and 18 million. They went up the stairs to the second floor of the residence committee.
Jiang Jinli donated the 300,000 the village chief had secretly transferred to him last week. Your donation, 1,180,000 yen. Total donations from villagers, 1,451,600 yen. Your total share, 435,480 yen. Note, the share from the villagers' total donations can be withdrawn at any time, while your donation amount will be fully returned after the donation event ends. Jiang Jinli was delighted. He hadn't expected that the 300,000 the village chief asked him to donate on his behalf would also count as his own donation, but the total donation from the villagers was still too low. Those rich folks were just too stingy. A week had passed, and basically every household had already donated, but the total was only 1.45 million. As a result, even though he had put in so much effort to earn a 30% commission through tasks, he had only made 430,000. He still had to find a way to stimulate those wealthy villagers. Jiang Jinli said, "Tonight, the city TV news will be broadcast, and tomorrow it will be in the newspaper. At that time, use whatever connections and methods you have to make sure the district and city leaders see the news, and bring up the fact that City No. 1 High School is holding another oath-taking rally on Monday morning and that I'll be giving a speech. Try to get those leaders to come on their own." Hearing this, the village chief was stunned, then realized, "You mean everything you said earlier was fake? That this rally at No. 1 High School doesn't actually involve district or city leaders?" Jiang Jinli sighed. "This time it's just a regular morning meeting, not even an official oath-taking rally, so naturally it won't get as much attention as the one 100 days before the college entrance exam. But I really was arranged by the school to give a speech, so this opportunity is very important. It's also your only chance to get close to district and city leaders, and the only chance for Jiangjia village to get their attention. So do your best tomorrow to make this happen. If leaders actually come to this morning meeting, it means I've caught their attention, and Jiangjia village is on their radar." The village secretary admired Jiang Jinli's boldness, "So you tricked the town secretary and committee director, and even got them to trick the town mayor too." Jiang Jinli calmly said, "Fortune favors the bold. If the town mayor hears that district and city leaders will be there, he'll definitely come too. So you can use the mayor to probe further, and through him, connect with the district leaders and guide them into attending." The village secretary sighed, "That's too difficult. Unless both district and city leaders see the news and get interested, they probably won't attend a regular school morning meeting. So we'll just do what we can. If the highest-ranking official present is just the town mayor, we'll be a bit embarrassed." Jiang Jinli had another trick up his sleeve. "If all else fails, we can just impersonate City No. 1 High School and call the district and city governments directly to invite the leaders ourselves." "You brat, you're playing with fire. If the school didn't plan for this and you actually tricked the leaders into coming, won't it all be exposed? Won't it cause trouble?" Jiang Jinli didn't care. "Like I said, fortune favors the bold. If we can fool those leaders into coming, then we're already halfway to a successful marketing campaign. Even if the higher-ups don't issue any policies or plan to invest in Jiangjia village's development, they'll still pay more attention. If the internet supports the buzz and the short video goes viral, they'll see the potential, the benefits, and will naturally offer strong support." The village chief gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's do it. We small village officials have no chance of connecting with district or city leaders, so tomorrow when the newspaper comes out, we'll directly pretend to be No. 1 High School and use your newspaper appearance to call the district and city governments to invite the leaders." Good grief! Jiang Jinli going crazy was one thing, but now even the village chief was going crazy with him. "Then it's settled. I'm heading back to dig a pit and build the kiln. Remember to send the chickens, eggs, and sweet potatoes to my house later." After giving the village chief these instructions, Jiang Jinli hurried downstairs. "My precious Tong is probably waiting downstairs until the flowers have wilted. Ha! Where's my big baby Tong? Jiang Jinli looked around but didn't see Tong Jiaying's graceful figure anywhere. Boom! A firecracker pop came from nearby. Jiang Jinli had already heard it earlier when he was upstairs, but hadn't paid attention. Now, not seeing Tong Jiaying, he suddenly realized something. "Damn you, Tong Jiaying. Got a firecracker and forgot about your boyfriend, huh? You're not even waiting downstairs for me and went off to play with firecrackers by yourself." Following the sound, Jiang Jinli quickly crossed the road and walked toward the left side of the basketball court. From a distance, he indeed saw Tong Jiaying and his sister in a field, surrounded by a group of little kids. Boom! A firecracker thrown into the soft, wet field exploded and splashed up a lot of mud. Jiang Jinli quietly snuck up behind Tong Jiaying and clapped his hands hard near her ear. With a loud smack, Tong Jiaying was so startled her whole body trembled. She turned to look at Jiang Jinli and immediately slapped his shoulder, complaining, "You scared me to death. I thought a firecracker exploded right next to my ear." With no parents around, Jiang Jinli boldly flirted with her. "Who told you not to wait for me downstairs and sneak off to play firecrackers?" Tong Jiaying, losing interest, handed him the half-full box of leftover firecrackers and complained, "No one in your village even raises cows. If we're not blowing up cow dung with firecrackers, what's the point?" Cow dung Tong. Jiang Jinli pinched Tong Jiaying's cheek and grumbled, "Getting addicted to blowing up cow dung? Tong Jiaying really was something else. And you're a girl, yet you grab firecracker bombs just to blow up cow dung. Aren't you afraid that saying this will ruin your image as the cool class beauty of grade 12, class 1? Jiang Jinyu, watch your feet." After teasing Tong Jiaying, Jiang Jinli lit a firecracker and threw it near his sister's feet, scaring her into running away screaming. He laughed and asked, "See, isn't this more fun than blowing up cow dung?" Tong Jiaying replied without hesitation, "Blowing up cow dung is still more fun, super thrilling." He leaned toward her ear and whispered, "Is it more thrilling than secretly kissing in front of our parents?" Tong Jiaying immediately blushed. "If you put it that way, then I guess I have to choose kissing." Just then, his sister Jiang Jinyu, unwilling to be outdone, also lit a firecracker and threw it over. But Jiang Jinli stepped on it right away, muffling the pop under his foot. "Bro, if you play like that, it's no fun." Suddenly, Tong Jiaying found this game interesting and asked, "Does it hurt to step on it?" Jiang Jinli said, "Nope. Want to try? Well, I'll try it then." Eager to try, Tong Jiaying let Jiang Jinli light a firecracker and toss it at her feet. She quickly stepped on it with her right foot, her pink and white Nike sneakers pressing it into the soft, wet field. With a muffled bang, the wet field under her right foot jolted, and the nervous and slightly scared Tong Jiaying also flinched a bit. She lifted her foot. A puff of white smoke rose, and a small hole was blown out beneath her, filled with smoke. Jiang Jinyu also gave it a try. At first, she was nervous too, but once the firecracker exploded, she realized it didn't hurt at all. In fact, the jolt felt kind of exciting and fun. Tong Jiaying looked at the sole of her right shoe and saw it wasn't damaged at all, then immediately said, "I want to step on two at once, one with each foot. Let's light them together then." Jiang Jinli called his sister to help. They both lit firecrackers and placed them in front of Tong Jiaying's feet. Tong Jiaying stepped forward quickly, stepping on one firecracker with each foot, and nervously shut her eyes. If there weren't little kids watching nearby, Jiang Jinli really wanted to sneak a kiss right then and let her feel double the excitement. Bang! Bang! Two muffled explosions. Tong Jiaying thought it was fun, but still firmly said, "I was nervous the first time I stepped on it, but after trying it, I'm not scared anymore. So blowing up cow dung is still more fun every time I do it. I get really nervous and excited." While the siblings were still struggling to understand why Tong Jiaying liked blowing up cow dung so much, their mother's voice called out from the road, "Jiang Jinli, bring Tong Tong back. You're too old to be playing with firecrackers." "It wasn't me who wanted to play. It was Tong Jiaying." Jiang Jinli replied helplessly and handed the remaining firecrackers to the nearby children. Tong Jiaying pouted and said softly, "Jiang Jinli, you sold me out." Luckily, Jiang's mom was sharp. When they walked back, she scolded, "Have some shame. Don't shift the blame to Tong Tong." Tong Jiaying nodded rapidly like a pecking chick, gleefully saying, that's right. I, Tong Jiaying, a good girl, how could I possibly be the one playing with firecrackers?" "Well played, Tong Jiaying. Didn't wait for me downstairs, ran off to play with firecrackers, and when I came to find you, you dumped the blame on me. Fine, I like you, so I'll take the fall. But taking the blame comes at a price. When no one's around, I'm going to kiss your lips till they swell and spank your butt red." Jiang Jinli gave Tong Jiaying a threatening look. Tong Jiaying deliberately turned her head to avoid his gaze. Jiang Jinyu also took the chance to pile on, "I can testify. The firecrackers were bought by my brother, and he threw them near me and Jiaying on purpose to scare us." Tong Jiaying continued nodding like a chick. That's right. Is there a pond nearby? Let me see if I can jump in and wash my name clean." Jiang Jinli grumbled, "Jiang Jinyu, your chicken drumstick is gone. When we roast chicken later, you'll only get the chicken butt." "You want to roast chicken?" Jiang's mom stopped scolding her son and said, "Then I'll go buy a chicken from Third Aunt's house." Jiang Jinli said, "No need, the village chief raises a lot of chickens. He'll bring some later. I also asked him for eggs, sweet potatoes, corn, and sugarcane. But Jiang Jinyu won't get any of that. Since she's still my sister, she can at most get the chicken butt." Jiang Jinyu quickly took the blame. "Mom, you misunderstood my brother. I bought the firecrackers." Seeing her take the blame,
Tong Jiaying felt guilty and awkwardly explained, "Actually, I saw some kids playing with firecrackers, so I wanted to try too and bought some at the shop."
John's mom imagined things on her own and held Tong Jiaying's hand, sympathetically saying, "My poor Tong, did your parents never let you play with firecrackers when you were little? So now you see others playing and just want to experience it once? Mom, you're overthinking it. She's a pro at firecrackers. And she uses them to blow up cow dung." Tong Jiaying hadn't expected John's mom to think like that. She felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't want to ruin her good girl image in front of her, so she just silently lowered her head and let it slide. John's mom immediately instructed her son, "Go buy a few more boxes of firecrackers for Tong to make up for her lost childhood." Tong Jiaying quickly waved her hands. No need. I already played just now and didn't think it was that fun, so I gave them to Jiang Jinli." John's mom gently patted her hand and said warmly, "Alright then, if there's anything else you want to play, just say it. Today your parents aren't around. Whatever you want to play, Auntie Jiang won't spoil the fun." Thank you Auntie Jiang," Tong Jiaying replied gratefully. It had been years since she last called her Auntie Jiang. Before junior high, she always called her that. But after being placed in different classes from Jiang Jinli and becoming more aware of gender differences, she stopped visiting his house as much, and the intimate title slowly slipped away. Jiang Jinli grumbled, "Mom, you're overdoing it. Anyone who hears you would think Tong Jiaying is your daughter." John's mom made no effort to hide her affection and satisfaction. "I wish she were my daughter. Not like you kids, every one of you is rebellious and not well behaved." Tong Jiaying's eyes curved with joy. "Auntie Jiang still likes me just like when I was little. That must mean when our relationship is public, she definitely won't oppose it." At that moment, Jiang Jinli said, "I'm going to drive back now. Who wants a ride?" John's mom immediately pushed Tong Jiaying forward, deliberately creating an opportunity. "Then you take Tong back first. We'll walk home." So, under the watchful eyes of many village children, Jiang Jinli drove the young Wan Yunine, taking Tong Jiaying away from the village committee and toward home. Having just been stared at by so many people, Tong Jiaying's face was burning with shyness. Now sitting alone in the car with Jiang Jinli, she finally relaxed and happily said, "Jiang Jinli, I think your mom still likes me as much as she did when we were little. If she finds out we're together, I bet she'll be really happy and won't oppose it. I could feel it earlier when she was introducing me to those aunts. It felt like she was introducing a future daughter-in-law. And then she let me ride in your car with you alone. That shows she wants to match us and hopes we'll be together." Jiang Jinli watched her talking excitedly and asked, "Then do you want to tell them now?" Tong Jiaying thought for a moment, then shook her head. "The college entrance exam is just 20-something days away. Let's wait until after the exam. I'm not worried about your parents disagreeing. I'm worried my mom will scold me and say bad things to you." Soon, Jiang Jinli drove back home. The door was locked. His dad was still at the court chatting with people. So Jiang Jinli decided to get revenge on Tong Jiaying for making him take the blame earlier. "Let's not talk about this now." Jiang Jinli unbuckled his seatbelt, lunged toward her, and said, "You made me take the blame earlier and even rubbed it in, saying that's right, which made me pretty angry. So now I have to properly punish you. Alright, your parents and sister are coming back soon. Do you not enjoy a bit of thrill and excitement? Right now, we are fooling around in the car. We could be caught at any moment. This is way more exhilarating than blowing up cow dung." Tong Jiaying wanted to say that this was different, but Jiang Jinli did not give her the chance to open her mouth. Still, Jiang Jinli retained some rationality. Although he used the excuse of being angry and wanting to teach Tong Jiaying a lesson as a reason to kiss and grope her, deep down he was also afraid that his parents or sister might suddenly return and catch them in the act, leading to unbearable embarrassment and social death. He would never be able to show his face again. After all, he was supposed to be the embodiment of decency and honesty. But the way he was kissing her while getting handsy with both hands, that was certainly not something a decent person would do. So he only disciplined Tong Jiaying for a short while before letting her go, heart pounding with the rush of tension and excitement. Tong Jiaying reacted even more strongly. Her heart was racing as if it were about to leap out of her chest. She had felt that intense heartbeat the moment Jiang Jinli got a firm grip on her. Jiang the pervert, always up to no good. Tong Jiaying mumbled softly, her tone carrying a mix of grievance and teasing. Her cheeks flushed red as she tried to tidy her disheveled bangs, then tugged at her blouse which Jiang Jinli had messed up. But she had to admit, this kind of situation really was more thrilling than blowing up cow dung. After all, with cow dung, the tension came from the fear that after the firecracker exploded, it might splatter all over you. But being intimate in the car like this, Jiang Jinli's parents and sister, and even the nearby neighbors, could catch them at any moment. The result? Social death. Getting splashed with cow dung can be washed off, but the trauma of social death, that sticks with you for a lifetime. It took Tong Jiaying a full 2 minutes to calm down, for the charming blush on her beautiful face to fade and her expression to return to normal. Zhang Jinli sat in the car, puzzled. Why are they still not back? If I had known, I would have just. Before he could finish his sentence, Tong Jiaying, upon hearing him, shot out of the car like a startled little rabbit in one swift motion. She opened the door and jumped out. A smooth, seamless escape. I was only talking. Look how nervous you are. Watching Tong Jiaying dart away from the car, Zhang Jili was both amused and exasperated. Her flustered reaction was so adorable that he could hardly resist the urge to drag her back into the car and steal another kiss. Tong Jiaying huffed, "You say one thing, and the next moment you are already doing it." They really could not go on kissing any longer. If they continued, they were definitely going to get caught. Tong Jiaying was shy by nature, these things made her blush easily. If she did not get a little time to compose herself, then anyone who saw her red face would immediately suspect she had just been doing something indecent with Zhang Jinli. At that moment, Zhang Jinli's parents and younger sister finally returned. Tong Jiaying felt relieved that she had made a quick escape and had not fallen back into Zhang Jinli's clutches, otherwise, she would have truly suffered a social death. Zhang's mother saw Tong Jiaying waiting eagerly for them outside the car all by herself, while Zhang Jinli was still sitting inside, and immediately wore a look of deep disappointment, as if scolding him silently for failing to meet expectations. Male chauvinist pig. Even when given the chance, you mess it up. You actually left Tonton outside while you sat in the car playing with your phone? Zhang Jinli had no idea his mother had misunderstood him and was now so furious she wished she could shove him back into the womb and remake him from scratch. The reason he stayed in the car and did not get out was mostly due to hardware issues. He needed to rely on his phone to help soften things up. The village chief sent him a message, saying he was going to catch a chicken now, and would kill and marinate it before bringing it over. Only then did Zhang Jinli get out of the car, ready to dig and build the clay oven. Behind their old home, there was a vegetable garden that had been abandoned for years. Every time they returned to the village for Chinese New Year, they would bake chicken and sweet potatoes in a clay oven there. But this year, the constant rain had made everything damp, so they had skipped this traditional southern countryside custom. Just then, the village chief sent another message via WeChat, "Make the oven a bit bigger, and roast an extra chicken for me to eat tonight." Okay. After replying, Zhang Jinli picked up a hoe and led Tong Jiaying and his younger sister to the old vegetable garden to dig and turn over the soil. The diligent and considerate Tong Jiaying was not afraid of getting her clothes or hands dirty, and quickly helped move the clumps of soil that Zhang Jinli turned up with the hoe. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, the labor feels lighter. Zhang's mother thought her son ought to spend more time doing things together with Tong. Only by working side by side could their relationship deepen. She deliberately brought over a pair of gloves and said, "Tong, here, put these on so you do not get your hands dirty or hurt." "Thank you, Auntie Jiang." Tong Jiaying clapped the soil off her hands, took the gloves, and put them on. Zhang Jinli protested, "Mom, what about me? You could at least bring me a pair of gloves too." Zhang Jinyu also complained, "What about me? I am your daughter, you know." Sorry, but in her heart, she was only thinking about her future daughter-in-law. She completely forgot about her own children. "But our mother always has her reasoning. You are a grown man, what do you need gloves for?" Then she turned to her daughter and added, "And you are only going to make things worse here. Hurry up and come with me to the mountain to gather firewood." With that, the little third wheel, the younger sister, was taken away by their mother. Watching the mother and daughter walk off into the distance, Tong Jiaying said happily, "Do you think your mother deliberately took your sister away so we could be alone together?" Zhang Jinli, swinging his hoe, replied, "It is obvious, is it not? Right now, both of my parents like you very much, so they are quite satisfied with the idea of you being their daughter-in-law. The biggest hurdle now is, how will your parents view me? Will they be satisfied with me as a son-in-law?" Tong Jiaying said, "My dad actually thinks quite highly of you. He has praised you more than once at home, so I am sure he will be satisfied with you too. As for my mom, she has always had high expectations for me ever since I was a child. So naturally, her expectations for a son-in-law will be even higher. But I think you will be just fine. And even if there is a problem, then the problem lies with my mother." "Now that is what I like to hear." Zhang Jinli chuckled. Clearly, all his affection for Tong Jiaying had not been in vain. A short while later, Zhang Jinli began to build the clay oven and soon finished constructing one. Not long after, his parents and sister returned from the fast-growing forest behind the mountain, carrying 3 bundles of dry firewood, thick and thin pieces alike. Zhang Jinli immediately began heating the oven. To raise the temperature of the clay oven high enough to fully roast an entire chicken,
it takes at least an hour of burning firewood, until every piece of clay is glowing red with heat.
At 11:30, the village chief arrived on his motorcycle.
He brought 3 fully slaughtered and marinated free-range chickens, each carefully wrapped in tin foil and banana leaves. In addition, he brought a large bag filled to the brim with sweet potatoes, a tray of native chicken eggs, more than a dozen ears of corn, and 4 stalks of sugarcane. It was his first time seeing Tong Jiaying, so he asked Zhang's mother with surprise, "The younger one is your daughter, but who is the older one?" Mother Jiang introduced her. Her father also works in the power construction industry. She and Jili grew up together. From kindergarten through high school, they studied in the same schools. We hope that after the college entrance exam, they will be admitted to the same university as well. After the introduction, Mother Jiang also turned to introduce Tong Jiaying properly. Tong, this is the village chief. He brought us a lot of food." Tong Jiaying immediately stood up and greeted politely and modestly, "Good day, village chief." The village chief looked at Tong Jiaying's beautiful face and could not resist making a teasing remark. "Jinli, your childhood sweetheart is so beautiful, you had better keep a close eye on her. Otherwise, some other young man might steal her away." Mother Jiang silently gave the village chief a mental thumbs up for his excellent assist. Tong Jiaying, having been praised, felt as though she were floating, both shy and secretly delighted. The village chief is such a good man. He actually said I am beautiful. Jinli, did you hear that? If you do not keep a good watch over me, someone else might just come and take me away from you. Who else but me could ever steal Tong Jiaying away? Zhang Jinli had no sense of crisis. She has high standards. She is not someone who can be easily swayed. After saying that, Zhang Jinli deliberately changed the subject to avoid making Tong Jiaying feel nervous or awkward. "Village chief, where are the sweet potatoes I asked for?" The village chief replied, "I brought a large bag of sweet potatoes for you. Your father is sorting them at the entrance." Since roasting the chicken and everything else in the clay oven would take a while, the village chief did not stay long and left to attend to his other matters. A short while later, both ovens were glowing red hot. Tong Jiaying, stand back a little. When the clay is broken open later, flying pieces could burn you. Zhang Jinli and his father each took charge of one oven. The larger oven was used to roast the 3 marinated and wrapped chickens the village chief had prepared. The other oven was used to bake sweet potatoes, corn, and eggs wrapped in wet joss paper, the kind used in offerings, which had been moistened beforehand. They would need to wait another half an hour before unsealing the ovens and starting the feast. Tong Jiaying was hungry. Like a little gluttonous kitten, she rubbed her hands together in eager anticipation. The chicken marinated by the village chief had a rich and appealing flavor. The banana leaves wrapped around it had already turned to charcoal, and even though there were still several layers of foil, the aroma of the roasted chicken could not be contained. "Time to eat." Zhang Jinli set aside one of the larger roasted chickens for the village chief and unwrapped the other 2. The golden skin gleamed invitingly, and the fragrance was irresistible. When the village chief delivered the food earlier, he had even thoughtfully included disposable gloves. For someone as rugged as he was, it showed surprising attention to detail. Mother Jiang went back into the house to fetch a pair of scissors, then handed them to Zhang Jinli, asking him to cut half of a chicken and pack it up. She also asked him to select some sweet potatoes and eggs to pack and take back for Tong Jiaying's parents. After the meal, Zhang Jinli happily gnawed on a piece of sugarcane. In fact, if the sugarcane had been roasted in the clay oven as well, it would have turned out exceptionally fragrant and sweet. But there had not been enough space. Burp! I am so full. Zhang Jinli patted his stomach and got ready to take Tong Jiaying home. Before they knew it, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Jinli said, "I will take Tong Jiaying back first, and on the way I will deliver this clay-roasted chicken to the village chief's house." "Alright, drive safely," Mother Jiang reminded him, and then said to Tong Jiaying, "Come back and visit the village with us again when you have time." "Yes," Tong Jiaying nodded cheerfully. After delivering the clay chicken to the village chief's home, Zhang Jinli drove back to the county town. When they arrived downstairs at the apartment complex, Tong Jiaying said, "I will come by your place in a bit. You still have not given me the practice test papers." Zhang Jinli replied, "Then I will wait for you to come down, and we can head back together." "Alright." Tong Jiaying leaned in and kissed Zhang Jinli on the cheek, then bounced off cheerfully, carrying half of a roasted chicken, 2 ears of corn, a few sweet potatoes, and some roasted eggs. Her high ponytail swung up and down behind her, making Zhang Jinli feel as though his heart was melting. That little enchantress Tong, truly the goddess of ponytails. A single ponytail was already so tempting, what would happen if she wore 2? Zhang Jinli felt as though he had truly fallen under Tong Jiaying's spell. How had he never realized before just how intoxicating she was? "Dad, Mom, I am home." Tong Jiaying cheerfully announced as she returned. Zhang Jinli and his parents asked me to bring back some clay-roasted chicken, sweet potatoes, corn, and eggs for you. Before her mother could start nagging, Tong Jiaying handed the food to her father and quickly added, I still need to go to Zhang Jinli's place. He has not lent me the practice test papers yet. With that, she rushed off again as quickly as she had returned. Downstairs in the car, Zhang Jinli had not expected her to come down so fast. He stepped out and asked, Your mom did not scold you, did she? Tong Jiaying grinned and said, I did not even give her the chance. I just said you and your parents gave me food to bring back, and that I needed to borrow test papers from you, then I slipped right out. Not bad, you are improving. Zhang Jinli praised her, then led her into the elevator and up to his apartment. He unlocked the door and they entered the house. Suddenly, Tong Jiaying seemed to think of something. She looked around the room and asked softly, Zhang Jinli, do you have surveillance cameras installed in here? Without hesitation, Zhang Jinli, who had just closed the door, swept her up in a princess carry and replied, There is one at the entrance, but none inside. With that, still wearing his shoes, he carried Tong Jiaying straight into the bedroom. Tong Jiaying suddenly thought of something and, grasping the front of Zhang Jinli's shirt with her small hands, said nervously and uneasily, That is not okay. I am not ready yet. Zhang Jinli laid her down on the bed and smiled. Which one are you referring to? Tong Jiaying lowered her gaze to the bulge beneath Zhang Jinli and, filled with embarrassment, said, The artificial engineering project you mentioned before. Zhang Jinli leaned down and softly kissed Tong Jiaying's warm, tender lips. Then he gazed at her, her eyes dazed, her chest visibly heaving, and her breathing noticeably faster. Do not worry. That is not what I am thinking about. His right hand slid along her flat abdomen and slipped underneath, as if to calm the storm of nerves pounding in her chest. It was strange, really. Whenever Zhang Jinli was alone with Tong Jiaying, he could not help but want to touch her, to kiss her. But his mind always remained clear enough to remember the promise they had made. So even when both his hands were on her, he held back from lifting her shirt. It all traced back to when he had once teased her, saying that girls who weigh under 100 jin are either flat-chested or short. Tong Jiaying had looked at him with obvious defiance and claimed she was neither. He had joked that he would not believe her unless she let him see for himself. To his surprise, she had shyly replied that if they both got into the same university after the college entrance exam, then she would let him see. Because of that promise, even with both hands already on her, Zhang Jinli had restrained himself. He did not break their agreement, and he did not lift her shirt for a peek. No one knew how much time had passed. Lying on her side, forehead resting against his, Tong Jiaying blinked and said, I have to go now, or my mom will start saying things. Zhang Jinli kissed her on the forehead, got up, and took the backpack from the computer chair. From it, he pulled out the mock exam papers. Sitting on the bed, Tong Jiaying tidied her disheveled shirt and hair, took the test papers, and reluctantly left the warm, gentle comfort of the Zhang household. When she returned home, she handed the mock exam papers to her mother, almost as if proudly showing them off. Mom, look, Zhang Jinli's Chinese composition is written so well. No wonder he got a perfect score. If my essay had not gone off topic, and I had also gotten full marks like him, my total score would be about the same as his. Tong's father looked at Zhang Jinli's test scores with both admiration and appreciation as he said, This boy Zhang Jinli is really something. It is already impressive enough that he made several million at such a young age, but on top of that, he has not neglected his studies, instead, he has made such remarkable progress. His future is limitless. Hearing her father praise Zhang Jinli, Tong Jiaying felt genuinely happy and proud inside. At that moment, she deliberately asked, Do you know why he suddenly went back to his rural hometown today? Tong's father asked curiously, Why did he go back? Tong Jiaying purposefully kept them in suspense. I will not spoil it just yet. You will find out why they suddenly returned to the countryside when you watch the city television news at 6:30. The news? Tong's mother frowned slightly, asking in disbelief, You mean Zhang Jinli is going to be on the news? Yes. Tong Jiaying nodded. Bet you did not expect that. Zhang Jinli is even more outstanding than you imagined. And far more handsome, too. At the Tong household, 6:30 in the evening, the city television station began broadcasting the news. Because of the rise of short videos, the television at home was rarely turned on anymore. But this time was different. Zhang Jinli was going to appear on the local news. It was said that the interview conducted earlier that morning would be broadcast that very evening. So Tong Jiaying deliberately kept her parents in suspense and chose not to reveal anything in advance. Instead, she sat down with them to watch the television, waiting for Zhang Jinli's interview to appear on screen. At the same time, Zhang Jinli popped up in the class group chat. At Lin Huaiwen, keep it low-key,
keep it low-key. Stop telling everyone that I was on the local news and telling them to turn on the city news channel to watch me now. As soon as that message was sent, the previously quiet group chat exploded. What the hell? Jung Ji-lee, you were on the news? What happened? Do not tell me you were caught drunk driving or got into a car accident and ended up on TV? When the hell did I go around telling people you were on the news?
And if you had not had mentioned me and I had not seen this message, I would not even have fucking known that you had quietly made it onto television.
You bastard Jang. You deliberately used me as an excuse just to make everyone aware that you were going to be on the news, just to get them to turn on their TVs and watch you, right?
Forget it, I will not explain why I am on the news.
You will find out once you watch it on television.
Jung Ji-lee let out a sly chuckle. Having achieved his goal, he deliberately searched for their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, on WeChat and sent him a message.
Did a city official call the school today to inquire about Monday's morning assembly?
Mr. Zhou replied quickly, I have no idea.
Who told you that?
Jung Ji-lee responded, I was interviewed for a news segment today and appeared on the local news.
If you turn on the TV now and switch to the city channel, you will see me in a bit. Because of that interview, a city official reached out to me. I happened to mention Monday's oath-taking ceremony and asked if they were planning to attend.
They said the school had not extended an invitation and that they were planning to check whether the event had been scheduled.
What the hell? How did you end up on the news? What was the reason?
Jung Ji-lee, it is a long story. Just turn on the TV and see, or check the newspaper tomorrow morning and you will understand.
Jung Ji-lee had just laid a trap for Mr. Zhou.
If that did not work on the school leadership, he planned to set another one in person the next day, hoping to get the school to take the initiative to invite city and district officials. And if that did not work, then he would have the village chief and others impersonate the school and send invitations to the city and district governments.
He is on. Jung Ji-lee is on.
Tong Jiaying excitedly called out, as the television news began broadcasting the segment featuring Jung Ji-lee's interview from that morning.
The headline underneath was bold and striking. An 18-year-old college entrance exam candidate donates
18 million yuan to rebuild ancestral hall in hometown, aiming to promote local reform and development.
Jung Ji-lee's appearance on the television news was arranged and paid for by the village committee.
Otherwise, even if the story had some sensational appeal, it would not have received such extended airtime. Watching Jung Ji-lee calmly and confidently respond to the reporter's questions on screen, and listening to the news anchor's narration, Tong Jiaying's parents finally understood why he had returned to the village.
Tong's father once again felt admiration and appreciation.
But Tong's mother sensed a deliberate air to the report and could not help but voice her skepticism. Did he really donate
18 million yuan?
Could it be fake?
Just some publicity stunt? Tong Jiaying did not like hearing that one bit. Mom, why do you always assume the worst of people and project a petty mindset onto someone decent?
Like a fierce defender of her future husband, Tong Jiaying fired back at her mother. I was there and saw it with my own eyes. Jung Ji-lee truly donated all the money he earned.
He is even planning to sell his sports car to fund the reconstruction of the ancestral hall.
It is precisely because of this that his parents were so shaken, they think he has lost his mind. After all the effort it took to earn that much money, he gave it all away.
Tong's mother frowned. Her daughter, who had always been obedient and respectful, was now scolding her? Calling her petty?
For a moment, she was at a loss for words and had no response. Tong's father then said, the donation of 18 million yuan by Jung Ji-lee is probably true, but the publicity aspect through the news is also likely true. It is just that the original intention seems to be for the benefit of the village's development.
Although he, too, expressed some doubt, Tong Jiaying did not feel offended by her father's words.
The reason Tong Jiaying was upset was because she knew that Jung Ji-lee's appearance on the news was indeed part of a marketing and publicity effort. He had mentioned it to her beforehand. What irritated her was not just that her mother suspected him of seeking attention through self-promotion, but that she actually went so far as to question the authenticity of his donation. It was just like that morning, when her mother found out that Jung Ji-lee had scored 662 on the third mock exam and, without a second thought, immediately assumed he must have cheated. This was exactly what made Tong Jiaying feel especially resentful and frustrated with her mother. She said, in any case, Jung Ji-lee did in fact donate 18 million yuan. Every single donation in their village is publicly disclosed. As of now, Jung Ji-lee has donated the most. The second highest donation was 880,000 yuan, but that person does not live in the village, so they were not included in the news coverage.
In the class group chat, Jung Ji-lee had gone viral. All the students were stunned by the fact that he had donated 18 million yuan.
Homeroom teacher Mr. Zhou finally understood why Jiang Jinli had suddenly asked whether any city officials had contacted the school. This kid had quietly pulled off something huge. At 18, a current college entrance exam candidate, he had earned several million yuan over the winter break by working part-time on some AI project. And now, for the sake of rebuilding his hometown's ancestral hall and supporting local reform and development, he had donated 18 million yuan and was even planning to sell his car to contribute more. With credentials and actions this impressive, it was no wonder he had attracted the attention and appreciation of city officials. With this in mind, Mr. Zhou quickly asked Director Su, then explained that Jiang Jinli had appeared on the news and had received attention from city leadership. Jiang Jinli had assumed that next Monday's morning assembly would be as formal as the last oath-taking ceremony and had inquired whether the city leadership would be attending. But since they had not received an invitation this time, they were planning to consult the school about the event. As for which city official it was, Jiang Jinli did not say, and Mr. Zhou did not press him, he only mentioned it in passing. Director Su then passed the message further up the chain, and the outcome was that no city official had contacted the school that day, nor had any official directly reached out to school leadership. So their guess was that perhaps the official had simply forgotten? Or maybe they would reach out to the school tomorrow? Jiang Jinli had no idea that the trap Mr. Zhou had helped set was already working so quickly. After the news broadcast ended, the relatives group chat that his parents were part of was still buzzing with discussion about Jiang Jinli appearing on television. Although his parents did not fully understand, and felt some heartache over their son donating so much money just for publicity and promotion, they said nothing more. What was done was done. After all, it was money their son had earned himself, and they had no right to stop him. He had not yet completed his daily task of going for an after-dinner walk. Jiang Jinli sent a message to Tong Jiaying on WeChat. Tong Jiaying, walk time. At 7 in the evening, the sky had grown darker. Withered leaves rustled and fell in the wind. Jiang Jinli reached out and caught one that drifted down in front of him, holding it in his hand. The wind is picking up. Jiang Jinli murmured softly. Jiang Jinli. Tong Jiaying emerged from the stairwell on the left, holding Jiang Jinli's third mock exam papers rolled up in her hand. This time, she had openly come out to meet him, so there was no need to worry about her parents seeing her. She no longer had to sneak around just to go on a date with Jiang Jinli. What did your parents think when they saw my exam papers? Jiang Jinli asked. Tong Jiaying replied, they were both quite surprised. My dad praised you, said you were impressive, and that you have a bright future ahead of you. My mom was the same as always. She questioned whether you had cheated on the exam. Then when she saw the news, she questioned whether your donation was fake and just a publicity stunt. I could not take it anymore and told her she was judging a gentleman with a petty heart. Jiang Jinli looked at her with eyes full of affection and gentleness. Saying that to your mother, did she not give you a stern look? I am not afraid. Tong Jiaying snorted. I can tolerate it when she criticizes me, but when she speaks that way about you, I cannot bear it. Hearing that, Jiang Jinli's heart practically melted. Tong Jiaying, if you keep talking like that, I will not be able to hold back either. Tong Jiaying whispered softly, we already kissed so many times today. We need to restrain ourselves, learn to be patient. And so, their walk took them to the park. Looking at the small two-story pavilion where they had spent time the night before, they were somehow drawn to it, as if by an unseen force. The second floor of the pavilion was still empty. They sat down together on the same stone bench they had used the night before. Jiang Jinli turned his head to look at Tong Jiaying. Tong Jiaying also turned her head to look at him. In an instant, the atmosphere around them grew charged with ambiguity. Because Tong Jiaying had said earlier that they needed to exercise restraint and self-control, Jiang Jinli simply gazed at her with eyes full of tenderness and heat. He did not make a move, neither with his hands nor with his lips. And so, Tong Jiaying grew anxious. If you do not want to restrain yourself, or if you do not feel like being patient, that is also fine, she murmured. Jiang Jinli replied, I think I can restrain myself, and I can be patient. So annoying. I take it back. I should not have said something like that earlier. Jiang Jinli, you made me fall under your spell, and now you refuse to give me the antidote. Fine. If you will not give it to me, I will take it myself. Tong Jiaying suddenly grew bold and took the initiative. She leaned in and kissed Jiang Jinli, only for him to sit there like a block of wood, stiff and motionless, neither lifting a hand nor moving his lips. And so, Tong Jiaying, who had finally summoned her courage to take the lead for once, found herself frozen in sudden awkwardness. She pressed her lips together and tried to save face, saying, I was just testing you on purpose, to see if you could really restrain yourself, if you could really hold back.
Jiang Jili almost burst out laughing like a pig. It took everything in him to hold it in. Tong Jiaying's awkward and shy reaction was simply too adorable. He could not take it anymore. How could he possibly hold back when faced with such a lovable Tong? Suddenly, Jiang Jili launched a surprise attack, kissing her before she had time to react. In the twilight, two creeping vines met in the cracks of a pillar on one side of the pavilion. Their tendrils reached out gently, like fingertips brushing together, cautiously feeling each other's presence. Then, the main stems slowly intertwined, like two rivers longing to converge, quietly merging under the cover of night. Their leaves quivered in the wind, as if whispering silent vows, and their roots burrowed deep into the cracks of the stone, entwining and drawing water and nutrients together, binding their lives into one. Tong Jiaying, you lost. Jiang Jili, having gotten his way, teased her. I was testing you too, and you completely failed to restrain yourself. I only gave in because I saw you had already lost control, so I went along with it. Jiang Jili cupped her face in both hands, making her pout slightly, and smiled. Is that so? It is. Tong Jiaying was soft all over, only her mouth still pretended to be stubborn. But with just one light kiss from Jiang Jili, he could instantly cure that stubborn mouth of hers. Looking at Tong Jiaying, breathless and leaning into his arms, Jiang Jili teased, Stubborn little Tong, still feeling stubborn now? Tong Jiaying shook her head in surrender. If she did not, Jiang Jili might really kiss her until her lips were swollen. And then if her parents noticed her lips were red and puffy when she got home, she would not be able to come up with a convincing excuse. After resting for a bit, the two of them left the pavilion and prepared to head home. On the way, Jiang Jili said, I will be going to school tomorrow morning. Do you want to come with me and make up some excuse? Tong Jiaying thought for a moment and said, Then I will tell my mother in the morning that I want to go to the school library early to read model essays. I will just say that your perfect score essay came from reading a lot of top-scoring compositions. That is a pretty good excuse. I did get a perfect score this time because I read quite a few full-mark essays and short stories beforehand. Back at the apartment complex, Jiang Jili and Tong Jiaying shared a secret goodbye kiss downstairs, then each returned to their own home. The next morning, as usual, Jiang Jili got up early to go for a run and called his younger sister to join him. At 7 o'clock, he was finishing his morning jog and preparing to head back. This time, Tong Jiaying and her father went running later than usual and ended up missing him in the park. So Jiang Jili did not stop to wait and jog back with them. Just then, the system notified him that he had received 2 cashback rewards from purchases made by Tong Jiaying. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 108 yuan. Triggered 5x intimacy cashback. 504 yuan credited. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 108 yuan. Triggered 7x intimacy cashback. 756 yuan credited. What is going on? What did Tong Jiaying buy so early in the morning? There was even a purchase at 10 o'clock last night, 258 yuan, triggering a 9x intimacy cashback, with 2,322 yuan credited. Not long after, Tong Jiaying sent a message. Today is Mother's Day. I figured boys are usually not very sensitive about holidays, so I bought flowers and a cake for John's mom on your behalf. Both are scheduled to be delivered by 8:30. I will call you when they arrive, just go downstairs to pick them up. Jiang Jili suddenly realized. Today was May 11th, the second Sunday of May. If Tong Jiaying had not reminded him, he really would have forgotten that it was Mother's Day. So the 108 yuan was for flowers? And the 258 yuan last night was for the cake? In other words, Tong Jiaying bought flowers and a cake for his mother, but only flowers for her own? Well, it made sense. Her mother usually restricted her from eating fast food like KFC, so she probably did not allow her to have much cake either. Otherwise, Tong Jiaying would surely have bought a cake for her mother too. With that in mind, Jiang Jinli turned to his younger sister and asked, Do you know what day it is today? Jiang Jinyu responded with confusion. What day? Is it your 1-month anniversary with sister-in-law? Jiang Jinli, you are finished. Just get ready to face mom's anger and disappointment. Jiang Jinyu quickly asked, What do you mean? Mom's birthday is in October. Jiang Jinli reminded her. Check your phone calendar. Jiang Jinyu looked at it and said, Oh, today is Mother's Day. But in the past, Mom and Dad never really cared about Mother's Day or Father's Day. Jiang Jinli could only say, These days are not what they used to be. Little sister, oh little sister, do not say I did not warn you. If you do not show some gesture of appreciation today, your status at home will be lower than a dog's. Although, we do not even have a dog anymore. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Another Mother's Day has arrived. Your mother is growing older, her hair turning white, her face covered in wrinkles. She often wakes in the middle of the night with tears streaming down her face, regretting having pushed you to marry early, regretting having arranged that tragic marriage through a matchmaker. She believes the misfortunes of the household, your unhappy marriage, and family sorrow were all caused by her relentless pressure to see you married. If she could go back in time, she would rather support you for the rest of her life, rather let you live off her at home, than ever arrange a blind date or push you to marry again. Ding! Instant mission triggered. Happy Mother's Day, help your mother forget her sorrows and feel joy again. Mission reward upon completion. Wonlu Family Mama Franchise Store. Do not worry, Mom. None of those miserable future scenarios described by the system will ever come true. At 8:20 a.m. Tong Jiaying sent a message. Jiang Jinli hurried downstairs. The cake and flowers were delivered one after another. As expected, Tong Jiaying had bought only flowers for her own mother, and she had Jiang Jinli take both the flowers and the cake back to celebrate the holiday with his mother. If he had not been holding flowers in one hand and a cake in the other, Jiang Jinli would have pulled Tong Jiaying into a tight embrace. Are you spacing out? I am heading back now. Tong Jiaying waved her hand in farewell. Jiang Jinli gave a soft then said sincerely, Tong Jiaying, having you is truly a blessing. Hee, go on back now. Tong Jiaying waved happily. Jiang Jinli returned with the flowers and cake. At that moment, his younger sister, who had been lounging around watching TV and picking at her feet, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Brother, you stabbed me in the back. It is over. I might have to go live on the streets now. Mom, Happy Mother's Day, Jiang Jinli called out. His mother rolled her eyes and replied, Happy my ass. Why waste money on these things? The task panel showed no reaction at all. His mother truly was not happy. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Jinli said, I did not buy them. Tong Jiaying did. Sure enough, his mother's expression instantly changed. She eagerly walked over and accepted the large bouquet of carnations with delight, saying joyfully, only Tong Tong is truly thoughtful. Yesterday she called me Auntie Jiang, and today she already bought flowers and cake to celebrate Mother's Day for me. As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at her son and daughter. Look at Tong Tong, then look at you too. Anyone who did not know better would think I am your evil stepmother. Still, the task panel did not react. That meant his mother was not truly happy yet. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Jinli threw caution to the wind and said, What Tong Jiaying bought is what I bought. At this point, I will not hide it anymore. Mom, I am actually in a relationship with Tong Jiaying. In an instant, his mother's eyes lit up, and her smile spread uncontrollably. She looked so overjoyed, she seemed 10 years younger. Ding! Instant mission, Happy Mother's Day, make your mother forget her worries and feel joy again, has been completed. Wonlu Family Mama Franchise Store has been awarded. Jiang Jinli looked at his mother, who was now even more thrilled and satisfied than if she had won the lottery, and helplessly took out his phone to send a message to Tong Jiaying. I told my mom that we are in a relationship. Jiang Jinli was wondering if his future self, 30 years from now, would have also completed this mission. Knowing his mother as well as he did, he felt that the only way to truly make her happy on Mother's Day 30 years down the line would be to bring Tong Jiaying home. Only Tong Jiaying, who had been favored by his mother since childhood, could make her forget her worries and genuinely feel joy. So, after 2 failed attempts, Jiang Jinli gritted his teeth and came clean, revealing his trump card, Tong Jiaying. I had originally planned to keep it a secret, because Tong Jiaying was worried her mother would scold her if she found out she was in a relationship before the college entrance exams. So I promised her I would not tell you until after the exams. But now I am telling you in advance, just keep it to yourselves and do not go spreading it around and risk getting her in trouble with her mom. Her son had finally come to his senses. Mother Jiang was deeply pleased, thinking it was her deliberate arrangement yesterday to leave the two of them alone that had successfully matched this childhood pair together. She cheerfully took out her phone to snap photos of the flowers and cake, and even asked her son to take some pictures of her so she could post them on her social feed. After all, these were flowers and cake from her future daughter-in-law. Do not worry, I will not breathe a word. Even if Tong Tong comes over to the house, we will pretend not to know a thing. No need to go that far. Jiang Jinli had already told Tong Jiaying, but who knew how she would react? Meanwhile, at the Tong household. Unlike Jiang's mother, whose joy was heartfelt and overflowing, Tong's mother reacted rather flatly when she received the bouquet of carnations her daughter had prepared especially for her. In contrast to Jiang's mother's heartfelt joy, Tong's mother showed a rather indifferent expression when she received the bouquet of carnations her daughter had specially prepared for her. She had never cared much for such formal gestures and even remarked that her daughter was wasting money and energy. She told her not to focus on such meaningless things, and that the best Mother's Day gift she could give her would be to concentrate on her studies and on the college entrance examination. Tong Jiaying felt a twinge of sadness in her heart. She had known her mother would react this way. She should not have held on to any hope or bought that extra bouquet of flowers. She quietly returned to her room. I will focus on my studies and the college entrance exam. I am going to school now to review. With that, Tong Jiaying picked up her backpack, walked out to change her shoes, and prepared to leave the house. Her mother frowned. I say a couple of words and you get upset again? Tong Jiaying, aggrieved, replied. A daughter buys flowers to wish her mother a happy Mother's Day, and the mother is neither appreciative nor happy. How could the daughter possibly feel happy? For a moment, her mother had nothing to say. Tong Jiaying finished putting on her shoes, stood up, and said, From now on, I will not prepare any more gifts or surprises for you on any holiday. Since it only makes you unhappy every time, I will spare you the trouble. Tong's father, distressed by his daughter's pain, said in a low voice, This time, you really went too far. Our daughter bought you flowers for Mother's Day out of filial piety. Other mothers would be eager to show them off on social media. But you forget being touched. You even took the opportunity to put pressure on her at a time like this. I only said that for her own good. Tong's mother replied, but even she sounded uncertain now. Tong Jiaying was used to it. Her mother had always been this way, cold, harsh, stubborn, and domineering. Tong Jiaying said, It was my mistake. I should not have wasted the living expenses you gave me on that bouquet of flowers. I am going to school to study. You do not need to argue over such a small thing. With those words, sharp and dripping with sarcasm, Tong Jiaying stormed out the door. Tong's father quickly followed her out the door and said, Tong, do not take it to heart. Your mother has always been like this. Back when I used to give her flowers on Valentine's Day, she would say the same things to me. I am not taking it to heart. I am used to it. Dad, you do not need to criticize Mom either. It is her first time being a mother, and it is my first time being a daughter. There are bound to be moments when we both do it badly. Their apartment was on the 5th floor. Tong Jiaying did not wait for the elevator, she headed straight for the stairs and walked down. Tong's father watched his daughter descend the stairs, then turned back to look at his wife, who was now at a loss for words. He shook his head and said, When our daughter said she had gotten used to it, did you not feel even a little heartache? I used to tell you not to be so strict with her. Whether or not she gets top grades is not what matters most, what matters is that she is happy and healthy. But every time, you would argue with me. You said my way of thinking would ruin her, spoil her. But now, it seems to me that over all these years, it is you whom she and I have spoiled. Tong Jiaying walked down the stairs aimlessly. She missed Jiang Jinli. She missed the warm, harmonious atmosphere of his home. She knew that when Jiang's mother received the flowers and cake, she would not react this way. Even if she scolded her child for wasting money, her face would be filled with affection as she did it. So right now, Jiang Jinli's family must be enjoying the cake together in warmth and joy, must they not? Tong Jiaying took out her phone and glanced at it, realizing that Jiang Jinli had just sent her a message, but she had not noticed the notification sound earlier. I told my mom we are in a relationship. Reading that message, the grievance in her heart began to settle. The cold, sorrowful expression on her delicate face slowly eased, and a faint brightness returned to her eyes. If you do not like me, Mom, then I will go to Jiang's mom, who does. Tong Jiaying gathered herself, walked out of the building, and headed straight to Jiang Jinli's home. When she reached the front door, she heard the warm and lively sounds of laughter from within. Her hand reached for the doorbell, but hovered in midair for a long moment. In the end, overcome by anxiety and fear that she would not belong, that she might disturb the peace and happiness inside, she lacked the courage to press it. She squatted at Jiang Jinli's doorstep, arms wrapped around her knees, quietly listening. Inside, Jiang's mother was happily praising her, then began poking fun at Jiang Jinli and his sister, joking that even giving birth to 2 slabs of barbecued pork would have been better than giving birth to the 2 of them. Jiang Jinli's voice drifted through the crack of the door. The flowers and cake were indeed from Tong Jiaying, but I also prepared a Mother's Day gift for you myself, one that will absolutely surprise you. Jiang's mother said, You being with Tong is already the greatest surprise. Back on your birthday, when she brought you a gift, I said she definitely had feelings for you. I told you to act quickly and not let her down, and see, I was right. Jiang Jinyu tried to argue, Mom, I was actually planning to buy you flowers and a cake this morning too. But my brother said that sister-in-law had already taken care of it, and told me not to waste money. That is the only reason I did not buy them. Then, in an effort to protect herself, she started to expose everything. Also, my brother and sister Jiaying have been together for a while now. They went on a date at Wanda the day after his birthday. And this gold and jade necklace I am wearing was a gift from Sister Jiaying. That is why I started calling her sister-in-law ages ago. I wanted to share the good news with you a long time ago. It was my brother who threatened me not to say a word. John's mother exclaimed, well, John Jinli. And here I was thinking it was my careful planning yesterday to give you two some time alone that made this relationship happen. John's father added, so that is why your English has improved so much, because you started going to school early, and Tong was tutoring you, right? Jiang Jili said, keep your voices down. Do not get so excited. If the neighbors hear and word spreads, Tong Jiaying's parents will definitely give her a hard time. Just then, the elevator chimed with a soft ding. The elderly woman next door stepped out and, spotting Tong Jiaying, asked in surprise, Tong, why are you crouching here? Are you looking for Jiang Jili? Is nobody home? At those words, the entire Jiang household instantly fell silent. Jiang Jili froze for a moment, then hurried to open the door. Tong, why are you crying? Did your mother scold or hit you again? The elderly neighbor next door asked with concern. When Tong Jiaying was little, there were several times she had been scolded to tears by her mother and would come crying to the Jiang household seeking comfort. Though it had been years since she last came to the Jiangs in tears, seeing her now, crouched silently at their doorstep with tears streaming down her face, the old lady instinctively assumed she had been reprimanded by her mother again. No. Tong Jiaying quickly stood up. At that moment, Jiang Jili opened the door. She looked at him with reddened eyes, lips tightly pressed together, suppressing the urge to throw herself into his arms for comfort. What happened? Jiang Jili frowned slightly, greeted the elderly neighbor, then gently pulled Tong Jiaying inside and closed the door behind them. Jiang's mother quickly came over. Seeing the tear-stained, sorrowful face of Tong Jiaying, her heart ached. She softly wiped the tears from the corners of the girl's eyes and asked, why are you crying? Did your mother say something to upset you? Tong Jiaying shook her head but said nothing. Given what he knew of her mother's temperament, Jiang Jinli could guess what had happened. Did you buy flowers for your mom, but she was unappreciative and told you to focus on the college entrance exam instead of wasting time on what she thinks are pointless formalities? Tong Jiaying had not expected Jiang Jinli to guess so accurately. She choked back a sob and softly answered with a faint yes. Jiang's mother said helplessly, your mother really is something. If my daughter were this well-behaved and thoughtful, I would be overjoyed. And yet she says such hurtful things? She hugged Tong Jiaying and gently stroked the back of her head to comfort her. There, good Tong, do not cry. Your mother just does not know how to appreciate kindness or show warmth. But you still have Jiang Mama. I was over the moon today when I received your flowers and cake. Every family has its own troubles. Jiang's father sighed but said nothing more, afraid that if Tong Jiaying's mother found out, she would accuse them of meddling. Jiang Jinli spoke up, since Tong Jiaying is here, why do we not open the cake and celebrate Mother's Day together? The cake, of course, had been chosen by Tong Jiaying. She knew Jiang Jinli loved mango, so she had specifically picked one filled with plenty of mango. Jiang's mother held onto Tong Jiaying's hand the entire time, as if she were afraid that letting go would make the girl run off again. This rascal just confessed that he is in a relationship with you now. Unlike your mother, I am not so strict and old-fashioned. I do not oppose you two being together. When you came by with a birthday gift for him the other day, I was even encouraging this rascal to go after you. Honestly, I have always treated you like a daughter-in-law raised in advance. Tong Jiaying was no longer sad, her face now radiated 70% happiness and 30% shy embarrassment. Jiang's mother went on, in the future, if this rascal ever makes you upset, just come tell Jiang Mama. I will stand up for you and give him a proper scolding. Jiang Jinli muttered in frustration, Mom, you cannot forget your son just because you have a daughter-in-law now. Shut up, you. I have not even settled accounts with you yet. Jiang's mother shot her son a look and said, as for you two being together, it is enough that our family knows. We will not say anything to outsiders, so you do not need to worry that your parents will find out and scold you. All right. Tong Jiaying nodded. Jiang Jinyu looked at her with genuine sympathy, silently thinking, my poor sister-in-law is so gentle, how did she end up with a biological mother who was so fierce and strict, like a mother tiger? After finishing the cake, Jiang Jinli said, Mom, I prepared a gift for you at Wanda Plaza. Let's go pick it up now. The reward from the Mission, a Lu Family Mama franchise, was located at Wanda Plaza in the city. When they were little, their parents had taken them there a few times to eat pizza. He never imagined that this year's Mother's Day mission would reward him with that very same restaurant. Because it was an affordable Italian-style eatery, that particular location at Wanda always had strong business. By rough estimation, the total value of this Mother's Day reward was at least 1 or 2 million yuan. After all, the annual rent alone for a restaurant of that scale at Wanda could reach several $100,000, not to mention the cost of renovation and transfer fees. Be sure to bring your ID card, Jiang Jinli reminded. Jiang's mother asked, "Why do I need to bring my ID card?" "Just bring it, trust me." With an air of mystery, Jiang Jinli led the whole family downstairs after the cake, and they all headed to Wanda Plaza in the city center. Tong Jiaying, as usual, took her seat in Jiang Jinli's Yangwan Yanine. As Jiang Jinli drove out of the neighborhood, he reached over to gently hold her left hand and said softly, "If you ever have anything weighing on your heart, just tell me. Do not keep it all bottled up and suffer alone, alright?" Tong Jiaying replied, I was not actually that upset. I have gotten used to it by now. It was just that when I heard the warm, joyful atmosphere in your home from the doorway, I could not hold it in anymore." Jiang Jinli asked, "What exactly did your mother say to you? Did she make you so angry that you ran away from home?" By now, Tong Jiaying had calmed down. "She just told me to focus on my studies and the college entrance exam, and not waste energy on meaningless things like this. That made me unhappy, so I walked out." Jiang Jinli was exasperated. That is such a harsh thing for her to say. "What about your dad? He was home too, right?" Tong Jiaying replied, "He got upset and scolded my mom. I told them not to argue over something like this and then I left." Just then, Tong Jiaying's phone vibrated with a WeChat message from her father. First, it showed a transfer of 1,000 yuan for living expenses. Then came a message several hundred characters long. "I know your mother has been too harsh, too strict with you all these years. Deep down, I know you have felt wronged, but you have always been so mature and considerate it breaks my heart. You never complained, always endured everything quietly. I have spoken to your mother many times, telling her not to place such high expectations on you, but she always lets it go in one ear and out the other. We have even fought over it many times. Actually, it is not that your mother does not love you, and that is not why she is so strict. It is because she believes you carry the hopes and expectations she once had for a son, whether an older or younger brother, that she pushes you so hard in your studies and demands that you become an outstanding child. Originally, I had planned to keep this from you for a lifetime. But over the past few years, seeing how the relationship between you and your mother has become less and less like that of a mother and daughter, I have found it hard to bear. Back then, your mother was pregnant with fraternal twins. You were supposed to have an older or younger brother, but due to complications with her health, the doctor recommended terminating one of the fetuses, or else both children would die in the womb. At the time, your grandparents insisted on aborting the granddaughter in order to save the grandson. Your mother argued with them and chose to keep you. That is why, after you were born, you were not welcomed by your grandparents, and they also developed resentment toward your mother. When she was discharged and returned to her hometown, your grandmother even slapped her across the face. That is why, in the year you started primary school, when your grandmother passed away, your mother did not go back for the funeral. Instead, she deliberately bought fireworks and took you out to light them. It was precisely because of these events that your mother placed such high expectations on you, and was so strict with you. I know what she was thinking. She was afraid you would not live up to anything, afraid others would see you as mediocre and say that her choice had been wrong. She was also afraid that she had indeed made the wrong choice. So please, do not be angry with your mother. I already spoke to her just now. She is locked in the room, refusing to speak to me. That shows she knows she was wrong, but she just does not know how to explain it to you." Reading this message from her father, Tong Jiaying burst into uncontrollable tears. "What, crying again? And crying this hard?" Jiang Jinli quickly pulled over to the side of the road and asked urgently, "What happened?" Tong Jiaying seemed unable to stop the flood of tears, as if her emotions had burst a dam. Her tears kept falling, splashing onto her phone screen and forming tiny blossoming droplets. "Jiang Jinli." Tong Jiaying looked at him through tear-filled eyes and choked out, "Take me home." "Yes." Jiang Jinli did not ask any further questions. While dialing his mother, he made a U-turn at the next intersection. "You all go ahead to Wanda." Tong Jiaying forgot something. With that, he hung up before his mother could ask anything more and quickly drove back toward the apartment complex. He had no idea what was wrong with Tong Jiaying. Even as a child, she had never cried this uncontrollably, not even during her worst tantrums. Very soon, the car returned to the complex and pulled up in front of her building. Jiang Jinli, worried, followed her back home. The elevator arrived, and as the doors opened, the neighbors inside looked at Tong Jiaying, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Then they glanced at Jiang Jinli standing beside her. Their minds instantly filled in the blanks with a melodramatic breakup scene. Boy and girl part ways, and the girl collapses in tears. Jiang Jinli pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator quickly reached its destination. The Tong family's apartment had a fingerprint lock. Tong Jiaying reached out her thumb to unlock it,
opened the door, and walked in. In the living room, her father was sitting there steeped in melancholy, sipping tea. When he saw his daughter return home crying, he was not surprised, but seeing Jiang Jinli follow her inside made him pause in shock for a full 2 seconds. Tong Jiaying walked straight into her parents' bedroom. She grasped the locked doorknob and cried out, sobbing, "Mom, I am sorry. I am sorry, I did not know you gave up the life of a son for me. I am sorry, I did not know you were cursed and resented by your in-laws because of me. I am sorry, I did not know you were slapped across the face by grandma after being discharged from the hospital. I am sorry, I did not know that Mother's Day only reminds you of the son you were forced to let go, and that is why you cannot bear it. I am sorry. I am so sorry." Seeing Tong Jiaying cry out in hoarse agony, Jiang Jinli frowned and turned to ask, "Uncle Tong, what happened to her? Why did she suddenly run home in tears like this?" Hearing the confusion and concern in Jiang Jinli's voice, Tong's father guessed that his daughter must have come home crying and been seen by Jiang Jinli, which was why he had followed her back out of worry. It was true, his daughter had grown up. She was no longer the little girl who, when upset or heartbroken, would run straight to the Jiang household for comfort. Tong's father shook his head. "It is nothing, no need to worry. There were some misunderstandings between mother and daughter. Now that everything is out in the open, they will be fine." "What kind of misunderstanding?" Jiang Jinli walked over and asked, standing next to Tong's father. In all the years he had known Tong Jiaying, this was the first time he had seen her cry so hard, so heartbreakingly. At that moment, the locked door clicked open. Before Tong's mother could say anything, Tong Jiaying rushed into her arms, sobbing even louder as she kept repeating, "I am sorry." Tong's mother's expression darkened, and she shouted in anger, "Tong Wei Bin, did you tell her?" Tong's father's hand trembled suddenly as he poured tea for Jiang Jinli. "She has grown up. She has the right to know. And if I did not tell her today, how could the two of you ever go on acting like mother and daughter?" The more Jiang Jinli listened, the more confused he became. Then, with hesitation, he said, "Should I not have come up with her? Maybe I should step outside for a bit?" When Tong's mother got angry, it was genuinely intimidating. Tong's father handed Jiang Jinli the cup of tea and said, "It is all right. It is not some deep dark secret. It is a good thing you care about Tong Tong and followed her back. Now that you are here, your aunt will be less likely to scold me too harshly, at least not in front of someone else." Jiang Jinli wanted to say, "I do not really count as an outsider anymore, since your daughter is already mine." But if he actually said that out loud, he was afraid Uncle Tong would throw him straight off the 5th floor. Jiang Jinli sat beside Tong's father, casting quick glances at the mother and daughter embracing nearby. He leaned in and asked in a hushed voice, "Uncle Tong, what exactly is going on? Could you help me understand?" Tong's father picked up his phone from the coffee table, unlocked it, opened WeChat, and handed it to Jiang Jinli, showing him the messages he had just sent to his daughter. After reading through them, Jiang Jinli finally understood. No wonder Tong Jiaying had suddenly burst into such intense, heart-wrenching sobs. In that moment, Jiang Jinli silently gave thanks to his future mother-in-law for choosing to keep Tong Jiaying all those years ago. Without her, his own childhood would have been dull and empty. In a flash, the cruel mother-in-law image that Jiang Jinli had long held shattered entirely, replaced by the radiant and selfless image of a truly great mother. As her daughter wept in her arms, Tong's mother stood stiffly for a moment before gently placing her right hand on the back of her daughter's head. You have done nothing wrong. It is I who wronged you. I have not fulfilled my responsibilities as a mother all these years. And I even said such hurtful things to you earlier." Tong Jiaying continued to cry, her tears soaking into her mother's shoulder. "All right, stop crying now. You were right about what you said earlier. This is my first time being a mother, and I have made many mistakes. Your father scolded me just now, and I have taken time to reflect while I was in the room. From now on, I will not pressure you about studying. I will not interfere or impose expectations on you anymore." Tong's father smiled, lifted his teacup and clinked it gently against Jiang Jinli's, then, as if to toast the occasion, he drank it down in one celebratory gulp. Tong's mother gently pushed her daughter away, wiped her own tears, and muttered, "How old are you already? Still crying like a mess. Your nose is running, how unsightly." Tong Jiaying, eyes still brimming with tears and her voice thick with emotion, looked at her mother and replied, "Even if I am ugly, you are the one who gave birth to me." Tong's mother, slightly annoyed, walked over to the nightstand and pulled 2 tissues. Tong Jiaying blew her nose and then said, "Mom, lower your head a bit." "What for?" Tong's mother lowered her head slightly. At that moment, Tong Jiaying kissed her mother's forehead and said with deep emotion, "Mom, I love you." So cheesy. Tong's mother was flustered by the kiss.
She could not even remember how many years it had been since her daughter had last kissed her. Thinking about it, she realized that she truly had wronged her daughter over the years, and had indeed failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a good mother. Jiang Jili, seeing the joyful harmony between mother and daughter, stood up and said, "Since everything is fine now, I will head out and not disturb you any further." Tong Jiaying called out, "Jiang Jili, wait for me." Jiang Jili asked, "It is Mother's Day today, do you not want to take this opportunity to spend more time with your mom?" Tong Jiaying replied, "I want to go to school early to review. I will let my dad spend more time with her." Jiang Jili did not press the matter. With the daughter heading out as well, Tong's father suddenly felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, as though the fear of his strict wife had kicked in all over again. Downstairs, Jiang Jili once again drove Tong Jiaying toward Wanda Plaza. Along the way, he said, "Your mom is really an amazing woman. I misunderstood her before." Tong Jiaying suddenly asked, "If my mother had not chosen me back then, what do you think the outcome would have been?" Jiang Jili took her left hand in his and said, "Then perhaps you would have been reborn into a parallel world, and in that world, you would have met the parallel version of me, and eventually, the two of us would still fall in love and share our lives together." Tong Jiaying gazed out the car window, her heart filled with guilt and sorrow, and silently prayed, "If a parallel world truly exists, then I hope that the twin brother or brother-to-be, whom I never met, is living a better life than mine, a happier one." They arrived at Wanda Plaza. The sorrow that had overwhelmed Tong Jiaying earlier, when she was sobbing uncontrollably, had now settled. Her face wore a soft, faint smile, one that radiated happiness and contentment. Jiang Jinli's parents and younger sister were strolling around inside Wanda. Jiang Jinli called his mother directly and asked them to meet him at the left side of the main entrance, in front of the Lu Family Mama Italian restaurant. Once his parents and sister arrived, Jiang Jinli led them straight into the Lu Family Mama restaurant. His mother immediately protested, "What are you doing? We just had breakfast and cake, and now you are taking us inside to eat again?" Jiang Jinli simply pushed her through the door and said, "Stop talking. Just come in, you will understand soon enough. Welcome." A young waitress greeted them warmly, holding a menu in hand. It was rumored that the new owner of the restaurant would be coming by today for the handover. Worried that the change in ownership might lead to staff reshuffling or termination, she had been especially enthusiastic and proactive in her service that day. Jiang Jinli asked directly, "Who is your boss?" This whole family came in and asked to see the boss directly, which meant the waitress immediately realized what was going on. She quickly made an introduction and went to inform the boss that someone was looking for him. John's parents looked at their son in confusion, completely at a loss as to what he was doing. His younger sister Jiang Jinyu and Tong Jiaying were equally puzzled. Why had Jiang Jinli come into Lu Family Mama and asked for the boss? Just then, a man in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing quite refined, walked over from the front counter. "You are?" he asked tentatively. The system had already purchased the restaurant as a reward for Jiang Jinli. Now, all that was left was for him to come and complete the final handover. Jiang Jinli replied, "I am Jiang Jinli, the one who is taking over your restaurant. This lady is my mother. I am giving her this restaurant as a Mother's Day gift, so you may proceed with the handover to her directly." The restaurant owner looked in astonishment at this young man, who looked no older than 20, and extended his hand enthusiastically. "So you are Boss Jiang, what an honor." At this moment, Jiang's mother was completely dumbfounded. Jiang's father was just as shocked by what his son had just said. A Mother's Day gift, and it was an entire Lu Family Mama Italian restaurant? And not just any location, but one inside Wanda Plaza. This franchise brand of Italian restaurants had always done excellent business. Without exaggeration, it could easily earn 100,000 or 80,000 yuan per month in profit. John's father felt a twinge of envy and jealousy, and could not help but start dreaming, for Father's Day next month, would his son prepare a surprise just as big for him? "Mom, stop standing there in a daze. This restaurant is yours now." Jiang Jinli's words snapped his mother out of her astonishment, while at the same time, they landed like a heavy blow on his younger sister. "My brother has betrayed me again. Now I am the only one who has not prepared a surprise or gift for Mom." As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. At this moment, Jiang Jinyu was undoubtedly the biggest victim on the scene. Tong Jiaying looked up at Jiang Jinli with a mix of surprise and envy. For the first time, she deeply understood the privilege of being rich and carefree. If circumstances allowed, she too wished she could prepare such a grand surprise for her mother so that her mom would not have to go to work anymore, but could simply sit in the shop and count money. After completing the handover procedures, Jiang Jinli officially gifted the Lu Family Mama restaurant, which had been rewarded to him by the system, to his mother. It is getting late. Tong Jiaying and I will head back to school now to continue studying. His parents needed to stay at the restaurant a while longer to get acquainted with everything, and his younger sister quietly ran off to buy a gold necklace in a desperate attempt to win back some of their mother's affection. Holding Tong Jiaying's delicate hand, Zhang Jinli drove toward First High School of the city. Mother's Day had delayed their schedule. Originally, Zhang Jinli had planned to leave for school by 9 o'clock, because today he still needed to find a way to impersonate a school official and invite municipal and district leaders to attend tomorrow morning's assembly. But now, after the delay, it was already close to 11. Tong Jiaying, I need to make a quick trip to the political and education office. Go review in the library first, I will come find you after I am done. Upon arriving at school, Zhang Jinli held Tong Jiaying's hand as they walked in together, speaking as they went. All right, Tong Jiaying nodded obediently. So sweet, Zhang Jinli said as he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulled her close, and planted a kiss on her beautiful cheek. Since it was Mother's Day and a Sunday morning, the school grounds were quiet and empty. That gave Tong Jiaying a burst of boldness. She stopped walking, looked up at Zhang Jinli, and shyly said, "You have not kissed me yet today." Damn, that little temptress is at it again. How could Zhang Jinli possibly hold back? He cupped her cheeks with both hands and kissed her deeply. Tong Jiaying wrapped her arms around his neck, rising up on her toes to return the kiss with equal passion and sweetness. Neither of them had ever cared much for rap culture before, but now they were practically freestyling with their tongues. I will head back to the dorm first. Come find me at the library after you are done. After their passionate kiss and playful tongue duel, Tong Jiaying, both bashful and thrilled, left Zhang Jinli behind and hurried off toward the girls' dormitory. Her shiny, jet-black ponytail bounced in the sunlight, swaying with every step, making Zhang Jinli's heart race uncontrollably. I really must be addicted. There is no quitting this. Tong Jiaying was an addiction Zhang Jinli simply could not quit. Instead of returning to the dormitory, Zhang Jinli made a detour to the restroom to relieve a pressing issue down there. He really could not take the discomfort any longer. Once finished, he felt satisfied but slightly guilty, and made his way toward the political and moral education office. The office was emptied, perfect for his plans. He did not have a key to get in, but he knew that the alloy-framed sliding windows had a particular weakness. With brute force, one could push the frame upward, remove the entire window, or shift it just enough to slip past the latch and slide it open. Zhang Jinli used the latter method to push the window open and climbed inside. He knew full well this behavior violated school regulations. If discovered by school administrators, he would definitely face disciplinary action. But he was only using the office to make some phone calls. He was not damaging property or committing theft, so even if someone did find out, the punishment would likely be minimal. Given his reputation, the school leadership might even let it slide entirely. After all, he had arrived at school driving a Yongwang U9. His name was already well known on campus, and virtually every school administrator had heard of or recognized him. Zhang Jinli sat down, opened the WeChat conversation with the village secretary, and, using the list of phone numbers the secretary had sent, began making calls from the school's office phone one by one. These included private numbers of various officials, as well as numbers for municipal and district government offices. He called every one of them without missing a single contact, inviting each official on behalf of First City High School to attend the oath-taking assembly scheduled for the next morning. He made sure to emphasize that Zhang Jinli, the same student who had appeared on the news last night and in the newspaper this morning, would be delivering a speech at the event. As a result, the officials who received the phone invitations grew curious about the name Zhang Jinli and went to pick up the freshly printed local morning newspaper to read more about him. Strange. Did First High School not already hold an oath-taking assembly 2 months ago? Why are they holding another one now? Zhang Jinli? What exactly did this student do to end up on the news and in the newspaper? Once the seed of curiosity is planted, it does not take long for it to sprout and grow. So, as Zhang Jinli impersonated a school official to invite various leaders, while deliberately promoting himself in the process, these unsuspecting officials all began seeking out that day's morning newspaper to uncover the truth. Wow, so First High School actually produced someone this impressive. A senior year student who made millions during winter break by participating in an AI project, donated 18 million yuan to his home village, and scored only in the 400s on the first mock exam, then jumped to 662 on the third? This kid is something else. Jianjia Village? Zhang Jinli? Thanks to the news coverage and newspaper spotlight, Zhang Jinli successfully brought Jianjia Village into the attention of certain district and city-level officials. Ha!
Jiang Jinli had dialed every number the village secretary had been able to gather. Parched and weary, he leaned back in the office chair and exhaled deeply. The wind has started blowing. Whether it turns into a storm of greatness, well, that is now up to fate. Jiang Jinli deleted all the call records from the phone one by one, then climbed back out through the window and headed to the library to find Tong Jiaying. At this hour, the school library was equally quiet, with only a handful of early arriving students scattered around, studying. Tong Jiaying liked to sit in a corner of the library, and Jiang Jinli quickly found her. He slowed his steps. Jiang Jinli silently walked up behind Tong Jiaying, covered her eyes with both hands, and deliberately lowered his voice, leaning in to whisper by her ear. "Guess who I am? John the scoundrel." Tong Jiaying replied in a calm, ghostly tone. In the whole school, aside from Chun Yuan, only Jiang Jinli would be childish enough to tease her like this. "Since you called me a scoundrel, then I suppose I have no choice but to act like one." Jiang Jinli released his hands from her eyes, pressed his cheek against hers, and said, "Little temptress Tong, I am thirsty." Tong Jiaying immediately reached for her own water bottle, but Jiang Jinli stopped her with a hand, hinting, "I do not want to drink water. If not water, then what?" The next second, Tong Jiaying suddenly understood. Her ears flushed red, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks. Though there were only a few people in the library, there were still surveillance cameras. However, the corner they were sitting in seemed to be a blind spot in the surveillance system. At that moment, Jiang Jinli gently turned her head and pressed his lips against hers. After spending an hour making phone calls earlier, Jiang Jinli's lips and throat were parched beyond endurance. Now, with the dewy, radiant Tong Jiaying right in front of him, it was the perfect moment to quench his thirst. John the scoundrel was becoming increasingly audacious. Tong Jiaying's heart was pounding wildly from the tension and excitement. The whole experience felt even more thrilling than setting off firecrackers in dried cow dung. At any moment you could get splattered. Jiang Jinli kissed her for several minutes. Only after his thirst was thoroughly satisfied did he finally let go of the moist and alluring Tong Jiaying. "You are misbehaving again." Tong Jiaying lightly scolded him with a tap on his wandering hand. Cheeks flushed red as she tugged at her slightly disheveled top. She seemed to have anticipated this moment. After returning to the dorm earlier, she had specifically changed into a pair of shorts and removed the undershirt beneath her t-shirt before coming to the library to study, supposedly, while waiting for Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli gently patted her smooth, fair leg and teased in a hushed voice, "Little temptress Tong, you changed into shorts and even took off your inner layer. Was that not just to seduce me into misbehaving?" "It was not," Tong Jiaying weakly argued, clearly flustered. I was just feeling too hot, so I wore less and switched into shorts, that's all." "I almost believed you." Jiang Jinli smiled slightly, gave Tong Jiaying's pretty, adorable cheek a playful pinch, then calmed his restless thoughts and settled down to review with her. Not long after, it was 12:30. John's mother, who had previously added Tong Jiaying as a WeChat contact, sent her a message to ask if they were hungry and whether they had eaten lunch yet. She also attached several pictures of pizza, saying she wanted to deliver some to them. Feeling the vibration alert from her smartwatch, Tong Jiaying saw that the screen showed several unread WeChat messages. She immediately pulled out her phone from her shoulder bag, which had been set to silent mode. John's mom was bringing pizza. She showed the message to Jiang Jinli, who nodded at her in approval. Then she replied, "Thank you, Auntie Jiang." Jiang Jinli said he is hungry, and I am a little hungry too. John's mom immediately responded, "All right, we will head home soon and bring it over to you on the way." At 1 p.m., John's father arrived at the school gate by car. Since they were neither students nor teachers and did not have access cards, they could not enter the school grounds. The two security guards at the gate noticed they were carrying food and drinks and reminded them, "Parents, the school does not allow students to receive outside food deliveries." So many rules. John's mother silently complained to herself, then called Tong Jiaying. "We are at the school gate. I did not know outside food is not allowed inside the school. We brought quite a lot of pizza and drinks, thinking you could take them back to the dorm and share with your roommates and classmates." At that moment, Jiang Jinli's voice came through. "Mom, let the security guards talk on the phone." "Huh?" Hearing this, John's mother looked puzzled as she turned to the security guards and said, "Well, my son said he wants you to take the call?" The two guards exchanged glances. One of them took the phone. "Is this Uncle Yong? Or Uncle Gong?" "This is Jiang Jinli. There are not many people at school right now. Could you let my parents and sister in for a bit? If not, that is fine too." "Oh, it is Xiao Jiang. No problem at all." The school was like a small society, a miniature martial world. The cigarettes the two security uncles had been smoking lately were gifted by Jiang Jinli, and not the cheap kind, but premium Huazi, the kind they would not usually afford to smoke themselves. So upon hearing that it was Jiang Jinli's parents and sister outside, their attitudes changed instantly. They had already turned a blind eye on many occasions, and it was Sunday noon, very few students were on campus, and most of the administrators had not yet returned. Moreover, in their eyes, Jiang Jinli was not only polite and worldly, but also a wealthy second-generation heir. Of course, they would give him face. Uncle Yang quickly handed the phone back to Zhang's mom and said warmly, "You should have said earlier that you were Xiao Zhang's parents, we would not have stopped you." Zhang's mother was completely stunned. Her son was this well-connected at school? With that thought, Zhang's mother quickly took out a box of pizza and 2 cups of fruit tea and handed them to the 2 guards, Uncle Yang and his colleague. Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, the 2 men accepted the food and drinks and returned to the security room to dig in with great delight. "Mom, after you enter, just walk straight ahead. There is a statue fountain in the middle. The building to the right of the fountain is the dormitory area. We are walking back now." Not long after, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying appeared within the sight of his parents and younger sister. Jiang Jinli held an umbrella to shade them from the sun, while Tong Jiaying walked arm in arm with him. From a distance, seeing her future sister-in-law's long, fair, slender legs revealed beneath her shorts, Jiang Jinyu was filled with envy. Who would have thought her sister-in-law had such stunning legs? With legs like those, how could she not turn her brother into a love-struck fool? No wonder he could not resist and fell hopelessly into this love trap. Had she known that Jiang Jinli's parents were going to send pizza over, Tong Jiaying wouldn't have changed into these shorts just to make it easier for Jiang Jinli to touch her legs and then purposely change into these shorts. She was now a little constrained and worried, afraid that Jiang's mom would see her wearing shorts in school, exposing her long legs, and think she was a shameless, immodest girl. As it turned out, she thought too much. Next to the main road of the school, there were stone tables and chairs under every big tree, and Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom put the pizzas and drinks they had packed on them. "My son likes to eat mango." Jiang Mom specially opened a steaming mango pizza, and then specially let Tong Jiaying sit next to her. Her right hand did not hold back to touch up Tong Jiaying's thighs. Tong Jiaying immediately blushed. "Why did Jiang Mom suddenly touch my leg?" I only saw Jiang Mom touching her leg while saying, Tong, how did you grow this leg? How can they grow so straight, so long, so sexy and beautiful? Why didn't I realize it when I was little?" The real deal. I inherited my mom's leg control gene. That's why I can't get enough of Tong Jiaying's beautiful legs. Tong Jiaying was so embarrassed and shy that she did not know what to say. Jiang Jinyu, joining in the fun, also reached out and touched Tong Jiaying's other beautiful leg, speaking with envy and jealousy. "This must be genetic. That is why, Mom, your legs are not straight and not pretty, and I inherited your legs, so mine are also not straight and not pretty." This was something Jiang's mother did not like to hear. She smacked her daughter's shameless, groping hand and scolded, "Shut your mouth. No one would think you were mute if you just stayed quiet." Terrifying. The whole Jiang family is obsessed with legs. Jiang Jinli said irritably, "Can the 2 of you behave properly? Otherwise, Tong Jiaying is going to be scared away by you." Only then did Jiang's mother awkwardly move her hand away from Tong Jiaying's thigh and took the initiative to hand out disposable gloves to her son and future daughter-in-law. She also took out 2 cups of lemon tea and thoughtfully inserted straws into them. Tong Jiaying said shyly and politely, "Jiang Mama, please have some too." Jiang's mother replied, "We already ate at the restaurant earlier. These were specially packed for you too. Whatever is left, you can take back to your dorm and share with your roommates." After eating and drinking their fill, the parents and younger sister prepared to head back. It was too sunny and too hot in the afternoon, so they lost interest in touring the campus. Meanwhile, at the school gate, the director of the Political and Educational Affairs Office drove back to the school, and shortly afterward, the vice principal also returned earlier than usual. At that exact moment, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying, still carrying pizza and drinks, were escorting his parents and younger sister out. Suddenly, the 2 security guards at the gate panicked. Although they had often turned a blind eye in the past, letting students bring in outside food, this time was different. Not only had they allowed Jiang Jinli's parents to deliver food inside, they had also opened the gate to let his parents and younger sister enter the school grounds. They had originally thought that, at this hour, there would be no one around, and that Jiang Jinli's family would not stay long inside. In fact, they really had not stayed long before coming out. But who could have expected that, as if possessed by some strange whim, the director of Political and Educational Affairs and the vice principal would return to school so early today? And what were the odds? They just so happened to run straight into the Jiang family as they were walking out. At that moment,
the black Audi driven by the vice principal suddenly came to a stop. Inside the car, the vice principal picked up a newspaper from the front passenger seat and looked at the picture of Jung Jinli printed on it. It really is him. The vice principal hurriedly got out of the car and rushed toward the Jung family they had just passed. This is bad, really bad. The hearts of the two security guards were in their throats. Student Jung Jinli? The vice principal walked over briskly, calling out. Jung Jinli stopped in his tracks. Seeing the vice principal, with his round belly and a courteous smile, Jung immediately guessed that the fake call made earlier, pretending to be from a school official inviting the leadership, had already started to produce results. Principal Lee, you are here so early today. As it happens, I have something urgent to discuss with you, Jung Jinli said, laying the groundwork. The vice principal glanced at the parents and younger sister standing beside Jung Jinli. Something seemed to occur to him, and he spoke in a refined tone. These must be your esteemed father and mother? He extended his hand to shake hands with Jung's father, then said enthusiastically and deferentially, I saw the news. You have raised a fine son. He has brought great honor to our #1 high school. John's father, overwhelmed and flattered, gave an awkward smile and said, It is not because we raised him well, he is simply self-driven. John's mother looked at her son in disbelief, thinking back to how, just moments ago, the security guards had received a phone call and immediately let them in, and now seeing the vice principal get out of the car himself and walk over to curry favor with her son, she suddenly began to suspect that she might be dreaming. Even Tong Jiaying looked astonished. But soon, her face lit up with pride. My Jung Jinli truly is remarkable. Even the school principal shows him respect. At the same time, watching the vice principal warmly shake hands with Jung Jinli's father and chat with him cheerfully, the two security guards immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had made the right call. Thankfully, they had let Jung Jinli's parents enter earlier. They had known that any student who could drive a sports car worth 2 million yuan to school must have parents who were influential figures in the city. And look, did the vice principal not personally extend his hand for a handshake and greet them with such eagerness? At that moment, Jung Jinli spoke, Principal Lee, here is the situation. A while ago, I donated 18 million yuan to my hometown, and then yesterday I returned to the village for an interview, which ended up being featured in the news. Because of that, leaders from both the district and the city have taken notice of me. Some of them expressed a desire to meet with me, so I mentioned next Monday's oath-taking rally, assuming the school had invited these officials to attend, just like last time. Coincidentally, my homeroom teacher also informed me that I would be giving a speech on Monday, so I took it upon myself to suggest holding the meeting at the rally. But then they told me the school had not invited them this time, and only then did I realize I had misunderstood my teacher's words. I had mistaken a regular morning assembly for another grand event like the previous oath-taking rally. So I ended up creating this misunderstanding. Now, I am concerned that some leaders might show up uninvited. Therefore, I suggest that the school prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard and failing to host them properly. The vice principal gave a slight nod. I just received word from above, which is why the director of the Political and Educational Affairs Office and I came early to make arrangements for this matter. Jung Jinli was thrilled inside. I actually made it happen. It looks like this morning assembly is going to be even more grand than the 100-day oath-taking rally. The 100-day oath-taking rally involved multiple schools, so only 2 or 3 officials from the city and district would attend as representatives. But this time, #1 high school was holding the oath-taking rally on its own, with no other schools participating. That meant the number of officials attending tomorrow would certainly not be fewer than at the 100-day oath-taking rally. Jung Jinli was filled with anticipation. Just which leaders would show up tomorrow morning? Could it be that I managed to fool even the mayor and district head, the most powerful figures in the region, into coming? On Monday, after the morning reading session, all senior third-year students brought their stools to the gymnasium for an assembly. The original plan was to hold the meeting at the flag-raising square downstairs, but because more officials than expected were attending, and since it was already quite hot by 8 in the morning, and if the meeting continued until 9 or 10 o'clock, the students might bear it, but the officials would not. The location was changed to the gymnasium. Before the meeting, #1 high school was particularly lively. One vehicle after another drove into the campus in an endless stream, bringing with them officials from the city and district. The security guards were shocked to see even the mayor arrive. What is going on? Uncle Yang, the security guard, asked curiously. Uncle Gong, who was guarding the gate with him, replied, Seems like the senior class is having an assembly this morning, but I never imagined so many officials would show up. Uncle Yang was puzzled. Even during the 100-day oath-taking rally, there were not this many officials. Why is this meeting so grand? And the reporters, there have already been 3 waves of them, and one of them is from the provincial 630 News. This, too, was Zhang Jinli's doing. It was he who submitted a tip-off to 630 News yesterday afternoon. Nationally, this news segment might not mean much, but in Guangdong Province, 630 News holds the same weight in the public eye as CCTV News does nationwide. Any household in Guangdong Province that still watches television is likely tuned into 630 News during dinner. Previously, Zhang Jinli had already gained some traction through local media, and now it was time to leverage 630 News to launch a short video marketing campaign. That morning, Zhang Jinli's parents also came to attend this suddenly upgraded oath-taking rally. But other parents were not invited. After all, during the 100-day oath-taking rally, all students' parents and relatives had already been invited. This time, it had originally been planned as a simple morning assembly to offer encouragement and deliver some motivational messages. Who could have guessed that Zhang Jinli would suddenly draw in so many officials? The village chief and the party secretary of Zhang's home village had come with his parents. They waited at the school gate for the town mayor, then introduced him to Zhang Jinli's parents. This is the mayor of our town. These are the parents of student Zhang Jinli. The town mayor quickly reached out warmly and politely praised them for raising such an outstanding son. The village chief reminded him pointedly, "I just saw the mayor's car enter the school." Who would have thought that Zhang Jinli merely mentioned it, and the mayor actually took the time to come? The town mayor was indeed surprised. He had not expected the mayor to show up. During the 100-day oath-taking rally held at No. 1 High School, he, as a small-town mayor, had not even been invited. This time, it was because Zhang Jinli had taken it upon himself to notify the township party secretary and the township committee director, and in turn, invite the town mayor to attend this morning meeting. At the time, the town mayor had not shown much interest. But when Zhang Jinli mentioned that city and district leaders would be attending, he decided to make time to come. He had not expected much at best, maybe a few ordinary district-level officials. But now, hearing from the village chief that even the city mayor was here? No time to waste, the town mayor hurried inside. Several school department heads and security personnel were verifying the identities of incoming guests. In addition, an armed police unit had been dispatched to guard the campus. Upon seeing Zhang Jinli's parents, Uncle Yang quickly informed one of the department heads, "Those are the parents of student Zhang Jinli, the one who came in that Yangwan U9 yesterday. They were already here yesterday, and the vice principal knows them." He greeted them personally. The department head hurried over, his warm and eager demeanor even more enthusiastic than when he had greeted the city mayor. "So these are the parents of student Zhang Jinli, and these two are?" Director Liu shook hands with Zhang's father and asked politely. Zhang's father, somewhat nervous and flattered, introduced them. "This is the village chief of our village, and this is the mayor of our town." So the village chief and the town mayor. Director Liu shook hands with them both, gave instructions for them to be let through, and explained, there is no need to verify their identity. They are part of student Zhang Jinli's family group, which is why they are not listed on the official guest list. These words made the town mayor realize just how important Zhang Jinli was. According to the school leader, without Zhang Jinli, he would have had no right to even step into No. 1 High School, let alone attend this morning's meeting. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had just gotten out of his car and sent his driver off to park hurried over and enthusiastically struck up a conversation with Zhang Jinli's parents. "Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, what a pleasure to meet you. I saw the news yesterday and never imagined that such an outstanding child would come from our county." The town mayor was dumbfounded. The county mayor. He had attended many meetings at the county level and had seen the county mayor several times, but this was the first time he had ever seen him so close and so friendly. Zhang's parents were both factory workers who had never met the county mayor. When they found out that this warm, middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit was the county mayor, they were even more overwhelmed and flustered. Only now did they begin to understand what their son had meant when he said that his donation was an investment, an act of marketing and self-promotion, a way to advertise his name. So now, had their son's investment succeeded? Had his marketing really paid off? Zhang's parents were overwhelmed with pride and excitement. It seemed they truly were about to rise in status thanks to their son. As the leaders took their seats, the village chief and town mayor noticed that apart from the district chief, none of the other district or county level officials had the honor of sitting in the first row. The fact that they could sit in the second row was entirely thanks to Zhang Jinli. Now the village chief felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Because aside from Zhang Jinli, only he knew that all these officials had been tricked into coming by Zhang Jinli. It was they who had helped Zhang Jinli use the school's office phone to impersonate a school official and invite these city and district leaders. Originally, the village chief thought that getting just one or two officials to come would already count as a success. but he never imagined the city mayor would be among them. He dared not imagine what the consequences would be if this whole thing were exposed. However, judging from the current scene, the village chief felt that perhaps not all the officials had been tricked into coming. Some of them seemed genuinely willing to attend this senior year morning assembly. As the officials entered and took their seats, the senior third-year students also entered the gymnasium by class. From class 3, Jiang Jinli walked near the front of the group. Seeing the grand setup inside, Lin Huaiwen was stunned. Why are there so many photographers and journalists? Holy shit, even the 630 news reporters came? Jiang Jinli responded with a calm show of arrogance. I have been in the spotlight lately. They are all here because of me. Lin Huaiwen could not help but retort, you got featured in the news yesterday and now you have forgotten who you are? You do not believe me? Jiang Jinli patted him on the shoulder, the corners of his mouth lifting with pride. Seems like you really have no idea what I am capable of. What was with this tone of confidence and smug grin on Jiang Jinli's face? Could he actually be telling the truth? Now entering the venue is senior grade 3, class 3, Jiang Jinli is in this class. I see him. In person, he looks even more spirited than he did in the news and newspapers. In just 1 month, he raised his total score from 458 in the first mock exam to 585 in the second. Then, within another month, he brought his total score up to 662 in the third mock exam, ranking first in class 3 and 16th in the entire school. Now, with only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, if he continues to improve steadily, he has a real shot at getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. The principal was introducing Jiang Jinli to the mayor seated beside him. Even now, the principal's mind was still reeling in disbelief. How had an ordinary morning assembly for senior students drawn such attention from so many city officials? Even the mayor had sent a message inquiring about it and then showed up in person to attend. At the gymnasium entrance, photographers were capturing images of Jiang Jinli as he entered. Standing next to him, Lin Huaiwen watched as a photographer pointed the camera directly at him and Jiang Jinli, inwardly exclaiming, "Holy shit." It seemed Jiang Jinli had not been exaggerating after all. When students from other classes entered, the reporters and photographers had shown no interest. But when it was their turn, the photographers suddenly sprang into action, aiming straight at Jiang Jinli. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Huaiwen slightly threw an arm around Jiang Jinli's shoulder. Bro, get me on TV. Jiang Jinli immediately saw through his little scheme, but did not push him away. However, watching this scene, several of the attending officials subconsciously labeled Lin Huaiwen as an opportunist trying to ride someone else's coattails. Soon, all senior classes had entered the gymnasium, bringing their stools and sitting in order within the large open space. After the opening remarks from the school administration, the male and female student hosts took the stage, nervously holding scripts and cue cards as they began to MC this morning assembly, which, while not labeled a 100-day oath-taking rally, was essentially the same in nature. Their attempts at stirring motivational passion with cliched slogans quickly left the senior students bored out of their minds. Even the attending officials began to look stern, regretting having come. That was, until the hosts mentioned the name Jiang Jinli and invited him on stage to deliver a speech. Instantly, the officials' stony faces lit up with interest, and they applauded enthusiastically. This scene was a blow to the student hosts watching from the stage. When they first stepped on stage, the officials had shown no such enthusiasm. Some had not even clapped, but now, at the mention of Jiang Jinli's name, it was as though they had been injected with adrenaline. Something was off, seriously off. And then, the reporters and photographers who had been zoning out suddenly sprang into action, especially the photographers, who crouched low and rushed to the front of the stage to snap shots of Jiang Jinli stepping out from the class lineup. From class 1, Tong Jiaying clapped with all her might. Her Jiang Jinli was about to take the stage. Wearing his school uniform, Jiang Jinli walked calmly and confidently onto the hastily constructed stage. Standing at the microphone, he lightly tapped it with his right hand, thump, thump, signaling it was live. Jiang Jinli cleared his throat and began, "Thank you to all the leaders for attending this morning assembly, and thanks to the school leadership for giving me the opportunity to speak on stage." After this polite opening, he got straight to the point. This past weekend, I was interviewed by media outlets and also returned to my village to discuss the reconstruction of the Zhang clan ancestral hall and local reforms. Because of this, I had neither the time nor energy to prepare a formal speech, so I will speak off the cuff today and share some of my recent learning experiences, in hopes of inspiring everyone. Immediately, the students who had been bored just moments ago perked up and focused on him. Media interviews? Ancestral hall reconstruction? Reforms? Those who had not seen the news had no idea what he was talking about, and everyone looked at him with curiosity. The student hosts who had stepped down finally understood why so many officials had suddenly appeared today, why the reporters and photographers had only been interested in this one student. What exactly had Jiang Jinli done? As the crowd watched him in fascination, Jiang Jinli continued, I know many here know me because I have been arriving at school in a Yangwang U9 over the past month. Because of this car, I became a topic of interest on campus. But before that, aside from Tong Jiaying from class 1, my childhood friend, no one knew that I bought this car outright, nearly 2 million yuan, entirely through my own efforts. Suddenly being named, Tong Jiaying felt both nervous and secretly delighted. Classmates turned to look at her, and even students from neighboring classes glanced toward class 1. Jiang Jinli continued, so, apart from her, many assumed I was a rich kid, maybe someone whose family owned a few mines. But the truth is, I am just an ordinary kid from a rural background. My parents are blue-collar workers. Our family settled in the county town after saving for years to buy a welfare housing unit. The money I used was earned during school breaks, through self-study in programming and participation in an AI-related project. I made it working part-time over the winter break. A murmur spread through the audience. Teachers and students alike looked at him with admiration and envy. Even the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was dumbfounded. His classmates were equally shocked, secretly cursing Jiang Jinli for hiding his true self so damn well. Jiang Jinli went on, I am not sharing this to boast, nor to flaunt my wealth. Of course, I did let it go to my head for a while after earning hundreds of thousands before turning 18. There was a day when I was having lunch with Tong Jiaying, and a junior from grade 2 approached her because she was pretty. She ignored him. Later that day, the same junior drove up in a sports car to show off. I was irritated and mocked him, saying he had no shame flaunting a second-hand MG worth barely over 100,000 yuan. I said if I had my license, I would buy a million yuan sports car and teach him a lesson in humility. A month later, I bought a Yangwang U9 and waited at the school gate just to humiliate him. He has kept a low profile ever since. But as I reflected, I realized I felt no satisfaction from that. I knew my success was not purely due to ability, it was largely luck. So I decided to better myself to match the wealth I had gained. At the time of the first mock exam, I only scored 458. My homeroom teacher publicly criticized me as a cautionary example. I was furious and determined to prove myself. I started studying like crazy. I had never passed English, but my childhood friend, Tong Jiaying, was an excellent English student in the top class, so I asked her for help after school and during breaks. When the second mock exam results came out, I scored 102 in English. The teacher thought I had cheated, but I had improved all around and scored 585 total. I made that teacher apologize and publicly praise me, promising that in the third mock exam, I would surpass even that. And I did. My English improved again to 124, and my total score reached 662, first in the class. My point is, temporary results do not define us. We never know what we are capable of until we push ourselves. At this point, some leaders began to applaud, and the students and faculty followed suit. Jiang Jinli raised a hand to quiet them and continued, less like a speech, more like a heart-to-heart talk. Because of this intensive learning period, my mindset has matured. At one point, I even reached Jack Ma's level. I lost interest in money. Do not laugh. I am not joking. I genuinely stopped caring about money. I began thinking, how far can I push my abilities? Then my father told me our ancestral hall in the village had fallen into disrepair. The villagers held a meeting to discuss whether they could rebuild it. Most of the wealthy had already settled in the city. The young had gone off to work. Only the elderly, women, and children remained in the village. Few were willing or able to donate. That made me feel a deep sadness, not just for my village, but for all rural communities being emptied out. So I asked myself, what could I do? If rural areas had sustainable agricultural industries and paid more than factory jobs, would people still leave? I may not have much power, but I donated 18 million yuan to help rebuild the ancestral hall, hoping it would unite the village, strengthen traditions, and spark ideas for reform and prosperity. This got media attention. Reporters came. Officials noticed. That was the beginning. I realized I might now be capable not only of changing my own life, but of helping others too. That is the power of learning. So if you are lost, set a small goal and push yourself. Even if you do not reach it, at least you tried your best. If you do succeed, future you will thank you. He ended with, time is precious, so I will stop here. Thank you for your support. Thunderous applause. A perfect ending. Jiang Jinli, stay behind, the officials have something to discuss with you. After the morning assembly ended, the students returned to their classrooms class by class. Homeroom teacher Mr. Zhou received the message and quickly went over to remind Jiang Jinli.
In fact, even if he had not reminded him, Jiang Jinli would have stayed behind to proactively introduce himself to the officials and make connections.
Alright, he responded, then added, Old Zhou, could you help me carry my stool back to class? God damn it, I want to stay behind and network too.
Old Zhou immediately ordered. Lin Huaiwen helped Jiang Jinli carry his stool back.
In the end, I still have to carry the stool. He had also wanted to stay, eavesdrop,
and maybe tag along with Jiang Jinli to meet some big shots, but that was just wishful thinking.
Jiang Jinli did not rush to greet the officials.
Instead, he walked toward the front spectator seats. The mayor, city officials, and the principal were seated in the front row, while other officials who did not have front row access sat farther back.
Dad, Mom, you two came too?
Jiang Jinli greeted his parents, who stood up with proud expressions, saying they came along with the village chief to join the excitement. At that moment, the town mayor sitting beside the village chief also stood up, prompting an introduction.
So this is the town mayor.
Pleased to meet you, Jiang Jinli said, speaking with the maturity of someone beyond his years, reaching out to shake hands. Then the county mayor, who was seated nearby, came over to mingle.
The town mayor made the introductions. Jiang Jinli shook hands again.
Through this chain of introductions, the county mayor introduced him to the district officials, and the district officials then introduced him to the city officials. Jiang Jinli maintained an expression of humbled surprise. What followed was a typical round of ambiguous political pleasantries. In short, the official said, "Young man, we have high hopes for you, keep up the good work." Of course, high hopes did not come with any concrete promises. Still, making connections with officials at the district, county, and even city levels was already a major accomplishment for Jiang Jinli. And with the added boost from the news coverage, Jiang Jinli was confident that both he and Jiangjia village would soon receive significant government support.
Phase 2 of the marketing campaign could now begin.
Even if higher authorities had no concrete plans to offer support, bureaucratic protocol would at least bring agricultural experts to the village for inspections, to evaluate which agricultural reform paths might suit Jiangjia village. So, we would take this opportunity to begin cultivating Jiangjia village's short video accounts, as well as my personal media accounts, laying the groundwork for future promotional campaigns. In addition, we could leverage this wave of publicity to shop around and compare several clean, high-quality agricultural processing factories and wholesalers, aiming to launch our first live e-commerce broadcast during the Dragon Boat Festival. After the assembly, as the officials departed, Jiang Jinli escorted his parents out and took the opportunity to speak privately with the village chief.
The village chief nodded.
Now that we have established connections with the district, county, and city leadership, it will be much easier to proceed according to your plan.
Jiang Jinli said, we cannot rely solely on those officials.
If they do not see a return or value in Jiangjia village, they will never truly support us.
So the next step is short video marketing.
If we manage to generate significant traffic and the first live sale performs well, once those officials see the potential profit in publicity, they will naturally introduce policies and funding support.
The village chief nodded slightly, admiring Jiang Jinli's foresight and strategic thinking. I will begin implementing the next phase of the marketing plan immediately.
From here on, leave this work to us. Your focus should remain on your studies. If you manage to get into Tsinghua or Peking University next month, the marketing momentum will gain even more traction.
Jiang Jinli dismissed the idea. Forget it. I know my own level.
If I perform normally, my total Gaokao score will cap at around 650, still far from Tsinghua or Peking University.
Even if I did get accepted, I would not go. My goal is Sun Yat-sen University. In the hearts of many people in Guangdong Province, Sun Yat-sen University is considered their local version of Tsinghua or Peking University.
In recent years, the admission score for Sun Yat-sen University has hovered around 640. So Jiang Jinli's realistic goal was to perform steadily and get admitted to Sun Yat-sen. Hearing this, the village chief did not press further.
Alright, I am heading back to class to study.
After escorting his parents and the village chief to the school gate, Jiang Jinli also took the time to say goodbye to the other departing officials.
Back in the classroom, all eyes turned to Jiang Jinli.
The class, which had been quietly studying, suddenly buzzed with excitement.
After class ended, the students could no longer hold back their curiosity and gathered around to bombard Jiang Jinli with questions.
Lin Huaiwen was particularly eager to know whether he would appear on television or in the news because he had been seated next to Jiang Jinli during the assembly. Jiang Jinli said, "You probably will not appear in the newspaper, but there is a good chance you will be visible in the TV broadcast."
With you saying that, I am relieved.
Lin Huaiwen felt a rush of excitement and anticipation. He never expected to see himself on TV in his lifetime.
Time flew by, and a week passed. On Friday, after school, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying walked toward the school gate together. Since his fiery speech during Monday's assembly, Jiang Jinli had become a campus celebrity at number 1 high school. Before this, the most famous student was Zhong Maonan, who had hundreds of thousands of followers and called himself the Lu Qian of number 1 high. But ever since Jiang Jinli publicly humiliated Zhong Maonan during the assembly, dragging him out just to beat a dead horse, Zhong had become a laughingstock. Jiang Jinli had not seen him for days, and the MG car Zhong usually drove had also vanished from the school gate. Anyone unaware might have assumed he had transferred. Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying greeted Uncle Yang and Uncle Gong, the security guards, then walked toward the Yangwan Yunine parked nearby. After getting in, Tong Jiaying said, "Jiang Jinli, you have become a school celebrity now. Walking beside you is really stressful. Then let me take you to a good place to relieve that stress," Jiang Jinli said, starting the car. Tong Jiaying muttered with suspicion, "You had better really mean stress relief." The car circled around and parked at a quiet road behind the school. Tong Jiaying had expected this. "Come on, seductive fairy Tong. No matter how much pressure you have, just release it, I will absorb it all." After 2 days without kisses, Jiang Jinli could not hold back any longer. He kissed Tong Jiaying on the lips. Tong Jiaying melted into the kiss, feeling as if her stress really had been sucked away by Jiang Jinli's lips. 5 p.m. Jiang Jinli drove back to the residential compound. Tong Jiaying happily climbed out of the passenger seat, her joyful and sweet expression showing no signs of stress. When Jiang Jinli arrived home, his younger sister had already started cooking rice in the electric rice cooker. The vegetables their mother had bought at noon were also washed and ready. Next came Jiang Jinli's time to showcase his cooking skills. Since both parents got off work at 6, the siblings had taken it upon themselves in recent years to prepare dinner every Friday after school, so their parents could eat right after coming home. On Mother's Day the previous Sunday, Jiang Jinli had gifted his mother a franchise of Lu's Mama restaurant, but she had not quit her job. The original manager and staff were retained, and the ingredients were all supplied directly by headquarters whenever there were shortages. It was a relatively low-maintenance chain, so Jiang's mother did not need to be on-site constantly. She only needed to go over on weekends to review the accounts. Around 6:30 p.m., the parents returned home one after the other, and dinner was already prepared by Jiang Jinli. At the dinner table, Jiang's mother asked, "Zhou Cuifang, your second aunt, did she try to contact you, and you ignored her?" While ladling soup, Jiang Jinli replied, "Did she need something? I never added her on WeChat, and I do not recall her reaching out in the village group chat." His mother said, "Then she must have heard some rumors. She suddenly messaged me on WeChat, asking me to check with you. Did some policy from the higher-ups come down? These past 2 days, the village officials have been looking for suppliers and such. Second aunt has good intel, huh? This kind of thing was supposed to be kept confidential, and she still found out." Jiang Jinli said, since she asked, "Then just tell her, say the higher authorities are preparing to support the reform and development of Jiangjia village, transforming it into an e-commerce hub. So we are looking for local suppliers of agricultural and processed food products." Then remind her, I hinted at this earlier, told her to donate more money. When the village becomes an internet-famous e-commerce hub, she, as a grain and oil wholesaler, stands to benefit the most. But she did not listen. She pretended to be poor. So at the village meeting, the officials unanimously decided not to choose any wholesalers from within the village. John's mother followed his instructions and replied accordingly. As expected, second aunt panicked and immediately called, trying to play the emotional card. She said things like, "We are family, do not let outsiders benefit," and pointed out that Jiang Jinli was the mastermind behind the whole initiative, so he could make the decisions. Jiang Jinli took the phone from his mother and replied bluntly, "Yes, I am indeed the one leading and planning all of this, and I do have authority over some decisions. But if I help you, others in the village will complain. I told you before not to be stingy, not to pretend to be poor. You dismissed it, thinking I was just targeting you or trying to make you spend money. You even looked certain that the village plan would fail. That is why I could not be bothered to persuade you further. Now city officials have come to inspect the village, and the policies to support its transformation into a national-level e-commerce village are gradually being rolled out. You regret it now? Too late. Even if I wanted to help you make money now, the village officials and donors who gave more than you would not agree. So instead of trying to guilt-trip me, why not donate several $100,000 while the policies are still being finalized, and try to win over the village officials? Then I can help maneuver you into the list of approved suppliers." Several $100,000? Second aunt frowned. "Jinli, if you do not want to support our small family business, fine, but now you want us to donate our entire life savings? If that is still how you think, then I have nothing more to say.
Jiang Jinli was blunt. When the live broadcasts begin and other grain and oil suppliers make hundreds of thousands or even millions in a single day, do not come crying to me. Do not badmouth me either, saying I refuse to support my own family.
He ended the call. Let's eat. Forget about her.
Right now, Jiang Jinli was painting a rosy picture to test whether second aunt would be willing to invest. In fact, the village chief had asked Jiang Jinli early on whether they should consider using her as a supplier, given that she was already in the wholesale grain and oil business at the city's southern market. But Jiang Jinli had said it was best not to select suppliers from within the village or their relatives, because if the livestream sales went viral, it would spark jealousy and resentment among the villagers. However, villagers who had donated large sums would be eligible. So second aunt had now become a pawn in Jiang Jinli's strategy to encourage donations from wealthy villagers. Not long after, second aunt called again. Jiang's mother answered, Suifan, Jinli already explained everything.
Stop putting pressure on him.
He is not refusing to help family, he just knows helping you would invite criticism and damage the village's unity.
For once, second aunt sounded genuinely humble. I am not pressuring him. I called because your uncle and I discussed it.
If the government really plans to support Jiangjia village in becoming an e-commerce hub and selling agricultural products long-term, then we can donate another 100,000 yuan.
The call was on speakerphone. Jiang Jinli could not help but scoff. Second aunt, your mindset is still too small. Do you think I donated 18 million just to show off?
It has come to this, and you are still pinching pennies.
Since we are family, I will lay it all out.
Tomorrow afternoon, the village will hold a public assembly to announce the total donations for the ancestral hall and reveal the reform plan for the e-commerce transformation.
They will also mention upcoming agricultural reforms and the establishment of the Zhong's Select e-commerce brand. The top donors will be eligible to become official suppliers.
My family does not even have a business in this field, but I could enter at any time or collaborate with others to earn a middleman's profit.
So do you really think your 100,000 will win you a contract through an open bid? That is all I will say. I have told you more than enough out of kindness.
If you think this opportunity can help grow your business, then you need to invest big.
If not, just forget I said anything.
And with that, Jiang Jinli hung up again.
A few minutes later, second aunt called once more. 500,000. Our family can only afford 500,000 at most. Jinli, I am trusting you with this investment. Please do not let us put in all this money and end up with nothing to show for it.
Jiang Jinli made no promises. I already put in 18 million, and I plan to sell the Yangwan U9 and throw in another 2 million. Like I said, if you believe in this and want to go all in with me to make a fortune, then go all in. If you think the risk is too high, stay out of it. But if you lose money, do not blame me. Soon after, second aunt posted in the village group chat, showing off that she had just recovered a long overdue debt of 450,000 yuan. She had given up hope on it, so now that it came through, she treated it like a lottery win and donated it to the Ancestral Hall Fund. With her previous donation of 50,000, her family's total donation now reached 500,000 yuan, making them the third highest donor in the village.
Your donation, 18 million yuan. Total donations from villagers, 3,031,000 yuan. Your accumulated earnings share, 909,300 yuan. Note, the shared earnings from total village donations can be withdrawn at any time.
Your donation amount will be fully refunded after the fundraising campaign ends.
Second aunt's family was clearly rich after all. Excellent.
Tomorrow, we turn up the heat again, target the wealthy villagers, and the 1 million profit mark will soon be within reach. After successfully provoking second aunt into willingly donating 500,000 yuan, Jiang Jinli cheerfully finished his dinner and got ready to go downstairs for a walk, because once he completed the daily task of a post-dinner walk today, his health score would reach perfection. From tomorrow onward, any extra health points he earned could be allocated to his parents or his younger sister.
Tong Jiaying, walk. Jiang Jinli sent Tong Jiaying a message.
Oh whoa! She instantly replied with a husky-style howling sticker. The couple met downstairs in their residential complex and began walking together toward the park. On the way, Jiang Jinli said, tomorrow afternoon, my dad and I are going back to the village, and my mom and sister are going to Wanda to check on the restaurant.
What are your plans for tomorrow? Tong Jiaying answered, then I won't go with you tomorrow, okay?
I plan to take my mom to Wanda too, and we'll shop together for a couple of new summer outfits. Jiang Jinli pulled out his phone and instantly transferred 9,999 yuan to her. Tong Jiaying saw the transfer and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Why are you sending me money again?
Jiang Jinli replied, you are overthinking. That is money for my mother-in-law to buy clothes. To thank her for choosing my darling Tong Tong back then. So tomorrow, pick out 2 nice outfits for our mom. Tong Jiaying knew that once Zhang Jili made up his mind, there was no changing it. She said helplessly, Zhang Jili, you are putting more pressure on me like this. You are always so generous, always spending money on me, sending me money. Zhang Jili teased, more pressure again? Then let's kiss, and I'll suck all the pressure right out of you. Tong Jiaying lightly slapped his arm and said with mock annoyance, I'm serious. We're not even married yet, and you've already spent so much money on me, transferred so much. What if? Zhang Jili cut her off. There is no what if. Stop overthinking. I am marrying you, period. If you feel guilty, then just give me a daughter as beautiful and adorable as you. Tong Jiaying blushed and mumbled, we're still so young. Isn't it too early to talk about this? Zhang Jili held her hand and said, yes, it is early. But we can start planning ahead. Let's aim to get your belly round before we graduate from college, then get married right after graduation, and a few months later, our baby girl will be born. Tong Jiaying blushed even deeper, but in her heart, she too longed for and dreamed of such a sweet and happy future. She asked, why do you want a daughter and not a son? Just thinking of the son described in the system's future vision 30 years ahead gave Zhang Jili chills at the idea of having kids. He answered, because I am a girl dad type. Just imagining our daughter looking as beautiful and cute as you makes me want to take you to Hong Kong or Macau right now. What do you mean? Tong Jiaying was confused. Zhang Jili explained, because in Hong Kong and Macau, you can legally get married at 16. That way, we would be legally wed and could start making babies early. Zhang Jili really seemed eager to get in bed with me. He continued, but we are still kids ourselves. We have college ahead. Becoming parents too early is not ideal, so let's wait another 2 or 3 years. Tong Jiaying hesitated, then stammered, if you really cannot wait, I could help you, get it out, or use my mouth. What? Zhang Jili was stunned. I didn't say anything. Tong Jiaying's face turned scarlet as she ran away in embarrassment. Zhang Jili was certain he had not misheard. Apparently, Tong Jiaying had done her homework, which now made him want to drag her to a hotel right away. About half an hour later, the two of them walked the same path back to their building. Ding! Daily task, 30-minute post-dinner walk completed. Health points +1. Congratulations, host. Your health is now perfect, free from illness and pain. From now on, extra health points can be assigned to any family member. Saturday afternoon. Jiangjia Village held another public meeting. 3 main announcements were made. The current total donations for the reconstruction of the Jiang clan ancestral hall, including the top 10 donors, were publicly shared. An overview of the village's upcoming reform and transformation into an e-commerce hub was presented. A policy based on the principle fertile water should not flow into others' fields was introduced. Once the village begins e-commerce operations, in addition to selling villagers' own agricultural products, it will collaborate with various wholesale suppliers of produce and processed foods. The village committee decided that the top 5 donors would receive priority eligibility to become official suppliers of specific product categories. This announcement slightly eased second aunt's anxiety. Zhang Jili had not lied to her. This very issue was indeed mentioned in the meeting. But what did it mean by a specific product category? Second aunt quickly raised her hand to ask. The village chief explained, it means you can choose one specific agricultural product to supply to the village's e-commerce platform. For example, since your business is in grain and oil wholesale, you could choose to supply rice or peanut oil. Second aunt immediately got anxious. Why can't I supply multiple categories? The village chief replied, do not bite off more than you can chew. The core principle of Zhang's Select is quality over quantity. In the early stages, we do not want too many product categories. Also, one more important point, since the village committee has decided not to outsource beyond our own people and has granted certain villagers supplier eligibility, if any product quality issues damage the reputation of the Jiangjia village e-commerce brand, then that supplier will become the village's enemy. At best, public criticism and permanent blacklisting. At worst, expulsion from the family registry and the village itself. So at this pivotal moment in Jiangjia village's transformation and destiny-defying reform, I hope we do not see opportunists or parasites destroying our unity. After the meeting concluded, the chief also announced the timeline and location for rebuilding the Jiang clan ancestral hall. The selected site was a mountain slope across from the village's sports field, near the national highway. From afar, the fast-growing trees on the mountain had already been cleared. Next, the roots would be dug up, and the lumber removed. Some ancestral graves on the mountain were scheduled to be relocated in the coming days. With all this in place, the ancestral hall reconstruction project could begin as early as mid-June.
After the meeting, the villagers buzzed with conversation. The extended Jiang family immediately surrounded Jiang Jinli and his father. They knew the village's reform was spearheaded by Jiang Jinli, so everyone wanted to know.
What is the next major trend? What business opportunities lie ahead?
The other villagers also gathered around, wanting to know if Jiang Jinli had anything else to add. After all, Jiangjia village's transformation and reform were all thanks to him. Jiang Jinli had no choice but to respond, I cannot promise everything, but the one thing I can confirm is that the transformation of Jiangjia village into an e-commerce village is already a done deal. Also, a team of experts came to inspect the village a couple of days ago and gave quite a few suggestions. Personally, I believe mushrooms and chili peppers are the most suitable and potentially profitable agricultural chains. So the future focus of Jiangjia village will be the cultivation of mushrooms and chili peppers. The village will also build a factory for processing these two products. So, for those of you farming at home who are interested, you can contract land to grow mushrooms and chili peppers. Also, local chickens and eggs, those will be another key area. Villagers with capability and experience are welcome to invest in this as well. The factory construction had already begun at the end of the village. It was a sign that there was no turning back. Either the transformation into an e-commerce village would succeed and bring prosperity, or it would flop spectacularly, resulting in resentment among the villagers and Jiang Jinli and the village leaders being harshly criticized and blamed. Of course, regardless of the outcome, Jiang Jinli himself would still come out ahead. He had already secured his position. After responding to questions from a few relatives and villagers, Jiang Jinli checked the growth status of his short video account. Then he drove off with his father toward Wanda Plaza in the city center. Tonight, the family would not cook at home. They would dine directly at the Lu's Mama restaurant. On the road, John's father said, right now the villagers are all fired up. If the e-commerce results fall short, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Jiang Jinli replied, the marketing campaign is working well. Next, we just need another push to get this trending on short video platforms. Once that happens, it will definitely bring in results. When the officials see the potential and the profits, they'll allocate resources and offer strong support. It's only a matter of time before this explodes. Let's hope so, his father said, though with worry. If it failed, not only would their investment be lost, but the villagers' anger would be directed at them. That was why he had not wanted his son involved in something so troublesome from the start. After all, rural affairs were notoriously complicated. Soon, Jiang Jinli drove the Yangwang U9 with his father to Wanda Plaza. Every time this car appeared, it attracted a crowd of onlookers and photographers. Jiang Jinli was already used to it. In fact, it was a great form of passive marketing. At 2:30 in the afternoon, they entered Wanda and headed straight for the Lu's Mama Italian restaurant. His mother was inside, serving customers. As soon as Jiang Jinli saw who she was serving, he was stunned. It was Tong Jiaying and her mother. He remembered how Tong Jiaying's mom used to forbid her from eating burgers and such, but she probably had no objection to pizza. Mom, I'm hungry. I want mango pizza. Jiang Jinli called out, then pretended to notice them for the first time. Oh, Tong Jiaying, you're here too. He politely greeted his future mother-in-law. Hello, Auntie. Tong's mother nodded and said, I came to Wanda with Tong today. She told me this restaurant was the Mother's Day gift you gave your mother last Sunday. We got tired from walking around, so we came in for a break and something to eat. Tong Jiaying, scoot in a little. Jiang Jinli sat down casually and asked, what did you two buy in all these bags? Tong Jiaying replied, we bought a few summer outfits and some fruit. Seeing that Tong's mother looked much softer and more cheerful than before, Jiang Jinli timidly asked, Auntie, can I ask you something honestly? Tong's mom looked puzzled. What is it? Jiang Jinli cleared his throat and said, you used to come off really fierce. When I was little, I didn't even dare to look you in the eye. I thought you might eat children alive. But today, you seem so gentle, even smiling. Did you win the lottery or something? If you do not know what to say, then shut your mouth. Tong Jiaying also scolded him. Jiang Jinli, that's too much. Sure, my mom used to be strict, but it was never that extreme. Tong's mom gave a wry smile and said, Tong is my lottery win. I used to be too obsessed with making her better, so I was overly strict with her. But I've come to understand, I won't force her to do things she does not like anymore. Jiang Jinli then said, Tong Jiaying is quite popular at school. I heard the boys chasing her line up from our school to the next one. If the guy she likes has poor character, I think you should still step in and make them break up. Otherwise, it will ruin her future. What the hell are you talking about, Jiang Jinli? Since when did boys line up from our school to the next?
Surprisingly, Tong's mom nodded in agreement. That much I agree with. But as long as the boy has decent character and a good personality, I'll let her decide. At that moment, Zhang's mom chimed in. What do you think of my son, Zhang Jinli? His character is definitely sound, and he's lively and cheerful. Zhang Jinli quickly interjected, Mom, stop playing matchmaker. Tong Jiaying and I are childhood friends, just close buddies. Keep performing, Zhang Jinli. I'll just sit here and watch your act unfold. Tong's mom looked at his reaction with slight surprise and an unspoken hint of disappointment. So Zhang Jinli is not interested in my daughter. Well, they did grow up together. They're probably too familiar with each other to develop romantic feelings. Tong's mom gave a bitter smile and said, I've watched Zhang Jinli grow up too. His character and personality are obviously good, and now he's become so outstanding. But since they've been together since they were little, I guess neither of them thinks of the other that way. Exactly. Zhang Jinli agreed. So Mom, go prepare the food and stop matchmaking us, it's making things awkward. Zhang's mom shot him a glare, a warning in her eyes. Keep acting, and you'll see what happens. Tong Jiaying secretly pinched Zhang Jinli's thigh under the table and said, I'm a good girl. I won't date until college. Unlike someone who's been making waves at school. I heard you've been getting tons of love letters from girls lately. Who knows which unlucky girl you'll end up picking. Great. Now even Tong Jiaying is joining in on the performance. Crackling. At the entrance of the village committee office, the village chief personally lit firecrackers to celebrate the great success of the first pre-auction livestream. The onlooking villagers were all excited because Zhang Jinli's livestream pre-show had lasted only a little over 20 minutes, yet the peak number of viewers exceeded 10,000. And that was before the auction had even started. Once the auction began and more viewers joined in, could the numbers reach tens of thousands? Or even exceed 100,000? Those livestream rooms that hold steady at just over 10,000 viewers often manage to generate several million, even tens of millions, in sales in a single session lasting a few hours. So for Zhang Jinli to easily surpass 10,000 viewers during a short pre-show was incredibly encouraging news for the village committee and all the villagers. However, tonight's main livestream was the real highlight. Whether Jiangjia village could become a viral, internet-famous village and an e-commerce model village, and whether the John Select brand could make a name for itself, all depended on the viewership and sales tonight. Zhang Jinli stayed in his rural hometown today. The Yangwang U9 had already been washed and maintained, now parked on a lift platform at the center of the basketball court. Many villagers were taking photos and shooting videos to post on Douyin. This served as free marketing and traffic generation. With a bit of luck, some of those villagers' videos could even go viral. And with the pre-show livestream already generating strong engagement, the short videos Zhang Jinli posted himself were also getting good traffic. By midday, quite a few local users who had seen those videos came to Jiangjia village out of curiosity. By the afternoon, this village, which used to be populated mostly by the elderly, women, and children, had become congested with traffic. Many bored people who had seen the videos came to gawk, while others showed up just to leech traffic or attract followers. It's finally lively. Standing on the rooftop of the village committee building and watching the now jammed village road, Zhang Jinli said, now the city leaders will have to take Jiangjia village seriously. We should contact county officials and have them send some traffic police to help manage the scene. The village chief replied, when you went to lunch, I already contacted the town mayor and asked him to coordinate with county officials. They should have dispatched a team by now. Zhang Jinli said, the local convenience store must be overjoyed today. Any villagers with a business mind should get out there and set up a food stall barbecue, stir-fried noodles, guaranteed to be booming. Before long, a team of county traffic police arrived to manage traffic flow. Additionally, several uniformed officers were sent to maintain public order, just in case the large crowd led to any incidents. 6 more hours to go. Let's hope this marketing campaign catches more fire. Zhang Jinli came down from the roof. The second-floor hall of the committee building had been turned into a kind of internet cafe. Dozens of computers were set up, and now a mix of tech-savvy villagers and middle/high school students were undergoing customer service training. Tonight, they would be playing the role of live support agents. Zhang Jinli's parents and sister also came to join in the fun. After all, they could not miss such an important event. Tong Jiaying did not come back to the village with Zhang Jinli today, mainly because his family would be staying overnight in the village, and he would be busy all evening and unable to accompany her. Unnoticed, the sun began to set. Jiangjia village remained incredibly lively, more so than at noon or in the afternoon. Even city officials were now stuck in traffic at the national highway near the village entrance. Jiangjia village was on fire. Thanks to the livestream preview where Zhang Jinli announced the auctioning of his Yangwang U9, The buzz around the event had gone viral, and Jiangjia village was instantly propelled into the spotlight. Many food vendors from town sensed the business opportunity and rushed to set up stalls in the village. This scene was several times more festive than Chinese New Year. Zhang Jinli and the village chief clipped microphones onto their collars, ready to head to the basketball court for the livestream. The licensed auction team they had invited was already in place. This was a meticulously planned, legal, and compliant auction livestream. There was no need to worry about platform rules being violated midstream and getting the channel banned. Beforehand, Zhang Jinli's team had contacted the platform administrators to ensure that auctioning the Yangwan U9 and any e-commerce activity during the livestream would not violate any regulations. Zhang Jinli, when does the livestream start? I want to be the first to enter. Tong Jiaying sent him a message. Zhang Jinli replied, 10 minutes. She was considerate and sensible, choosing not to reply further and disturb him. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jinli went live. A user named I Love Jinli was the first to join the room, sending a 520 heart gift combo, immediately followed by a 1,314 heart gift combo. Even if the system had not exposed the user's real identity via cashback info, Zhang Jinli could easily tell that I Love Jinli was Tong Jiaying. Thank you I Love Jinli for the 520-1314. Love you. As Zhang Jinli publicly flirted across the screen, the livestream's popularity exploded. Within seconds of starting, viewership had already broken 10,000. There were fewer than 10 minutes left before the 7 p.m. live auction of the Yangwan U9. Before that, Zhang Jinli again explained the auction rules. Starting bid, 1 yuan. Any viewer in the livestream could participate. The bidding would last for 1 hour, and no matter the final price, the sale would go through. In addition, Zhang Jinli emphasized that all proceeds from the auction would be donated to fund the construction of the ancestral hall in the village. Given the poverty of the village and his own limited resources, he could not personally fund a more magnificent hall. Therefore, aside from the auction, all virtual gift revenue from this livestream would also be donated to the ancestral hall. Additionally, during the livestream, high-quality local agricultural products would be sold. All profits from these sales would also go toward building the ancestral hall. In short, all the money earned tonight would be used for the ancestral hall project. Which means, he added, how grand and luxurious Jiangjia village's ancestral hall becomes is entirely up to the viewers in this livestream. He continued. Furthermore, any viewer who spends at least 200 yuan, whether through gifting or purchasing agricultural products, can send a private message to the backend with your ancestral origin and full name. Once the hall is completed, a donor monument will be built specifically for external donors, listing your name and contribution amount as a sign of gratitude, treating your purchase as a donation. If you happen to also share the surname Jiang, you can be registered together with the villagers who donated and be listed on the Jiang clan's donor monument. The donor rankings on the monument will be based on the amount donated or spent. Time's up, let the auction begin.
Unfortunately, the author was unable to complete the story, but an outline of the planned ending remained, and I'd like to share it with you. 30 years later, Zhang Jinli, devastated by divorce and the loss of his child, finds himself on the brink of despair. At his lowest point, he binds himself to the midlife comeback system and begins to rediscover the meaning of life. Eventually, he reunites with Tong Jiaying, but as joy and tragedy often go hand in hand, she suffers a sudden recurrence of breast cancer and passes away before they can officially register their marriage. Zhang Jinli falls into despair once again. If only he had married her sooner, he could have transferred the excess health points from his own full recovery to her, and perhaps she wouldn't have died so suddenly. Later, the system upgrade. Anyone who completes the Ozaki 8 challenges will be granted a chance at rebirth. Zhang Jinli risks everything and completes all 8 challenges. Through them, he comes to understand the pain and lessons of the past 30 years. After a full system reset, he is reborn into the year he turned 18. This marks the true beginning of the story and the underlying thread that leads to its finale, where he and Tong Jiaying finally get their happy ending, overcoming every obstacle to be together. I hope you found this story interesting. Thank you for watching, everyone. Stay tuned for more stories to come.